Chapter 1. On a stormy night, arriving at Daw. In the southwestern region of the Tiendo Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, lies a vast expanse of wilderness. Two figures raced through the night, as if pursued by a terrifying force. Their bodies bore countless wounds, blood seeping from their injuries, threatening to topple them at any moment. Yet cradled in the woman's arms was an infant, whose cherubic face remained untouched by the grime of their ordeal, sleeping soundly in its swaddling. Suddenly, the couple seemed to sense something ominous. Halting in their tracks, the space around them began to warp, and in an instant, a rift in the fabric of reality tore open, releasing a shadowy figure exuding an aura of death. As the shadow emerged, the surrounding flora withered instantaneously. I could see the moment the shadow appeared. The fleeing couple's bodies began to dissolve into motes of light, vanishing entirely. A tendril extended from the shadow, inching toward the infant. Just then, the once clear night sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a bolt of lightning descended, incinerating the tendril into ash. The shadow recoiled in pain, attempting to retract the remnants of its tendril, but the lightning granted it no reprieve. With a series of thunderous strikes, the shadow was reduced to cinders. In the midst of the night, an elderly figure materialized, lifting the infant with a resigned sigh, murmuring, "So it has ultimately come to this point 6 years later, outside the village of Holy Spirit." As dawn broke, the village lay shrouded in a veil of mist, resembling a realm of ethereal beauty. Although named Holy Spirit Village, it was predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk, the name a mere homage to a soul sage who had once emerged from its midst. A young boy clad in coarse linen emerged slowly from the fog. He possessed a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, with bright eyes that hinted at maturity beyond his tender years, his breath steady and measured, indicative of a trained individual. The boy halted at the village entrance, observing a child of similar age lounging in a chair. The boy reclined upon the chair, with silvery hair and a charming visage, exuding an irresistible allure. Yet, at that moment, he appeared to be languishing in a state of utter lethargy. "Brother, you're up so early again today. It's a little saner. Out for your morning exercise?" The boy in the chair replied lazily, his eyes barely opening. "Brother, you rise early every day without working or training. What's the point? And could you please refrain from calling me little saner?" Tang San replied with an exasperated yet amused smile. The boy reclining in the chair, known as Lu Yu in full, had been taken in by the village elder, Grandpa Jack, having been found abandoned without parents, and had lived in the elder's care ever since. The Lu exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age that a year prior. He authored a play that garnered the admiration of several dignitaries, earning him a modest fortune that alleviated some of Grandpa Jack's burdens. Additionally, Lu Yu enjoyed creating small inventions, such as the reclining chair beneath him, which was foldable and portable. He also revitalized several small workshops in the village, thereby enhancing the villagers' incomes. Consequently, Lu Yu was well liked within the community. If there is a singular flaw in Lu Yu, it would be his tendency towards lethargy. Each day, he rises early yet engages in naught but reclining, whimsically proclaiming that he is absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, and the sun. Upon reflecting on this, Tang San felt a wave of incredulity within, pondering whether his own Xintian skill could possibly be surpassed. "Am I to call you Little Four, or perhaps Little Five, instead of Little San?" Tang San was rendered speechless. "Brother, take care of yourself. I shall go and train." Just as Tang San ascended the slope with a lithe grace, Lu Yu abruptly sat up from his recliner, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy and excitement. Moments ago, a crisp, ethereal female voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. The host has completed the 365-day village checkpoint task. Task duration, 365 days progress, 100. System activated. System binding complete. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check your inventory. System task. Next checkpoint location, Holy Spirit Village Spirit Hall. Task completion reward, random item. No penalties for task failure. System panel. Host, Lu Yu. Soul power, martial spirit, unawakened. Points, 100. System warehouse, novice gift pack." Lu Yu sprang up from his chair in exhilaration. The essential golden finger for traversing realms, the system, has finally arrived. Without hesitation, Lu Yu opened the novice gift pack. Ding. Novice gift pack successfully utilized. Rewards: divine level random martial spirit, innate full soul power technique, myriad forms meditation, a celestial grade technique from another realm, adapted for the current world. Technique description: absorbs the energy of heaven and earth, embraces myriad rivers, converging into one, breaking through all laws, blueprint for playing cards item. can be synthesized into a deck within the system. Dragon Blood enhances physical conditioning, recommended for external application. System, what purpose do the points serve? Points can be utilized for lottery draws, shopping in the store, and other functions. Lottery. Every 300 points grants one draw. Accumulating 10 consecutive draws significantly increases the chance of receiving a mysterious grand prize. Store. Offers techniques, items, materials, etc. Refreshing daily at midnight, accessible once the host's martial spirit awakens to the level of Soul Master. After utilizing his innate, full soul power, Lu Yu exited the system, but he then sought a tranquil spot in the woods outside the village, sitting cross-legged to practice the myriad forms meditation he had just acquired. Initially, Lu Yu aspired to lead a simple, peaceful life, but upon binding the system, his perspective shifted. Given the opportunity for strength, how could a man born of heaven and earth remain subdued for long? The thought of the tumultuous battles to come filled him with exhilaration. The myriad forms meditation was neither overly simple nor impossibly difficult. After expending 50 points, Lu Yu successfully grasped its fundamentals. Entering a meditative state, he felt the soul power surging within him, prompting a silent glee. As night fell, Lu Yu returned to the grove, retrieving a prepared tub from the system warehouse, filling it with water. He then produced a vial containing a vivid red liquid, uncapped it, and poured the dragon blood into the tub, instantly transforming the clear water into a crimson hue. Disrobing, Lu Yu leaped into the tub. The night breeze wafted through the forest, bringing a refreshing coolness that enveloped him. At this moment, Lu Yu felt as though he were engulfed in searing magma, suffocating and boiling. The fiery essence of dragon blood surged within his body with each breath. As time passed, he sensed his bones beginning to melt. Soon after, he lost consciousness. Not far away, Tang Hao, drawn by the aura of dragon blood, watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with wonder at the intense heat radiating from Lu Yu. Just as Lu Yu succumbed to his faintness, Tang Hao perceived a powerful soul force manifesting around him. Above, a dark cloud drifted by, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, an unexpected sight in the clear night sky. From within the cloud, an ancient voice resonated, dragon blood mixed with cool water, this prodigal child. Chapter 2. Contest, Awakening Part 1. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the forest window, casting a glow upon the face of the silver-haired youth, whose delicate features appeared even more fragile. The boy's eyelids fluttered momentarily, and his long, slightly upturned eyelashes enhanced his beauty. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing silver-white pupils, pure and untainted. Lu Yu shook his heavy head. In the next instant, a foul odor assaulted his senses. The once vibrant red liquid in the bath had vanished, replaced by a basin of thick, dark, stinking water. Lu Yu let out a retch, nearly vomiting yesterday's meal, and hurriedly scrambled out of the bath, leaping into the nearby river. In the water, Lu Yu felt each drop flowing over his body, sensing a newfound strength coursing through him. After a graceful leap onto the shore, he donned clean garments and walked back, pondering, I wonder how much I have improved compared to Tang San now. Little San, up so early for training again? Lu Yu called out to Tang San, who was jogging from the village. Tang San turned to him, replying, Yes, Brother Yu, would you like to join? I can't shake the feeling that Brother Yu seems a bit different today. Tang San thought to himself. Brother Yu, you're not lounging in the chair, sleeping in today has the sun risen from the west. Lu Yu chose to ignore this remark, leaning closer and lowering his voice conspiratorially. Little San, let me share a secret with you. I am endowed with divine strength, man chosen by the heavens. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned serious, and he reached out to touch Lu Yu's forehead. No fever, and it's daytime, he remarked, clearly unconvinced. Lu Yu rolled his eyes and swatted Tang San's hand away. Since you don't believe me, let's have a contest. The loser must unconditionally agree to one request from the winner. Tang San, unable to refuse the confident Lu Yu, thought of it as a game and agreed. All right, let's start at the village entrance and see who reaches the mountaintop first. They'll count down 3, 2, 1, go. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. The two of them surged forward almost simultaneously. Tang San turned to gaze at Lu Yu, who was nimbly leaping along the rugged mountain path, a sense of astonishment swelling within him. Yet, upon observing the route chosen by Lu Yu, he felt a surge of delight, exclaiming, This path is the most time-efficient and labor-saving route I have painstakingly discovered. Over the years, you are bound to lose, Brother Yu. Sometimes, choice outweighs effort. However, in the next moment, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as Lu Yu's speed increased, swiftly catching up to him and surpassing him in a dash toward the mountain summit. Unwilling to fall behind, Tang Sen summoned his strength and pursued Lu Yu at full speed. Moments later, he beheld Lu Yu ahead, his complexion rosy and breath steady, and was struck with astonishment. Though this hill is not particularly high, even an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old child would be breathless and would need to rest for quite some time after merely walking up. Yet, he seems to be breathing somewhat irregularly now. Hee, how about it, little San? Are you convinced? Convinced. Speak, brother Yu. What do you wish for me to do? I haven't quite decided, yet let's keep it for later. You mustn't back out. Though Dio, I seem like that kind of person? Tang San retorted, rendered speechless. Lu Yu had initially intended to ask Tang San to teach him the Xiantian skill, yet he realized he no longer needed it as he already possessed the myriad forms meditation. Furthermore, despite Tang San appearing to be a frail 6 or 7-year-old, he was, in fact, a bona fide reincarnator. His intellect was undoubtedly sharp. To hastily inquire about the Xiantian skill would surely raise suspicion, potentially altering the trajectory of future events. Moreover, regarding the Xiantian skill and the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San had kept such matters concealed even from his father, Tang Hao, let alone from an outsider like himself. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to reserve this opportunity for the future. Contemplating Tang San's attitude towards his teammates in the future, Lu Yu mused that although it might be somewhat delicate to address, it was certainly better than going solo. At least in the short term, it was comparatively safer. With only a month remaining until the awakening of their martial spirits, he wondered what extraordinary martial spirit the system would bestow upon him. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Brother Yu? Brother Yu? What's the matter with you? Tang San observed Lu Yu, who was grinning foolishly, and pondered, has Brother Yu lost his mind? Lu Yu snapped back to reality, heartily patting Tang San on the shoulder, declaring, Little San, no matter what kind of martial spirit you awaken, even if it's just a blade of cross, it matters not, I will always have your back, Dada. Brother Yu, that's quite a curse you're casting. Disregarding Tang San's words, Lu Yu wrapped an arm around his shoulders and began to descend the mountain. Come on, Brother Yu will take you home for a meal, but I haven't trained today. You've practiced for so long a little break won't matter. Today I'm in a good mood, and it'll cook for you personally. Tang San intended to refuse, but Lu Yu offered no opportunity for him to voice his objection. Grandfather, Little San is here for dinner, Lu Yu called out as they reached the entrance. Oh, Little San has come. Come inside. Grandfather Jack's voice echoed from within the house, aka the dining table. Though the dishes were simple, they transformed into delectable delights under Lu Ye's superb culinary skills. Little San, in just a month, your martial spirit will awaken, you must prepare well, and I will come to fetch you, Grandfather Jack advised Tang San. Martial spirit awakening. Indeed, every child on the continent undergoes a soul awakening at the tender age of 6 or 7. If they are fortunate enough to awaken a powerful soul, they may become formidable soul masters with boundless prospects ahead. Moreover, our village once produced a soul sage. Grandfather, did our village truly have a soul sage in the past? Of course. Little Yu and Little San are destined to awaken excellent souls as well, bringing glory to our village. After dinner, Grandpa Jack brought out a parcel and handed it to Tang San. Little San, take this home, it will sustain you and your grandfather for quite some time. It is filled with fruits and vegetables from our own garden. Little Yu, you shall accompany Little San back. Watching the two retreating figures, Jack sighed, what a wonderful child, yet burdened with such a father, alas. A month later, old Jack and Lu Yu stood outside Tang San's home. Little Yu, please call for Tang San. It seemed that village chief Jack was reluctant to approach Tang Hao, prompting Lu Yu to knock on the door. Little San, it is time to go. Father. Inside, Tang San turned to look at Tang Hao upon hearing his voice. Go ahead, Tang Hao replied indifferently, returning to his work. Shortly after, old Jack led Tang San and Lu Yu to the spirit hall, which was little more than a slightly larger wooden cabin. Outside the spirit hall, 7 children were already gathered, all around Lu Ye's age. Lu Yu stood at the back, with Tang San just ahead of him. Children, you must listen closely to the Soul Master's instructions. This is your opportunity to alter your destinies. Step inside now. A young man had been waiting inside the spirit hall for quite some time. Lu gazed at the handsome young man clad in the spirit hall's uniform and instantly recognized him as the worker, Su Yuntao. Chapter 3, The Test, Awakening Part 2. Soul Master, I appreciate your assistance once again. I hope you can help these children awaken exceptional souls. All right, you said the same before. How many talented children can come from the countryside? Su Yuntao waved his hand impatiently and turned to enter the spirit hall. From a parcel on the table, Su Yuntao retrieved jade stones and arranged them on the ground before addressing the line of children. I am Su Yuntao, the Soul Master responsible for your awakenings. Please approach one by one. And remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid or nervous. Su Yuntao summoned his martial spirit, channeling soul power into the formation, which illuminated instantly. A golden light enveloped a little girl. Extend your right hand, palm facing up. The girl complied, and in an instant, the luminous points from the formation converged upon her palm, manifesting as a phantom pair of gloves. Su Yuntao mused, gloves, a tool martial spirit? However, they likely lack combat prowess. Your martial spirit is gloves, a tool martial spirit. Now, let us test your soul power. Place your hand upon the blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao's wolf claw and the girl's hand rested on either side of the crystal ball, which flickered intermittently. When the crystal ball stilled, Su Yuntao expressed disappointment. Your soul power is only level 1. The likelihood of becoming a soul master is slim. You may return next. The little girl, somewhat disheartened, returned to the line, and the second child stepped forward. Extend your hand, just as before. The light began to converge. Martial soul, shoes, and equipment. Martial soul. The assessment of soul power commenced. Inherent soul power, level 2, average. You may return. The third child approached. Martial soul, playing cards, and equipment. Martial soul, inherent soul power, level 2. From the fourth child to the seventh, none exhibited any soul power. Su Yuntao appeared to have anticipated this, his expression remaining remarkably placid. Next, Tang San stepped forward, having observed the previous demonstration. He extended his right hand without the need for Su Yuntao's prompting as the golden light enveloped him. The radiance coalesced, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a small blade of grass in the palm of Tang San's hand. The soul spirit, blue silver grass, yet another seemingly useless martial spirit. As Su Yuntao rendered his judgment, Lu Yu observed that Tang San's left hand was tightly clenched behind him, as if concealing something significant. Testing the soul power, Tang San placed his hand on the opposite side of the crystal ball, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant light. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao gasped in astonishment. Alas, it was a worthless martial spirit, rendering any cultivation unnecessary. Tang San appeared utterly exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. All right, next. Lu Yu stepped forward, bolstered by the encouraging gaze of Tang San. Lu Yu stepped into the arena and, once enveloped by the golden light, raised his right hand. In that moment, he felt a surge of soul power coursing through his meridians, steadily converging into his right hand. Su Yuntao observed the intensity of the golden light surrounding Lu Yu, which far surpassed that of the other children, his eyes brimming with excitement. In the next instant, a phantasmal staff materialized in Lu Yu's hand. The staff was a deep, dark blue, adorned at the crescent tip with 7 dimly glowing gemstones. While a lotus flower slowly rotated at its center, divine-grade Tool Spirit Weapon has been activated. Congratulations on acquiring the Spirit, Star offering Lotus Staff. A Tool Spirit Weapon, a staff. Inclined towards the supportive type? Nevertheless, it is quite remarkable. Just as Su Yuntao was about to finish his sentence, a powerful surge of golden light erupted once more. Behind Lu Yu, another silvery figure emerged, shrouded in mist and appearing rather indistinct, yet it was faintly discernible that the figure possessed a pair of wings. Twin martial souls, exclaimed Su Yuntao in astonishment. What is a twin martial soul, uncle? Tang San inquired. Typically, a soul master possesses only a single martial soul. However, some exceptionally gifted individuals may awaken two, which is what is referred to as a twin martial soul. The likelihood of encountering twin martial souls is exceedingly low, rendering them exceedingly rare, and those who awaken them are invariably extraordinary individuals, handpicked from the masses, as Su Yuntao elaborated. Now, let us proceed to test your soul power. Relax and do not be tense. The moment Lu Yu's hand made contact with the crystal orb, he felt the myriad meditative thoughts within himself begin to awaken. It was as if the orb, akin to an abyss, commenced absorbing his soul power, while simultaneously, it radiated a brilliant luminescence. Innate full soul power. At this moment, Su Yuntao felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. As a deacon of the Spirit Hall, should he awaken a prodigy and lead them into the Spirit Hall, a promotion and salary increase would be assured. Is the child interested in joining the Spirit Hall? Joining the Spirit Hall? Indeed. The Spirit Hall is the most formidable and illustrious organization on the continent. Once you join the Spirit Hall, given your innate talent, they will undoubtedly nurture you with utmost dedication. Your future prospects are boundless. Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu with eager anticipation. I need to discuss this with my family first. Is that all right? Yes, if you are inclined. You may seek out Deacon Su Yuntao at the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. With that, Su Yuntao gathered his belongings and made his way out the door. Jack, Filled with urgency, inquired of Su Yu Tao, "Master, how did it go?" "Congratulations, village chief. Your village has produced a genius," Su Yu Tao remarked, gesturing toward Lu Yu, who had just emerged, before hastily proceeding to the next village. At Jack's residence, the village chief asked, "Little Yu, may I see what your martial soul is?" Sure." In the next moment, Jack's astonishment was palpable as he beheld the silver figure and staff behind Lu Yu. A twin martial soul. "Splendid, splendid, splendid." Old Jack, perhaps overwhelmed by his surprise, exclaimed thrice in delight. However, the next moment, his expression turned grave as he cautioned Lu Yu, "Little Yu, until you have grown sufficiently powerful, you must never utilize your silver figure martial soul. Do you understand?" Why, Grandpa?" "Little Yu, I must tell you something important. On this continent, everyone awakens their martial soul upon reaching a certain age. And each child's martial soul is influenced by their parents. This is why some powerful factions endure through the ages, for they possess their own inherited martial souls. While there is a possibility for martial souls to mutate, the odds are slim, and the chances of an ordinary person awakening a formidable martial soul are exceedingly rare." At this moment, although Lu Yu appeared composed, his heart was filled with astonishment. "Old man, are you not an ordinary person? How do you know all this?" He pondered in disbelief. "Have I stumbled into the wrong story?" Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Yu inquired, "So, according to your words, my parents must be formidable soul masters as well. Why then have they not sought me out?" My dear Yu, your current strength is still insufficient. When you attain a level of power that is formidable enough, you shall undoubtedly reunite with them. This is a legacy bestowed upon you by your parents." Old Jack produced a silver token and a modest ring. "This ring, which I stumbled upon in the past, is a soul guide capable of storing items, possessing a space of 50 cubic meters. It is now yours. Grandfather, Tang San also possesses innate full soul power, yet his martial soul is the blue silver grass. Oh, it appears our village will produce 2 soul masters this year. There is still a position for an apprentice in our village. Let us reserve it for Xiao San. Our family owns a bookstore, and I have some savings sufficient to cover your tuition. What do you say?" "I have no objections," Liu replied. "Very well, rest early. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Tang Hao," Old Jack remarked, seemingly recalling something, with an air of disdain. Chapter 4. The Lottery, the Golden Legend. Lu Yu leaned against the headboard, lost in thought as he gazed at the ring and token in his hand. The revelation from Village Chief Jack that night had left him profoundly shaken. The original narrative offered only a glimpse of Grandpa Jack's character at the beginning and the end, providing no evidence of his prowess as a formidable soul master. However, it was now evident that Grandpa Jack was concealing something significant. The original text afforded Jack too little attention to discern any clues, and it was common knowledge that only the Spirit Hall inherited the angel martial soul across the continent. Could it be that my parents had ties to the Spirit Hall? No, that cannot be. Who is speaking? The sudden voice startled Lu Yu, but he quickly regained his composure. "Is that you, System?" "Indeed, it is I, your System. Do you possess any knowledge?" "You are currently too weak. Revealing anything would be of little use." "Enough of that. Congratulations, host, for completing the Spirit Hall check-in task at Holy Soul Village. You have earned 200 points. A tenfold draw, and your soul power has reached level 10, unlocking the marketplace. Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, level 10, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Prayer Star Staff. Time and Space Angel, incomplete, points, 250 Warehouse, Playing Card Blueprint. The marketplace is now open. Lu Yu opened the shopping mall and, upon casting a glance, could not help but curse under his breath. The cheapest item required a staggering 1,000 points. Why doesn't the system go and rob a bank instead? The host could earn substantial rewards by completing tasks. Task: defeat any great soul master from any faction. Task duration: for months, completion grants 600 points. Obtain the first soul ring. The age of the soul ring must not be less than 300 years. Completion grants 500 points. A great soul master from any faction? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, and then a suitable candidate sprang to mind. The next challenge was to devise a method to acquire a soul ring. To obtain a soul ring, one must hunt soul beasts, yet considering his current strength, engaging in such a pursuit would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. He needed to find a way to enhance his physical prowess. Although Lu Yu had undergone the fortification of dragon blood, the effects were limited with each enhancement, and he lacked combat skills. Particularly, his primary martial spirit, the Qixing Lianzhong, exhibited glaring shortcomings in close-quarters combat. System. Do I have a chance for 10 consecutive draws? Let us utilize it now. In the next instant, a blue fountain appeared before Lu Yu, visible only to him. Almost immediately, the water began to swirl gently, and as time progressed, its movement became increasingly vigorous. With a series of splashes, 10 beams of light shot forth from the fountain, and 10 luminous orbs darted around the room, leaving behind long trails of light. Suddenly, Lu Yu's gaze caught a glimpse of gold. Gold has emerged. In the following moment, the 10 orbs aligned neatly before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the soul-guiding device, the Putsong Nu, along with the martial art Tai Chi Quan, and 8 dumplings have been stored in your inventory. Lu Yu retrieved the broken Song crossbow from the system. The crossbow's body was a deep azure black, adorned with swirling cloud patterns. Unlike traditional crossbows, the broken Song had no arms on either side. Instead, it featured 3 slender black tubes, reminiscent of sleeve arrows, designed to be worn on the forearm. In the grove just outside the village, a figure darted swiftly through the trees, sprinting and leaping with agility. Lu Yu propelled himself upward, harnessing the strength in his legs to ascend from one branch to another, honing his dexterity. Then, with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, raising his right arm. With a swift series of sounds, 3 arrows were released in succession, each striking the bullseye on a tree with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Yu executed a stylish backflip before landing gracefully. Through several days of practice, Lu Yu had gained a clear understanding of the broken Song crossbow's capabilities. By channeling his soul power, he could launch 3 arrows at once or a single shot, with a 5-second cooldown required before reloading after the arrows were expended. Lu Yu concealed the crossbow within his sleeve, rendering it utterly undetectable. He then hefted a basket of stones, engaging in various forms of training. The basket weighed no less than 100 pounds, imposing a significant burden on his physique. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yu appeared remarkably at ease. He performed a series of exercises, including jogging, squats, and weighted push-ups, exhausting every training method he could conceive. Indeed, as his physical prowess increased, so too did the challenge of assimilating the dragon's blood, necessitating an escalation in intensity. Previously, Lu Yu had merely transformed the dragon's blood into energy without fully digesting it. Now, this essence was sequestered within his dantian. With each breakthrough of his physical limits, a portion of the dragon's blood would precipitate, fortifying his body. However, Lu Yu had now reached a plateau. After completing his training, he had only worked up a slight sweat, indicating a need for enhanced strength training. Upon this realization, Lu Yu recalled the chaotic cloak hammering technique from the original text. The brilliance of this technique lies in its ability to harness force through the principle of leveraging, whereby each strike accumulates power. Theoretically, each subsequent blow surpasses the preceding one in strength, allowing for limitless augmentation, provided one can withstand the expenditure of energy. Lu Yu recalled that Tang Hao, known by the title of Doluo, seemed capable of unleashing 81 hammers, or was it a different number? To request Tang Hao to impart his wisdom upon him was evidently out of the question. In the original narrative, it was only after Tang San awakened the Haotian hammer, a supreme martial soul, that Tang Hao reluctantly agreed to teach him. Moreover, with his own staff martial soul, there was no necessity for such formidable power. Nevertheless, one could always leverage strength through the use of force. Lu Yu suddenly recalled that he seemed to have won a book on Tai Chi during a previous lottery. The principle of borrowing strength to counter strength, for ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, wasn't this wisdom passed down by our ancestors? With a newfound purpose, Lu Yu discarded the stone basket and hurried towards Tang Hao's blacksmith shop. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger iron blocks? Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lu Yu was taken aback to find village chief Jack engaged in conversation with Tang Hao, while Tang San diligently hammered away nearby. It appeared that Tang San had already mastered the chaotic wind hammering technique and was practicing earnestly. Village chief Jack was slightly surprised to see Lu Yu at the blacksmith shop. Little Yu has been elusive these past few days. What brings him here now? Earlier that morning, Jack had come to discuss with Tang Hao about sending Tang San to school. He had anticipated a lengthy negotiation, but to his astonishment, Tang Hao agreed readily. Jack almost thought he was imagining things. What did you say? I said I agree for Tang San to attend the Soul Master Academy in Notting City and become a Soul Master. Very well. I shall come to fetch Little San in a few days. Coincidentally, there is an extra work-study position in the village. After discussing it with Little Yu, we decided to allocate this spot to Little San. The village will cover the travel expenses, so you need not worry. I have no objections. satisfied with the response. Jack turned to leave. Uncle Hao, do you have any larger raw iron? We do have some, but what do you need that for? Hee hee. You will know in due time. How much do you need? About 50 pounds would suffice. It would be best to have several pieces. As Lu Yu was leaving, he discreetly took a hammer, and Tang Hao, noticing it, chose not to comment. Lu Yu contemplated forging a set of heavy armor from the iron, thereby enhancing the intensity of his training. Tang Sen observed Lu Yu's departure and remarked, "Brother, you must be aiming to challenge himself. But what does he need all that iron for? He does not possess the skills to forge." Tang Hao, overhearing this, inquired with curiosity, "Xiao San, did you not mention that Lu Yu has also awakened a dual martial soul, including an angelic one?" "Indeed, but that martial soul is shrouded in mist." Rendering it difficult to discern, Tang San replied. Tang Hao murmured to himself, "What is the true nature of this lad? First, dragon blood, now this martial soul. Could it be? Dad, is something the matter?" Tang San asked, noticing his father's prolonged silence. "Nothing at all. Now, cease your hammering for the moment. I shall demonstrate once more. Pay close attention to my posture and movements." Chapter 5. The journey begins, Nodding City days later. Tang Sen wiped the sweat from his brow and set down the iron hammer. The hammer techniques taught by father are indeed remarkable. I can manage only 8 strikes. I wonder what Brother Yu has been up to these past few days. After completing the task assigned by Tang Hao, Tang Sen hurried to the village chief's home in search of Lu Yu. Recalling that Lu Yu had been requesting iron and a hammer from his father, Tang Sen felt a surge of curiosity. Has Brother Yu come to learn blacksmithing? But father is the only one in the village with a bellows and forge. What purpose could merely hammering iron serve? Upon arriving at the village chief's house, Tang San was informed that Lu Yu was not present. He inquired about Lu Yu's whereabouts, to which Chief Jack responded that Lu Yu had been heading to the small grove before dawn and returning after dark, covered in dirt. Thus, Tang San made his way to the grove. As he entered and walked a few steps, he heard the sound of rhythmic hammering. Following the sound, he was astonished to behold Lu Yu in the distance, wielding a hammer to strike a piece of raw iron. With each blow, Lu Yu's upper body rotated slightly, and the force of each strike grew more powerful than the last. This is, utilizing force against force, the chaotic wind hammering technique. Could it be that father has taught Brother Yu as well? Tang Sen pondered. No, Brother Yu has not visited the blacksmith shop these days. Could it be that he has discovered this technique on his own? The more Tang Sen considered, the more incredulous he became. He had learned this skill under his father's tutelage, yet Lu Yu had seemingly mastered it through his own exploration. Tang Sen counted, and noted that Lu Yu had executed a total of 30 strikes in succession, while his father had only managed 36 in his own demonstration. The talent of Brother Yu is indeed formidable. I cannot fall behind. If Brother Yu is working so diligently, I must prioritize the crafting of hidden weapons. Tang Sen resolved quietly before departing unnoticed. At that moment, Lu Yu collapsed onto the ground, his body aching profoundly. Yet, almost instantly, a warm current spread from his dantian, alleviating the soreness and fatigue. The dragon blood has absorbed another portion. Lu Yu stepped aside and donned his iron vest, iron leg guards, and gauntlets, bearing a weight close to 100 kilograms. Even for an adult, walking 100 meters in this gear would prove exceedingly challenging. However, upon wearing it, Lu Yu felt the pressure coursing through his limbs and jumped a few times in place. Over the past month and a half, he had been clad in this weighted attire, removing it only while sleeping, and even during meals, he remained encased in it. Through this period of acclimatization, Lu Yu had become thoroughly accustomed to the burden. With the commencement of the academy fast approaching, less than a month remained before the deadline imposed by the system, and soon he would reunite with Gong Tao to undertake their tasks. At this moment, in Lu Yu's eyes, Su Yuntao was nothing short of a living point of merit. Meanwhile, at the branch of the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City, achoo! What was this? Why had he been sneezing incessantly these past few days? Had he caught a cold? Su Yuntao murmured to himself. Tang San added more firewood to the stove and poured a bit more water into the porridge, ensuring that his father could enjoy a warm meal upon waking. Old Jack and Lu Yu were already waiting at the door. Perhaps due to their trip to the city that day, Grandpa Jack had donned a new outfit, looking considerably more sprightly. Come on, Xiao San. That lazybones won't be getting up anytime soon, called Village Chief Jack to Tang San. Shoo, Grandpa, keep your voice down. Father dislikes being disturbed while he sleeps. Tang San responded, signaling for silence as he shouldered his pack and departed. On the way, Tang San occasionally glanced back. Tang San, are you perhaps reluctant to part with Uncle Tang Hao? Lu Yu inquired curiously. A little, I suppose. Village Chief Jack smiled faintly. What good deeds did that drunkard Tang Hao accomplish in his previous life to deserve such a thoughtful child like you? Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the academy? Tang San redirected the conversation. Village Chief Jack chuckled. Certainly, the academy is a place for learning. Since Holy Soul Village is not far from Nodding City. The three of them arrived at their destination in less than half a day. Nodding City, while not a large metropolis within the Tiando Empire, still bustled with activity. After escorting the two to the academy's entrance, Old Jack admonished, once you enter the academy, be sure to attend your classes diligently, listen attentively, and strive to become outstanding soul masters upon your return. Do you hear me? Grandpa has matters to attend to in the city. So you two head in on your own. Lu Yu, take good care of Xiao San, understood? And for heaven's sake, don't cause any trouble or get into fights, remember? Yes, Grandpa, we will behave. You go on with your business, Li replied. Old Jack turned and departed, while Tang San and Li walked towards the school. Hey, who are those kids? This isn't a place for your antics. Hurry up and scram. Just as they approached the school gates, a voice filled with scorn rang out. Liu hastily retrieved a certificate from his pocket and presented it to the guard, saying, Uncle, we are the new students enrolling this year. The guard cast a disdainful glance at the certificate, sneering mockingly. You? From which backwater village do you hail, thinking you can become soul masters? Innate full soul power with blue silver grass. Huh, you almost make me laugh to death. A pitiful weapon spirit from such a wretched place. With that, the guard contemptuously tossed the certificate to the ground, scoffing. Even the prominent families in the city seldom produce an innate full soul power. How could two such beings arise from your impoverished corner? TCH, two unwanted bastards. Upon hearing this, Liu's expression shifted dramatically. His heart ablaze with fury as he prepared to unleash his wrath upon the guard with his right hand. Suddenly, a small hand grasped his arm. It was Tang San, who shook his head in a gesture of caution, signaling him to refrain from acting recklessly. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind them. I can testify. As Lu Yu and Tang San turned to look back, a familiar figure approached them. Master Su? Both exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with surprise. Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, his expression turning serious as he addressed the guards. I am the soul master responsible for awakening these two children's martial souls. The certificate you discarded was issued by me. For the past few days, Su Yuntao had been plagued by sneezing and an incessantly twitching right eyelid. Sensing that something was amiss, he decided to take a stroll to clear his mind, only to stumble upon this scene. When he realized that the guard was confronting Lu Yu, he was momentarily taken aback, understanding that his promotion and salary increase hinged entirely on this esteemed individual. If this situation escalated and attracted the attention of other deacons, his aspirations would surely be dashed. The guard, who had intended to berate the approaching young man, suddenly caught sight of the golden badge emblazoned on his chest, two crossed longswords, signifying a great soul master. He inhaled sharply, astonished, and pondered the origins of these two children. How could they possibly attract the attention of a great soul master? At that moment, he wished he could slap himself for underestimating the situation. The guard's heart sank as he realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. What was happening? A figure loomed in the distance. Chapter 6. The master appears, seeking apprenticeship. What is going on? A raspy voice echoed through the air. Liu looked up and beheld a man of average height and slender build approaching. Dressed in black, the man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, sporting a neat crew cut and possessing an unremarkable appearance. His hands were clasped behind his back, and there was an air of nonchalance in his brows reminiscent of Tang Hao. This was Master Yu Xiaojiang, known as Tang San's teacher in the original work, hailing from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. However, due to a mutation of his martial soul, he had become incapacitated, representing one facet of the wisdom of the Iron Triangle. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled the identity of the man before him. Master, the guard, as if seizing a lifeline, spoke respectfully, hastily retrieving a proof from the ground and presenting it before Yu Xiaojiang. These are two new students sent from the village below. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the proof before shifting his gaze to Lu Yu and Tang San. As Lu Yu lifted his gaze to meet the masters, he suddenly sensed an air of wisdom in the man's eyes, a sentiment echoed by Tang San beside him. Esteemed sir, on behalf of the academy, I extend my apologies for the earlier incident. I shall take responsibility for these two children. Su Yuntao appraised the man before him, surmising he was likely a teacher at the academy. The ones who require an apology are not me, but these two children. I sincerely hope your esteemed institution will consider employing someone more discerning to oversee the gates, rather than allowing just anyone to take on such a role. As he spoke, Su Yuntao cast a glance at the guard, who promptly lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his back, too intimidated to respond. The master then turned his attention to Lu Yu and Tang San, forcing a smile that was more a grimace than anything else. "You two, come with me." After the master departed with them, Su Yuntao also turned to leave, pulling out a handkerchief from his sleeve as he walked. Within it lay several gold coins and a note, a quick maneuver by Lu Yu that had gone unnoticed. Upon reading it, Su Yuntao chuckled softly to himself. This clever lad. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the entry task at the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy, earning 200 points. Weapon. Black gold staff has been deposited into the system warehouse. Please check your inventory. As Lu Yu stepped through the school gates, a notification sound resonated from the system. At that moment, Tang San was engaged in conversation with the master. "I apologize for the trouble earlier, Master," Tang San remarked. The master waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not a true teacher. I am merely a guest who wanders through the halls of this institution. You may refer to me as Master, just like everyone else." "Not a teacher? Then you must possess considerable abilities," Tang San ventured. "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" The master inquired. "Although you do not hold the title of teacher, the two guards earlier showed you great respect, and it is evident that you represent the academy." Indicating a position of high standing, Tang San quickly articulated his conjecture. Lu Yu, standing by, couldn't help but marvel at the adept flattery displayed by the third party, whose compliments were nothing short of flawless. The master erupted into hearty laughter, stating that the title of master was not one to be bestowed lightly. "You two possess innate full soul power," he paused, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, "and you are both dual martial souls. As for me, a mere lodger who idles away my days, I lack the qualifications to be your teacher." Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The certification held by Yuga indicated that he was a dual martial soul, yet aside from his father, no one was privy to the fact that Tang San himself was also a dual martial soul, a secret he had kept well hidden even during his awakening. Lu Yu sighed softly, acknowledging the master's brilliance. As a time traveler, he possessed the advantage of an omniscient perspective, allowing him to discern Tang San's twin martial spirits. Yet, the master unveiled the secret of the young man merely through a theoretical framework, which was truly remarkable. "Indeed, you possess exceptional skills, Master. With just a single piece of evidence, you can discern my twin martial spirits. I dare say no teacher within the Soul Master Academy could rival your capabilities." Tang San spoke slowly. "Would you consider being my mentor?" This was a well-considered decision on Tang San's part. He had confided the matter of his twin martial spirits only to his father, yet the person before him had unveiled it with astonishing clarity. The master chuckled heartily. "Very well. Since you have taken the initiative to become my disciple, I shall accept you. Tang San, do you know how I recognized your twin martial spirits?" Tang San pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The master then turned his gaze toward Lu Yu, inquiring, "Does this young friend happen to know?" Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Me?" The master smiled and nodded. "I presume it is due to this certificate," Lu Yu remarked, shaking the document in his hand. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. "This certificate clearly states that the blue-silver grass is a worthless martial soul, yet it possesses innate, full soul power. However, I am at a loss as to how this conclusion was drawn. Although Lu Yu generally enjoys watching anime and reading novels, he primarily remembers only the exhilarating battle scenes and extraordinary skills, failing to retain the intricate theoretical details. As for deductions, Lu Yu merely glanced at the master's proof and relied solely on conjecture. However, upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. The child's powers of observation were remarkably astute. From just a few fleeting glances, he could infer the reasoning behind the existence of twin martial souls. These two youngsters were indeed exceptional. Proof? At that moment, Tang San was still in a state of confusion. Indeed, it was proof. The master smiled and remarked, "This young friend is truly clever. It was precisely from your proof that I deduced my conclusion. I have investigated over 670 soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul, and only a third possess soul power, with all of them at the first level. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls I have studied, the quality of a martial soul is directly proportional to its soul power, and the blue-silver grass clearly does not belong to that category. I understand what you wish to say. There are always exceptions. In nearly a century, there have been only 2 individuals with twin martial souls in the 2 great empires. while there are 19 with innate full soul power, all of whom are formidable soul masters. Among them, 2 were of humble origins. Their innate full soul power resulting from martial soul mutation, yet your blue silver grass has evidently not undergone such a mutation. Therefore, I surmise that you must possess another martial soul to support you. The master concluded his explanation, directing his gaze towards Tang San, who stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Liu remained unconvinced, believing that this theory only applied to the denizens of the Dolua continent, and Tang San was not one of them. Tang San's twin martial souls were inherited from his parents, and his innate full soul power was attributed to his cultivation of the Xiantian skill. The master then reiterated the theory of martial soul mutation to Tang San. Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly knelt and bowed in reverence, seeking to become the master's disciple. Liu Yu quietly observed from the side, showing no inclination to seek a mentor. "Brother Yu, will you not take on a master?" Tang San inquired after the master helped him to his feet. The master also smiled as he regarded Liu Yu, genuinely curious about the origins of this youth's silver angel martial spirit. The aura surrounding the boy did not resemble that of a commoner nor that of a noble, and the martial spirits of the spirit hall were not silver in hue. Liu Yu slowly shook his head and said, "The master cannot assist me." Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow. The master, however, remained unfazed and waved his hand, saying, "If you do not wish to pay homage, so be it." Looking at Liu Yu with a hint of admiration, he continued, "I can personally introduce you to a mentor. As you both possess innate full soul power and thus require the hunting of soul beasts to obtain your first soul ring. Of course, should you have any inquiries regarding soul rings or soul beasts, feel free to approach me at any time." He genuinely appreciated this young lad. Had it been anyone else, he would not have bothered at all. Chapter 7. Establishing authority in the dormitory, the master escorted the two to complete their enrollment procedures, registering their student identities, and, after receiving their uniforms, began the allocation of dormitories. Since Liu Yu was not a working student, he and Tang San were assigned to different dormitories. The working students resided in Dormitory 7, while Liu Yu was allocated to Dormitory 6. Dormitory 6 housed the offspring of nobility. After the teacher in charge of accommodations led Liu Yu to Dormitory 6, he departed. "Brother Yu, once you finish arranging your dormitory, shall we head to the cafeteria together?" "Indeed, that sounds good. See you shortly." The dormitory building comprised 3 floors, with Dormitory 7 on the ground floor and Dormitory 6 on the second floor. Upon arriving at the entrance, Liu overheard several voices inside. "Boss, I just heard from the dormitory supervisor that there's a new student in our dorm." "A new student? What of it?" "It seems this lad hails from the countryside and has a work-study companion who has been assigned to Dorm 7. A country bumpkin and a work-study student? That merely makes him a rustic. Perfect, as we usually handle the chores of serving tea and washing clothes. Let us have this bumpkin toil for us free of charge. Isn't that delightful? What if he turns out to be a troublemaker? What of it? Just let it be. He is merely a freshman from the countryside. How rebellious can he be? If he dares to oppose us, we'll have him searching for his teeth." "Haha, boss, when I came up just now, I spotted a girl in Dorm 7, absolutely stunning. Let us go have some fun with her tomorrow." Liu Yu listened to the incessant chatter echoing within the room, his brow furrowing in irritation. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked the door with a resounding thud. The steel door slammed violently against the wall behind it. In that instant, the children inside were left in a state of bewilderment. Liu Yu stood at the entrance, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze around the room. Inside, children of both genders, ranging from 6 to 11 or 12 years of age, were clad in magnificent robes. At this moment, they all directed their attention towards Liu Yu at the door. "I am the country bumpkin you've heard about. Is it true that you intend to leave someone searching for their teeth?" Liu Yu sneered. The previously dazed children in the room quickly regained their composure, and one by one, their faces contorted with anger. "How dare a mere rustic be so arrogant?" exclaimed the tallest boy among them, his expression rife with mockery and disdain. "You must be new here. Do you understand the rules? Do you know who holds sway in this 6th residence? Do you even know who I am?" Liu Yu coldly gazed at the boy before him, the so-called leader. "Leader, don't waste your breath with him. This country bumpkin dares to kick the door. Let's teach him a lesson, so he understands the rules." A boy stepped forward, a sinister expression etched across his face as he looked at Liu Yu. "Wang Hu, be gentle, don't incapacitate him. We still need him for the dirty work in our dormitory," someone cautioned. The boy named Wang Hu replied confidently, "Don't worry, leader. I know my limits." The other children in the dormitory burst into cruel laughter, as if envisioning Lu Yu begging for mercy on his knees. Kid, state your name. I don't fight nameless individuals. Wang Hu's body trembled, and a yellow light erupted, summoning his martial spirit, a 2-meter-long staff. What a pathetic display. Lu Yu extended his middle finger. Wang Hu's expression altered dramatically as he brandished his long staff, leaping lightly before striking fiercely towards Lu Yu. As the staff appeared poised to descend upon Lu Yu, the impending blow promised certain bruising. The other children in the room erupted into even more raucous laughter. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yu sprang into action. In a flash, his right hand transformed into a claw, fingers splayed like an eagle's talons seizing its prey. Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, rendered immobile as if frozen in place. Lu Yu's left foot paused momentarily. In an instant, he unleashed his strength. Wang Hu felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and his face turned a deep shade of purplish red. His back arched, resembling a cooked shrimp. At that moment, Lu Yu swung his stick, and with a resounding thud, Wang Hu was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the floor. The entire sequence was executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before the children could comprehend what had occurred, Wang Hu was already propelled away. With such feeble prowess, he dared to expect me to serve him tea? Lu Yu flexed his wrist and coldly regarded them, declaring, "If I do not leave you all with broken teeth today, I shall not bear the surname Lu." Upon hearing this proclamation, the children's faces turned ashen. Suddenly, a figure leaped from behind several children, soaring through the air like a hunting eagle. With hands poised like talons and legs slightly bent, he charged toward Lu Yu with a speed that eclipsed even that of Wang Hu moments before. It was Ling Fei. His martial spirit was that of the Azure Eagle, making him the second strongest among us, surpassed only by Boss Xiao. The children gasped in awe. Ling Fei's attack was executed with such swiftness that it occurred almost instantaneously as Lu Yu finished speaking. Lu Yu let out a cold chuckle, his body slightly turning as he faced his opponent with his right shoulder. In the very moment that Ling Fei approached, he swiftly seized him. Following this surge of energy, Lu Yu pivoted his body, harnessing the force. Using his waist as an axis, he transferred the power from his right shoulder to his left shoulder, and with the momentum, he unleashed a powerful left punch, striking directly at Ling Fei's chest. Lu Yu's speed surpassed even that of Ling Fei, who possessed a speed-oriented martial spirit. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Ling Fei's chest. The latter was sent flying backward in a manner reminiscent of Wang Hu just moments before. In an instant, the entire 6th dormitory fell silent. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Lu Yu, utterly shocked that the 3 most formidable fighters in the 6th dormitory had been dispatched by him in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, he had not even moved from his position. Lu Yu moved, lifting his foot and slowly advancing forward. The sound of his steps echoed like a heartbeat, causing everyone, except for the imposing Xiao Laoda, to instinctively retreat a few paces. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Xiao Laoda, for he was the only soul master among them possessing a soul ring. Wang Hu and Ling Fei, supporting each other, rose to their feet, casting cold glares at Lu Yu, silently contemplating the dire consequences of offending Xiao Laoda. Death would surely follow for such a fool. Xiao Lai regarded Lu Yu with a frigid demeanor and spoke, "You, young man, are facing a true soul master. It is not too late to apologize. Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Yet, Lu Yu remained steadfast, replying, "I have no desire to repeat myself, nor will I entertain your words again." At this retort, Xiao Lai's fury ignited. This youth showed an utter lack of respect. First, he had injured Wang Hu and Ling Fei, and now he dared to act so brazenly. A mere country bumpkin, emboldened by a touch of strength, could not be allowed to continue in such arrogance, if left unchecked. How could he ever command respect in the future? Xiao Lai, a 6th-level student with the Wind Wolf martial spirit and a 12th-level battle soul master, coldly demanded, "State your martial spirit and level. It is the rule." Lu Yu smiled softly. As a newcomer with a staff as his martial spirit, he possessed innate full soul power, yet lacked a soul ring. With a flick of his wrist, a mysterious black staff inscribed with arcane runes appeared in his hand, its tip adorned with 7 gemstones. Within the crescent moon's embrace, a blue lotus flower spun gracefully, radiating a vibrant life force. The crowd was astounded upon hearing of his innate full soul power, gazing at Lu Yu with sheer disbelief. Such a rare talent, occurring once in a century, had graced them today. Chapter 8. Conquest. The leader, Ling Fei, observed the staff in Lu Yu's grasp, feeling the warm aura emanating from it, which seemed to alleviate his injuries in an instant. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "What of possessing innate full soul power? A person devoid of a soul ring dares to be so arrogant? How formidable can an auxiliary martial spirit staff truly be? Without a soul ring, what can he possibly use to contend with the leader? The leader remains unperturbed. Encouraged by the crowd's support, Xiao Lai felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, though Lu Yu had innate full soul power, he was a bona fide soul master. With a sinister smile, Xiao Lai let out a low growl as a white soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, conjuring the image of a green wolf behind him. Martial spirit manifested. The wolf's silhouette gradually melded with Xiao Lai, and soon, his pupils gleamed with a verdant light. His hands transformed, growing into razor-sharp claws in an instant. Lu Yu cast a glance at the soul ring. What a disappointment, merely white. According to Lu Yu's recollection, the color of a soul ring correlates with its age. 10 years is white, 100 years is yellow, 1,000 years is purple, 10,000 years is black, and 100,000 years is red. The one before him was merely a decade old. Lu Yu promptly retracted his martial spirit, deeming it unnecessary to employ such power against a mere novice. Observing this, Xiao Lai mistakenly interpreted Lu Yu's actions as a sign of fear, realizing that his own martial spirit was of little consequence. Now, cognizant of his trepidation, it was too late. He would have to pay the price for today's events. With a furious shout, Xiao Lai concentrated his strength into his claws and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Lu Yu. Brimming with confidence, he believed that this strike would be impossible for Lu Yu to withstand. Others watched, scoffing at the spectacle, certain that their leader's attack would seal the boy's fate. However, Lu Yu remained steadfast, not employing any elaborate techniques. He slightly bent his legs, assuming a horse stance, and with an air of effortless grace, he unleashed a punch. Thunderous impact. Xiao Lai was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall, and then thudded onto the ground. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, Xiao Lai struggled to rise, only to find a pair of feet before him. A soft voice echoed, "Are you waiting to be pummeled again and call me daddy? Or will you willingly submit and call me daddy on your own?" As Xiao Lai felt the intense agony in his chest and recalled that terrifying punch, it dawned on him that he was no match for this newcomer. Lu Yu turned to face the others, and in an instant, fear gripped the other children, their faces flushing crimson as they retreated several steps. "From now on, I am the new leader of the 6th dormitory. Do you have any objections?" "No objections," the other children replied, clearly shaken, echoing his words in unison. "You shall be our new leader from this day forth. If you command us to go east, we shall never venture west." Wang Hu and Ling Fei, displaying their astuteness, promptly began to prepare a bed for Lu Yu. "You three, come here." Lu Yu gestured towards Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei, summoning the Qixing Lotus staff. As he infused it with his soul power, the tip of the staff blossomed into a radiant lotus. Ling Fei and the others felt enveloped by a warm current, and their injuries healed instantaneously. "How astonishing!" the trio exclaimed in unison. "Thank you, boss. A little kindness goes a long way, and Lu Yu certainly understood that. Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly prepare my bedding. After all this fuss, I am famished and plan to head to the cafeteria shortly." Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. Wang Hu and Ling Fei hurried to arrange the beds, while Xiao Lai, with utmost seriousness, looked at Lu Yu and declared, "From this moment on, you shall be my leader, Lu Yu." Lu Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, awkwardly patting his shoulder before turning to leave. He mused to himself, "Children will always be children. They follow whoever is stronger." At that moment, the three reconvened, observing Lu Yu's departing figure. Ling Fei remarked, "The boss is indeed the boss. He can defeat us without relying on his martial spirit." Wang Hu added, "Speaking of which, is the boss truly a support-type spirit? How is it that he fights with such ferocity?" Xiao Lai pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps this is the innate gift of possessing a full spirit power from birth. Lu Yu strolled leisurely into the cafeteria, where he fortuitously encountered Tang San at the entrance, accompanied by a charming young girl. The girl had a fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, dressed in simple yet impeccably neat attire, with her long hair intricately braided into a lengthy scorpion braid cascading down her back. At that moment, they were engaged in conversation, with a few others from the 7th dormitory lingering nearby. "Brother Yu," Tang San called out, waving to Lu Yu. His exclamation immediately drew the girl's attention to Lu Yu. "This must be Xiao Wu," he mused, surprised that Tang San had an affinity for this particular type. Lu Yu sighed, recognizing her as the quintessential little lowly. For too young. Although Xiao Wu possessed an innocent and charming appearance, Lu Yu harbored no inappropriate thoughts. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu was the wife of a certain rival, and now he found himself as the brother of that rival. After all, one must never transgress against a brother's wife. Moreover, in the world of Doluo continent, there were countless beautiful women and opportunities abounded. "Are you Lu Yu?" Xiao Wu inquired, her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him. "My brother told me that there is someone named Lu Yu who is even stronger than him. I just defeated him, and now I intend to defeat you." Tang Xin felt a wave of embarrassment. Although he had indeed let her win earlier, being bested by a girl was somewhat humiliating. "Yes, that is indeed me." Lu Yu nodded slightly. "After we finish our meal, I wish to engage in a spar with you," Xiao Wu declared with a playful smile. "I have no interest." Lu Yu promptly declined. He was well aware that Xiao Wu's true form was that of a soft-boned rabbit, who enjoyed brawling and teasing Tang San in the earlier stages. However, Lu Yu genuinely felt no inclination. Having just engaged in a battle, he was now exceedingly hungry and only wished to eat. "Why?" Xiao Wu was taken aback, letting out a huff. "Are you afraid of me, a girl?" "Not at all," Lu Yu shook his head. "The main reason is that you cannot defeat me." To be honest, Tang San was also curious about the extent of Lu Yu's strength. Curiosity is innate to all, even for Tang San, who was a time traveler. And despite possessing the soul of a man in his 30s. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's competitive spirit was entirely ignited by Lu Yu's few remarks. "How can you know without even trying?" "I don't care. As a girl, I challenge you, Lu Yu, and you must accept." Seeing that he could not decline, Lu Yu finally acquiesced, saying, very well, I shall engage in the game with you." Lu Yu paused briefly and inquired, "Do you possess a soul ring?" "I do not. Why do you ask?" came the reply. "Then let us engage in combat once you acquire a soul ring." Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You said it, so do not go back on your word. I am inherently endowed with full soul power, and once I return, let us feast first." Lu Yu gently caressed his belly. During this time, the master had sought out Tang San, causing the other work-study students in the 7th dormitory to cast curious glances. The master was a renowned figure within the academy. "Tang San, have you truly taken the master as your mentor?" One of the work-study students could not help but exclaim. "Think it through, Tang San. The master possesses only a soul power of 29. Approaching 50 years of age, he has yet to break through to the great soul master level, spending his days idly at the academy. Mind your words, or I shall truly give you a thrashing." Tang San replied coldly, shooting him a glacial glance before rising and departing on his own. Lu Yu shook his head. These work-study students were merely ordinary individuals, lacking Tang San's foresight. However, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San's receding figure with bright eyes. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter after finishing his meal. Lu Yu did not return to the dormitory, but instead proceeded to the library, intending to seek out information to enhance his understanding of soul beasts and soul rings. Lu Yu had anticipated a bustling library filled with numerous scholars, yet to his surprise, only a handful of students lingered within its walls. Upon reflection, he recognized that this was the realm of Doluo continent, a world where power held paramount importance. And given that the Junior Soul Master Academy comprised mostly children aged 11 or 12, along with work-study students, it was not surprising that few had the leisure to engage and study. Although the library's records may not possess the granularity of a master's lecture, they suffice for Lu Yu's needs. He sought merely to familiarize himself with the Soul Beast Compendium and its general timelines to adequately prepare for acquiring his first soul ring. Soul beasts under 400 years of age typically resided on the outskirts of the soul hunting forest, and with a modicum of caution, he believed he would encounter no significant issues. Immersed in his studies, Lu Yu felt as though he had returned to the period of cramming for finals in his previous life. As the sun gradually descended, it painted the sky with a brilliant array of twilight hues, the interplay of dusk's light casting a warm glow upon both the heavens and the earth. Ding. Daily reading check-in complete, earning 100 points. Lu Yu placed the book he held back on the shelf, only to turn around and find a man clad in black staring intently at him, a familiar smile gracing his face. "Master, what brings him here?" The library of Nodding Academy was modest in size, consisting of 2 floors, the first dedicated entirely to the fundamental introductions of soul beasts. With the master's vast knowledge, there should be no need for him to seek information here. Or could it be that he is in search of me? Just as Lu Yu pondered this, the master nodded in his direction. "Follow me," he said softly before turning to leave, with Lu Yu closely trailing behind. Throughout their journey, the master remained silent. Yet Lu Yu sensed a watchful gaze upon him at all times. Lu Yu followed the master through a winding path, finally coming to a halt before a quaint wooden cabin. "Come in," The master beckoned as he opened the door and stepped inside, inviting Lu Yu to follow. Lu Yu observed the numerous books neatly arranged within the room and mused. It seems even the master possesses a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Master, did you summon me for a particular reason? Lu Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Please, make yourself comfortable. The master seated himself behind a desk and addressed Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I noticed in the records of the Spirit Hall that you possess innate, full spirit power and dual spirit souls. Is that correct? Indeed, Lu Yu nodded in affirmation. Would you be able to demonstrate your spirit? He continued, assuringly, Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Sensing Lu Yu's potential misunderstanding, he hastily elaborated. Although Lu Yu was filled with perplexity, he complied nonetheless. With a mere thought, the Qixing Lianzhong materialized instantly in his grasp, and a silvery figure emerged behind him. The master, upon witnessing the silver angelic martial spirit behind Lu Yu, widened his eyes in astonishment and abruptly rose to his feet. He murmured to himself, Indeed. If there has been no mutation, then it is truly real. Lu Yu, observing the master's reaction, couldn't help but inquire, Master, do you know the origin of my martial soul? The master replied solemnly, Well, I cannot guarantee it, but I have a strong conviction. The renowned angelic martial souls of the continent originate from the martial soul hall, yet they claim to be descendants of the sun god. However, there exists another place that holds the legacy of the angelic martial souls. Where is it? Lu Yu retracted his martial soul. The angelic martial soul was overwhelmingly powerful, consuming nearly half of his soul energy merely to summon it. Hearing that the master seemed to possess knowledge about the origins of his martial soul, Lu Yu's heart surged with excitement. If that were the case, he might be able to locate his parents in this world. In his previous life, Lu Yu's parents worked far from home, and he was raised by his grandfather in the countryside. It was only after his grandfather's passing that he was reunited with his parents. Tragically, just as Lu Yu was about to enter university, his parents met with an unfortunate accident, leaving him yearning for a complete family. In my youth, I traversed the continent and once found myself lost in a mysterious village. The master continued, This village is not marked on any map, yet it undeniably exists. The villagers awaken their powers naturally upon reaching a certain age, and without exception. They all possess clock-type martial souls. What does this have to do with me? Lu Yu inquired. In the heart of the village stands a statue that bears a striking resemblance to your martial soul. I learned from the villagers that it is the deity they have venerated through generations. Deity? Lu Yu echoed, astonished. Indeed, and there is something extraordinarily remarkable about it. The locals acquire their soul rings in a peculiar manner. They never hunt soul beasts. Instead, when someone seeks to ascend, they pray to the deity. And the statue manifests its power, bestowing upon them the soul rings. Do you remember where this village is? Lu Yu inquired anxiously. Regrettably. The master shook his head and replied, When I emerged and attempted to retrace my steps, that village had vanished. Vanished? Lu Yu echoed, bewildered. It simply disappeared into thin air? Indeed, it has completely evaporated. Is there a connection between my martial soul and that village? Lu Yu questioned, feeling increasingly perplexed. It is my conjecture, the master continued, that the village is linked to a reclusive sect, or perhaps it serves as a conduit between the continent and the sect. While your martial soul embodies their legacy, thus holding the key to discovering its whereabouts. After returning from the master, Lu Yu's consciousness lingered in the system space, incessantly contemplating the master's words. System, is what the master said true? There exists both truth and falsehood. Given your current strength, knowing it is of little consequence. Your immediate priority is to acquire your first soul ring, enhance your power, and fulfill your tasks. Do not overthink it, the system retorted dismissively. Lu Yu cast a glance at the system panel. Host, Lu Yu, Soul Power, Level 10, Soul Master, Points, 550, Warehouse, Poker Card Blueprint. Tasks, defeat any powerful Soul Master, Points, 600, acquire the first soul ring, with a lifespan of no less than 300 years, Points, 500. Currently, he had accumulated 550 points, and after obtaining the first soul ring, he would be able to indulge in 10 consecutive draws. As for the system store, Lu Yu merely glanced at it before retreating, entirely devoid of any desire to explore further. What was offered? Postpartum care for sows, 100 tips to become wealthy, and a domineering rich woman falling in love with me, was perplexing. Who knew where the system had procured such nonsense? Moreover, they were exorbitantly priced, with each item averaging 2,000 points. System, what on earth is this? Why is everything becoming increasingly expensive? Was Tia just 1,000 points last time? You get what you pay for. The stronger you become, the pricier it gets. This is outright robbery. Indeed, it is robbery. And do you have any objections? The system raised an eyebrow. What? You think it's justified to rob me? Do you believe I want to sever my ties with you? For disobedient hosts, the system reserves the right to obliterate them. Oh, Lu Yu was bewildered. What kind of operation was this? What kind of bizarre system was this? Chapter 10, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 1. In the morning, Lu Yu skipped class to visit the library and check in. The courses at the Junior Academy primarily revolved around rote memorization, which were exceedingly simple for Lu Yu, who possessed the wandering thoughts meditation technique. Furthermore, Lu Yu consistently ranked at the top of his class, allowing his teachers to turn a blind eye to his truancy. After lunch, Lu Yu sought out Tang San. But he was absent. Lu Yu surmised he must have gone to the soul-hunting forest with the master. In the afternoon, Lu Yu ventured out as well. But instead of hurrying to the soul-hunting forest, he first made a stop at the spirit hall. The soul-hunting forest served as a sanctuary for the Empire's cultivated soul beasts, requiring a hand order from the spirit hall for entry. Naturally, Lu Yu had nothing of the sort, so he needed to seek assistance. The spirit hall in Nodding City was far more imposing than that of Holy Soul Village, boasting 3 stories and a grand entrance guarded by a magnificent golden sword. Child, this is the spirit hall, not a playground, a guard remarked as Lu Yu approached. Greetings. I seek Master Su Yuntao. Please inform him that Lu Yu has come to see him. The guard regarded Lu Yu with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, furrowing his brow. What business does a child have with him? Although perplexed, the guard complied. Shortly after, Su Yuntao emerged, gazing steadily at Lu Yu before speaking. Little genius. Have you decided to join the spirit hall? Come in and let us converse. No, I am here to request your assistance. Request my assistance? Su Yuntao inquired with a hint of confusion, then recalled that Lu Yu possessed innate full soul power and must now require a soul ring. What assistance do you seek? You don't mean to ask me to help you hunt a soul beast, do you? However, I am quite busy. If you were to join the spirit hall, I could assist you. With a flicker of thought, Lu Yu retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and tossed it onto the table, declaring, I wish to employ your services to hunt soul beasts. This is the advance payment. Su Yuntao opened the pouch, his eyes instantly widening in astonishment. Where did you procure such a fortune? Su Yuntao recalled that Lu Yu was supposedly the grandson of the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Yet how much could a mere village chief possibly earn? This pouch contained at least 300 gold coins, surpassing his own monthly salary. You need not concern yourself with that. Just tell me whether you will assist me, Lu Yu replied with a smile. All the money on the table had been extracted from the ring given by Grandpa Jack. Truth be told, Lu Yu was equally astonished upon seeing such a substantial sum for the first time, akin to the moment when one discovers their family's wealth at the age of 18. Instantly, Lu Yu perceived that Grandpa Jack was no ordinary individual. It was implausible for a village chief to amass such wealth. Very well, when shall we depart? Should we recruit additional help? A fool does not turn down money. Su Yuntao's rapid agreement prompted a sigh of relief from Lu Yu. No need. Just the 2 of us will suffice. Let us set out immediately. In the northeast of Nodding City, Su Yuntao and Lu Yu arrived at the bustling market outside the soul-hunting forest. What a lively scene, Lu Yu mused, reminiscing about the fairs of his past life. Professional teams, 1 member short, recruiting auxiliary soul masters, boarding at once, priority for recovery-type healers. Agile attack-type battle soul masters, level 30, martial spirit shadow eagle, seeking a team. Xiao San and the master must be inside searching for soul beasts by now. Let us go. The entrance is over there. Su Yuntao's voice broke through Lu Yu's reverie as he led Lu Yu directly toward the grand entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Gazing at the towering gates that resembled city walls, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent sight. Su Yuntao presented a token to the guard. Steward. The guard bowed and, after a thorough inspection, returned the token to Su Yuntao. With a rumble, the massive steel gates slowly opened, releasing a breath of the forest's unique essence. Countless towering trees and exotic flora greeted Lu Yu's eyes. Let us proceed. Su Yuntao took the lead, with Lu Yu following closely behind. As his feet crunched upon the fallen leaves, Lu Yu felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. 1,000-year soul beast. Here I come. Indeed, Lu Yu intended to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast, which possessed strength equivalent to a human of level 40. For Lu Yu at this moment, such an endeavor seemed utterly impossible. Even with Su Yuntao by his side, it would be an arduous challenge. Not even the prodigies from esteemed families dared to provoke a 1,000-year soul beast at level 10. Yet, Lu Yu was determined to give it a try. Bolstered by only one source of confidence, dragon blood. According to the Master's theory, each stage of Soul Masters has a limit to the years of soul rings they can absorb. However, in the original narrative, Tang San managed to absorb beyond his level due to his formidable physical prowess. Dragon blood possesses the ability to enhance and break through bodily limits. Lu Yu sought to explore the possibility of transcending his physical limitations by absorbing dragon blood through the acquisition of soul rings beyond his current capacity. Meanwhile, within the depths of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San listened intently as his master elucidated a theory. The maximum soul ring a 10th level soul master could absorb was approximately 400 years in age. Together, they ventured through the forest in search of soul beasts that closely approached this threshold. As Tang San absent-mindedly touched the jade belt at his waist, a rare spatial soul guide gifted to him by his master, he reflected on the wisdom of choosing to study under such a mentor. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If only Yu Ge had also become a disciple of the master. Concern washed over him as he pondered aloud. Master, if Yu Ge were to hunt for soul rings on his own, what age of soul beast could he potentially capture? The master replied thoughtfully. If he were to act alone, a century-old beast would be commendable. However, should he enlist a team, he might manage to secure a beast aged around 200 to 300 years, though assembling such a team comes at a considerable cost. With the day waning and the dangers of nightfall looming, the master concluded, "It is getting late. The night brings greater peril. We shall rest here for the night and resume our quest on the morrow." At that moment, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, a tremendous rumble echoed as a colossal purple spider collapsed to the ground, followed by the ascent of a shimmering yellow soul ring. The dim glow of the shattered crossbow in Lu Yu's hand gradually extinguished. A green figure leapt down from the tree, for white patterns adorned its body, indicative of a 400-year-old MNYN spider. "What do you think?" Su Yuntao inquired as he dispelled his martial soul's embodiment. However, Lu Yu merely shook his head. "Not sufficient. We shall seek elsewhere." At that moment, Su Yuntao was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. Thus far, they had dispatched at least 4 or 5 century-old soul beasts. Yet Lu Yu would only glance at them before turning away. Fortunately, Lu Yu's martial soul could replenish soul power. Otherwise, Su Yuntao would have been utterly drained. "Little brat, what kind of soul beast are you truly seeking?" Su Yuntao could no longer contain his impatience. Were it not for the generous offerings from Lu Yu, he would have preferred to return and work overtime. Around 1,000 years. What? Su Yuntao doubted his ears. 1,000 years. In Su Yuntao's understanding, a typical soul master at the 10th level would have a white 10-year soul ring, and even the most gifted would possess a yellow 100-year soul ring. Yet Lu Yu aspired to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you out of your mind? Not only was it questionable whether you could absorb it, but the mere thought of our survival in the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast is also dubious. I have a plan. Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu, who appeared self-assured, and felt a wave of exasperation. "If you are afraid, you may return, but my joining the Spirit Hall is a matter that cannot be easily dismissed. Do not use this to threaten me. Life is more precious than anything else. For your safety, it would be wise to abandon this notion." Chapter 11. The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 2. "Oh dear, Uncle Tao, I'll increase your pay." Lu Yu unexpectedly began to act coy. "It's futile. This isn't a matter of money. Regardless, you must return with me today," Su Yuntao declared with an unmistakable air of finality. "Then how about this?" Seeing that soft persuasion was ineffective, Lu Yu's small eyes darted around before he spoke. "I shall wait here while you venture out to find someone. How about we regroup and act together?" "No, you must return with me. It is far too perilous for you to be alone in the forest." Su Yuntao gazed at Lu Yu, whose demeanor appeared innocently compliant, yet inside, he harbored profound doubts about Lu Yu's ability to remain here dutifully. "Very well." Lu Yu acquiesced with a resigned tone. As Su Yuntao turned around, a sudden thud echoed. Su Yuntao's head spun violently, and he collapsed to the ground. Lu Yu retracted his head and sheepishly tucked away the black gold stick in his hand. "Uncle Tao, I sincerely apologize. I truly had no other choice. Once we are outside, I shall make amends and offer my proper apologies." As Lu Yu muttered to himself, he dragged Su Yuntao towards the entrance of the forest. After placing Su Yuntao in a secure area, Lu Yu set off once more. "A Millennium Soul Beast. Here I come." As he ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, the trees grew denser around him, and the presence of soul beasts became increasingly apparent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Lu Yu dispatched a black panther with 3 crossbow bolts, He gazed at the slowly rising yellow soul ring and couldn't help but shake his head. Yet another one that had lived for a century. Lu Yu has already slain nearly 10 soul beasts, all of which are a century old. And he has yet to lay eyes on even a single strand of a millennium-old soul beast's fur. I wonder how the progress is on Xiao San's side. Lu Yu turned and departed, venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. He did not dwell on the matter. With Xiao San as the protagonist of the Doloa continent and the master assisting him, his progress would undoubtedly be more seamless than his own. After approximately half an hour of walking, the sky began to dim, and as he ventured further into the forest, the vegetation thickened, shrouding the surroundings in increasing obscurity and diminishing visibility. Time was of the essence. Once night fell, the depths of the forest would pose far greater dangers than the periphery. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. The weaker soul beasts in the vicinity immediately prostrated themselves upon hearing the sound. That roar. Lu Yu's body trembled slightly. For that roar instilled a profound fear within him. A millennium soul beast. Undoubtedly, it was a millennium soul beast. Moreover, this creature was far from ordinary. Just as Lu Yu was about to rush over, a chilling howl pierced through his heart. Another millennium soul beast. Judging by the sound, this one was no less formidable than the previous one. In an instant, Lu Yu's blood surged with fervor. 2 millennium soul beasts. Alas, he could only absorb one of the soul rings. Lu Yu swiftly sought a secure location, compelling himself to regain his composure. The pressing concern at hand was how to eliminate these 2 soul beasts. Lu Yu ascended to the treetop, peering through the lush foliage with a pair of keen eyes. Gazing into the distance, there, in the far expanse, he beheld a completely snow-white fox spirit beast, approximately 4 meters in length, with its 2 tails swaying gracefully behind it. The star-whispering spirit fox. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had previously encountered this soul beast in the library's Soul Beast Compendium. The starry language spirit fox. A millennium soul beast produces a tail every 500 years, with a maximum of 8 tails. Its pristine white coat is complemented by formidable regenerative abilities, and it can temporarily enhance its powers under the starlight at night. The lotus at the apex of the Qi Xing Lian staff possesses healing properties, aligning perfectly with the abilities of the soul beast before him. Moreover, this particular spirit fox bore only 2 tails, indicating it was a millennium-old creature, giving Lu Yu a 60% confidence in his assessment. A sudden wolf howl jolted Lu Yu back to reality, as a wolf-like soul beast gradually approached. The creature's 4 striking eyes drew attention, while golden cloud patterns adorned its chest and spine. It measured approximately 4 meters in length. The Holy Light Wolf. Another millennium soul beast had arrived. Lu Yu felt a subtle tingling sensation on his scalp. The records indicate that the Holy Light Wolf possesses an exceptionally aggressive nature, coupled with a regenerative ability rivaling that of the star language spirit fox. Observing the current situation, it appears that these 2 soul beasts have recently endured a fierce battle and are now catching their breath. However, no matter how one assesses the star language spirit fox, it pales in comparison to the imposing presence of the Holy Light Wolf before him. The wolf radiates a deep purple soul power, indicative of at least 5,000 years of age, while the fox is barely 1,000 years old at most. The disparity in their combat prowess is staggering. It is not merely a matter of defeat, but it would be a remarkable feat for the spirit fox to even escape. Lu Yu's mind raced with fervent intensity. His current offensive capabilities were limited to the broken song crossbow and the black gold staff. The power of the broken song crossbow was contingent upon his own soul power, rendering its damage somewhat restricted. As for the black gold staff, the attributes of this newly acquired weapon left Lu Yu feeling rather exasperated. The black gold staff was a long rod of pure black, capable of retracting to the length of an arm, exceptionally resilient. Infusing it with soul power to strike areas other than the enemy's head would induce sharp pain and a numbing effect, while a blow to the head could cause disorientation, the duration of which depended on the amount of soul power infused. However, the staff possessed 0 physical damage, meaning that even with all his might, Lu Yu could not shatter the glass crafted by his San. Thus, he affectionately referred to it as the dull stick. A low growl emanated from the star fox, as shimmering starlight enveloped it, gradually mending its wounds. The optimal strategy was to let the 2 soul beasts engage in their conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits in due course. Bang! Just as Lu Yu pondered this, a wave of light shattered the canopy under which he had concealed himself. Lu Yu, caught off guard, stumbled and fell awkwardly to the ground. Lu Yu was entirely ensnared between 2 spirit beasts. Lu Yu was suddenly struck with terror, his hair standing on end, and cold sweat pouring down his brow, rendering his mind a blank canvas. In the next moment, Another wave of radiant energy surged forth. The Holy Light Wolf launched yet another assault. Although Lu Yu's presence had somewhat altered the dynamics of the situation to the Holy Light Wolf, this bipedal creature was as feeble as the lifeless fox. The speed of the light wave was so astonishing that Lu Yu had no time to evade. Resigned to his fate, he shut his eyes. Yet, in an instant, nothing transpired. Lu Yu opened his eyes, and a pure white figure entered his field of vision. Was it the Star Fox that had shielded him from the attack? According to the texts, the Star Language spiritual fox possesses a deep understanding of human emotions and is inherently gentle. At this moment, the most prudent choice appears to be to collaborate with it. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, the staff's tip blooming with a radiant blue lotus. The Star Fox sensed its injuries improving, its soul power surging within, casting a benevolent gaze towards Lu Yu. At that moment, the sacred light wolf emanated a blinding brilliance, gathering energy in its maw. With a powerful thrust, it launched a luminous projectile towards both a man and a fox. Startling. Tailed beast orb. The Star Fox, seemingly forewarned, leapt high to evade, its twin tails sweeping to propel Lu Yu aside. In an instant, the figure of the sacred light wolf vanished, and the next moment, its claws shimmered with a chilling gleam in the night. With a swift motion, the Star Fox bore 3 deep claw marks across its abdomen. Blood and flesh, a gruesome mess. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu swiftly raised his right arm, pouring soul power fervently into it, unleashing the brocade crossbow. A concentrated strike. 3 arrows whizzed toward the 4 eyes of the sacred light wolf. The massive body of the sacred light wolf could not evade in time, and it was struck by the arrows, losing its balance. Seizing this moment, the Star Fox forcefully twisted in midair, its tail tip gathering energy to form 2-tailed beast orbs, which it then hurled at the wolf's face. Boom! The earth erupted with a shockwave, creating a deep crater. The entire head of the sacred light wolf was left in a bloody ruin, with only one eye remaining. Its front half was drenched in blood, struggling to maintain its footing. Chapter 12, The Soul-Hunting Forest, Part 3, The Star Language Spirit Fox, with its 2 tails reduced to mere stubs, lay on the edge of the crater, its pupils dimmed and lifeless, teetering on the brink of death. At this moment, Lu Yu was not faring well either. He had just been struck and sent flying by the tail of the Star Language Spirit Fox, yet he still found himself affected by the terrifying shockwave of the explosion. Lu Yu felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Upon touching it, a wave of warmth and moisture surged through his hand. The intense agony stimulated Lu Yu's mind. Though his rib was fractured, he was fortunate to be blessed by the dragon's blood, which swiftly healed his injuries. Lu Yu struggled to rise, meticulously advancing step by step towards the epicenter of the recent explosion. In the center of the deep crater lay a colossal wolf-like spirit beast, barely clinging to life. Its face contorted in agony, revealing its stark white bones, clearly grievously injured. What an opportune moment! The young man raised his right arm, the broken sky crossbow poised and ready to unleash its deadly force. Just then, a pitiful whimper from a short distance captured Lu Yu's attention. It was the Star Language Spirit Fox from earlier. The starry fox lay feebly on the ground, its eyes filled with torment, staring blankly at him, seemingly pleading for him to end its suffering. As Lu Yu shifted his gaze backward, his eyes widened in shock. The Star Language Spirit Fox had vanished, leaving behind a gaping wound in its abdomen from which blood mingled with visceral fragments gushed forth. Witnessing this heart-wrenching sight, Lu Yu hurriedly summoned the Qixing Lotus staff, yearning to save its life, for had it not been for this spirit fox, he would likely have already met his demise. Just as he conjured his martial soul and channeled his soul power, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Tiny specks of starlight materialized around him, and as time progressed, the starlight grew increasingly radiant, enveloping both him and the fox. Simultaneously, Lu Yu was astounded to discover that his soul power was uncontrollably surging towards the staff in his grasp, as though it were a black hole voraciously consuming his essence. On the brink of despair, a warm current surged from his dantian. It was dragon blood. With the infusion of this potent essence, Lu Yu's condition began to improve. At that moment, he wished to retract his martial soul, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. Concurrently, a star mark gradually formed on the forehead of the Star Language Spirit Fox, resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky. In an instant, the star mark and the staff erupted in a dazzling radiance. What the hell? Lu Yu exclaimed, the blinding light rendering him unable to open his eyes. Fortunately, the brilliance was but a fleeting moment, quickly fading away. Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that the Star Fox was gone. leaving behind a pool of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs and a slowly rotating purple soul ring. Gone? In a moment of perplexity, Lu Yu discovered that within the azure lotus of his staff resided a fluffy white creature, strikingly similar to the celestial fox he had encountered earlier, albeit somewhat diminutive in size. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, still unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. After a moment of contemplation, he ceased to hesitate. Assuming a cross-legged position, channeling his soul power, and gently making contact with the soul ring, guiding it with care. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San remarked, "This mandra snake is at least 500 years old." He gestured towards the lifeless body on the ground, adding, "Observe its wounds. The skull has been penetrated, and the 7 inches have fatal scars. The precision of the attack suggests it was executed by a level 30 soul master." Tang San nodded at the corpse. "What a pity. This mandra snake holds little value for that esteemed soul master. Yet it would have been a suitable soul beast for your blue-silver grass. Alas, the soul ring has already vanished," the master lamented. Just then, an ominous roar suddenly echoed ahead. Another mandra snake appeared. The master's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening as a green figure rapidly approached from the distance. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, Su Yuntao was sprinting towards the depths of the forest. Upon waking to find himself at the entrance, he had yet to comprehend the situation when a violent explosion resonated from afar, followed by an intense flash of light that illuminated the night. Su Yuntao suddenly recalled that Lu Yu seemed to be in that direction, and he had likely been rendered unconscious by him. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he lamented internally and immediately summoned his martial spirit, racing towards the source. In contrast, Lu Yu was experiencing no resistance while absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring of the star-language spirit fox. The process was remarkably smooth. At the moment of successful absorption, his soul power surged dramatically. Level 10, Level 11, Level 13, Level 20. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu reached the pinnacle of his soul power. Realizing that to advance further, he must absorb another soul ring. He then recalled the holy light wolf nearby. The massive wolf's body in the pit trembled slightly, and sensing the predatory gaze of the bipedal creature, the holy light wolf attempted to rise and resist, yet its 2 broken forelimbs could not support its immense frame. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu raised his arm, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Piercing crossbow, simultaneous fire, whoosh, bang. With the enhancement of his spiritual power, the might of the piercing crossbow appeared significantly amplified. The massive wolf's head shattered into fragments with a resounding explosion. Lu Yu took a deep breath, seated himself in a cross-legged position, and focused his entire spirit on the soul of the staff within his consciousness. Simultaneously, he summoned his soul power, gently guiding the resplendent purple soul ring to rest upon his head. As the soul ring drew near, a pressure akin to a mountain enveloped Lu Yu. The weight of the 5,000-year soul ring, like a tempestuous storm unleashing towering waves, assailed his spirit and body before he could even absorb it. It is crucial to understand that the 5,000-year soul beast had long awakened a flicker of intelligence. The holy light wolf was aware that Lu Yu was its slayer and undoubtedly harbored a profound hatred towards him. The soul ring was imbued with a deep-seated resentment. Lu Yu let out a muffled groan, a sweetness mingled with a metallic tang filling his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. How formidable! A 5,000-year soul ring could only be reliably absorbed by a soul master of at least the 40th rank. The mere act of contact was already so terrifying. If he were to attempt absorption, he would surely perish in the process, even with his body enhanced to double its strength. Absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring would remain an insurmountable challenge. Lu Yu murmured to himself, even with the blood of a dragon coursing through his veins. He could not guarantee success with absolute certainty. Let it be. Lu Yu forcefully suppressed the boiling blood within him. He unleashed the Prayer Star Lotus Staff, drawing down the violet soul ring from above, which gradually merged into his being. In an instant, it felt as though a deluge of power surged into his body. At this moment, Lu Yu's body resembled a diminutive dam, with the energy surging into him akin to a torrential flood, relentlessly battering against the fragile structure. Lu Yu's skin, along with the flesh and blood beneath, first split open with numerous fissures, followed swiftly by the rupture of blood vessels and the disintegration of cellular tissue. All violently torn apart by this rampant energy. Even the bones could not withstand the onslaught, producing a sharp, crisp sound of shattering. In this moment, Lu Yu appeared as a figure drenched in blood. Lu Yu's consciousness was instantly engulfed by excruciating pain. Within the depths of his mind, a diminutive figure crouched in a corner. The star fox gazed with an expression imbued with a remarkably human-like pity. Though this human possessed formidable strength, it seemed his intellect was lacking, forcing the absorption of a 5,000-year soul ring at the 20th level of soul power was akin to courting death. As the overwhelming energy surged through Lu Yu's body, it flowed towards the Qixing Lian staff, where the azure lotus at its tip began to rotate gently. On the lotus platform, the tiniest golden seed slowly unfurled, giving birth to a resplendent golden lotus. The rampant energies appeared to tear open a rift, directly forming a violet vortex that surged into the golden lotus. In an instant, the golden lotus radiated with a brilliant light, and the previously closed bud fully blossomed, its leaves becoming lush and verdant. Simultaneously, a silver figure materialized at Lu Yu's heart, absorbing the remaining energy in its entirety. Chapter 13, The Soul Hunting Forest, Part 4. The silver figure raised its hand, and with a delicate grasp, shattered the barriers of space. As it lifted its hand, a dreamlike river gradually emerged, its light and shadows playing in a fantastical manner. Threads of energy seemed to transcend time, materializing from the void. This energy invigorated the reserves within Lu Yu's body, coursing through him. Every damaged area swiftly returned to its original state, yet now Lu Yu's form was even more powerful. The energy contained within the 5,000-year soul ring of the Holy Light Wolf, while having devastated Lu Yu's body, also granted him the opportunity for rebirth. With the assistance of dragon blood and the silver figure, Lu Yu's physique rapidly restored and grew stronger. His bones were formed as if forged from steel, and each inch of muscle became tightly woven, brimming with explosive power. His skin, delicate and smooth, resembled the finest white jade. After the transformation, he even gained a few centimeters in height. Despite being merely 6 years old, his robust physique was comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. Observing Lu Yu's newly reshaped form in the sea of consciousness, the star spirit fox marveled at the immense energy contained within this body. Unable to suppress its astonishment, could this foolish human truly be so powerful? In its perception, at this moment, Lu Yu is enveloped in a luminous cocoon, imbued with a mysterious power that instills a sense of reverence in the star language spirit fox. As Lu Yu's consciousness gradually returns to his corporeal form, the resentment of the Holy Light Wolf manifests within Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, taking the shape of a wolf and howling furiously at him. At that instant, Lu Yu's awareness jolts, and a torrent of overwhelming silver energy surges forth, coalescing into a pair of ethereal silver wings around him. In the next moment, the silver figure gradually splits into two, transforming into two angels, each adorned with a half-wing. Yet, they are shrouded in an endless black mist, exuding a malevolent and lifeless energy, rendering these winged angels akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, spectral and sinister. Upon closer inspection of their visages, one can discern that they bear an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu himself. The soul of the Holy Light Wolf, upon witnessing this apparition, trembles in fear, cowering on the ground, too terrified to make a sound. The twin-winged angels simultaneously raise their right hands and gently clasp them together. In that instant, the consciousness of the Holy Light Wolf is ensnared by a formidable force, and in the next moment, like a bubble in water, it pops and vanishes into nothingness. Simultaneously, Lu Yu abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his pupils transformed into a bizarre shade of dark red. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. A pair of silver wings adorned with eyes gradually unfurled from his body. The orbs upon the wings flickered with an unusual light, exuding an eerie essence. His once robust figure, now reformed, was interwoven with dark red and silvery patterns. A vertical pupil began to take shape on Lu Yu's forehead. Lu Yu let out an unconscious growl, and the vertical pupil opened abruptly, resembling a living creature, its eye rolling incessantly. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth in all directions, tangible in its terror. Even the soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest, including those engaged in battle, suddenly halted, prostrating themselves and trembling in fear. All soul masters in the forest felt the chilling dread wash over them, as if they had plunged into a millennium-old icy abyss, their bodies quaking involuntarily. Tang San, who had just absorbed the soul ring and made a breakthrough, felt a sudden chill envelop him, instinctively gazing towards a particular direction. "Teacher, do you sense it?" He turned to the master and whispered, "This eerie aura, could it belong to a soul beast?" The master furrowed his brow but remained silent, uncertain of the situation at hand. In the extreme northern lands, beneath an ice lake, on a pitch-black altar, a crimson flame burned persistently, casting an eerie red glow throughout the lake's depths. Strangely, the flame pulsated rhythmically, as if it were breathing. Suddenly, the flame quivered violently as if sensing something, but quickly returned to calm. Meanwhile, in a distant void, within a grand hall, an elderly man sat cross-legged, seemingly in deep meditation. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, a mysterious silver light flashing within. Behind him, an angel with silver wings materialized. "It is the aura of the divine sun." The elder gasped in astonishment. "But why is it intertwined with a strange energy?" he murmured to himself. The elder retracted his martial soul, a fleeting, elusive gaze crossing his eyes. Subsequently, a commanding voice resonated, echoing throughout the entire sacred realm. "The 12 elders of the Four Symbols Pavilion. Heed my command. Proceed to the mainland immediately to ensure the divine sun's safety and guarantee his return to the sacred realm." In an instant, the space warped, and 12 figures cloaked in black appeared from thin air. "Understood." They responded in unison, and once more, the space distorted as they stepped into it, vanishing from sight. In the Heaven Do Empire's royal palace, a boy, scarcely 15 years old and adorned in splendid robes, appeared to be in meditation. A six-winged angelic seal marked his brow. In the Martial Soul Hall, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes wide, and both he and the boy exclaimed in unison, "Angel Martial Soul?" At this moment, Liu remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the outside world. He only perceived his angelic martial soul splitting into two before losing consciousness. The intricate patterns upon Liu Yu's body and the wings upon his back had vanished, and his eyes had returned to their original silvery hue. By the time Liu awakened, it was already the afternoon of the following day. He opened his eyes to find himself in a spacious chamber, reclining upon a soft bed. Beside him sat a woman with cascading black waves, her stature quite grand. Liu instinctively murmured in awe. Upon noticing Liu Yu's awakening, the woman exclaimed, "You are awake," before hastily exiting the room. Shortly thereafter, a young man rushed in, a sense of urgency in his demeanor, and approached the bedside. He grasped Liu Yu's arm, shaking it gently while incessantly inquiring, "You are awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Liu Yu quickly broke free from his grip. "I am fine, feeling quite well." Subsequently, Liu Yu gazed around the unfamiliar room, perplexed. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Su Yuntao, relieved to see him unharmed, took a seat in a nearby chair and explained, "This is the healing facility of the Spirit Hall, dedicated to providing medical services for the Soul Masters under its jurisdiction." He continued, "When I discovered you in the soul hunting forest, you had already lost consciousness. So I brought you here." However, he shifted his tone. "Young man, you must recount every detail of what transpired in the forest." "All right," Liu Yu replied. Liu Yu nodded in agreement and subsequently recounted his experiences in the soul hunting forest to Su Yuntao. He merely mentioned witnessing a fierce battle between two soul beasts, which resulted in mutual destruction. Seizing the opportunity, he absorbed a soul ring and was on the verge of exiting when a powerful surge of energy rendered him unconscious. He refrained from disclosing the mutation of his martial soul or the fact that he was the orchestrator behind that extraordinary event. Chapter 14. The Mutation of the Martial Soul, Part 1. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao found Liu Yu's account to align closely with his own observations and chose not to inquire further. Instead, he addressed Liu Yu, stating, "Since you are unharmed, let us proceed. I shall take you to register as a Soul Master." Liu Yu suddenly recalled that all Soul Masters on the continent must register with the Wuhuan Hall in order to attain their titles. Having just acquired his Soul Ring, he was now officially a Soul Master and should proceed with his registration. Furthermore, Su Yuntao had been persistently inviting him to join the Wuhuan Hall. Liu Yu followed Su Yuntao to the Grand Hall of the Spirit Hall, traversing a lengthy corridor that culminated in a majestic stop. Before him stood a pair of towering doors, intricately adorned with the carving of a long sword at their center. As the two approached, the doors opened automatically. Beyond them lay an opulent chamber, at its heart a magical array reminiscent of the one Su Yuntao had once set up in Saint Soul Village. Yet this one exuded a more refined grandeur. To one side, a figure awaited their arrival. This was none other than the esteemed Bishop Matthew, the head of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, a 33rd level Spirit Do Law. Su Yuntao began the introduction. "Bishop, this is Liu Yu, the innate full spirit power wielder and dual martial soul practitioner I mentioned to you." Bishop Matthew appeared exceedingly amiable, devoid of any pretentiousness typically associated with someone of his rank. "Very well, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence," he stated, gesturing for Liu Yu to step forward. "Stand at the center of the array, just as you did during your martial soul awakening, and summon forth your martial soul." Liu Yu concentrated his thoughts, summoning his martial spirit. In the next moment, a staff materialized in his hand, with a golden lotus revolving around it. Two silvery figures flashed past Lu Yu, causing Matthew to question his own perception. Although the moment was fleeting, he indeed glimpsed the ethereal angelic spirit, leaving him puzzled as to why there were two figures. Beside him, Su Yutao was similarly bewildered. How had Lu Yu's spirit transformed from what it once was? In the next instant, both were astounded by the unfolding event. Beneath Lu Yu's feet, two violet soul rings gradually emerged. 1,000-year soul rings. Matthew was utterly astonished. A mere 6-year-old child, who had only recently awakened his spirit, possessed 2,000-year soul rings. Setting aside the immense challenge of absorbing such rings, how had he survived the encounter with a 1,000-year soul beast? Su Yuntao's expression shifted from confusion to sheer shock. The child had indeed succeeded. Now, please place your hand upon the crystal ball to test your soul power, Matthew urged, suppressing his astonishment and striving for composure. As a slender hand made contact, the crystal ball flickered with a faint glow. Level 1? As the light dimmed, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Matthew was at a loss. Everything that had transpired today was beyond comprehension. A 6-year-old soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring, yet possessing only level 1 soul power. A voice broke the stillness. I will grant you the medal. Do not be too disheartened. Level 1 is not insurmountable. Matthew reassured Lu Yu. Su, please escort him back. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Lu Yu sought out a secluded and tranquil spot to unravel the mysteries surrounding his soul power. Having recently absorbed 2 Millennium Soul Rings, one would expect that he possessed at least a soul power of 21. Yet, inexplicably, he felt not a trace of it within him. Could it be that the process of bodily reconstruction had completely exhausted his reserves? That seemed implausible, as he had distinctly sensed a flicker of soul power moments prior. Something is amiss, my body. Lu Yu furrowed his brows, acutely aware of his own physique. Powerful, far more formidable than before. Lu Yu gazed at the towering tree beside him. With a swift kick, the entire tree was effortlessly severed in half. The force behind his strike must have been around 5,000 pounds. Lu Yu gazed at the towering tree embraced by the two individuals and mused. If Xiao San were to receive such a kick, he would likely be rendered incapacitated. Although his soul power had diminished, his physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lu Yu opened his eyes and attuned himself to the surrounding environment. He could hear the recitations of students from the distant teaching building, the explanations of the teacher at the podium, and even the distinct buzzing of bees 1,000 meters away. Lu Yu comprehended that his body had undergone a true rebirth from destruction, having completely exhausted the dragon's blood within his dantian. And after enduring the baptism of 2 millennial-old soul rings, coupled with the assistance of his silver martial spirit, as well as his previous endeavors to transcend his physical limits, he had attained his current form. Now I can contend with soul masters of level 40 using only my physical prowess. A smile graced Lu Yu's face. Regarding the matter of soul power, Lu Yu sat cross-legged, embarking on a journey of meditation. In an instant, the soul energy of the entire academy surged wildly, converging in one direction. The next moment, a vortex of soul energy manifested above the academy. Countless teachers and students stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. In a certain part of the academy, Tang San, who was raking fallen leaves, was equally astonished by the spectacle. Was a powerful being cultivating? He promptly discarded his broom and hurried toward the center of the vortex. Upon arrival, he found that numerous individuals had already gathered, including the master himself. Master, do you know what is happening? Tang San inquired. The master remained silent, gesturing for him to look ahead. Tang San shifted his gaze to the center of the vortex, where a familiar figure sat cross-legged. Brother Yu. Upon noticing the 2 purple soul rings beneath Lu Yu, Tang San's astonishment deepened. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the external happenings, fervently absorbing the surrounding energy. Level 1, Level 2, Level 4, Level 5, Level 10, Level 11, Level 20, Level 21, Level 29. In less than 2 hours, Lu Yu's soul power surged from 0 to an impressive level 29. Lu Yu estimated that his current soul power level was approximately at the 29th rank. However, at that moment, he felt an immense gravitational force emanating from his heart, as if the soul power he had just absorbed from the outside world was instantaneously swept away. Gazing at the figure of the winged angel that materialized at the center of his heart, Lu Yu instantly comprehended the whereabouts of his soul power. However, he sensed that the silvery figure appeared unyielding, with its pull intensifying relentlessly. Within Lu Yu's body, a vortex of soul energy was forming. At this moment, as the energy surged wildly, a familiar sensation of impending rupture accompanied it. Again, Just as Lu Yu believed, he was on the brink of explosion and demise. A golden lotus quietly emerged at the center of the vortex. As the golden lotus slowly rotated, Lu Yu's soul energy surged once more to the 19th level. Just when he thought that everything had finally come to an end, the golden lotus began to guide the soul energy to flow through. Moments later, it reemerged, transformed into an even more refined essence. Each extraction placed varying degrees of pressure on both body and soul. Yet it remained well within the limits that Lu Yu could endure. Lu Yu seemed to have discovered a new world. Chapter 15. The Mutation of Martial Souls, Part 2. If the Golden Lotus can refine soul power, can it also compress soul power? At present, Lu Yu's primary means of attack is the Breaking Sky crossbow. As for the black gold bludgeon, it may serve well for ambushes but offers little advantage in direct confrontations, similarly consuming soul power. The potency of the Breaking Sky crossbow escalates with an increase in soul power, thus necessitating a substantial reserve. Additionally, his first martial soul, the Azure Lotus, possesses a healing efficacy that is unparalleled among support-type soul masters, yet it too demands a significant expenditure of energy. Previously, the Dragon Blood could sustain him, as excessive strain on soul power invariably imposes a burden on the body. However, the Dragon Blood has now been fully expended in the process of body reforging, leaving him devoid of backup resources. Consequently, Liu contemplates compressing his soul power. This compression places exceedingly high demands on a soul master's physical prowess, rendering the average soul master incapable of bearing the burdens imposed by such compression, nor would they even conceive of attempting it. This elucidates why, upon reaching certain thresholds, it becomes imperative to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings to ascend to the next realm. Lu Yu recalled the protagonists from the fantastical novels he had perused in his previous life, where compressing spiritual energy and manipulating forces were mere trifles. They would either rely on explosive power or deplete their opponents with a terrifying blue bar. At this moment, Lu Yu's body perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. With determination, he decided to take action. The compression of soul power marked a qualitative transformation. Where others utilized a single unit of soul power as if it were but a mere dollar, he could wield it as 2 or even 3. In such a scenario, a single soul skill could be employed multiple times: soul breathing, form 1, triple strike. The growth of soul power is indeed incremental as one progresses. The disparity between levels becomes increasingly pronounced. In the realm of Tidal Do Luo, a single level difference could determine victory, illustrating the vast chasm that exists. As a transmigrator, it would be remiss not to deliver a small shock to this world. To merely survive in the later stages by following a mundane path seemed a bleak prospect indeed. Lu Yu opened his eyes and glanced at the late sky. Wait, what? Why are there so many people? Lu Yu discovered that he was surrounded by a throng of people, all of whom were faculty and students of the academy. And among them stood the figure of a master. Everyone regarded him with the gaze one might reserve for a curiosity, sending a shiver down Lu Yu's spine. During this time, several students were dismissed by their instructors under the pretext of hindering their studies, yet a few remained, such as Xiao Wu and Tang San. Look, Lu Yu has awakened? A melodious voice shattered the surrounding silence as Xiao Wu exclaimed in delight upon seeing Lu Yu open his eyes. This scene unfolded at the No. 6 dormitory of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon awakening, Lu Yu found himself surrounded by a circle of people, nearly succumbing to an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, his strong mental fortitude allowed him to nonchalantly depart as if nothing were amiss. Previously summoned by the master, he found it peculiar that the master inquired nothing, merely requesting Lu Yu to display his soul ring before dismissing him. Lu Yu recalled the master's expression of utter disbelief upon witnessing 2,000-year soul rings, murmuring impossible repeatedly in the silence that enveloped him as he departed. He couldn't help but marvel at the small shock emanating from the traveler. Indeed, the master, constrained by the limitations of his mutated martial spirit, saw little hope in the path of cultivation. Thus, he devoted all his energy to the study of martial spirit soul rings. Having recently taken on Tang San as a remarkably perfect disciple, he was on the brink of realizing his theories, only to encounter a peculiar anomaly in Lu Yu, whose 2,000-year soul rings dealt a staggering blow to his hypotheses. Could one not be stirred by such a revelation? Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing his excessive thoughts. He turned over, covered himself with a blanket, and appeared to be peacefully drifting into slumber. In truth, his consciousness had entered the system space. Host, Lu Yu Soul Power, Level 21, Soul Master, Martial Soul, Praying Star Lotus Staff, Variant, Time Space Angel, Variant, Points, 2,100 inventory, playing cards, blueprint. Black gold staff tasks. Check-in at Rose Hotel, points, 300. Check-in at Flanders Grocery Store, points, 300. HM? Lu Yu gazed at the surplus points in perplexity. System. Why are there so many points? Is this possible after you struck Siyunao with such a blunt instrument? Lu Yu was taken aback. If similar tasks were to arise in the future, a stealthy strike would undoubtedly yield a generous bounty of experience points. The system remarked, noted. I shall be more vigilant henceforth. Oblivious to the system's exasperated expression, Lu Yu exclaimed, I wish to draw a lottery. No sooner had he spoken than a familiar prize pool materialized before him. 10 beams of light surged forth, arranging themselves neatly before Lu Yu. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Basic Elemental Magic, Fundamentals of Magical Circuits, and 8 bags of construction cement. The system, noticing the 2 black leather-bound tomes in Lu Yu's hands, expressed astonishment. How is your luck so extraordinary? You always seem to draw remarkable items. Remarkable items? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was perplexed. Just these 2 books? To others. These tomes indeed hold little value. The system responded, yet for you, they are precisely what you need to unlock the potential of your martial spirit. Martial spirit? Potential? Indeed. Your primary martial spirit, the Wish Star Lotus Staff, is a genuine staff of considerable merit. Yet, is it not an auxiliary-type martial spirit? Lu Yu was even more perplexed. No. The Prayer Star Lotus Staff is one of the supreme staves from another world, a fusion with the chaotic Blue Lotus. Another realm? Supreme? Staff? Chaotic Blue Lotus? Indeed. So, does this mean that I can grow stronger solely through the study of magic, even without acquiring a soul ring? Not at all. Your body lacks any elemental attributes. Even if you were to study, you would not be able to grasp it, and even if you did, you could not wield it. Then what should I do? Hunt soul beasts, acquire soul rings, and obtain the corresponding elemental attributes. What then does it mean that my martial soul is split in 2? The time-space angel is inherently composed of the powers of time and space. Given your current physical condition, you are unable to bear its strength. The current state is merely an adaptation to your existing physique. As for the Prayer Star Lotus Staff and the Chaotic Blue Lotus, they are indeed 2 distinct entities. To prevent overwhelming your body, the system has compressed and sealed their powers. The Chaotic Blue Lotus, one of the 3 great creation treasures of the primordial world. And you conceal it? What exactly is the origin of this system? The background of this system. Just as the system began to elaborate, Lu Yu suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness, and the interface vanished in an instant. Moments later, it returned to normal. What just happened? It seems the system was forcibly shut down. Did I say something I shouldn't have? At this moment, Lu Yu was utterly bewildered. System? Are you still there? Lu Yu cautiously inquired, System? Yet, there was no response. Exiting the system, his consciousness returned to the realm of reality. A soft snoring sound emanated from beside him. The intermittent breaths of Wang Hu. At this moment, Lu Yu was devoid of sleepiness, not solely due to the sound of snoring, but also because of the earlier performance of the system. Never mind, since the system is powerless to resist, it is beyond my current realm of comprehension. I shall adopt a more relaxed mindset and contemplate the matter of soul power compression instead. With this thought, Lu Yu settled into a cross-legged position and began to meditate. Chapter 16. The Millennium Soul Technique. The following day, in the early morning, within the soul hunting forest, a dense mist enveloped the woodland, draping this verdant realm in an air of mystique. The outlines of the trees appeared hazy in the fog, as if one had stepped into an alternate dimension. In the distance, the cries of soul beasts echoed eerily. A silver-haired figure deftly navigated through the woods. As he sprinted forward, he forcefully stamped his left foot on the ground, propelling himself into a graceful leap. With a swift motion, he twisted his body midair, raising his hand rapidly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth with great velocity. Bang! One of the soul beasts behind him collapsed, struck by the arrow, and soon after, a yellow soul ring slowly emerged. The youth executed a backflip, landing silently and lightly on his feet, akin to a bird in flight, as sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating his face. Lu Yu sheathed his worn crossbow and sought a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Early in the morning, he had ventured into the soul-hunting forest. And upon entering with his badge, he selected a location near the heart of the forest. Typically, soul masters would not venture too close to this area. And Lu Yu took the precaution of clearing the surrounding soul beasts to ensure that he would not be disturbed. Lu Yu closed his eyes, channeling his soul energy to roam freely, subsequently merging it into the golden lotus within his sea of consciousness. as the soul energy surged into the lotus. It flowed out moments later, transformed into an even purer essence. With the continuous outpouring of this refined soul energy, Lu Yu began to experiment with compressing it. Success. As the soul energy was progressively compressed, a vortex of energy formed once more around the golden lotus. The little fox, who had been peacefully slumbering in Lu Yu's sea of consciousness, was suddenly jolted awake. What was happening? What was the commotion? In the next moment, the little fox found its gaze captivated by the swirling vortex of soul energy before it. Such purity. Meanwhile, Lu Yu continued to absorb and compress the soul energy until the morning mist dissipated. By midday, the sun blazed high in the sky. Lu Yu opened his eyes. A glimmer of azure light flickering within. He spread his palm, and a staff materialized quietly, atop which it blossomed quietly, channeling his martial soul. The lotus seed transformed into a golden lotus. The petals of the golden lotus gradually unfurled, each petal remarkably plump. Double the soul power, compression complete. Lu Yu sensed the greatly diminished yet extraordinarily pure soul power within him, a joyful smile unconsciously gracing his face. Though this sphere of soul power appeared to be merely at the 20th level, it could undoubtedly function as if it were at the 40th level. Based on current experience, the more one compresses the soul power, the more formidable it becomes. By the time one reaches the title Doloa level, the intensity of soul power contained within each rank becomes increasingly terrifying, if compressed 4 to 5 times. I could even stand a chance against a deity on the Doloa continent. Just then, Lu Yu suddenly felt his soul power gradually dissipating. What is happening? Again. He quickly entered his sea of consciousness and beheld a snow-white little fox climbing beside the soul power vortex, absorbing the overflow of soul power. The three tails swayed gently behind its pristine white body. Is this the star language spirit fox? The star language spirit fox has grown a third tail. After a considerable time, the little fox seemed to have had its fill, resting its head on its front paws and drifting into a deep slumber. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yu couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. First, it was his martial soul, and now it was the little fox. Was he merely being utilized as a soul energy purifier? Nevertheless, it mattered little, for the diminutive creature could absorb only a minimal amount, and it could be recompressed thereafter. In truth, Lu Yu had another purpose for compressing soul energy, to catalyze the evolution of the Chaos Blue Lotus into various other forms. In the primordial era, the 3 small leaves of the Chaos Blue Lotus transformed into the 3 great treasures, the map of mountains and rivers, the Book of River and Luo. In the Qingping Sword, the map of mountains and rivers vividly illustrated the topography of mountains and rivers, cities and villages, as well as the myriad of living beings, coming to life as if depicting another realm entirely. Furthermore, it possessed the power to seal the divine spirits of the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas of the primordial world, rendering it a treasure of sealing. The Book of River and Luo, born from the very fabric of the universe, was not forged by human hands. Inscribed upon it were the pathways of countless beings throughout the vast cosmos. After being acquired by Emperor Sa, it facilitated the research and development of the grand array of celestial stars. As for the Qingping Sword, it was the companion blade of the Heavenly Master. This sword, alongside the Tai dust brush and the 3 treasures Jade Rui, constituted the 3 paramount treasures of the Supreme Lord Laozi, the primordial supreme being, and the Heavenly Master. In time, adorned with a treasured sword at his waist and clad in white robes, he would traverse the world with his blade, seeking out the sword Doloa to refine his swordsmanship, a truly gallant vision. Yet, all of these were mere flights of fancy for Lu Yu. Presently, it was imperative to ascertain the specifics of his soul abilities. Let us now explore the soul skills bestowed upon him by these 2 millennium-old soul rings. Lu Yu murmured softly, channeling the freshly compressed soul power. The azure lotus gradually unfurled, and a seed floated forth, transforming into a golden lotus that blossomed gracefully. 2 violet soul rings slowly emerged from beneath Lu Yu's feet, the 1,000-year soul ring shimmering with brilliance. The first soul skill activated. In an instant, the golden lotus radiated with resplendent light, and the surrounding area sparkled with countless twinkling stars. Subsequently, the celestial starlight converged into Lu Yu's being. In that moment, within Lu Yu surged a torrent of power. The records indicate that the star language spirit fox possesses the ability to amplify the strength of the stars. Indeed, the Millennium Soul Ring has inherited this capability. On a clear night, the amplification effect could potentially double. Furthermore, this enhancement applies to all within its vicinity. The degree of amplification should be nearly doubled. On a night adorned with stars, it could ascend even further. Lu Yu was enveloped by a gentle veil of starlight, as if meteors were streaking across the surroundings. Lu Yu recalls that in the original text, there exists a sect known as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, whose ancestral martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, serves as a supportive amplification type. Each of their soul skills corresponds to a specific enhancement effect. However, his singular soul skill provides an all-encompassing amplification. Judging by the circumstances, this amplification effect may persist for approximately 1 hour. It is indeed a soul skill bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring. What should the name of my first soul skill be? Lu Yu pondered softly, contemplating that inheriting the effect of the star-whispering spirit fox, he might as well name it Celestial Ode. Immediately thereafter, he summoned his soul power. The second soul ring shimmered brilliantly. The golden lotus erupted with radiant light once more. Whoosh! The golden energy swiftly coalesced into beams, shooting forth in rapid succession. Whoosh! 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 Lasers shot out in all directions. The surrounding trees were abruptly severed at the waist. The trunks crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. What an astonishing spectacle! Lu Yu was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The destructive force was no less formidable than the radiance unleashed by the Holy Light Wolf during its assault on Lu Yu. Wait a moment. Lu Yu seemed to have contemplated something, once again channeling his soul force. The golden lotus blossomed anew, radiating brilliance, however. This time it did not converge into a singular beam, but rather transformed into 3 luminous orbs. Subsequently, the orbs hurtled towards a towering tree in the distance. Just as they were about to collide with the tree, the 3 orbs abruptly veered off, soaring in 3 different directions. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding trees were instantly obliterated. Indeed, it was capable of directional control, although the speed was somewhat sluggish under the circumstances. Lu Yu murmured to himself. The second spirit ring inherits the destructive power of the Holy Light Wolf. Henceforth, it shall be named the Light of the Holy Domain. The only drawback of these 2 spirit abilities is their substantial energy consumption. However, Lu Yu possesses the ability to compress spirit energy, alleviating any concern regarding this issue. As Lu Yu pondered, a snow-white figure suddenly materialized beside him. Chapter 17, The Spirit Ring Delivered to His Door. A little fox? Lu Yu was taken by surprise by the sudden appearance of the star-language spirit fox. Soon, he noticed that the little fox's expression was somewhat amiss. The star-language spirit fox scanned the surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, crouching low, poised for battle at any moment. Could there be danger nearby? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a beam of azure light struck the very spot where Lu Yu had been standing moments before. Fortunately, Lu Yu reacted swiftly and evaded the attack in time. Not far away, a green-hued wolf-like spirit beast was glaring menacingly at the duo, its emerald green wind pattern prominently displayed on its forehead. What could this signify? Lu Yu vaguely recalled having seen this soul beast in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. It was the wind demon wolf, a creature of pure wind attribute, seemingly around 3,000 years old. The system had stated that the more singular the attributes of the hunted soul beast, the more refined the corresponding powers gained from the soul rings, leading to an amplification of the magical prowess exhibited. It was as if the heavens were aiding him, for just as he felt drowsy, a pillow was presented to him. Lu Yu felt a surge of joy within. However, he suddenly noticed that the little fox's gaze directed at the wind demon wolf seemed rather unsettling. The star-language spirit fox fixated intently on the foe before it, harboring a fierce desire to rend it to pieces. If it weren't for this bothersome, foul beast, it would not have lost its territory. Without the loss of its domain, it would not be wandering in the forest, and consequently, would not have encountered that holy light wolf, leading to the loss of its corporeal form and existence in a spectral state. Meanwhile, the wind demon wolf surveyed the pair with a mocking gaze, its disdain unmistakable, as if to convey that even with a human ally, their fate remained sealed, an inevitable demise. Does it hold a grudge against you? Lu Yu turned to glance at the little fox, which, possessing sentience, nodded affirmatively. Very well, then. This creature is as good as doomed. As Lu Yu pondered, a blade of wind surged towards him with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Damn. Lu Yu cursed silently and swiftly evaded. Do you, wolves of the soul beast realm, delight in ambushes? Before his words could fade, several blades of wind approached menacingly. A purple soul ring began to slowly manifest beneath his feet, shimmering with violet radiance. First soul skill, Stellar Tribute. The lotus transformed into a golden lotus, which gradually unfurled, radiating resplendent starlight. The star-whispering spirit fox appeared to be enveloped in a swirling luminescence alongside Lu Yu. To his astonishment, a phantom of a fourth tail emerged beside the third tail of the star-whispering spirit fox. With a low growl, the spirit fox raised its four tails high, the tips gathering starlight. With a flick of its tail, four orbs of tail beast essence shot forth. Bang, 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 bang. The wind demon wolf transformed into a streak of azure light, its forepaws barely touching the ground when several beams of light erupted forth, leaving its massive form unable to evade. Instantly, numerous gaping wounds appeared on the wind demon wolf's body, blood gushing forth profusely. Lu Yu made his move. The second soul skill, Ray of Sanctity. With a precise strike, Lu Yu remained utterly vigilant. The purple aura of his soul ring shimmered beneath his feet. Unleashing the second soul skill, Orb of Sanctity. Boom! The ground erupted, forming a massive crater. It was a miss. Suddenly, a claw glistening with a verdant sheen lunged at Lu Yu. Faced with the menacing claw, Lu Yu remained unfazed. Little fox, he called out. Upon hearing his voice, the wind demon wolf's pupils dilated as four luminous spheres rapidly expanded. Bang! Four-tailed beast orbs struck simultaneously. The wind demon wolf was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before landing heavily on the ground. Realizing its disadvantage, the wind demon wolf unleashed several blades of wind in retaliation. Instantly, its body was enveloped in a layer of azure light, and a fierce gale swept through the surroundings as it turned and sprinted in another direction. This is bad. It's attempting to flee. Upon sensing the precarious situation, Lu Yu once again summoned the Golden Lotus. With a flourish, he unleashed his second soul skill, the Light Orb of the Sacred Realm. Four radiant orbs surged forth, intercepting the path of the wind demon wolf. With a resounding explosion, the orbs detonated. The wind demon wolf, caught off guard, found its visage utterly disfigured in an instant. At that moment, the starlit spirit fox, bearing Lu Yu upon its back, arrived just in time. Lu Yu exerted force through his legs and leapt into the air, retrieving a club from his spatial ring. Infusing it with soul energy, he delivered a powerful blow to the back of the wind demon wolf's head. Bang! The wolf, momentarily stunned by the explosion, had no time to evade and was knocked down by the strike. Aside from the marks of the explosion, there were no other injuries visible on its head. The force of my strike was sufficient to have shattered its brain, yet there was not a single trace of a wound. Lu Yu gazed at the black gold staff in his hand, murmuring to himself, "Truly, it is a divine artifact with remarkably low physical damage." Lu Yu initially intended to entrust the wind demon wolf to the little fox, but to his surprise, the little fox returned the wind demon wolf to him. "Are you suggesting that I should absorb its soul ring?" Lu Yu expressed his confusion, while the star-language spirit fox nodded once more. It then turned and walked to the side, taking a vigilant stance, seemingly to safeguard Lu Yu as he absorbed the soul ring. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Yu ceased to be courteous. He first unleashed the previously compressed soul energy, elevating it to the 30th level. Knowing full well that the wind demon wolf would not awaken anytime soon, he then raised the broken song crossbow, meticulously aiming at the most vulnerable part of the wind demon wolf, gathering his strength. With a swift motion, he released the bolt, a single decisive strike. Subsequently, a violet soul ring gradually materialized. Lu Yu sat cross-legged, summoning the star-calling lotus staff, channeling his soul power as he gradually guided the soul ring to hover above him. As the soul ring was continuously absorbed, Lu Yu sensed that this experience was considerably more effortless than the last, without the peril of his soul power overwhelming and shattering his body. After all, having reached the 30th level, the absorption period for soul rings had notably increased, and the age of this wind demon wolf fell squarely within that range, rendering the entire process remarkably smooth. After a brief moment, Lu Yu opened his eyes. With his right palm facing upwards, the Qi Xing Lian staff materialized before him. At that moment, the azure gemstone, one of the 7 gems adorning the staff's tip, began to radiate a brilliant light. It appeared that each gemstone corresponded to a specific attribute, and acquiring the respective attribute soul ring would illuminate it. As Lu Yu's heart stirred, 3 soul rings gradually emerged from beneath his feet. However, as he gazed at the soul rings at his feet, a look of bewilderment spread across Lu Yu's face. A cerulean soul ring? The 3rd soul ring of Lu Yu gleamed with a resplendent azure light. Lu Yu recalled that on the Dolawa continent, the colors of soul rings were limited to 5: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Yet, his own soul ring was a vibrant green. Could it be attributed to his status as a traveler from another realm? At that moment, the Xingyu spirit fox, who had just approached, gazed curiously at the azure soul ring beneath Lu Yu's feet. She had never encountered such a hue among the soul masters she had seen over the years. Even the memories inherited from the previous generation of Xingyu Spirit Fox did not include any mention of a green soul ring. Indeed, this human was extraordinary. Her discerning eye had not failed her. Subsequently, Liu raised his gaze and noticed that the little fox had lowered her body slightly. "Are you inviting me to ride upon you?" The Xingyu Spirit Fox nodded. Liu sat up, and the star-whispering Spirit Fox rose, surveying its surroundings before swiftly dashing in a chosen direction. Alas, Liu nearly stumbled, swiftly grasping the two tufts of white fur on the back of the small fox, lowering his center of gravity to stabilize his form. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Book. Whoosh. 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 The wind howled past Liu's ears, and the surrounding trees appeared to rush backward in his vision. "Little fox, where are we headed?" Liu, filled with perplexity, had posed no less than 10 questions during their journey, yet the Xingyu Spirit Fox beneath him seemed oblivious, intent solely on the path ahead, offering no response whatsoever. As dusk descended, the evening glow faded with the wind, and a luminous moon gradually ascended. At long last, the Xingyu Spirit Fox halted before a cave. Yet it did not immediately enter. Instead, it led Liu in a wide arc before finally stopping in front of a patch of tangled grass. What place is this? Why does the little fox seem so familiar with it? What purpose does it have in bringing me here? Just as Liu was engulfed in confusion, the Xingyu Spirit Fox deftly pawed aside the undergrowth, lowering its body, and then astonishingly, half of its form vanished from sight, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Liu discerned that behind the foliage lay an entrance, slightly smaller than the body of the Xingyu Spirit Fox, which explained its lowered posture. Observing the fox's head re-emerging from the thicket to gaze at him, Liu understood that he was meant to follow. The initial section of the cave was uncomfortably damp, but as they ventured further, it opened up, revealing walls adorned with roots of an unknown plant that emitted a faint glow, preventing the tunnel from becoming too dark. Suddenly, the fox came to a halt, and Liu, caught off guard, bumped into it. "What is the matter?" With a heart full of inner doubts, Liu stepped forward, only to find himself confronting a vast cavern. At its center stood a colossal stone pedestal, upon which rested a milky white crystal, roughly the size of a human head. This crystal incessantly oozed clear droplets of liquid, which gradually coalesced into a fine stream, pooling into a small basin in the hollow beneath the stone seat. Directly before this watery haven loomed a formidable soul beast resembling a gigantic gorilla, its arms, chest, and back adorned with obsidian armor that glinted ominously. Behind it was a smaller gorilla, accompanied by 2 wind wolves on its right, their appearance reminiscent of the creatures Liu had vanquished by daylight. The sole distinction being the scars that marred the right eyes of these 2 wind wolves, extending from their foreheads to the corners of their mouths. 2 earth-shattering apes and 2 wind wolves stood before him, with the largest of the earth-shattering apes being at least 8,000 years old, while the other 3 were no less than 6,000 years. Liu couldn't help but gasp in shock. This formidable assembly was entirely beyond his current capabilities to provoke. At this moment, Liu and his companions found themselves in the upper right corner of the cave, looking down from a vantage point, where 4 soul beasts appeared to be in a deep slumber, rendering their situation quite secure. "The little fox brought me here. Could it be that it intends for me to seize that white crystal?" Liu turned his head, casting a puzzled glance at the small fox beside him. The Xingyu Spirit Fox, sensing Liu's confusion, gestured for him to look at the crystal in the center of the stone pedestal. Indeed, those 4 soul beasts were far beyond his current capabilities. Should he confront them head-on, he would surely suffer grievously. Subsequently, Liu shook his head at the small fox, pointed towards the tunnel behind them, and made a quieting gesture with his right index finger, signaling to maintain silence and withdraw. Having returned from the soul-hunting forest late at night, the others were already fast asleep. Liu stealthily pushed open the dormitory door, and immediately, the familiar sound of snoring filled his ears. He climbed onto his bed and entered the system space. "System?" Liu tentatively inquired. What is it?" Upon hearing the system's normal response, Liu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Do you recognize that white crystal from earlier?" I'm not sure. I've never seen it before." "All right then, system. How many points do I have left?" Liu felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the system's reply. So he changed the subject. "After deducting the last 10 consecutive draws, there are still 100 points remaining. Would you like to draw?" Without hesitation, seeing the ample points left, he chose to proceed with the draw. The familiar lottery pool appeared as 10 luminous orbs shot forth. Suddenly, Liu's eyes brightened. Among the 10 orbs, 2 were astonishingly golden. "What incredible luck! Ever since he began drawing, Liu had managed to procure gold each time. Even the system seemed taken aback by such fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 6 units of construction cement in the Merlin's magical diary. The items have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check your inventory. Remaining points, 100. Warehouse, blueprint for playing cards, construction cement. This is extraordinary. As Liu gazed upon the system repository, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. If only he possessed this artifact. Acquiring the white crystal for the little fox would be an effortless endeavor. Upon returning to reality, Liu found himself in possession of a peculiar tome. The book's material resembled the hide of some exotic creature, its surface adorned with interwoven runes, with a metallic, sculpted eye of magic at its center. As Liu opened the cover, he noticed the pages were slightly yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity. Strangely, there was not a single word inscribed within. Closing the book, an unexpected event transpired. The metallic eye on the cover abruptly opened. What on earth? Liu's heart raced. He beheld the runes on the cover erupting in a brilliant light, and he felt an unfamiliar presence invade his mind. A soul from another realm. A favored individual of the divine, in the name of the illustrious sorcerer Merlin, who awakens the slumbering me. Has the most renowned grimoire, Mihoric, spoken at last? Liu was astounded by the scene before him. The book had the audacity to speak. As Mihoric noticed the prolonged silence, it couldn't help but murmur to itself, pondering the boy's lack of awareness. Clearing its throat awkwardly, it said, "Young man, would you care to practice magic with me? To become a great sorcerer and ascend to the pinnacle of the world? Huh, who's there? It's late at night, what's going on?" A drowsy voice responded. Realizing that Wang Hu was on the verge of awakening, Liu silently cursed his luck. Swiftly, he produced the black gold staff and struck decisively at Wang Hu's forehead. Bang! Wang Hu plunged back into slumber. Fortunately, he had not witnessed the incident. Liu quickly tucked the astonished spellbook into his bosom and quietly fled the dormitory. In the academy's small grove, Mihoric was released from Liu's embrace, floating in midair, reflecting on the boy's adeptness with the staff. Then, it leapt from the second-floor window, executing the motion with seamless precision. Is this lad truly a good person? At this moment, Liu was also fixated on the mystical tome, which had just claimed it could impart the art of magic. He inquired, "Did you just say you can teach me magic?" In response, the magic book regained its composure and cleared its throat. "I am Mihoric of Andahal, crafted by the hands of the greatest sorcerer in history, Merlin. Should you dedicate yourself to my teachings, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable figure renowned throughout the continent of Austin." Austin continent? Where is that? Liu retorted, "This is Dolua continent. Not whatever Austin continent you speak of." Hearing this, Mihoric was momentarily bewildered, questioning his own understanding. "Which place did you say this is?" "Dolua continent," Liu replied. His demeanor calm. Mihoric was completely flabbergasted, recalling the words of his previous master before his slumber. When someone could awaken him, that individual would be his new master. However, it had never been mentioned that he would traverse worlds. "Young lad, tell me everything about this Dolua continent." Quickly, Mihoric's eyes widened as he fixated intently on Liu. Chapter 19. The Magic Apprentice. My name is Mihoric of Andahal. I am a tome of wisdom, or more precisely, a magical diary. My creator and former master was the greatest sorcerer of Austin continent, Merlin. Originally, I was merely a commonplace diary, yet over time, I gradually developed sentience and, under my master's guidance, mastered various magical arts. However, as my master approached the end of his life, fearing I might be exploited by those with ill intent to threaten the continent, he enacted a seal, allowing only those with a just and kind heart to awaken me. Thus, I descended into endless slumber, believing my sleep would be eternal. To my astonishment, I have awakened once more, and in a foreign world at that. Even more surprising is that my awakener is a mere child, reflecting on his adeptness with the blunt instrument. I cannot help but question whether he truly possesses the just and kind heart my master spoke of. Through these past few days of interaction, I have gradually come to understand that I find myself in a realm known as Dolua. Observing this world, I note that its inhabitants lack magical attributes, precluding them from the study of magic. Instead, they awaken a phenomenon known as a martial spirit, which allows them to cultivate soul power. This soul power is obtained by hunting spirit beasts, yielding a substance called soul rings. The most powerful among them are referred to as tidal Dolua, akin to the 9th-tier forbidden sorcerers of the Austin continent. Yet this child who has awakened me possesses a unique soul ring and bears the attribute of wind magic. Although it is but a singular attribute, his talent and mental acuity are astonishing. At merely 6 years of age, he wields the strength of a third-tier sorcerer, with mental prowess that far exceeds that of a fourth-tier sorcerer, nearing the limits of a fifth-tier sorcerer. In the distance, a figure soared swiftly above the treetops. Suddenly confronted by a massive boulder ahead, seemingly on the verge of collision, Lu Yu, however, remained unfazed, murmuring, "The swift wind and sharp blade shall sever." Immediately, the azure gem atop his staff radiated brilliance. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded the staff, unleashing a flurry of wind blades in an instant. Bang! The massive boulder was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Lu Yu, with an impressive drift, hovered gracefully in midair. After days of diligent practice, he had adeptly mastered wind-based magic, such as the slicing wind blade he had just employed, along with the aerial prowess of wind flight and the speed-enhancing gale step. The casting of spells necessitated incantations. The higher the tier of the magic, the longer the chant required, and the more pronounced the preparatory movements. However, Lu Yu's mental fortitude surpassed that of the average mage, enabling him to cast certain lower-tier spells almost instantaneously, without the need for incantation. Truly, the system has not deceived me. This magical soul ring is indeed formidable. This spellbook possesses remarkable capabilities. Lu Yu could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, in the next moment, a fawning smile swiftly adorned his face. "Hiki, esteemed Professor Moholic. You see how proficiently I have mastered these few spells. When might you teach me a few more formidable ones? Desiring to learn magic, are we? That is quite acceptable." Moholic replied, floating gracefully in midair. Observing Lu Yu's face, which bore a blend of flattery and reverence, his small vertical pupils gleamed with pride. "You possess only one wind attribute. You would not be able to comprehend spells of other attributes, let alone utilize them." Moholic deliberately paused at this juncture, casting a casual glance at Lu Yu, whose expression fell instantly. A smile spread across his face as he reveled in his triumph. "Ah, my dear child, it is but a trivial matter to handle you. Nevertheless, I can teach you a few spells that solely require mental prowess, considering you possess a modicum of talent. Otherwise." Lu Yu gazed at the smug Moholic, a disdainful smile curling upon his lips. Were it not for the absence of other spellbooks in the system's shop, I would not have been forced to grapple with the incomprehensible text on elemental magic. For now, I must endure this arrogant and twisted tome, as it remains my sole source of assistance. Though its disposition is far from amiable, it still possesses the capacity to impart knowledge. He mused, when the opportunity arises, I shall undoubtedly pour pepper juice into its eyes. How dare it manipulate my body to enter the women's restroom in the dead of night? Fortunately, the darkness concealed my identity, or else my illustrious reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished. How could I continue to navigate life in the 6th dormitory, maintaining my status as a formidable figure before the third party? Lu Yu had already envisioned a scene where Tang Xin would mock him upon learning of this matter. Really? What kind of magic is it? Is it something extraordinary? Despite his inner skepticism, Lu Yu maintained an outward appearance of eager anticipation, his expression and performance deserving of a nomination for an Oscar. Moholic clearly relished this reaction, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic. "Hee. The magic I shall teach you is called mental piercing." Moholic, employing his usual tactics, couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction as he observed Lu Yu's bewildered yet admiring countenance. Though the name may seem rather unassuming, it is indeed a formidable spell capable of challenging those beyond your current capabilities. To master this magic, one must possess formidable mental strength as a foundation. Furthermore, the casting time is virtually negligible. The most remarkable aspect is that mental energy is intangible and imperceptible, allowing one to catch an opponent off guard, especially in combat situations where your adversary is more powerful than yourself. You may strike unexpectedly or stealthily seek out your target, dealing a lethal blow without them ever realizing it. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed Minner. Hee. Since you have earnestly sought my instruction, I shall generously impart my knowledge. Now, lend me your ears and listen closely. This mental piercing. Evening descended. Lu was nearly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, as the mental piercing had drained an immense amount of his mental energy. Even with the W Nexi ing M Nxi Ying, he could not offset such depletion. Fortunately, after an afternoon of practice, Lu had become adept at this skill, able to induce dizziness in anyone within a radius of 100 meters at his whim. Unless their mental prowess significantly exceeded his own, they had no chance of resistance. Just as Lu closed his eyes to rest, a small, snow-white figure unexpectedly darted out from nowhere, extending its delicate pink tongue to incessantly lick his chin. Lu felt a sudden itch beneath his chin. Unable to suppress a laugh, A stellar fox? Beside him, Mo Holik gazed in astonishment at the celestial spirit fox, letting out an exclamation of surprise. You, my friend, possess a stellar fox. Liu was utterly perplexed by Mo Holik's reaction. What's wrong? The little fox is my first spirit ring. Is there an issue? What? You claim it is your first spirit ring? Mo Holik's astonishment grew. The illusory star fox is a favored creature of the night. To harm them invites the curse of the stars. How is it that you remain unscathed? Liu also appeared bewildered. Is this little fox truly of such remarkable origin? Yet, why is it that he remains unaffected? Chapter 20, Equal Contracts? Unequal Treaties? Hey, young one, this illusory star fox is among the most elite of summoned beasts. Entering into a pact with it could bestow upon you the blessings of the stars, Mayor Holik elucidated. I strongly recommend that you forge a contract with it now. Once the agreement is made, your destinies will be irrevocably intertwined. It seems that this little creature has already acknowledged you, which will spare you a considerable amount of trouble. Liu glanced at the white, fluffy creature in his arms, and in the next moment, he met the sparkling eyes of the little fox, filled with eager anticipation. What should I do? Liu turned to Mayor Holik and inquired. This is quite manageable. Relax your mind. Whatever transpires shortly, do not resist or feel anxious. I shall guide you. In the next moment, the grimoire opened, emanating a brilliant white light as its pages rustled with fervor. Two contracts gradually materialized between the human and the fox. You shall each offer a drop of your essence. As Mayor Holik's words fell, two droplets of crimson blood floated from the foreheads of both parties, merging into the contracts. Now, it is time for you to bestow names upon one another. Liu pondered. Since you have become my contracted beast, why not adopt my surname, Liu? Xingyu the spirit fox. Shall we call you Liu Xingxing? No, that sounds too mundane. How about Xingxing? Or perhaps Luna? Liu 6. Liu Yu's little mind sparked with inspiration. Why not call him June? Xingyu the spirit fox nodded joyfully, seemingly quite pleased with this name. Well then, it is your turn to bestow a name upon him. Huh? Wait, what did you say? Upon hearing those words, Liu could scarcely believe his ears. Pray tell, who bestows names upon whom? He inquired. Why, it is indeed the creature that grants you a name, replied Mayor Holik, exuding an air of certainty. Although the illusory star fox is a high-ranking contract summoner, the celestial offspring are not mere figments, their intellect rivals that of humans, necessitating an equitable contract. Moreover, this is their exclusive covenant, one that others cannot simply enter into. An equitable contract? Liu exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Indeed. Mayor Holik affirmed, an equitable contract signifies parity in status. There is no distinction between master and summoned beast. In times of need, both parties can call upon one another. Mutual summoning? Liu murmured, a spark igniting in his mind. This is a remarkable boon. In a critical moment, it could be a lifesaver. I stand to gain immensely. Hey, have you lost your senses? Mayor Holik observed Liu Yu's foolish grin with disdain. Ah, no, nothing at all. Please, continue. Liu Yu stammered, trying to regain his composure. Very well, proceed with bestowing a name upon him, Mayor Holik instructed, turning to the little fox. You may choose any name you like. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, or Zhao Lao Ma Zi will suffice. Step aside, do not create chaos, Liu interjected. Liu, with a face of mild disdain, pushed aside Mo Holik. Little fox. No, June, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. I have faith in you, Liu said, gazing at June with a warm smile. June furrowed her delicate brow slightly, her ears twitching adorably up and down. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated June's eyes, and a flurry of starlight coalesced before her, forming three enchanting characters. Liu and Cue? How reminiscent of feminine names. Well, it's already commendable that you didn't choose something as commonplace as Zhang San or Li Si. Yet, you still have the audacity to be picky. Mo Holik once again faced Liu with a bemused expression. The final step involves establishing a mental connection, after which the contract shall be fulfilled. As the mental link gradually formed, Liu sensed an influx of new thoughts within his mind, and his mental prowess intensified. Suddenly, the sky erupted with stars, and a beam of light descended from above, enveloping Liu Yu and June, as starlight swirled around them. In the next moment, Liu Yu felt a sense of weightlessness, and he began to float alongside June in midair. The swirling starlight continuously flowed towards them, ultimately merging into their beings. At this moment, within Liu Yu's sea of consciousness, countless specks of starlight began to coalesce into a vortex, comparable in size to the nearby soul power vortex. That whirlpool glimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, while a luminous orb, reminiscent of a radiant moon, danced gently at its center. The scene was simply breathtaking. As the beam of light dissipated, Lu Yu and Jun gently descended to the ground. How marvelous! Suddenly, a gentle and sweet voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Is that Jun's voice? How delightful! Oh no, I must remain rational. After all, it is merely a little fox. My heart belongs to the grand ladies. Once a connection is established, you can communicate telepathically, understanding each other's intentions regardless of language barriers. Morholic interjected, moreover, congratulations, young man. You are now qualified to learn the art of night magic. Night magic? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, night magic does not fall under elemental or chaotic magic. It forms its own distinct category. The difficulty of its practice is considerable. To master such magic, one must either possess the innate star saint body or acquire the blessing of the stars through a contract with a star fox. You are fortunate to belong to the latter category. Night magic is further categorized into 3 branches: star arts, moon magic, and certain forms of dark magic. It sounds quite formidable. Formidable is an understatement. It is indeed powerful in practical application. However, the challenge of mastering night magic is unparalleled among all forms of magic. Even my master and creator, the legendary sorcerer Merlin, had only a superficial understanding of it. His third girlfriend, despite possessing the star saint body and the blessing of the stars, could only barely grasp moon magic. Merlin's third girlfriend? Lu Yu exclaimed, a mix of curiosity and surprise. Hey, is that the crux of the matter? Please do not digress. My apologies. Please continue. What was her strength like? At that time, she was the youngest 6th-tier mage on the continent of Austin, having reached a half-step into the 7th tier by the age of 35. Under a full moon, she could contend with a slightly weaker title Dolua from your world. That's incredible! Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to learn. I want to learn. Young man, you must consider this carefully. The difficulty of cultivating night magic is not to be underestimated. Even I have only scratched the surface. Once you delve deeper, you will have to navigate this path on your own, without guidance. Morholic said earnestly, moreover, it encompasses dark magic, which can corrupt one's mind, posing the risk of losing oneself. In a best-case scenario, you might spend your life searching for answers in vain, wasting precious time. Lu Yu waved his hand, interrupting Morholic's words. There is no need for further discussion. My decision is resolute. I possess more significant reasons to strengthen myself. The unwavering determination in his gaze even caused Morholic to shudder. Merlin, it seems I can discern your shadow within this child. Chapter 21. The 12th level soul master. Very well. Since your resolve is so steadfast, I shall offer you my guidance. As night fell, as Lu Yu walked back to his dormitory, he rubbed his throbbing head, while Morholic masqueraded as an ordinary book nestled in his embrace. The intricacies of astrological studies proved to be quite challenging. Those esoteric star charts nearly cost him his life. Upon arriving at the base of the dormitory, Lu Yu was met with a throng of people, encircling the entrance in layers, amidst a cacophony of noise. Hey, I heard your martial spirit is a rabbit. If you lose, how about becoming our boss's pet? Xiao Lai proclaimed with an air of arrogance. But if I win, it doesn't matter if you're boss Xiao or dog boss. Henceforth, I shall be your leader. At that moment, Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, glared fiercely at Xiao Lai. The crowd, led by the senior students Xiao Lai, Wang Hu, and Ling Fei, erupted into derisive laughter. Xiao Lai scoffed. You? I never imagined a mere little girl would be so audacious. A mere working student dares to openly challenge us seniors? You ought to inquire about my reputation. Xiao Lai strides confidently through this nodding academy, and none would dare to oppose me. Enough of your prattle, Xiao Wu retorted. Hands on her hips, all you seniors do is chatter. If you have the courage, let us fight directly. With that, she stormed forward, but was halted by Wang Sheng, who grasped her arm. Sister Xiao Wu, your strength is formidable, but allow me to test their capabilities first. All right, but do be cautious, she replied. Seeing Wang Sheng step forward, Xiao Lai exhibited disdain. Humph, a weakling like you hardly warrants my intervention. Wang Hu, puffed up with pride, stepped in front of Xiao Lai. Prepare to witness the might of my father, Tiger. Today, I shall leave you, the big cat, searching for your teeth. With a low growl, Wang Sheng summoned his martial spirit and charged at Wang Hu. Both wielded 2-meter-long staffs, exchanging blows in a flurry of strikes. For a brief period, neither could gain the upper hand. Wang Sheng, a working student with considerable strength, wielded his staff with relentless vigor, yet his technique lacked structure, relying solely on instinct. In contrast, Wang Hu, though not as strong, demonstrated a more disciplined approach, his staff dancing with agility as he maintained a defensive posture, intent on exhausting his opponent. As Wang Sheng's every strike drained his energy, Wang Hu seized the opportunity to switch tactics, delivering a powerful downward blow. Wang Sheng hastily raised his staff in defense, only to feel no impact. With a smirk of disdain, Wang Hu lowered his body and pivoted, the staff reappearing in his grasp. Using the ground for leverage, he twisted his torso, thrusting the staff forward directly at Wang Sheng's chest. Caught off guard, Wang Sheng stumbled back a few steps, nearly falling, when a strong hand steadied him. "Thank you, third brother." Wang Sheng pressed his hand against his subtly aching chest and turned to Tang San to express his gratitude. Tang San slightly shook his head, replying, "No need for thanks." "Xiao San, why did you arrive only now?" Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, glanced over, her face lighting up with surprise. "How can you say that? You rushed over to challenge without waiting for me. Are you confident?" Tang San, at a loss for words, explained that he had just returned from Master when he witnessed the unfolding scene. What was there to wait for? They were already bullying us. They expect me to become their new leader's pet. Have you heard about this new leader's situation? Tang San, somewhat puzzled, noted that Xiao Lai was said to have connections with the Lord of Nodding City and possessed considerable strength. He wondered who in Nodding Academy could possibly be his superior. "Hey, are you still going to fight? Wang Sheng has already lost. If you intend to continue, change the participants quickly," boomed Wang Hu's arrogant voice from the center of the arena. "Fight. Of course we will," Xiao Wu declared, pointing at Xiao Lai with a fierce glare. "But I want to battle you." "Me?" Xiao Lai exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to himself. "Indeed, you. What? Are you afraid?" The senior students erupted into derisive laughter. "Haha. Although Xiaogu was defeated by Lu De in just a few moves, he is a genuine soul master with soul rings." "Exactly. Has this little girl lost her mind? Daring to challenge Xiaogu?" Xiao Lai, feeling a wave of frustration, thought to himself, "What do you mean I was defeated in just a few moves? Although it is true, but did you have to say it so bluntly? What about my dignity?" Nevertheless, he found some comfort in the latter part of the remarks. "Very well, I accept your challenge." Xiao Lai displayed an air of confidence. "Considering you are a girl, I will refrain from using my soul skills." "All right, but remember, you said it." As they spoke, Xiao Wu propelled herself off the ground, launching an unexpected fist towards Xiao Lai's face before he could react. Xiao Lai quickly raised his hands to defend himself, but felt no pain. Instead, he realized his arms had been seized. Xiao Wu grasped his forearms and, using the momentum, executed a powerful kick to Xiao Lai's waist, causing him to stagger dangerously close to falling. "You ambushed me," Xiao Lai exclaimed, directing an accusatory finger at Xiao Wu. Tang San, nearby, could only facepalm in exasperation. "Sigh," Xiao Lai shouted, martial spirit embodiment. A green glow enveloped him, his eyes transforming into a haunting emerald hue. His hands morphed into claws, and he launched a rapid assault. The sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light. Unwilling to back down, Xiao Wu responded with a fierce shout, channeling energy through her legs as she charged once more. "Humph, you won't be able to use the same trick on me again." Xiao Lai swiftly retracted his claws, halting his momentum, and swiftly kicked out with his right foot, aiming directly at Xiao Wu's abdomen. With a resounding thud. Just as Xiao Lai was about to make contact with his right foot, a sharp pain surged through the inner side of his left knee, as if struck by an unseen force. Instantly, he lost his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu executed her previous tactic, grasping Xiao Lai's arm and forcefully throwing him aside. Thud! He landed awkwardly some distance away, sprawled on the ground. Observing the entire scene from afar, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. This Xiao Wu was truly skilled with her concealed tactics. It was evident that she had stealthily thrown a few pebbles, striking Xiao Lai's knee. Yet, with her remarkable finesse, few could detect her methods. These youngsters, having been bested by him, still lacked the wisdom to refrain from provoking trouble. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu shook his head and approached. The others, witnessing Xiao Lai being tossed out, were solemn expressions. Was the work-study student really that formidable? At this moment, Xiao Lai had just risen from the ground, his heart filled with astonishment. He had now encountered a second individual who could defeat him without the use of soul power. "Well, since you have lost, you must honor the agreement," Xiao Wu declared. "Agreement? No, that is not acceptable," Xiao Lai responded, shaking his head vigorously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's temper flared. "What? Do you believe I am unworthy of being your leader?" Suddenly, a yellow soul ring emerged from beneath her feet, ascending gracefully. Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student, was a level 12 soul master. Simultaneously, her ears elongated slightly, rising from the sides of her head, resembling a charming little rabbit. Chapter 22. The century-old soul ring. Tang San's surprise instantly. The crowd was astonished. A century-old soul ring. Tang San gazed at the yellow ring, equally taken aback. He had only obtained his own century-old soul ring with the help of his master. How could Xiao Wu, a mere work-study student, possess one as well? What? Are you unhappy to see my century-old soul ring? Xiao Wu pretended to be angry as she looked at Tang San. No, not at all, Tang San replied awkwardly. Realizing then that Xiao Wu also possessed innate full soul power, her potential not inferior to his own. He had not anticipated that she was so adept at concealing her abilities. Well, even if your talent surpasses mine, it doesn't matter, Xiao Lai asserted defiantly. What? Are you truly unwilling to honor the agreement? No, it's not that. If you wish to be my leader, you must first defeat our Lu De. Xiao Wu, hearing this, eagerly exclaimed, then let your Lu De, or whatever esteemed leader you have, come forth so we can engage in a decisive battle. Xiao Lai pointed behind him, stating, Look. Our Lu De is right there. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look behind. Gradually, a figure approached. Leader? Brother Yu? Lu De? Before long, Lu Yu leisurely approached. At that moment, Tang San inwardly sighed, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. The only newcomer to the 6th dormitory recently was none other than Brother Yu. Having witnessed Brother Yu's prowess, he surmised that dealing with Xiao Lai should pose no challenge for him. Moreover, both he and the newcomer shared the surname Lu. Xiao Wu, noticing the newcomer, expressed her confusion, asking, Are you really the so-called Brother Lu they speak of? Before Lu Yu could respond, she exclaimed with delight. Now you can fight me, can't you? Earlier, you claimed I lacked a soul ring, but now I have one, and I just defeated your little brother. This time, you have no reason to refuse, do you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Alas, it seems this hurdle is insurmountable. An endless cycle indeed. Very well, shall we establish a wager once more? As before, the victor shall claim the title of leader. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Xiao Wu's spirit soared, fearing he might retract his consent. Lu Yu, upon hearing these words, could not help but chuckle inwardly, reflecting on the childish temperament displayed. I shall agree to your request, but what? Not at this moment? What do you mean? Are you looking for an excuse to dismiss me? Xiao Wu inquired. Not at all. You have just completed a match and must be feeling fatigued. Moreover, the night has grown late. It would be prudent for you to rest. Let us meet again at the same time in 3 days, shall we? Very well, at the same time in 3 days. We shall not miss our appointment. You mustn't go back on your word. Xiao Wu, fearing that Lu Yu might reconsider, readily acquiesced. Agreed, it is settled. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Yu turned and returned to his dormitory. Boss Lu, why did you choose to schedule the competition 3 days later? Wouldn't it be far simpler to defeat that young girl right now? As Lu Yu reclined on his bed, Wang Hu inquired from the side, Why are you so concerned? Big brother Lu undoubtedly has his own plans. Hurry and sleep, for tomorrow, the fierce instructor will administer a quiz. Xiao Lai interjected. Alas, it's tough. I'm doomed. Wang Hu lamented at the thought of tomorrow's quiz, which felt like a death sentence for someone like him, who struggled academically. If only heaven would grant me even half of Big Brother Lu's intellect. Lu Yu could only chuckle helplessly at this, turning over to adjust his blanket in preparation for sleep. In truth, he did not wish to remain silent. It was merely that he felt utterly drained. Earlier, on the way back to the dormitory, June had abruptly declared her intention to enter seclusion for cultivation, completely depleting the soul power he had carefully conserved. He had fallen into a deep slumber, unresponsive to any calls. Even his mental energy had not been spared, leaving him feeling utterly listless. The demeanor he had displayed earlier was nothing more than a facade. If he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly reveal his true state. Thus, he had proactively proposed a duel 3 days hence, for in his current condition, even a mere slap could render him unconscious. In the dormitory on the 1st floor, the work-study student quarters, Wang Sheng rushed to Tang San as soon as he returned, eager to inquire, Third brother, based on your reaction earlier. Do you know that Big Brother Lu? Yes, we hail from the same village. His grandfather is the village chief and has always looked after my family, Tang San replied. Then Xiao Lai's strength in the academy is formidable enough for him to respectfully address Lu as Big Brother. It seems that Big Brother Lu must possess extraordinary power. Wang Xing remarked. Indeed, Brother Yu is also endowed with full innate soul power and wields dual martial souls, Tang San added. Does that mean that Sister Xiao Wu's duel in 3 days is in jeopardy? Hey, you two, what are you whispering about? Are you discussing something unspeakable? Xiao Wu's voice suddenly pierced through, startling Wang Sheng into a cold sweat. And no, Sister Xiao Wu. I was merely worried about your safety the day after tomorrow. Wang Sheng stammered. Worried about my safety? So, you presume I cannot win? Xiao Wu's gaze turned icy at his words. You're sowing seeds of doubt before battle. I see you're just asking for trouble. She then raised her iron fist. Seeing her fist poised to strike, Wang Sheng turned and fled. A moment later, a scream echoed through the air. Tang San could only shake his head in resignation, a slight smile gracing his lips. They're still just children, he mused. Reflecting on the earlier events, he fell into contemplation. Brother Yu's condition was rather unusual today. His steps were unsteady, and his eyes lacked luster. Although his voice seemed normal while speaking to Xiao Wu, my cultivation of the purple extreme demon eyes revealed that he was clearly putting on a facade. His proposal for a duel with Xiao Wu appeared to be a mere stalling tactic. What could he be concealing? Tang San was perplexed. 3 days had swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the duel had arrived. Outside the dormitory building, the same group of individuals had gathered once more. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon the little girl at the center. Hey, where's your esteemed leader, Lu? Surely, he isn't too timid to show up. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her patience wearing thin as she called out to Xiao Lai. Impossible. Our leader Lu is always true to his word. When he says he will come, he certainly will, Xiao Lai replied, though a hint of uncertainty lingered in his heart. It had already been nearly half an hour. Where on earth had Lu gone? Tang San, too, was filled with questions. You usually adhered to a strict schedule. What could possibly be amiss today? What had you been up to these past 2 days? Something felt off. Nearby, a work-study student remarked, I believe your leader Lu is simply afraid of losing to Xiao Wu, which is why he hasn't shown. Exactly. Another chimed in. Hey, who asked for your opinion? Xiao Lai retorted angrily. Just as the crowd was abuzz with speculation, a figure gradually approached. Chapter 23, The Millennium Soul Ring, Tang San's Great Tooth. A silhouette emerged from the distance. As Tang San observed Lu Yu approaching, an internal curiosity stirred within him. In his purple extreme demon eye activated instinctively, Lu seemed to have grown significantly taller. Despite being only a few months older than Tang San and both being 6 years of age, he towered over Tang San by nearly half a head. Had he perhaps absorbed a century-old soul ring, just as Tang San had after his own transformation? The thought deepened Tang San's astonishment. He had barely managed to hunt the Mantis snake with the master's assistance. Could it be that Lu had independently slain a century-old soul beast? Though Tang San was internally shocked, he maintained a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the two combatants in the arena were already engaged in a fervent exchange. Of course, this was a result of Lu Yu holding back. Xiao Wu's movements were swift and agile. Her strikes were clean and decisive, yet they barely affected Lu. As her strength was limited, what truly posed a challenge for Lu was her remarkable flexibility. In an instant, 2 long rabbit ears appeared atop Xiao Wu's head, and a fluffy, spherical tail manifested at her lower back, signaling her transformation into her martial spirit. A yellow soul ring materialized beside her, shimmering with brilliance. Lu Yu gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch, only to be unexpectedly caught by Xiao Wu. With a swift push from her calves, she leaped into the air, channeling strength from her waist. Observing this familiar scene, Xiao Lai felt an involuntary twinge in his ribs, recalling how he had been thrown out by this very move just the day before. Oh no, big brother Lu, he thought, a sense of worry creeping in. Meanwhile, Tang San, watching the unfolding spectacle, was reminded of his own battle with Xiao Wu a few days prior. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. This was Xiao Wu's first soul skill, the waist bow, a technique he had nearly fallen victim to himself. He wondered how brother Yu would respond. In the next moment, Xiao Lai's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Lu Yu's remarkable maneuver. Truly, big brother Lu had a knack for the unexpected. At that instant, while being captured, Lu Yu grasped Xiao Wu's wrist, pivoted his body, and with a powerful kickoff from his legs, he flung her away. Her petite form performed several flips in midair, barely managing to regain her balance, thanks to a steady hand that caught her. As Xiao Wu turned back, she was met with the sight of a youthful and delicate face. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked, and a rosy blush adorned both their cherubic faces. Tang San felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks, when suddenly a voice, tinged with exasperation, broke the air. Hey, 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 must you two display such affection right now? Lu Yu embraced himself with both hands, gazing ahead at the two individuals entwined in an affectionate embrace. Goodness. As individuals who have lived for nearly 30 years combined, today, they were unexpectedly subjected to a public display of affection by a pair of children. Upon hearing this, Tang San instantly averted his gaze, discreetly withdrawing his hand from someone's waist and raised his right fist to his mouth, feigning a cough. Conversely, Xiao Wu, having transformed from a soul beast into a human, had her understanding of the dynamics between men and women limited to the gossip exchanged among soul masters who hunted soul beasts in the forest. Moreover, her current interest lay solely in fighting and asserting dominance, so she paid little heed to Tang San's peculiar expression. Accepting the outcome of their wager, she sighed, acknowledging, "You have won. You are the leader." Despite her momentary disheartenment, as her opponent had not even employed a soul skill, let alone summoned their martial spirit. She quickly rekindled her fighting spirit with her sparkling eyes. "Next time, I will surely defeat you fair and square." Then, a hint of confusion crept over Xiao Wu as she inquired, "Are you truly just a support-type soul master? May I see your martial spirit?" Upon learning from Tang San that Lu Yu was a support-type soul master, Xiao Wu found it utterly hard to believe. After all, Tang San could engage her in a competitive manner, and according to Tang San, Lu Yu's strength was on par with his own. Yet, if he were merely a support-type soul master, it was simply too incredible to fathom. Hearing this, Lu Yu could only smile helplessly. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, a surge of potent soul energy erupted from within him, and in the next moment, a magnificent staff adorned with 7 gemstones materialized in his hand, a blue lotus revolving gracefully around it. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings gradually emerged beneath Lu Yu's feet. Purple, purple, blue. The azure soul ring emitted a faint sound of wind swirling around it. The onlookers were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. What? Purple soul rings. The first and second soul rings, nonetheless. Is this truly merely a support soul master? 3 soul rings. A level 30 soul master, my goodness. Who exactly is Lu Yu? Is he really only 6 years old? Is he even human? The astonishment among the crowd was palpable. An azure soul ring. Xiao Wu, upon witnessing Lu Yu's peculiar 3rd soul ring, could hardly believe her eyes, despite having lived for over 10,000 years without encountering such an unusual phenomenon. She even began to doubt whether Lu Yu was perhaps a soul beast of a million years that had transformed into human form. Meanwhile, Tang San stood beside her, speechless in his shock. 2,000-year soul rings. Could Brother Yu truly be this formidable? The term genius hardly sufficed to describe him. He was simply a prodigy, bordering on the extraordinary. Lu Yu felt a bit embarrassed under the astonished gazes of those around him. He awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that such a spotlight was indeed not suited for him. A low-profile demeanor was more his realm. He then retracted his martial spirit and soul rings. Turning to Xiao Wu, he remarked, "As you can see, I am merely an auxiliary soul master. My soul rings? Merely a stroke of luck that allowed me to stumble upon a fortunate acquisition." Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Lu Yu interrupted her directly. "Since I emerged victorious in the recent contest, you need not refer to me as boss anymore. Like Xiao San, you may simply call me Brother Yu." He then turned to the crowd and called out, "All right, that's enough for today's competition. The day is getting late. Everyone should hurry back to rest, as there are classes to attend tomorrow. You lot, day in and day out, stop causing trouble. In the future, behave yourselves and refrain from challenging others to fights. It is quite unbecoming for a group of grown men to bully a newcomer, especially a girl, and to lose in the process. Are you not concerned about the disgrace it may bring?" Lu Yu chastised Wang Hu and the others who were watching the spectacle, then turned and strode towards the dormitory building. Wang Hu and his companions, taken aback by the sudden reprimand, were left bewildered. After all, today was supposed to be Lu Da's showdown, so why were they being implicated? It wasn't as if they had lost. Enough of this nonsense. "Let's just head back and rest," said Xiao Lai, who was now completely in awe of Lu Yu. He had come to regard Lu Yu as the ultimate aspiration of his life. As Lu Yu ascended the stairs, he suddenly sensed a searing gaze fixed upon him from behind, causing an unsettling shiver down his spine. However, having just put on an impressive display before the crowd, Lu Yu reveled in the exhilaration of his newfound bravado. Was he perhaps under some spell today? If he turned back now, would it diminish his status? Lu Yu suppressed his curiosity and walked away without looking back, leaving behind a cold and aloof silhouette. Wow, Big Brother Lu is so handsome. Not only is he powerful, but even his back is captivating. The young girls around him couldn't help but swoon. The boys present merely rolled their eyes, thinking to themselves, "I'm the most handsome one here, obviously." Yet, they dared not voice their rebuttal aloud. Chapter 24. The temptation of returning to the village during the holidays in the student dormitory. Tang San lay on his bed, lost in a myriad of thoughts. My century-old soul ring was obtained with the assistance of my teacher. Even so, it was fraught with peril. Brother Yu remarked it was merely luck. Yet absorbing just one century-old soul ring nearly cost me my life. Brother Yu's talent is truly terrifying. I cannot fathom how powerful he has become now. Tang-san, why are you still awake? Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Wu pulled Tang-san back to reality. Although the Nodding Academy permits co-ed dormitories within the dorm, the students tacitly divided themselves into male and female sections. Only Tang-san and Xiao Wu shared a unique arrangement, with their beds pushed together and covered by a single blanket. The reason being Xiao Wu lacked a blanket, so Tang-san, somewhat unwillingly, had to share his. However, a pillow still served as a boundary between them. Fortunately, Tang-san's blanket was large enough to accommodate both of them comfortably. Nothing much, Tang-san replied, only to find that the room had fallen silent. Xiao Wu's breathing was steady, indicating she had drifted off to sleep. Yay, the holidays have finally arrived. The brief semester had passed in the blink of an eye, and after completing their final exams, the elementary students rejoiced in the dormitory, busily packing their belongings. As Tang-san stepped out of the dormitory building, he spotted Lu Yu waiting outside. Brother Yu, Tang-san called from a distance, only to notice Lu Yu's hands were empty, which left him puzzled. Brother Yu, where's your luggage? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu raised his left index finger and smiled, saying, it is all contained within here. The Spatial Soul Guide? Tang-san immediately noticed the ring on Lu Yu's finger. Yes, it was left to me by my grandfather. Let us hurry. He mentioned he would come to fetch us and should be at the door by now. Tang-san nodded in response. Lu Yu and Tang-san walked ahead, while Xiao Wu trailed behind. Lu Yu playfully draped his arm over Tang-san's shoulder, narrowing his eyes with a teasing grin. Well, little San. It's only the first semester, and you're already bringing a girl home. Uncle Hao will be absolutely thrilled to hear this. Coughing slightly, Tang-san felt a tinge of embarrassment. Brother Yu, please don't jump to conclusions. Xiao Wu is merely staying with me for a couple of days due to the lack of company at her home during the holiday. What are you two whispering about? Just as Tang-san was about to clarify, a sweet voice chimed in from behind. Oh, it's nothing. We were just contemplating how to best entertain you in the Holy Spirit Village, considering you are our esteemed guest. Li turned back to explain, then cast a meaningful smile at Tang-san at the school gate. After searching for a considerable time, Liu and his companions had yet to catch a glimpse of the village chief, Jack. Could it be that the elder had mistakenly recalled the dates of our holiday? It is plausible, for it is quite natural for someone of his advanced age to forget certain matters. Xiao-san, Xiao Yu. Just as Tang-san and Lu Yu were engulfed in confusion, a boisterous voice resonated through the air. Uncle Zhou? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. Uncle Zhou, the only carpenter in the village, was known for his simplicity and kindness. Despite his craftsmanship affording him a comfortable life, he was burdened by a wayward brother, a gambling addict who consistently embroiled the family in misfortune, leaving Uncle Zhou to bear the financial repercussions. This unfortunate situation had rendered his family destitute. Although their lives were frugal, they managed to get by. Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Where is my grandfather? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping's expression slightly faltered before he replied, Xiao-san, Xiao Yu, you are both good children, but it would be best for you to return home and see for yourselves. What? Tang-san, standing nearby, immediately grew anxious. Uncle Zhou, has something happened at home? What about my father? Calm down, Xiao-san, Zhou reassured him. Uncle Hao is in good health. There is no need to worry excessively. Let us first return to the village and ascertain the situation. Lu Yu reached out and gently patted Tang-san's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. According to the original narrative, Tang Hao should have been covertly disguised, safeguarding Tang-san from the shadows. However, as a being of title de loa caliber, Tang Hao could practically traverse the continent with impunity. Yet, from Uncle Zhou's words, it seems our family has encountered troubles as well. Could it be that the old village chief is also a person of concealed prowess? My goodness! This speculation had lingered in Lu Yu's mind for quite some time. Ever since old Jack bestowed upon him the spatial ring, initially believing it to be a treasured heirloom of the village chief. Now, it appears that the situation is far more complex than he had imagined. Moreover, the village chief seems to recognize the silver-white token in his possession. Who exactly are his biological parents? Why does this Doloa seem to differ from my understanding? Sitting in the carriage, Liu furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with thoughts. As the carriage reached the village entrance, Tang-san hurriedly leaped down and dashed towards home, with Xiao Wu trailing closely behind. Liu dismounted and expressed his gratitude to Zhou Qingping, who promptly returned home. Zhou Qingping gazed at the receding figures of the three, shook his head, and sighed. What wonderful children they are. With that, He leisurely guided the horse-drawn carriage towards the workshop. Squeak. Grandfather. Lu Yu cautiously pushed the door open and called out. There was no response. The room was unusually silent. Lu Yu stepped into the room, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. He could not help but let out a soft puff as he raised his hand to fan the air before him. The thick layer of dust within the room suggested that his grandfather had been gone for quite some time. Lu Yu pondered, his gaze sweeping across the room. The instruments were arranged neatly. Apart from the excessive dust, everything remained as it was when Lu Yu had departed. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something on the table. Was it a letter? He approached, grasping the envelope on the surface and scrutinizing it closely, before deftly tearing it open to reveal a piece of yellowed stationery within. After carefully examining it, Lu Yu placed it on the table. He then proceeded to draw water, mop the floor, and wipe the table, just as he usually did. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already late at night. After ensuring that Imo-Holik was settled, Lu Yu promptly retired to bed. The little fox had shown no signs of awakening since it had fallen into a deep slumber. The world was enveloped in silence, seemingly leaving Lu Yu alone. Outside the window, the moon hung high in the sparse starry sky, and a gentle breeze caressed the blades of grass, wafting a refreshing chill into the room. The silver-haired youth on the bed wore a serene expression, his breathing steady. His visage in repose resembled a delicate flower quietly blooming in the night, as the breeze stirred the curtains, tenderly brushing against his exquisite features. This scene resembled a pure and beautiful painting. In the tranquil night, the rhythm of the boy's breath was the most enchanting melody. Another gust of evening wind, akin to a mischievous child, playfully darted around the room, seemingly wary of disturbing the peacefully sleeping youth. Its frolics rendered silent. Unbeknownst to him, a yellowed letter slipped from the table, fluttering to the ground. Chapter 25. The Visitor Xiaoyu. By the time you read this letter, I will no longer be here. For grandfather has urgent matters to attend to and must temporarily depart. The funds within the ring should sustain you for a while. If you graduate from the junior academy and grandfather has yet to return, proceed to Shrek Academy. There are belongings I have left for you. Remember, the existence of those items must not be disclosed to anyone. Take heed. As for your heritage, though you have never inquired, I understand your concern. Everything you seek is contained within that silver token, and if you wish to uncover the truth, that token is of utmost importance. Outside, the wind howled and thunder rumbled. A stooped figure at the wooden table set down his pen and raised his gaze to the window, swaying precariously in the tempest. He pressed the yellowed letter firmly, rising to approach the window, hand poised to draw it shut. Suddenly, a shadow materialized out of nowhere, and with a swift motion, a slick tentacle emerged from behind, piercing the old man's throat. Crack! A flash of silver lightning illuminated the inky darkness of the night. Grandfather! Lu Yu let out a startled exclamation and abruptly tumbled from his bed. Thud. Hiss, ah. The sudden jolt of pain in his backside caused the young lad to gasp sharply, and he subsequently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. What happened, O prodigious sorcerer? At that moment, the ethereal figure of Mohalik was drawn over by the unexpected commotion. Did you have a nightmare? Lu Yu, while rubbing his backside, rose and said, I had a rather unsettling dream about my grandfather. Ah. It is said that what occupies our thoughts during the day often manifests in our dreams at night. Merholik reassured him. It is evident that you hold your grandfather dear in your heart. Furthermore, dreams often convey the opposite of reality, suggesting that your grandfather is indeed thriving. Do not fret too much. I never expected your book to possess such a comforting quality. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this tome is none other than the exclusive diary of the most illustrious wizard in history, Merlin, the mightiest grimoire of the Austin continent. Where are you off to? Just as Imo-Holik was pompously introducing himself, he discovered that Lu Yu had already descended the stairs. Preparing breakfast, esteemed grimoire, would you care for a taste? The cycle of grains, a trivial endeavor for mortals. This grimoire holds it in disdain. Truly delightful. I never anticipated you possessed such culinary skills. If this were to be presented on the Austin continent, you would undoubtedly be regarded as a royal chef. Lu Yu gazed at the formidable magic tome before him, ravenously devouring its meal at the table, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was one thing to be gluttonous, but it was quite another to assume his appearance. Observing his own delicate visage, Lu Yu felt that his image had been utterly tarnished by such uncouth behavior. Eat more slowly. No one is competing with you. Meanwhile, Tang San received a farewell letter from Tang Hao. In the past few days, the usually vivacious Xiao Wu had been unusually quiet, quietly assisting Tang San in tidying up his disordered room. At the Nodding City Intermediate Soul Master Academy, the master sat quietly in his chamber, engrossed in a book. With Tang San home for the holidays, a sense of emptiness had enveloped him. Over the course of a year, his feelings for this student had deepened significantly. As for the boy named Lu Yu, although he had not formally become a disciple, the master felt little distinction between him and Tang San. The astonishment this child had brought was unparalleled. Achieving the first soul ring at a millennium's age and reaching soul master status at merely 6 years old had shattered decades of the master's research theories, truly astounding. The master's gaze gradually shifted to a dark talisman resting on the table, identical to the one he had used when guiding Tang San into the soul-hunting forest. Save for the fact that this talisman bore a total of 6 distinct symbols. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. A flicker of confusion crossed the master's brow. What is happening? There seemed to be an unusual number of visitors to this secluded abode lately. Come in, he stated calmly, setting aside his belongings. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a gaunt figure cloaked in black robes, which subtly revealed a coarse garment beneath as he moved. With weathered hands, the elder slowly removed his hood, revealing a face etched with the passage of time and neatly arranged silvery hair. Greetings, master. It has been a long time. The elder's voice was raspy. For reasons unknown, upon the elder's entrance, Yu Xiaojiang felt his soul power instinctively begin to circulate. Although the elder made no overtly threatening gestures, Yu Xiaojiang's intuition warned him that this individual possessed an aura of intimidation that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Tang Hao. What brings you here, esteemed elder? Yu Xiaojiang inquired as he gradually rose, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Nearly 50 years have passed, and no one remembers this old man, the elder chuckled, stroking his beard with his gnarled fingers. But do you recall the peculiar person we encountered 2 decades ago in that strange village? 2 decades ago? A strange village? A peculiar person? Yu Xiaojiang pondered deeply. Suddenly, a wave of memories crashed over him, and he recalled everything with startling clarity, realizing who the elder before him truly was. You are. The master's expression changed abruptly, his pupils instantly focused as he hurried to the elderly man. The elder waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from continuing. Let bygone matters rest. I am now merely an old man with one foot in the grave. The life-saving grace you bestowed upon me in my youth is etched in my heart, a debt I shall never forget. Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor grew fervent. You must have met my inept grandson, Lu Yu, have you not? Lu Yu? Is he your grandson? The master was once again taken aback. Though he is but a foundling to others, in my eyes, he is my own flesh and blood. His parents perished before my very eyes, and I was powerless to avert it. Now, the very entity that caused their demise has resurfaced, compelling me to embark on a distant journey. I have witnessed the transformation of little Yu this past year, a 6-year-old soul master, a rarity unparalleled in this realm. Yet, as the tree that stands tallest invites the fiercest winds, I find it imperative to beseech you, with the weight of my past gratitude, for a favor. The master's heart stirred with a sense of foreboding, yet his demeanor remained solemn, treating the matter with utmost gravity. Please, do speak. I would never dream of neglecting your request. The elder earnestly implored, I wish for you to keep a watchful eye on my unworthy grandson. It is essential that you safeguard him with all your might. The elder's sincerity shone through his eyes, filled with earnest appeal. Rest assured, revered elder. I would brave any peril, even at the cost of my own life, to ensure your grandson's safety. Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction spread across the elder's face as he retrieved an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yu Xiaojiang. Within this envelope lies a token. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, proceed to the address indicated in the letter. That old fellow still owes me a considerable debt of gratitude and should not refuse aid. Yu Xiaojiang respectfully accepted the envelope. I shall not betray your trust, esteemed elder. The elder smiled and nodded before turning to exit the room. The master heard a sudden clap of thunder and hurried to the door, only to find it devoid of any presence. Returning to the table, he sat in a daze, staring at the token and envelope before him. Chapter 26. Siblings? The twilight sun cast its final rays upon the sky, painting it in a brilliant hue of red. Before the blacksmith's forge in Shanghun village, 3 diminutive figures sat together, gazing at the horizon where the sun slowly descended. Li reclined with both hands propped behind his head, a strand of blue-silver grass clutched between his lips, his expression inscrutable as he seemed lost in thought. Xiao Wu sat closely beside Tang San, her hands supporting her chin, eager to speak yet unsure of how to begin, her gaze flickering between the two. Thank you both for these past few days, Tang San suddenly broke the silence. Ah, no need for such formality between us, Lu Yu replied, giving Tang San a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Moreover, Uncle Hao is remarkably strong. It seems unlikely that he would encounter any trouble, even if something were to happen. It certainly wouldn't be him facing misfortune. Brother Yu, are you not at all concerned about Grandpa Jack? Tang San turned to Lu Yu, who appeared utterly at ease. A hint of perplexity in his voice. To claim I am not worried would be disingenuous. However, I can't shake the feeling that the sudden departures of Uncle Hao and my grandfather are far from coincidental. Lu Yu, pinching the blue-silver grass between his fingers, remarked, or perhaps both Uncle Hao and my grandfather are extraordinary. Tang San replied, somewhat perplexed. Little San, did Uncle Hao leave you anything after he departed? Perhaps a note or such? Yes, my father left a note stating he would retrieve what rightfully belongs to him and urge me to become stronger. Yet simultaneously advised against it. Such a contradiction. Brother Yu, did Grandpa Jack say anything? Indeed, Lu Yu pondered. My grandfather instructed me to attend Shrek Academy and mentioned the importance of becoming stronger. Do you think it's possible that Uncle Hao and my grandfather were once formidable figures, compelled by certain circumstances to conceal their true selves? But why have they departed so abruptly? Perhaps they have seen hope in you, reigniting their fighting spirit. Their departure may be in service to your growth and protection. Xiao Wu comforted. What Xiao Wu said holds merit. Little San, we must become stronger and not let them down. Indeed. Brother Yu, Xiao Wu, I truly appreciate you both. Tang San said, lowering his gaze to his toes, tears welling in his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiao Wu patted Tang San's shoulder, albeit a bit too forcefully, nearly toppling him. You must believe your father has merely stepped away for a time. You will surely reunite one day. Besides, you have us, your friends. We can be your family as well. If you don't mind, I can be your sister, Xiao Wu chirped with a smile. At school, everyone calls me that. Except for you, Brother Yu. I'm not as strong as you, so it doesn't count. Come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu so I can hear it. Lu Yu smiled helplessly at the side, observing the young girl who was truly determined to be the leader. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Upon hearing Tang San's questioning tone, Xiao Wu's brows furrowed slightly. No, Tang San quickly clarified. Xiao Wu, I recall that you are a few months younger than I am, right? Since I am older, you may call me Sengo. No, she protested. You cannot defeat me. In the event that you are ever bullied, just call me Sister Xiao Wu, and I will ensure you are avenged. That is not necessarily true. Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. What do you mean, Brother Yu? Asked Xiao Wu, puzzled. You are right, Brother Yu. You may not necessarily be able to defeat me, Tang San replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us have a contest now. Brother Yu shall be the judge, and the victor shall be heated. Xiao Wu's stubbornness flared up immediately. Tang San sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu eagerly tugged at Tang San's arm. Under the clear night sky, a luminous moon cast a silvery glow. With a sudden strike, Xiao Wu aimed a punch at Tang San's face, only for it to be thwarted by the blue-silver grass he summoned. Hey, why is your blue-silver grass so peculiar? Xiao Wu rubbed her reddened fist, feeling the tingling sensation in her hand, her brows furrowing slightly. My first soul ring comes from a 400-year-old mandala snake, which is why the blue-silver grass has mutated to possess toxicity. However, fret not. It merely induces paralysis and is essentially harmless. Xiao Wu shook her numbed right hand and, with renewed vigor in her legs, lunged forward again, targeting Tang San's face. Tang San leaned back, swiftly retreating close to the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who was silently observing the match, noticed that while Tang San was retreating, he was also engaging in subtle maneuvers, quickly picking up a few small stones from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, 3 pebbles flew forth in an instant. Xiao Wu felt a sharp pain in her ankle, her momentum faltering, almost causing her to lose her balance. Before she could react, Tang San's voice rang out. I aim for your calves, your wrists, your abdomen. Xiao Wu experienced a series of stings, and every time she attempted to close the distance to Tang San, he deftly evaded her with his peculiar footwork, leaving her increasingly frustrated. At this moment, Lu Yu focused intently, his gaze fixated on Tang San's movements, which were expectedly the ghost shadow perplexing steps of the Tang sect. Although Tang San's footwork was graceful, Lu Yu, empowered by his exceptional mental acuity, perceived it as though in slow motion. The ghost shadow perplexing steps were enigmatic, moving like a specter, and in mere moments, Tang San had shifted positions multiple times. Truly, it was the exclusive technique of the Tang sect. Lu Yu couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. In the next moment, at the heart of the battle, two figures engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Finally, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to draw closer to Tang San. In an instant, her yellow soul ring shimmered, and she swiftly reached out to grasp his arm. First soul skill, waist bow. She thought with a surge of exhilaration, believing victory was assured. Little did she know, Tang San's lips curled into a subtle smile. Almost the moment Xiao Wu exerted her strength to seize his wrist, Tang San twisted his waist, and, with a sudden burst of power, spun Xiao Wu almost in midair. It turned out that he had deliberately feigned a weakness in order to draw her in closer. At that moment, with a technique reminiscent of controlling the crane and lifting the dragon, Liu keenly observed Tang San's movements, using force against force. Though it bore a striking resemblance to Tai Chi, it was distinct in execution. The outcome was inevitable. Xiao Wu was ultimately bested by Tang San's myriad of tactics. Now standing before Xiao Wu, Tang San extended his hand. As she rose from the ground, she gazed into his eyes. "You won," she admitted, to her surprise. Tang San shook his head, his gaze penetrating into her sparkling eyes. "Xiao Wu, I am earnestly asking you, would you consider being my sister? When my father was still alive, he was my only kin. Now, I am left all alone. If you agree, you will become my family." Xiao Wu, overwhelmed by Tang San's intense gaze, felt her face flush crimson, caught off guard. Chapter 27. Tang San, Little San. The moonlight cascaded down, draping the verdant grass in a silvery veil. The pale glow illuminated the clarity of the young boy's eyes, reflecting the rosy cheeks of the girl before him. I am willing," came her delicate voice. "Three, brother." Upon hearing her words, joy radiated from the boy's face. "Ah, my sister." At that moment, Lu Yu, leaning against a tree trunk, felt 1,000 alpacas galloping through his mind. He could no longer suppress a cough. Cough, cough. This unexpected sound shattered the intimate atmosphere, drawing the two back to reality. Xiao Wu, like a startled bird, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Tang San looked towards Lu Yu with elation, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, I now have a sister." Lu Yu smiled and replied, "All right, I've seen everything. Congratulations to both of you. I shall not linger here to dampen the mood. Enjoy your time together." With that, he left behind a meaningful smile. Oh my. Who would have thought that I initially came to play the role of a judge and ended up inundated with such a feast of love? As Liu departed, his mind was a whirl of thoughts. What does a two-person world mean? He pondered, observing Xiao Wu's bewildered expression. Tang San cleared his throat twice. "What's the matter, Sangu?" she inquired. "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "Xiao Wu, let me show you something." "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Tang San revealed a small object on his arm. "This is called a hidden weapon." Meanwhile, having just satisfied his hunger, Lu Yu did not return home, but instead took a detour to the little forest behind the village. Suddenly, a nondescript thicket rustled, and a head emerged. "Laomo, did you say there are suspicious psychic fluctuations here? We've been lying in wait for quite some time, yet there has been no sign of activity." As Lu Yu pulled the leaves of the shrub from his nostrils, he grumbled, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Morholik asserted with unwavering conviction. "That psychic force is quite potent, yet remarkably well concealed. Even I nearly failed to perceive it." Just as Morholik was about to finish his thought, silence enveloped the air. "Oldemo?" Lu Yu sensed that something was amiss and quickly called out in a hushed tone, yet there was no response. Upon turning back, he discovered Imo Holik quietly hanging among the bushes, resembling an ordinary book. "Oldemo." Lu Yu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. In an instant, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted explosively. Lu Yu felt as if he were trapped on a solitary boat adrift in an endless ocean. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his consciousness, a fierce wind howled, stirring up towering waves. The fragile vessel swayed precariously amidst the tumult, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Suddenly, the boundless spiritual energy converged, locking onto Lu Yu with unwavering precision. Lu Yu felt as though his small boat had been capsized by monstrous waves, plunging him into an endless ocean, where he soon experienced suffocation, followed by a loss of strength, until darkness enveloped him and he lost consciousness. In reality, the youth merely rose, his legs trembling and wobbling before he fell heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the space around the thicket distorted, revealing several figures. "Guanshan, you are exceedingly reckless," spoke a figure clad in a black robe. He was but a 7-year-old child, incapable of enduring such tumult. His voice, though seemingly ancient, resonated with confidence, indicative of a master. The black-robed figure named Guanshan spoke in a coarse tone. Upon closer inspection, he too was cloaked in black. Yet his stature was notably larger than the others. Heh, I was merely testing the waters. Who would have thought him so fragile? Guanshan scratched the back of his head sheepishly before flashing a confident smile. But Uncle Feng, rest assured, I exercised restraint. The elder, referred to as Uncle Feng, was indeed the owner of the earlier wise voice. One must be cautious. After all, this child is a divine offspring. Your recklessness shows a lack of respect for our ancestors. Feng Huang reprimanded sternly. Is it merely a matter of knocking the divine child unconscious? Why drag the ancestors into this? Guanshan scratched his head again, noticing the raised hand of Feng Huang poised to strike his head, and quickly exclaimed, "Oh, Uncle Feng, I understand my mistake. I assure you, it will not happen again." Feng Huang lowered his hand, adopting a serious demeanor. "Humph, I shall let you off this time. But should there be a next occurrence, it will be recorded in the task log and presented to the high priest for judgment." He then glanced at Guanshan's large frame, muttering, "With such a boorish stature, it is hard to believe you are one who cultivates mental prowess." Enough. Uncle Feng, Guanshan, cease your bickering," interjected the black-robed figure standing beside Lu Yu's head. "We have just received the latest orders from the sanctuary, instructing us to discreetly protect the divine child, eliminate potential threats, and ensure his safe development. The immediate priority is to investigate those surrounding the child." Feng Huang stroked his beard, regarding the speaker with admiration. The Azure Dragoness envoy speaks wisely. He inwardly wished that the Feng family had such talent. However, thoughts of his inept nephew soon darkened his expression, and he shot a fierce glare at the bewildered Guanshan, as if to silently convey, "Look at them." Guanshan, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, What have I done now?" A cough interrupted the collective thoughts of the group. The Azure Dragoness envoy spoke once more, based on observations over the past few months. This book harbors no malice towards the divine child. In fact, it appears to assist him in learning abilities from other realms, thus posing no immediate danger. At present, the only potential threat is the missing Tang Hao, Feng Huang added. According to reliable sources, this individual is none other than the Haotian Dolua who disappeared several years ago. Hailing from the Haotian clan, he is the father of Tang San, who has been closely associated with the Son of God. The girl named Xiaowu has an enigmatic background, possessing the aura of a soul beast, yet she has not exhibited any malicious intent and is currently deemed safe. The Azure Dragon nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, at this moment, Shenghan Village poses no threat. We shall proceed with a dual strategy. Uncle Feng will lead 6 individuals to Shrek Academy, while the remaining members will stay with me to discreetly protect the Son of God. Be vigilant. No one is permitted to act independently." Understood. The space twisted once more, and their figures vanished. In the clearing of the forest, only Lu Yu and Imo Holik remained, as if the preceding events were but a fleeting illusion. The following day, sunlight streamed through the forest windows, creating a splendid Tyndall effect. Chapter 28. Sleeve Arrow. Shimmer. The morning sun always shines so brilliantly, and the air in the forest carries a faint fragrance of grass. Dew cascaded gently down the veins of the leaves. Liu felt something damp on the tip of his nose, and he could not resist the urge to reach up and touch it. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. This is not right. Did I not faint in the woods last night? How could I possibly be home? Oh, you are awake. A voice resonated, and upon hearing it, Liu raised his head, only to find another version of himself seated at the table, smiling back at him. Lao, what in the world is happening? What transpired last night? Why does my head ache so terribly? Liu reached out and vigorously rubbed his head. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own, categorizing him within the realm of a title de law in this world. Moreover, the adversary specialized in spiritual power. To have survived such an encounter is indeed a testament that great fortune often follows those who evade calamity. The silver-haired youth crossed his arms and remarked. Liu struggled to lift his weary body and seated himself at the table, pouring a bowl of water for himself from the teapot. What an impressive title, Deloi. When did I provoke such a formidable being? The silver-haired youth rolled his eyes. How could I possibly know? However, it is likely that they harbor no malice towards you, and it is even possible that they are here to protect you. Liu was somewhat bewildered upon hearing these words. Protecting oneself, where did this notion arise? Could it be that his parents had orchestrated such a scenario? Yet, why would they wish to assail him? Wait a moment. Liu suddenly had a thought. Them? Old Imo, how did you know it was a group of people? Could it be that you, Imo Holik, had no intention of denying it? He nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, I was not dazed. What about you? Oh, it's not that they were numerous and overwhelming. I simply couldn't contend with them. Although that burly man possessed formidable mental strength, he was still too inexperienced to face me, the greatest magician of all time. Since you were not dazed, you must have heard something. Do share. Lu Yu did not grant Imo Holik the opportunity to speak, interrupting him mid-spell to inquire. Well, let me think. There are approximately 12 of them. From their conversation, it seems they mentioned a place called the Holy Domain, and they have come specifically to seek you. The Holy Domain? They are here to find me? Liu could not help but fall into deep contemplation. He had never heard of a place called the Holy Domain in the Dolua continent. In the novels he had previously perused, the only locales that could be considered rather unique were the City of Slaughter and Sea God Island. The former was the dwelling place of Tang San's grandfather and the site where Tang San acquired the God of Slaughter's domain, while the latter served as the sacred ground for the Sea Goddess inheritance. Both of these locations were essential stops in Lu Yu's original plan, provided that he possessed the strength to ensure his survival there. Otherwise, it would be akin to courting death, especially in the City of Slaughter, which was nothing short of a den of madness. Hey, what are you thinking about? Imo Holik inquired, noticing Lu Yu's stillness and his gaze fixed intently on a certain spot as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Oh, it's nothing, Lu Yu replied. Please. Continue. Lu Yu suddenly returned to his senses. From my observations, this group possesses formidable strength. Imo Holik rolled his eyes and continued. It seems they have the ability to traverse through space. Furthermore, it appears they have split into two factions, one headed for Shrek Academy, while the other, well, I didn't quite catch where they went. Shrek Academy? Could it be that they are aware of the treasures left by Grandpa Jack? No, that can't be right. The letter stated that only Grandpa, and I knew the location of those items. Bang, bang, bang. Noticing Lu Yu lost in thought once more, Imo Holik impatiently rapped on the table. Hey, how much longer are you going to ponder? Hurry up and make breakfast. I'm almost starving. Seeing that Lu Yu remained unresponsive, Imo Holik took matters into his own hands and pushed Lu Yu toward the kitchen. Oh, stop pushing. I can walk on my own. Quickly prepare breakfast after we eat. You still need to practice magic, and you must catch up on what you missed yesterday. With an air of reluctance, Lu Yu was pushed into the kitchen, resembling a little wronged wife. Once Lu Yu had completely departed, Imo Holik discreetly glanced into the corner before nonchalantly leaving as if nothing had occurred. In that very corner, after Imo Holik's departure, a faint sigh seemed to echo. Phew, that was close. I almost got discovered. This task of close protection is so challenging and exhilarating. A nearly transparent figure complained while patting its chest. In the evening, outside the small hillside of St. Sol village, Lu Yu closed his eyes tightly, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead, occasionally furrowing his brow as if enduring immense agony. At last, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, and with a forceful gasp, a stream of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. Lu Yu pressed a hand against his chest while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring to himself, Is it truly impossible? Is my current physical state limited to merely doubling my soul power? Indeed, Lu Yu had been attempting to further compress his soul energy. Yet no matter how he guided its flow, any surplus energy would ultimately spiral out of control. Although there was a moment when he successfully coalesced the excess energy into a stable form, it abruptly erupted as soon as it transformed into a vortex of soul power, nearly tearing Lu Yu apart from within. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised his right hand sharply, and a soul energy arrow shot forth, embedding itself into a tree trunk behind him. Who is it? It's me, Brother Yu. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lu Yu slowly sheathed his broken crossbow. Subsequently, a slender figure emerged from behind the tree trunk. Xiao San? What clandestine activities are you up to, lurking in the shadows? The scene shifts back to this afternoon. The blacksmith shop of the Tang family, with its towering chimney, exhaled wisps of smoke that gracefully ascended amidst the drizzling rain. The rhythmic sound of hammering resonated from the forge, enveloping the air above it for an extended time. Now, Tang San plunged the glowing iron block into cold water, instantly vaporizing it and producing billowing clouds of white steam. Third brother, what are you doing? Inquired Xiao Wu with curiosity. Quenching, replied Tang San, carefully extracting the iron mother while scrutinizing it. The sleeve arrow? Is that the item you presented to me yesterday? Indeed, this is meant for Brother Yu. For Brother Yu? Yes, you all are my family, and I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Tang San's eyes gleamed with fervor, sparkling with the fiery essence of the furnace's embers. Having prepared additional components in advance, Tang San only needed to forge the core part this time, allowing him to complete the sleeve arrow's creation within a mere afternoon. Chapter 29. the sleeve arrow. Hearing the commotion, Tang Sen slowly stepped forward from behind the tree. As he gazed upon the damaged marks on the tree, a wave of astonishment washed over him. So brother, you possesses such skills? Xiao San, why are you still out here so late? Where is Xiao Wu? Tang San snapped back to reality upon hearing the inquiry. I came to deliver something to you, brother Yu. He then presented the completed sleeve arrow before Lu Yu. This is the sleeve arrow. Lu Yu instantly recognized the object before him. He took out his battered crossbow for comparison. The sleeve arrow, entirely black and shimmering with a chilling light, bore a striking resemblance to his worn crossbow. The distinction lay in the intricate mechanisms and gears affixed to the sleeve arrow, which replaced the runic circuits found on his crossbow. Tang Sen observed the aged crossbow in Lu Yu's grasp with a hint of confusion, pondering whether the luminous object he had seen in Yu Ji's hand at the school gate was indeed this. Yet, he could not fathom why Yu Ge possessed a sleeve arrow. Despite its similarity to the sleeve arrow, this item appeared to have a considerably simpler structure, adorned with peculiar patterns. Lu Yu seemed to perceive the confusion in Tang Sen's heart, and thus he smiled and explained, "This is the Patsang crossbow. Akin to the jade belt you aspire to wield, both are soul-guiding devices. However, the Patsang crossbow is an offensive type of soul-guiding instrument. Yet, Xiao San, you are indeed impressive. To have crafted such a delicate trinket is truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen felt a tinge of pride and scratched his head sheepishly. "Brother Yu, since you possess the arm crossbow, using it should be quite similar to the sleeve arrows, and you will surely master it swiftly. I shall take my leave now to allow you some time to familiarize yourself." Wait a moment. Just as Tang San was about to turn away, Lu Yu suddenly interjected. "Xiao San, it seems we haven't sparred in quite a while, right? How fortuitous. Let me witness the might of your concealed weapon." Tang San regarded Lu Yu's mischievous grin with a sense of foreboding. "Ah, well, brother Yu." Tang San hesitated, concerned that the concealed weapon might harm Lu Yu. Unwilling to acquiesce after much deliberation, unbeknownst to him, his apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Lu Yu observed that Tang San hesitated for quite some time without offering a response. So he directly placed his hand on his shoulder. "Little San, do not worry. I can allow you to forego the use of your soul skills. However, if you fear a disgraceful defeat, you are entirely free to decline. After all, resorting to clever tricks and petty tactics is ultimately a fleeting strategy." Lu Yu wore a solemn expression, and with a tone of earnestness, he said, "All right, I promise you, brother Yu. However, there is no need to hold back. We shall give it our all." Witnessing Tang San's prompt willingness to engage, Lu Yu nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect are remarkably effective." Without hesitation, Lu Yu summoned the Qixing Lianzhong, his azure soul ring shimmering at his feet as he summoned the wind to create distance. "Come at me with all your might, little San," he called out. "But do be cautious, brother Yu," Tang San warned, executing an unusual footwork to swiftly close the gap between them. In Lu Yu's eyes, the reflection of Tang San shifted unpredictably as the azure gem atop his staff shimmered. "Windblade," Lu Yu let out a soft shout, sending forth several azure blades of wind. Remarkably, Tang San evaded them all, rendering each strike ineffective. Just as Lu Yu prepared to launch a second assault, Tang San's figure mysteriously vanished from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yu felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly employed the wind-slash technique to alter his form. 3 beams of icy light grazed his cheek. That was close. He nearly fell into this young man's trap. Lu Yu caught a glimpse of 3 iron needles prominently embedded in a nearby tree trunk. Resorting to hidden weapons right away, Xiao San, you are quite impressive. Lu Yu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly inverted his staff, unleashing several blades of wind that did not directly target Tang San, but instead circled around him. As Tang San noticed the wind blades approaching once more, he executed his ghostly footwork, only to discover that these seemingly erratic blades had effectively sealed off all his escape routes. In the next moment, 2 wind blades charged directly toward him. Yet, Tang San maintained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips, betraying no hint of panic. In an instant, he grasped the air with both hands, emanating tendrils of chilling energy from his fingertips, swiftly solidifying his entire hand into what resembled cold jade. Remarkably, Tang San caught the wind blades with his hands, effortlessly crushing them. This was one of the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, the Mystic Jade Hand. Observing Tang San's jade-like grip on the wind blades, Lu Yu couldn't help but express his admiration. The Mystic Jade Hand indeed lived up to its reputation as a supreme skill, solid as rock and impervious to poisons. Today, he had witnessed its prowess firsthand. However, this was merely an appetizer. The real challenge lay ahead. At this moment, Tang San steeled himself. There was no choice but to be serious. The disparity in their strengths was too great, one at level 30 and the other merely in the teens. Tang San knew he was destined to lose this battle, yet he intended to do so with dignity. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a purple light flickered within his gaze. "Ah, I shall not grant you your desires." Liu raised his staff high with one hand, murmuring incantations under his breath. With every profound utterance, the surrounding leaves began to swirl. Before Tang San could comprehend what was unfolding, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the hillside, carrying with it a tumult of dirt, withered branches, and stones, making it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes, let alone employ the purple extreme magic eye. The second-tier spell, Gale Force. In that moment, he could only cling to a nearby tree trunk to maintain his balance, but as time progressed, the wind's ferocity escalated, posing a constant risk of being swept away. In the next instant, Tang San unexpectedly released his grip, allowing the powerful gust to carry him aloft. "Xiao San, do not hide. This wind inflicts area damage. Moreover, amidst the swirling sand, you likely cannot even open your eyes, rendering your hidden weapons futile." A voice resonated from behind him. "Brother you speak the truth. Even in defeat, I shall strive to make it a graceful one." Tang San adjusted his posture amidst the tempest, skillfully utilizing the debris in the wind to execute the Ghost Shadow Misty Step. He then grasped the tree trunk with both hands, leveraging the wind's force to perform the crane-catching dragon, propelling himself towards Liu. As he altered his trajectory, delivering a powerful kick, he believed success was imminent. However, with a resounding thud, he felt as though he had struck a steel plate, the impact jarring his entire lower leg. In an explosive moment, Tang San was hurled backward. The third-tier spell, Gale Shield, concentrated the surrounding winds onto a singular plane, dissipating the force of the impact through the flow of air, while a countercurrent redirected the released energy back towards the attacker. Almost simultaneously, Tang San suddenly sensed his limbs ensnared by four powerful forces. The second-tier spell, Wind Ropes. Liu turned around and smiled gently at Tang San. "Little San, you're still a bit too inexperienced and lack practice, my young friend." However, in the blink of an eye, Tang San's previously flustered expression transformed completely. The howling whirlwind tousled his hair, yet his face remained composed. "Brother you, one must not judge solely by appearances." "What?" Liu silently uttered a word of dismay, as an unsettling premonition surged within him. Suddenly, several imposing blue-silver grass vines erupted from the ground, not only from the earth, but from all directions. Robust tendrils sprouting instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, they lunged toward Liu. Chapter 30. The Return of June. A number of blue-silver grass vines surged towards Liu, yet his countenance remained devoid of any panic. With a deft motion of his right hand, a howling whirlwind erupted around him, obliterating the blue-silver grass vines in an instant. The sudden gale caught Tang San off guard, propelling him away unceremoniously. He felt as though his back might shatter upon colliding with the ground, producing a dull thud as he made intimate contact with the earth. Liu gracefully descended from the wind before Tang San, gently brushing off the dust from his attire. "Xiao San, your hidden weapons are truly remarkable. They can be concealed anywhere. When you have a moment, do teach me," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Tang San lifted his gaze to meet the cheerful expression of Liu, along with the 3 iron needles in his hand. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which quickly transformed into calmness. "As expected of Brother Yu, this little trick is still rather elementary. You certainly have a knack for playing such devious games." Liu glanced at the iron needles in his hand, his heart still racing with residual fear. Fortunately, he had detected the 3 needles in time. Otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. These needles had been cunningly concealed by Tang San among the vines, all aimed at his lower regions. This crafty Tang San was indeed playing a treacherous game, leaving Liu with a chilling sensation along his spine. After bidding farewell to Tang San, Liu had just returned home when, suddenly, a white shadow materialized before him. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. "Who goes there?" he exclaimed. The ground beneath his feet shimmered with a green glow, causing the surrounding grass to sway gently. Before him stood a fox, nearly as tall as a person, its coat resembling delicate snowflakes, soft and pristine. Its 2 glistening black eyes sparkled like black jewels, and a star-shaped mark on its forehead radiated brilliance. Behind it, 5 fluffy tails danced gracefully. A little fox. Liu set down his hand, which had been gripping the wind blade, and exclaimed with delight. The return of June. After nearly a year of slumber, filled Liu with immense joy. Merholic, who had mysteriously floated over at some point, began to circle around the little fox, observing it with keen interest and offering his praises. "Oh my, just look at this fur, and gaze upon its form. It is increasingly resembling a divine beast." Then, Merholik's attention was drawn to the 5 fluffy tails of the little fox. "Ah, 5 tails have sprouted. It cannot be long before it transforms into a 6-tailed entity." At that moment, Lu Yu, with a face full of drool, forcibly held the little fox's mouth shut, lest it again provide him with an unsolicited saliva therapy session. Transformation? Isn't it said that soul beasts require at least 100,000 years to undergo such metamorphosis? June has only been around for 2,500 years. So how could it be so close to evolving into a 6-tailed form? Moreover, June has only just sprouted 5 tails. Perhaps that was once the case, but now? Merholik shook his head and spoke with an air of mystery. "What is it now? Must you speak in half-truths? Do you not know such ambiguity invites divine retribution?" Will you cast a sidelong glance at Mohalik, for he harbored a profound disdain for those who spoke only half of their thoughts. Whenever he encountered such individuals, he would silently wish them a life devoid of offspring, yet paradoxically blessed with a multitude of descendants. "Oh, do not be so impatient. I have yet to finish my tale," Mohalik retorted with a similar glance, continuing, "Do you recall the cave you once took me to? The lair from 6 months ago, which had been overtaken by a formidable gorilla leading a cadre of soul beasts." Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Indeed, at the heart of the cave, there lies a milky white mass upon the stone platform." "Ah, but what of it? Does it bear any connection to the transformation in June?" Lu Yu expressed his confusion, recalling that he had previously inquired about the system, yet to no avail. Later, he accompanied Mohalik once again, but the old man remained enigmatic, offering no elucidation. Lu Yu had originally planned to assist June in reclaiming the nest once he reached level 50. After all, the milky white mass was exuding liquid at a sluggish pace. And considering the valuable items he had drawn from the system, vanquishing those for spirit beasts should pose no challenge. However, now that Mohalik had broached the subject, could it be that the old man harbored some insights or had unraveled the mystery of that substance? Lu Yu, feeling perplexed, instinctively relaxed his grip, allowing the little fox to seize the opportunity to break free. "Humph, of course. Do you not know who I am? I am Morholik of the Austin continent," he declared with great pride. However, before he could further boast, Lu Yu interrupted him. "Stop. Enough already. We are all aware of your prowess. Please get to the point." Though slightly displeased at being interrupted, Morholik continued. "Based on my extensive knowledge accumulated over the years, it is highly likely that the object in question is indeed dragon marrow." "Dragon marrow?" "Precisely." Observing Lu Yu's bewildered expression, Morholik kindly elaborated. "This so-called dragon marrow is far more complex than merely the marrow of a dragon. Lu Yu, the dragon is indeed a treasure from head to tail. Its scales are impervious, suitable for crafting armor. Its claws are incredibly sharp, capable of serving as blades. As for the dragon marrow, Mohalik momentarily paused, and Lu Yu entertained the thought of using it to ignite a fire, yet he still responded in kind. "What about the dragon marrow? It embodies the essence of a dragon's cultivation, its efficacy second only to that of the dragon pearl. Consuming it can significantly enhance one's strength, or facilitate the cleansing of bones and marrow to fortify the physique, while also benefiting mental acuity." The little fox nearby nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was the dragon marrow that had contributed significantly to her rapid transformation from a single tail to 3, and now to 5. However, there exists a drawback. What is that drawback? It could be considered a common affliction of treasures that provide temporary enhancements. Consuming too much at once can lead to one's body bursting from the excess. Lu Yu, lost in thought, contemplated the reason why the 4 soul beasts had been guarding the dragon marrow, awaiting the extraction of its essence. "We must embark without delay, for with each passing moment, the soul beasts will absorb a portion of the dragon marrow," Merholik remarked. "No need for haste. Let us first enjoy a restful evening. June has just awakened and should take the time to recuperate. We shall prepare ourselves, as the entrance to the soul-hunting forest lies within the city. We will set forth at dawn tomorrow and should arrive by midday." Lu Yu pondered deeply. After all, he was to confront 4 millennium soul beasts and one that was 5,000 years old. With the passage of a year and the uncertainty surrounding the strength of these soul beasts, bolstered by the essence of dragon marrow, he realized that he must prepare thoroughly. Caution is the mother of safety. "System, activate the interface." Lu Yu reclined upon his bed, closing his eyes as he entered the system space. "Host, Lu Yu, Martial Soul, Variant Star Prayer Staff, Angel of Time, Angel of Space, Soul Power, Level 31 Soul Master. Points, 100. System Warehouse, Blueprint for playing cards. Construction Cement, 1 punch, single use, incomplete, Silver Guardian 1. Note: this item is for experiential use only, with 3 opportunities for activation, each lasting no less than 10 minutes and no more than 20 minutes. Check-in tasks. Check-in at Flanders Grocery Store, 300 points. Check-in at Rose Hotel, 300 points. Ding. System update completed. The commission task interface is now open. Upon meeting the commission unlock conditions, tasks can be accepted. Rich rewards await completion, but failure may result in penalties, including a probability of death. The host is advised to proceed with caution. Commission task. Shrek's 7 Monsters, unlock condition. Engage with members of Shrek's 7 Monsters to unlock character-related tasks, no time limit. Chapter 31. Soul Hunting, a commission task? When did the system update again? This system seems to secretly upgrade itself when I am not present. The systems next door are directly transcending. While I languish in the novice village, Lu Yu gazed at the newly added taskbar on the panel. Nonetheless, it was a welcome development, as it presented more opportunities to earn points and engage with the Shrek 7 Monsters to unlock related commission tasks. Does this mean that by interacting with other characters from the original narrative, I could also unlock additional tasks? Ding, the host is quite astute. You are correct. While flattered by the praise, there lingered a sense of unease, as if you were prying into my thoughts. Lu Yu expressed his displeasure, stating, "What kind of reasoning is this? How can matters of the system be equated to eavesdropping? Your thoughts are spoken so loudly that it would be impossible for me to remain unaware." The system, with arms crossed, gazed at Lu Yu and retorted, "If you diligently practice the myriad manifestations of meditation, would I be able to hear your innermost thoughts so easily?" Lu Yu found himself rendered speechless by a single remark from the system. The system inquired, "What is it? Are there any expedited methods for cultivating mental strength? With your current method of relentless and perilous training, there are none." What do you mean, system? Lu Yu appeared utterly bewildered, his expression one of perplexity. For an entire year, he had devoted himself to meditation, often sacrificing his sleep for this practice. Now, it seemed, according to the system, that his relentless efforts had been in vain. Clear's throat, the system interjected. The so-called myriad forms of meditation possess an ever-changing methodology, unbound by form. Meditation is indeed a means of spiritual cultivation, where tranquil slumber rejuvenates both body and mind. Are you suggesting that mere sleep can facilitate cultivation? What then? Of the countless nights and days I spend in arduous meditation, perhaps you are diligent? Perhaps you simply have ample time? Damn it! Why didn't you mention this earlier? You never inquired. The system responded with a hint of sarcasm. Is it my fault then? You received the techniques and proceeded to practice without consulting the instruction manual. With a system at your disposal, yet you chose not to ask, who is to blame for that? An instruction manual? Such a thing exists? Lu Yu unearthed the time-worn tome, its pages yellowed with age. As he turned to the final layers, a system prompt emerged. A flurry of pages rustled, and a blank sheet fell out. System modification of cultivation techniques. The myriad manifestations meditation was originally conceived by an immortal mage from a magical dimension, renowned for enhancing mental prowess. It refines the soul by absorbing the ambient magical energies of the universe. Following system adjustments, it has been tailored to suit the current realm, with the cultivation method simplified to strike a balance between effort and rest. Adequate slumber is also essential for nurturing both body and spirit. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this practice, one may harmonize with their surroundings, even possessing the ability to alter their environment. After Lu Yu finished reading, he remained silent. System, why did you not mention such a remarkable item sooner? Higi, next time, be sure to inquire earlier. Anything extracted and modified by this system typically comes with an explanation. Just pay closer attention. Lu Yu closed his eyes and directly exited the system interface, returning to the realm of reality. After all, the items in the marketplace were far beyond his meager 100 points. Merely glancing at them felt like an indulgence. Lu Yu pulled the quilt over his head, enveloping himself in a cocoon of tranquility. He sought to rest and calm his spirit. The following day, as the sun ascended in the eastern sky, Tang San opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of purple light flickering briefly. He gazed at a distant carriage gradually moving away, murmuring to himself, "Is that in the direction of Notting City? School hasn't started yet. Why is brother Yu heading into the city so early?" Inside the carriage, Lu Yu sat upright, leaning against the side, feeling the surging vitality of his spiritual power within his consciousness. He could hardly fathom that this was the result of just a single night's sleep. All those countless nights spent in arduous meditation seemed trivial by comparison. What does it mean to have one's effort squandered? This is what it means. Who would have imagined that such vibrant methods of cultivation existed? What's wrong? You look rather pale. Did you perhaps lose a scuffle with a dog over food at the village entrance last night? Mo Hulick inquired with genuine concern upon noticing Lu Yu's unusual demeanor. Get lost. You're the one who tussled with a dog for food. Upon hearing the comforting words of Mohalik, Lu Yu retorted, how much longer until we reach Nottingham? Lu Yu pulled aside the carriage curtain, and as the cart progressed, the trees outside swiftly receded. It should be quick, once we pass this grove. The city gates will come into view. Mo Hulick responded, esteemed soul master, please enter. Here is your token. The guard respectfully returned the token to Lu Yu. With a resounding boom, the massive black gates slowly opened, and the unique fragrance of the forest enveloped him. The silver-haired youth strolled within, savoring the aroma of nature. Come now, stop pretending to be profound. Mo Hulick's voice suddenly broke in. Hurry up, the longer we linger, the less time we have to play with the dragon's essence. Time is money, so let us move swiftly. Ignoring Mo Hulick's dampening remarks, Lu Yu performed a stylish leap onto the little fox. With one arm outstretched, he declared, onward. Our goal is the stars and the sea. The fox beneath him raised its head and let out a long howl. It then sprang into action, transforming into a white blur that darted away. Come on, hurry up, old Mo. Aren't you in a rush? If we delay, we might miss everything. Mo Hulick shook his head in resignation and chuckled. In the end, they are just two children. With that, a flash of silver light flickered from his singular eye. With a whoosh, the shadow vanished in an instant. At that moment, the one person and one fox, who were racing ahead, were startled by a sudden appearance behind them. A cheerful voice chimed in their ears, hurry up, you two slowpokes. Whoever arrives first is the champion. Meanwhile, in a certain forbidden area of Dolua continent, two figures cloaked in black were advancing slowly. Amidst a desolate marsh, waves of green smoke occasionally rose. Pop! A small green bubble suddenly burst, and a nearby unfortunate frog, merely touched by it, instantly transformed into a puddle of pus, leaving no trace behind. One of the cloaked figures glanced over and spoke. I never imagined there existed such a malevolent place on the continent. Senior, are you certain that the mysterious village will appear here? The leading figure in black responded. Such a place could not arise from the environment of Dolua continent. Its presence now must be the work of extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, it is not the mysterious village that emerges in such a place, but rather a side of malevolence that gives rise to villages. The toxicity here is overwhelming. Even a tidal Dolua would struggle to withstand it. We shall not rest today. Let us swiftly traverse this marsh before nightfall, lest some vile creature emerge. Extraterrestrial beings? The cloaked figure inquired, puzzled. Humph. The leading figure scoffed. Just a pack of lost dogs returning to cause trouble once more. Considering the time, the Holy Domain should also be taking action. We must find the village before they retreat. Otherwise, locating their position will prove challenging. Having spoken, the elderly man tapped the silver token in his hand. How vexing. This antiquated relic. It seems incapable of yielding any favorable results, he murmured, shaking it vigorously once more. Elder. Suddenly, an enormous shadow loomed over the two. Chapter 32. The Tombstone Operation, Part 1. Elder. The figure in the black robe abruptly halted. Before them, a colossal shadow obstructed their path. Hiss, hiss. A great serpent arched its body, lowering its head to scrutinize the two. Its crimson tongue flicking in and out, accompanied by a foul stench that assailed their senses. The serpent's body trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, two protrusions adorned its head. This was the venomous serpent dragon. In the soul-hunting forest, as Lu Yu and his companions arrived at the entrance of the cave, they were struck by an unusual silence. This was peculiar. It was broad daylight, so why was it so quiet? Could it be that the spirit beasts also had a penchant for afternoon slumber? Lu Yu remarked with curiosity, this doesn't seem right. Suddenly, Mo Hulick interjected. There is only the aura of a soul beast here. What about the other three? Without hesitation, Lu Yu took the lead and ventured into the cave. As the group stepped inside, they were immediately engulfed by an overwhelming stench of blood that filled their nostrils. The scent of blood is so potent, he noted. Indeed. We inquired earlier, and it was not present during our previous visit. Lu Yu contemplated as he stroked his chin, saying, it seems something significant has transpired within. Enough of the pretense. Let us venture inside and see, Merholik interjected. gliding to the forefront to lead the way. Instantly, the group was rendered speechless by the sight that greeted them. The entire cavern was stained with blood, some of which had long since congealed and turned black, while the ground was littered with grim white bones. At the center of the cave stood a diminutive tower constructed of skeletal remains. The air was thick with the putrid stench of decay. Of the originally 4 soul beasts, 3 were nowhere to be found, leaving only a massive black ape atop the bone tower, lying on its back with remnants of flesh still clinging to the corners of its mouth. Liu was startled, exclaiming in surprise, "What on earth is happening here? And what has become of the 3 wind demon wolves?" Morholic, too, was taken aback by the scene before him. It appears that they have been devoured by that colossal ape. Devoured by the giant ape? Indeed, look over there. Liu Yu followed Morholic's gaze and observed a disarray of white bones piled in the corner. 3 skulls, severely damaged, still faintly resembled those of wolves. "Old Mo, what is your perspective on this? How shall we proceed?" Liu Yu inquired. "Do you recall when I previously mentioned the abundant energy contained within the dragon marrow?" Morholic replied, "Indeed, I remember. But what is the connection between the two?" Liu Yu expressed his confusion. "It is indeed true that dragon marrow contains an abundance of energy. However, without the appropriate methods, this energy can be exceedingly volatile. Many have perished from forcefully absorbing it. Furthermore, the transformation of that colossal ape suggests that it has indeed attempted to absorb the dragon marrow, which likely indicates that the marrow itself has suffered significant damage. You must ponder this matter carefully." Morholic paused for a moment before continuing. "This fisher ape appears to be one of the more fortunate ones, having merely succumbed to madness due to the overwhelming energy. What course of action shall we take now?" Liu Yu lowered his voice and inquired. "Shall we sneak over?" Morholic responded, "Indeed, let us take advantage of the fact that the fisher ape has not yet awakened to stealthily procure the dragon marrow." He then turned to Little June and asked, "Can you reduce your size a bit?" The little fox nodded slightly, and in a gentle glow of starlight, its form gradually diminished until it was no larger than 2 watermelons. "Let us divide our efforts. Old Mo will head to the right, near the stone platform of June, while I will search beneath the bone tower. Move out." With a command from Liu Yu, the 3 swiftly sprang into action. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense and half of another, Liu Yu, who was rummaging through a pile of bones, suddenly felt something soft beneath his foot. A sharp pain shot through his foot, eliciting a gasp of discomfort. Just as Liu Yu was about to call out, a hand firmly covered his mouth. He noticed a silver-haired youth making a gesture for silence with his other hand. After Liu Yu gave a slight nod, a flash of silvery light enveloped the scene, and Morholic transformed back into his original form once more. Liu Yu swiftly turned around, only to find the little fox clinging to his foot, and beneath him lay a snow-white, plush tail. Liu Yu swiftly raised his foot, and just as Liu Yu relaxed his grip, he instantly retracted his foot. His goodness, this little creature has quite the formidable bite. Liu Yu gazed at the 2 small holes on his shoe, stained with blood, and could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was certain that he had been bitten. Should he consider getting a rabies vaccine? Was there anything available for purchase in the system's marketplace? As Liu pondered these unsettling thoughts, the little fox beside him gently stroked its own tail with its tiny paw. "Well then, have you 2 made any discoveries?" whispered Morholic. In response, both Liu Yu and the little fox shook their heads in unison, then turned their gazes towards Morholic, who hovered in midair. Morholic, too, shook his head with a sense of regret. It appeared they had no choice but to focus their efforts in one location. The 3 of them simultaneously lifted their eyes towards the shadow looming over the bone tower. Gulp. Liu Yu swallowed hard. He searched the surroundings, but found nothing. The only option left was to venture into the most perilous area. As he spoke, he was oblivious to the fact that his back was already drenched in cold sweat, and even the pain in his feet had faded into insignificance. The reason the 3 had resorted to such primitive methods was to avoid alarming the formidable creature. This earth-splitting ape had grown to more than double its original size, its strength surpassing millennia. Morholic continued, "There is no choice. You must minimize your movements to avoid startling it, or we shall all meet our demise." Listening to these words, Liu Yu felt a sense of disquiet. "Then what will you do?" he inquired. In response, Wenyan Morholic matter-of-factly replied, "I am merely a book without hands. Little June's paws are impractical. It must be you. Hurry, do not dawdle. Are you no longer interested in the treasure?" Liu Yu found himself at a loss for words in response to Morholic's remarks. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that fortune favors the bold. With determination, he cautiously began his ascent of the Tower of Bones. The putrid stench of decay, and excrement overwhelmed his senses, making it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed through the air. The immense figure shifted, and with a mere turn, it sent countless bone fragments tumbling down. Lu Yu, with an unsteady center of gravity, nearly plummeted downwards, but fortunately, he managed to grasp a protruding bone nearby just in time. He then commenced his cautious ascent. Along the way, countless sharp fragments of bone grazed his skin, leaving behind a trail of crimson marks. With his brows tightly knitted and beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, he dared not utter a sound. Suddenly, a white figure emerged before his eyes. He had found it, Lu Yu exclaimed with delight. That day, the white dragon marrow was unmistakably beneath the immense form of the earth-shattering ape. Yet, with a single roll of the colossal beast, the white dragon marrow once again vanished from Lu Yu's sight. Lu Yu swiftly turned to signal to the book and fox, eager to partake. Oldemo, we have found it, right beneath us. Lu Yu called out softly with great effort. Roar. Before his words could fully escape his lips, an ear-splitting roar suddenly erupted. Bang. Before Lu Yu could react, a tremendous force struck his back, propelling him through the air. Chapter 33. The Tomb Operation, Part 2. Lu Yu had yet to react when he was abruptly struck and sent flying. Bang. Thud. He crashed heavily against the cave wall before tumbling forcefully to the ground. Lu Yu struggled to prop himself up with his arms, feeling a tumultuous surge of energy coursing through him, as if a storm raged within his stomach. Fortunately, he was not gravely harmed. Roar. The earth-shattering ape unleashed another furious howl. Lu Yu, what have you done to provoke it? Go find something. Moholik shouted while evading the incoming bones. How did you awaken it? How should I know? As Lu Yu evaded with agility, he responded. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a dark tendril stealthily vanished into the shadows, silent and unnoticed. Suddenly, the earth-shattering ape leaped from the skeletal tower. Upon landing, the ground trembled violently, and the cave ceiling was rent with numerous fissures, sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. For the moment, let us not concern ourselves with anything else but devising a means of escape, Merholik shouted while dodging. The earth-shattering ape, seemingly drawing strength from an unseen source, brandished two massive bones, wielding them wildly. Abruptly, it appeared drawn by an unseen force, charging directly towards Lu Yu. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on him. Roar. The earth-shattering ape unleashed another furious bellow. Lu Yu's vision was suddenly dominated by two enormous bone clubs. A resounding crash echoed, sending dust and debris flying. These colossal bones did not belong to any sole beast, and remarkably, such a violent impact left not a single crack. As the dust settled, a vast pit was revealed, yet it was entirely devoid of any substance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of azure light struck the back of the gigantic ape with astonishing speed. To Lu Yu's astonishment, not even a scratch was left behind. Goodness, this creature has such thick skin. Be careful. Suddenly, Merholik called out from a distance. The azure soul ring beneath Lu Yu's feet shimmered with brilliance. Utilizing the wind control technique combined with the gale step, he swiftly distanced himself from his opponent. In an instant, Lu Yu forcefully hurled a silver sphere with his right hand. Go forth, Silver Pikachu. The Earthshaker ape swung its bone club once more. Oddly, as the club made contact with the sphere, it emitted a sound reminiscent of droplets splashing into water. In the next moment, the silver sphere adhered to the bone club as if they were symbiotic entities. Gradually, the silver liquid spread backward, ultimately coalescing into a humanoid form that glinted with a metallic sheen. The liquid that clung to the bone club solidified into a powerful hand, firmly grasping a section of the club. Suddenly, the silver figure raised its hand with force, and the Earthshaker ape was flung away along with the club as if it were a mere toy. A dull thud echoed through the air. The Earthshaker ape was left disoriented and dazed. Meanwhile, Merholik and the little fox were utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. Who could this formidable being be? That even a frenzied Earthshaker ape appeared as nothing more than a plaything in its grasp? My goodness. It is truly no surprise that this is the Silver Guardian from the devouring starry sky. It is simply magnificent. Lu Yu was also rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. The imposing figure of the Silver Guardian, crafted from liquid silver, was said to require at least a ton of this rare metal for its creation, due to the fluid nature of the Silver Guardian. Each attack from the earth-rending ape struck as if against a surface of water. The bone club, when it made contact with the Guardian's body, seemed to pass through as if it were merely air, driving the already less than intelligent ape into a further frenzy. With a roar, the giant ape bent its legs slightly and then leapt high into the air with a resounding crash. Its fist struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled violently. and the ground cracked open with massive fissures. Not good. Get out of the way. In his haste, Lu Yu failed to notice a massive rock plummeting from above. By the time he turned, it was too late. Mohalik and the little fox were trapped by the fallen debris, helplessly watching as the boulder buried Lu Yu beneath it. With a thunderous crash, dust and debris filled the air. Lu Yu opened his eyes and touched his face, only to discover that he was unharmed. Save for a bit of dust, he slowly raised his head, only to find that the Silver Guard, who had previously battled the Rift Earth Ape, had mysteriously appeared beside him. The guard's broad form shielded him from most of the impact. With a resounding thud, the Silver Guard unleashed a shockwave, causing the massive boulders pressing down upon him to shatter into countless fragments. Mohalik and the little fox heard a muffled sound, followed by the sudden explosion of the stone pile. In an instant, a silver figure emerged, effortlessly lifting a person before their eyes. Lu Yu, are you all right? Mohalik inquired anxiously. I am fine. It was he who saved me, Lu Yu replied. After safely placing Lu Yu down, the Silver Guard pointed towards the cave entrance, indicating for them to leave, before vanishing once more. The little fox swiftly leaped in front of Lu Yu, urgently checking his condition to ensure he was uninjured. What shall we do next? Mohalik floated before Lu Yu and asked, also, what was that silver warrior? Is it one of your trump cards? Let us exit first and discuss it later, Lu Yu replied. Can your silver warrior handle it? Are you certain you won't stay to assist? Lu Yu pondered. You all may leave first. I shall join you shortly. Subsequently, he turned back without a glance. The little fox, witnessing this, hurriedly followed, only to be lifted by Mohalik's telekinetic grip. Come along. This is a battle beyond our involvement, and our presence would only complicate matters. We should exit first. With that, Mohalik turned and departed with the little fox in tow. The little fox struggled momentarily, realizing it could not escape Mohalik's control, and thus acquiesced to being led away. Meanwhile, the earth-splitting ape was venting its wrath, swinging a massive club in fury. Bang! A formidable fist struck its nape. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the colossal creature deftly evaded the blow. Soon after, a silvery figure emerged in the ape's vision. As the saying goes, adversaries meet with heightened animosity. The earth-splitting ape, having no outlet for its pent-up rage, found a target at last. With a thunderous roar, it pounded its robust chest, seemingly declaring war. Tension mounted between the two, creating an atmosphere so thick it felt as though the very air had solidified. Suddenly, the dark cavern above flickered with scattered starlight. Gradually, the starlight coalesced, and the Silver Guardian's metallic form was enveloped in a shimmering suit of starry armor, radiating brilliance within the dim cave. The Silver Guardian turned, and at the cave's entrance, a purple soul ring began to rotate slowly, emanating a dazzling light. Shortly thereafter, the soul ring retracted. Lu Yu, the Silver Guardian, gave a thumbs up. And then the azure soul ring shimmered as the sound of rushing wind echoed beneath his feet, propelling him forth from the cave in a swift motion. The Silver Guardian, empowered by the celestial battle attire, nodded slightly at the cave's entrance. With a fearsome roar, he turned, his mechanical eyes glinting with a cold light, as if he had already decreed the demise of the earth-shattering ape. His icy iron fist clenched suddenly. In an instant, the bone club shattered with a resounding crash. Chapter 34, The Graveyard Operation, Part 3. With a thunderous noise, the dark cave began to collapse. The little fox gazed anxiously at the crumbling entrance. Suddenly, a white shadow darted out, only to collide with an invisible barrier, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. Do not panic, Mohalik reassured, observing the cave's mouth. With that Silver Guardian, Lu Yu, there should be no cause for concern. Moreover, our presence now would be of no assistance. Given that lad's temperament, he would not undertake a task without confidence. We must trust him. Just as Mohalik was comforting the little fox, a streak of azure light suddenly shot from within the cave. It was none other than Lu Yu, who had just returned. Upon seeing Lu Yu, June hurriedly approached, inspected him closely, and upon noticing that he bore no wounds, she finally felt at ease. At that moment, Mohalik floated before Lu Yu and inquired, Are you certain you are unscathed? Lu Yu nodded. With the Silver Guardian inside supporting, I cast a protective spell and returned swiftly. What could possibly go awry? Upon hearing this, Mohalik felt a sense of relief, but his tone soon shifted, tinged with disappointment as he remarked, at this juncture, obtaining the dragon marrow seems rather implausible. Do you believe your Silver Guardian can handle that earth-splitting ape? Although it has lost its sanity, it is still empowered by the dragon marrow, making its strength formidable. Shouldn't we devise a plan to assist it? Upon hearing this, Liu fell into contemplation and remarked, "There is no cause for concern. The physique of the flowing silver guardian is unique and does not require our attention." Liu was aware that such actions were somewhat unscrupulous, yet he spoke no falsehood. The flowing silver guardians, crafted entirely from the ethereal silver metal, possessed the remarkable ability to alter their forms at will. Although these guardians were not specifically designed for combat, they were indeed conceived for the purpose of defense. Within the realm of devouring the starry sky, they have proven capable of confronting the formidable golden horn beasts. Thus, their prowess in facing a frenzied, earth-rending ape should pose no challenge. Oldemo suddenly, Liu exclaimed, What is it? Take a look at this." As he spoke, Liu retrieved a pearlescent orb from his spatial ring. "Dragon's essence!" Imo-Holik exclaimed in delight. "You managed to bring it out?" Let us rewind to the moment when Liu was still atop the mountain. At that time, as Liu had just turned back into the cave, he discovered that the Silver Flow Guardians were in a standoff with the earth-rending ape, the air thick with tension. With a mere thought, Liu summoned his martial spirit, which underwent a transformation. The Azure Lotus spirit separated, and soon the first soul ring glimmered. First soul skill, Starlit Benediction. Amplification target, Silver Flow Guardian, comprehensive enhancement at maximum power. The unusual spectacle within the cave instantly captured the attention of both parties on the battlefield. The enmity of the Earth-splitter ape was swiftly drawn towards Liu. The bone staff in his hand was swung with almost blinding speed. Bang! Liu instinctively summoned a powerful wind shield for protection. Yet he felt no attack as he had imagined. Slowly, he opened his eyes. A silver figure stood before him, gripping a massive club with a formidable hand. Bang! The bone club shattered instantly, but fortunately, the wind shield he had conjured earlier shielded him from the oncoming debris. The earth-shattering ape seemed to regain a modicum of reason. Cautiously retreating, its eyes still consumed by a crimson hue. Having absorbed the essence of dragon marrow, the earth-shattering ape was on the verge of reaching a strength comparable to that of 100,000 years, making this battle one that Liu could not possibly engage in. Therefore, after signaling to the Silver Guardian, Liu swiftly unleashed the speed-enhancing magic he had mastered, fleeing the battlefield at the utmost velocity. The thunderous reverberations of the battle behind him sent shockwaves throughout the cave, as stones rained down from above like a torrential downpour. Liu could only hold the shield above his head while desperately accelerating beneath his feet. Suddenly, boom! A powerful shockwave surged through the cave. Liu felt as though he had been struck by a truck, his body uncontrollably propelled into the air, followed by a moment of complete darkness. Fortunately, he merely lost consciousness for a brief interval. Liu propped his head up with great difficulty, managing to rise to his feet. As he took a step forward, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a pale, milky white lump on the ground. Dragon Essence. The dragon essence that had been pressed beneath the weight of the cracked earth ape now lay quietly at Liu's feet. Liu quickly regained his composure. Without a hint of hesitation, he bent down to retrieve the dragon essence and once again executed the gale step beneath his feet, desperately sprinting towards the cave entrance. At last, just moments before being buried by the collapsing entrance, he emerged triumphantly. Liu presented the dragon's essence before Imo-Holik. Oldemo, please take a look at this dragon's essence. Can it still be utilized? How much energy remains? A mysterious magical array flickered in Imo-Holik's solitary eye as he approached to examine it closely. Something is amiss. What is it? Is this dragon's essence no longer usable? Upon hearing this, Liu was immediately engulfed by a foreboding sense of dread. No. Quite the opposite. The quality of this dragon marrow is exceptional, and the extent of its damage falls well within the normal range, exhibiting no signs of having been forcibly absorbed or destroyed. Indeed, this is truly splendid. Liu suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Oldemo, you mentioned that this dragon marrow bears no signs of forced absorption. Does that not imply that something else drove the earth-shaking ape into a frenzy? Imo-Holik remained silent. The three individuals stiffly lifted their heads, slowly directing their gazes towards the collapsed cave behind them. At this moment, a profound sense of unease enveloped their hearts. The thunderous combat within the cave showed no signs of abating. The reverberations from the clashes between the Silver Flow Guardians and the earth-shaking ape caused the ground to tremble violently. Soul beasts within several miles had long since scattered in terror from this horrific battle. Suddenly, the earth-shaking ape hurled the last remaining bone club with great force. Seizing the opportunity while the Silver Flow Guardians were momentarily distracted, it pounded its chest with its fists. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed deafeningly within the confined cave. In an instant, the earth-shaking ape let out a roar that pierced the heavens. In the next moment, its figure visibly swelled with an alarming rapidity. As Lu Yu and his companions momentarily lost their focus, the ground began to shake violently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the soul-hunting forest, a heavily armored man drove his blood-stained giant sword forcefully into the ground. My lady, I believe it would be prudent for us to return. Encountering a soul beast riot on your first hunt is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, our numbers are insufficient. It is best we retreat. Behind him stood a knightly order composed of 10 heavily armored warriors, poised in formation, ready to slay any uncontrolled soul beasts that charged forth. At the heart of the formation stood a young girl, wielding a knight's sword and clad in silver armor. Unlike her guardians, her armor fit her form exquisitely, seemingly tailored to accentuate her figure perfectly. Though merely 6 or 7 years of age, her features hinted at a beauty in the making, an adorably shaped face and a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. No, she declared resolutely. I awakened my martial spirit a year later than my peers. It is imperative that I find a suitable soul ring during this outing, or I shall not return. Chapter 35. The Grave Action, Part 4. The girl's determination brooked no argument. The man with the heavy sword, despite standing before his young mistress, remained steadfast in his belief. My lady, this soul beast riot is anything but ordinary. For your safety, retreating is the wisest course of action. Besides, our family possesses tamed soul beasts. There is no need for you to personally hunt them. After a moment of contemplation, the girl responded, Sir Duran makes a valid point. Suddenly, the girl gasped. What is it, my lady? Duran rushed over. Heighten our vigilance. The girl exclaimed, I just saw a shadow darting by over there. It was terrifying. You must take a few men to investigate at once. Fear flickered across the girl's face, as though she had glimpsed something dreadful. Very well, follow me, Duran ordered, rallying a few knights to accompany him. As Duran observed the diminishing chaos of the soul beasts around him, he led a few of his guards to assess the situation. Ah, Sir Duran, might you also clear the path for our departure? Suggested one of his companions. The lady's words are wise. The remaining individuals shall ensure her safety, while the others follow me to forge ahead, Duran commanded without hesitation. Once Duran and his party had distanced themselves, the young lady cleared her throat and addressed the 5 remaining knights. Ahem, I must attend to the restroom. Please keep a vigilant watch, and should anything go awry, beware of Sir Duran's wrath. Yes, the knights replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, the young lady nodded and turned towards a nearby thicket. Unbeknownst to her, as she stepped into the underbrush, a sly smile crept upon her lips. Heh, a bunch of simpletons, so easily deceived, she mused, and without a backward glance, she ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest, a thunderous crash echoed as a headless black bear soul beast collapsed, its neck gushing blood like a fountain. Duran wielded his sword with both hands, skillfully maneuvering the massive blade as if it were a mere feather. The enormous sword danced through the air like a silver butterfly, each swing heralding the end of a life. With this formidable weapon, Duran carved out a vacant space amidst the relentless onslaught of soul beasts. Sir Duran, we have nearly cleared the soul beasts from this area, reported a knight who rushed to his side. Very well, you shall remain to eliminate the remaining beasts. I will rendezvous with the lady, Duran instructed. Understood. The knights responded in unison. Simultaneously, outside the cave of the soul-hunting forest, Lu Yu and his companions were rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. Towering over the ruins of the cave was a colossal shadow. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape struck its chest, producing a deafening sound that momentarily disoriented Lu Yu. This was a mental shock, a sensation Lu Yu was all too familiar with. But wasn't the Earthshaker ape a creature of the Earth attribute? Why would it possess a mental attack? Moreover, according to Oldemo, the energy normally produced by the dragon's essence should not be sufficient to drive the Earthshaker ape into a frenzy. Thus, it was evident that the ape must possess other treasures. Lu Yu, look. That gorilla seems different from before, Merhalik suddenly remarked as Lu Yu pondered. Lu Yu gazed intently and was astonished to discover that the earth-splitting ape was adorned with patches resembling scales, particularly its chest, which was entirely cloaked in these scaly formations. To his amazement, 2 protrusions akin to dragon horns sprouted from the top of the giant ape's head. In the midst of Lu Yu's bewilderment, Emoholik suddenly spoke up. Lu Yu, quickly look at the gorilla's head. Lu Yu gazed in accordance with the words spoken, and indeed discovered that the bore a blood-red protrusion at its brow. Upon closer inspection, this crimson elevation appeared to be composed of some crystalline material, embedded in the creature's head in an exceedingly conspicuous manner. This object was likely the very source of this aberration. Lu Yu remarked, "If my observation serves me correctly." "Lu Yu, we may have stumbled upon a treasure," Mo Holik exclaimed with delight. "A treasure? That crystal?" "Indeed," replied Mo Holik. "If my observations are correct, it should be a dragon pearl. It is a treasure of even greater value than dragon essence." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. However, they soon dimmed. "The current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for us. That ferocious gorilla is in a frenzy, and approaching it would be tantamount to courting death." A thunderous rumble resounded. As Lu Yu's voice fell, a tremendous roar echoed through the ruins once more. Another colossal figure emerged. At the sight of this second shadow, Lu Yu's heart swelled with joy, for it was none other than the Silver Guardian. The singular distinction was its significantly enlarged form, towering even above the enlarged earth-shattering ape, reaching an exaggerated height of 30 meters. Yet, this elevation was mere child's play for the Silver Guardian, whose metallic properties could propel it from 2 meters to an astounding 200 meters. Roar! The moment the Silver Guardian appeared before the earth-shattering ape, it drew the entirety of its wrath. Just moments ago, it was this very iron behemoth that had relentlessly pounded it within the cave. Roar! Countless filaments emanated from the crystal on its forehead, incessantly agitating the nerves of the earth-shattering ape. The massive creature frantically struck its own head, as if it were not its own. Ultimately, blood red consumed the eyes of this giant beast. At this moment, it was already dead, and no one realized that the being now inhabiting this form was merely a relic forgotten by time. Roar! The colossal beast unleashed a furious bellow that seemed to pierce the heavens, its lantern-like eyes appearing to penetrate the clouds, intent on shredding whatever lay hidden behind them. Simultaneously, in the eyes of Lu Yu and his companions, the appearance of the earth-shattering ape had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once sparse scales now enveloped its entire body. The dragon horns on its head had fully formed, and a long, scaled tail trailed behind it. Its blood-red eyes had morphed into eerie vertical slits, and its mouth bore fearsome fangs. Its rough, massive hands had been replaced by lethal claws. At this moment, the beast resembled a haphazard assemblage of unrelated entities, as if crafted by a capricious creator. In the next instant, the beast turned and departed, displaying no intent to engage the Silver Guardian in battle. Witnessing this scene, Merholik addressed Lu Yu, stating, "Lu Yu, this creature is brimming with malevolence. Should it escape, the consequences would be unimaginable." Lu Yu nodded in agreement and promptly issued an interception command to the Silver Flow Guards. In truth, even if Mo Holik had not spoken, Lu Yu harbored the intent to eliminate the formidable beast before him. Just moments ago, a chilling electronic voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Emergency bounty mission announced. Hunt the frenzied rift ape, half-dragon form. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Completion time, 3 days. Bounty reward, magic blade, 1,000 edges. A complete set of dark god armor. Consequence of failure, deduction of half of the host's cultivation. Chapter 36, The Grave Action, v. An emergency bounty mission? This must be a new trick devised by the system. The lavish rewards offered by the system attest to the merit of a 5-star mission. While the rewards are indeed generous, the sight of this colossal gorilla is rather daunting. The level of difficulty is quite substantial. Lu Yu murmured. A roar. The earth-shattering ape, confronted by the Silver Guard standing in its path, let out another furious cry. Noticing the unwavering stance of the Silver Guard before it, the earth-shattering ape tilted its head back to gather strength. Its abdomen blazed with a fiery crimson hue. Suddenly, the colossal ape unleashed a searing breath, which surged towards the Silver Guard with astonishing speed. The massive silver figure displayed no intention of evasion. Boom! At last, the scorching ray collided violently with the Silver Guard, the impact generating shockwaves that ignited the surrounding trees. Some of the soul beasts, unable to flee in time, were instantly reduced to charred remains under the terrifying heat. The air itself warped under the oppressive temperature. Lu Yu felt as though countless flames were igniting within his nasal passages and lungs with each breath he took. His forehead was drenched in beads of sweat. Suddenly, he sensed himself enveloped by a refreshing coolness. Lu Yu turned back and beheld a single eye radiating a gentle blue light. Oldemo, Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, a 4th-tier defensive magic, the water cube barrier. The gorilla appeared somewhat amiss, as Merholik remarked. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Observe, the gorilla's current means of attack are rather singular, with its only ranged ability being a breath attack. Furthermore, one cannot help but notice its limbs appear quite uncoordinated, as if they were just affixed. Lu Yu gazed into the distance. Two colossal figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The earth-splitting ape's every punch seemed capable of shattering an entire mountain. Despite the immense power behind each blow, its speed and angle were peculiarly awkward and rigid. The silver guard effortlessly evaded the incoming fists with simple sidesteps. Thus, the moment presented itself as our golden opportunity. Bang! The silver guard narrowly dodged a punch from the earth-splitting ape and seized the chance to deliver a powerful strike to its abdomen. Roar! Ugh! The earth-splitting ape, in pain, attempted to unleash its searing breath once more, only to have its mouth firmly grasped by a formidable hand. The silver guard deftly seized the ape's horn with his left hand, applying sudden force with both hands. Bang! The massive form of the earth-splitting ape was hurled to the ground as if it were a mere toy. Lu Yu, now is the time, Merholik shouted. In that moment, a brilliant flash of golden light emanated from the single eye. Suddenly, numerous enigmatic magical arrays materialized upon Lu Yu, enveloping his limbs and torso. Subsequently, as the radiance ebbed and flowed, the arrays transformed into a robe of runes that adorned Lu Yu's form. The magical energy upon the robe streaked across like shooting stars. Lu Yu marveled at the abundant magical energy emanating from his robe, a sense of wonder washing over him. Indeed, old Imo, you possess such remarkable capabilities. Humph. I have many more tricks up my sleeve, and I shall teach you all in due time. But let us focus on the matter at hand. We must not tarry, declared Imo-Holik with pride. Very well. At this moment, Lu Yu was filled with an indomitable fighting spirit. With a mere thought, the star-invoking lotus staff materialized in his grasp. The chaotic blue lotus stirred of its own accord, its petals gently unfurling. Beneath his feet, 3 soul rings slowly ascended. The first soul ring shimmered brilliantly. The first soul skill, Starry Tribute, activated. Amplification targets, Self, Star Whispering Spirit Fox, Silver Flow Guardian. A comprehensive enhancement ensued. The Azure Soul Ring glimmered. Second-tier magic, Gale Steps. Second-tier magic, Wind Manipulation. Third-tier magic, Great Wind Blows. Unlike his previous duel with Tang San, the range of the whirlwind this time expanded by more than 5-fold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tempest roared. Lu Yu soared upward, propelled by the force of the wind. The azure gem atop his staff gleamed brilliantly. Several blades of wind were unleashed, striking directly at the face of the Earth Shatter Ape. At that moment, the Earth Shatter Ape, pinned to the ground by the Silver Flow Guardian, had no chance of evasion. With a sudden burst, one of its crimson eyes exploded. The creature let out a muffled groan. Its mouth firmly held shut by the Silver Flow Guardian. At that instant, the Earth Shatter Ape was engulfed in frustration. After a century of slumber, it had finally found a body that was barely adequate, only to be confronted by a band of lunatics immediately after seizing it. Without a word, they commenced a relentless assault. Unfortunately, still unfamiliar with its new form, the creature found itself utterly incapable of resistance in such a brief span of time. The towering figure before it, with a body that felt as solid as steel, moved with the fluidity of liquid, rendering every punch the ape threw akin to striking cotton. Just moments ago, an annoying insect had persistently harassed it. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the soul-hunting forest, a young maiden stood poised with her sword, vigilant as she surveyed her surroundings. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, devoid of any trace of soul beasts. Judging by the bloodstains on her armor, it was evident that she had endured a fierce battle, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped her sword. Beads of sweat dotted her pale forehead. This was nothing like what she had envisioned. She had assumed that hunting soul beasts would mirror her practice of combat techniques within her family, merely requiring an understanding of the beast's characteristics and weaknesses. However, her recent encounter with a wind demon wolf shattered her illusions. Despite having studied this type of soul beast in her family's library, aware of its vulnerabilities, each swing of her sword had been accompanied by an unsettling sense of dread. Her attacks were riddled with unexpected errors, despite her swordsmanship being the finest among her peers. Even her normally stern father had offered praise. She could not comprehend why. Despite these soul beasts being akin to those bred within her family, her utmost efforts proved futile. Had the sudden tempest not whisked her and the wind demon wolf apart, she might have met her demise. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, not a single soul beast roamed. Yet the air was thick with an unsettling atmosphere, punctuated by distant roars. It was then that she realized she had lost her way. Her heart swelled with regret and despair. Why had she disregarded her father's counsel and insisted on venturing out to hunt soul beasts? Why had she resorted to cunning tricks to divert Captain Duran and the others? Why had she acted so recklessly? Why was she so determined to showcase her prowess before her father, to prove her superiority over her siblings? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar, startling the young girl. She looked up, and a dark silhouette rapidly enlarged in her vision. With a clatter, the sword slipped from her grasp, her hands growing weak. It fell to the ground. In despair, she shut her eyes, her mind a blank slate. Instinct urged her to flee, yet her legs felt as though they were anchored to the earth, rendering her immobile. Chapter 37. The Graveyard Dance. In despair, the girl closed her eyes, bracing for the embrace of death. However, after an interminable wait, the anticipated pain never arrived. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a figure clad in a black robe standing before her. The silver-haired boy, youthful yet bearing an unmistakable air of maturity that belied his age, gazed back at her. "Hey, are you all right?" Lu Yu turned his head to ask. Noticing that the girl before him remained silent for an extended period, he couldn't help but wonder if she had been rendered speechless by fear. "Hey, are you alone?" The girl finally snapped back to reality, just as she was about to respond, when she suddenly felt a strong arm encircle her waist. "Ah!" she exclaimed in surprise. The rush of wind whistled past her ears, and when she regained her senses, she found herself standing atop a nearby treetop. Turning back, she saw that the spot where she had just stood had transformed into a deep pit. It suddenly dawned on her that she seemed to be leaning against someone. Instinctively, she took a step back, only to inadvertently lose her footing. "Ah!" The girl instantly lost her balance, teetering on the edge of a fall. Fortunately, a strong hand reached out just in time to catch her. As Lu Yu gently tugged, a delicate fragrance, uniquely belonging to the young maiden, wafted into his embrace. In an instant, their gazes met, and a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere began to envelop them. A soft blush crept across the youthful faces of the boy and girl. Just then, an untimely voice abruptly shattered the moment. "Lu Yu, what time is it? Are you still in the mood for such flirtation?" Immoholic rushed over from a distance, clearly flustered. Moments earlier, Lu Yu had unleashed several wind blades at the earth-rending ape, only to be sent flying by the debris kicked up in the ensuing chaos, leaving him out of sight. In his haste to find Lu Yu, he had neglected his own safety, only to discover that this lad was indulging in romantic pursuits. "Old Immo." As Lu Yu beheld the arrival of Immoholic, he exclaimed with delight, "Stay here and do not wander. It is perilous over there." After imparting a few words of caution to the young lady, he was soon propelled by a gust of wind, soaring towards the heart of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, entirely disregarding the fact that the whirlwind had caused the young girl to lose her balance. She swayed back and forth, desperately attempting to regain her equilibrium, yet ultimately fell with a thud, landing on the ground. While rubbing her backside, she struggled to rise, muttering to herself, "Honestly, he has no regard for the delicate nature of women." Meanwhile, Lu Yu, en route to the battlefield, remained blissfully unaware of the recent events. In the center of the battlefield, two colossal figures were engaged in a fierce struggle. Although the Earthshatter ape had initially been overpowered by the Silverflow Guardian, who relentlessly pressed it into the ground, each of its attempts to strike was deftly evaded by the Guardian's liquid form. However, seizing the opportune moment, the ape managed to exploit an opening in the Guardian's defense, tearing a fissure in the ground to escape. At this moment, one of its eyes bled profusely, while the other appeared on the verge of bursting, rendering its visage utterly terrifying. From its massive nostrils, a plume of white vapor escaped, and its abdomen glowed a fierce red, heralding the return of its scorching breath. The Silverflow Guardian remained steadfast, showing no inclination to evade. With arms crossed, it braced itself. Boom! At the instant of their collision, an overwhelming wave of heat washed over the surroundings. Witnessing this scene, Liu could not help but curse under his breath. "Damn it! I just returned, and this is what I face. Can I not enjoy myself in peace?" Despite the turmoil within him, the inevitable had arrived. In an instant, the familiar sensations of burning and suffocation surged once more. Suddenly, the Earthshatter ape ceased its fiery breath. A formidable energy coalesced within its maw, gradually forming a sphere reminiscent of a black hole. In an instant, the surrounding trees, flowers, stones, and spirit beasts were drawn uncontrollably towards the sphere, as if they had lost all gravity. Slowly, the sphere detached from the ape's mouth, ascending into the sky. As it reached a certain altitude, the sphere abruptly halted. Yet its gravitational pull remained, indeed intensifying. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, as if heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic event. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu could not help but express his disdain, exclaiming, "Goodness, is this not the celestial disturbance?" My dear brother, have you inadvertently crossed wires? This resembles the technique employed by Pain and Naruto that annihilated the village. At that moment, Mohawk suddenly appeared beside him. Our immediate priority is to remove the crystal from the gorilla's head. However, the gravitational pull of that black hole is exceedingly powerful, making it quite a challenge. He inquired. At this moment, Liu grasped the exterior armor of the Silver Guard tightly, striving to prevent himself from being drawn in. Hearing Mohawk's inquiry, he responded as loudly as he could. Old Mo, every skill has its vulnerabilities. The black hole in the sky is the singularity of this technique. If we can shatter it, it should suffice. Come closer, Old Mo. I have something to share with you. Mohawk floated to Lu Yu's side, and Lu Yu whispered something in his ear. The expression in Mohawk's single eye revealed a look of astonishment. Are you certain this will be effective? Lu Yu solemnly nodded. He then commanded the Silver Guard to prepare to throw him out. Following the communication from Mohawk and June, both parties began to gather their strength. Gradually, several magnificent magical formations coalesced around Mohawk. Unlike before, these formations aligned into a single straight line. They emanated a heart-stopping intensity of heat, as if they would incinerate everything in their vicinity at any moment. Meanwhile, June had already reverted to her true form, with all 5 tails unfurled, despite it being daytime. She radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to starlight. A colossal-tailed beast ball was gradually forming in her mouth. Now was the moment. Liu shouted from within the enormous metallic palm. In an instant, a crimson beam of intense heat surged forth 6th-tier magic, Flame God Pillar. The tailed beast ball was shot forth instantaneously. The two energies intertwined in the air, ultimately striking the black hole in the sky. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated at once. Concurrently, the Silver Guard thrust its hand forward with great force. Upon reaching its maximum distance, a figure swiftly emerged from its palm. And this figure was none other than Lu Yu. In that fleeting moment, the massive form of the Silver Guard vanished, coalescing along the contact point with Lu Yu's palm, forming a striking silver battle armor. The thunderous sound from the sky and the cessation of the gravitational pull indicated that Mo and June's attack had succeeded, confirming the feasibility of Lu Yu's plan. Now, only his part remained to subdue the formidable gorilla before him. As Lu Yu soared through the air, his left hand was poised ahead while his right hand gathered energy behind him, adorned with a striking red glove. This was Lu Yu's strategy. Mo and June would obliterate the black hole, allowing him to approach the earth-shattering ape with the aid of the Silver Guard, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. Come on, Lu Yu silently shouted within. His right fist surged forward with tremendous force. At that moment, the earth-splitting ape's legs instinctively bent, attempting to evade, yet the previous strike had exhausted nearly all its spiritual energy. Chapter 38, The Graveyard Operation 2. The ant-like figure gradually became distinct in the eyes of the earth-splitting ape. Strangely, although the silver-haired ant itself possessed little strength, the crimson glove emanated an unsettling aura of power. The soul concealed within the colossal body of the earth-splitting ape seemed to tremble. Roar. The earth-splitting ape let out another furious howl. In the next instant, countless boulders swiftly hurtled toward the giant ape. Its massive form was suddenly enveloped in a formidable armor of rock, intricate patterns emerging and intertwining to form complex designs in an instant. Within a fleeting moment, the earth-splitting ape established a defense akin to a fortress. At this moment, Lu Yu felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Within his consciousness, 2 whirlpools of spiritual energy spun at an astonishing pace, and nearly all the energy released was absorbed by his punch. In a short time, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursed through his limbs, leaving him in a state of perpetual oscillation between being drained and overflowing. At this juncture, he could only curse in frustration. No one had ever warned him that a single punch could consume so much spiritual energy. At this moment, Lu Yu's complexion flushed crimson. Yet, he felt as though his right hand was an unfathomable abyss, voraciously absorbing his soul power. Within his sea of consciousness, all the whirlpools of soul power were whirling at an astonishing speed, and even the surrounding soul crystals were not spared, being ground down and re-released as soul energy. Perhaps having absorbed a sufficient amount of soul power, the gauntlet on Lu Yu's right hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling crimson light, his figure resembling a meteor streaking through the atmosphere, ablaze with intensity. Boom. Finally, the searing red meteor collided with the formidable barrier. The solid rock barrier initially managed to withstand the impact, but in an instant, it appeared as fragile as glass, manifesting numerous fissures. The next moment, these cracks rapidly spread across the entire barrier. With a crisp sound akin to that of glass shattering, the robust rock wall fractured entirely. Suddenly, an invisible wave radiated from the epicenter of the two forces. The surrounding environment seemed to freeze in time, as if everything had been paused. In the next moment, trees within several miles turned to dust and dispersed. Even the colossal figure of the earth-splitting ape succumbed, dissipating into the air like smoke. All that remained was a gaping pit with a diameter of 100 meters. In the distance, a young girl stood beneath a tree, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, Zhang Qiqi was utterly astounded by the events transpiring before her. How could a boy, seemingly of her own stature, possess such extraordinary power, while she herself? Miss. At that instant, a familiar voice echoed from afar. Sir Duran, the knight commander, rushed breathlessly to the girl's side. He immediately knelt on one knee, saying, "I beg your pardon, Mississippi. It is my failure that has placed you in such peril. Please, punish me." He had seen the enormous pit upon his arrival, and given the desolation surrounding it, he surmised that a fierce battle had ensued. Yet, he found it peculiar that he had sensed nothing in the vicinity moments earlier. Nevertheless, he promptly dismissed these thoughts, intending to report back to the family head, as his foremost priority was to ensure the safe return of his lady. "It's all right, let us return," the girl replied calmly. Her fair face bore no trace of emotion, seemingly unaffected by the recent upheaval, unaware that a seed had quietly taken root within her heart. As Duran and his entourage departed, the space around them began to distort. 6 figures appeared silently. They gazed at the direction from which the group had just left. And one of them spoke, "All right, they have gone far enough. Let us dismantle the barrier. The Marshal Soul Hall has likely heard the commotion and will arrive shortly." A gentle breeze wafted through the air, stirring the black cloak and revealing a face that emerged with undeniable clarity. This visage belonged to the Azure Dragon, one of the 12 guardians who had appeared after Lu Yu was rendered unconscious by the Phoenix Mountain. As his words echoed, a sweet and endearing voice suddenly chimed in. "Oh my, I never expected our divine son to possess such skills. Though merely a remnant soul, it managed to escape from the sacred domain's prison, only to meet its demise here. I wonder what expression that old warden would have upon learning this." Another female voice chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. After all, it was during his tenure that this demonic dragon managed to flee." At that moment, the Azure Dragon interjected, "Enough of your idle chatter. Let us first assess the condition of the divine son." Just then, a figure clad in black approached from the distance, removing his hood to reveal an unusual shock of green hair. He spoke, "I have just examined him. The divine son is not in grave danger, merely exhausted from the depletion of his soul power." The green-haired youth paused before continuing, "I have discovered something." As he spoke, he produced an ancient tome bound in sheepskin from behind him, alongside a charred soul beast that could barely be discerned as a fox. "Well then, Xuanwu, please attend to these two. Baihu, you and your companion are responsible for escorting the divine son back. Remember, do not act recklessly." The one referred to as Baihu was evidently the owner of that sweet and charming voice. "Understood, leave it to me," Baihu responded, seemingly oblivious to the latter caution of not acting carelessly. The Azure Dragon sighed in exasperation, as though he had grown accustomed to such antics. With a sweeping gesture, an invisible barrier dissipated in an instant. In the distance, several figures could be seen hastening toward them. "All right, the people from the Wuhuan Hall have arrived. We must take our leave." The space around them twisted once more, and the figures of the 6 vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. The only distinction in this place compared to before was the absence of Lu Yu and his companions. Just as the 7 departed, several elegantly dressed figures arrived. Among them was a familiar silhouette, the city lord of the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City, Siyu Tao, alongside his attendant. These two held prominent positions within Notting City. However, at this moment, they respectfully trailed behind an even more magnificently attired elder. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The soul-hunting forest was in close proximity to Notting City, practically beneath their noses. Yet they had only learned of such a significant disturbance through a message from the envoy sent from headquarters. "This is entirely my oversight. How could such a battle of this magnitude transpire within my territory without my knowledge?" The city lord of Notting City exclaimed urgently. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "This matter does not pertain to you. A powerful being has placed a barrier here, and it would be abnormal for you to have detected it." The envoy interjected. "I have come for 2 matters. One pertains to this situation. As for the second." Meanwhile, in a forbidden area of Dolua Continent, Tang Hao was just about to summon his martial spirit to confront the suddenly appearing poisonous dragon. To his astonishment, a silver flash passed by, and the once imposing poisonous dragon was instantaneously reduced to a pile of bones. Chapter 39. The mysterious village. Tang Hao stared in shock at the bones scattered on the ground. Who would have imagined that mere moments ago this had been a colossal soul beast? Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and saw a group of figures swiftly moving in the distance. Indeed, they were moving swiftly. Though they walked like ordinary people, with each step they took, their forms would appear several paces away in the blink of an eye. Within moments, they stood before Tang Hao and his companion. Upon closer inspection, Tang Hao realized there were only 4 of them. To his astonishment, all 4 were children, with the leader appearing no older than 11 or 12. Esteemed guests from afar, my grandfather has been awaiting your arrival for some time. Please, follow me. The leading child said respectfully, a silver dial slowly rotating in his left eye. Tang Hao was taken aback. Could it be that the earlier flash of light was a manifestation of the power wielded by this young boy? His curiosity regarding the village grew ever stronger. The figure in the black robe beside him chuckled, revealing himself to be an elder. You bear a striking resemblance to that old rascal. Who would have thought that the old thief Mo could have a grandchild of such distinction? Young one, what is your name? Hearing the elder refer to his grandfather in such a manner, the boy did not take offense and replied respectfully, I am called Mo Ran. You must be Grandfather Jack, whom I often hear my grandfather speak of. Ha ha, speak of me? I suspect you have heard quite a bit about my antics. Jack laughed heartily. The young man, feeling somewhat awkward, did not know how to respond. All right, I will not trouble you further. Lead the way. It has been a while since I visited the village. Jack said with a smile. Come on, prepare yourself. We shall enter the village, he called to Tang Hao, who had been standing silently by the side. Just as Tang Hao was about to take a step forward, the child who called himself Mo Ran had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the dial of his left eye radiated a dazzling silver light, blinding to the onlookers. Immediately, everyone felt the ground beneath them soften, causing their bodies to lose balance momentarily. Once their feet found solid ground, Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he had left the toxic wasteland behind. A serene village appeared before him, with orderly houses and well-trodden paths. The green moss adorned the steps, and the grass peeked through the curtains. Villagers dressed in plain clothing carried farming tools, while women by the riverside washed clothes and vegetables. Everything exuded tranquility. Children played and chased each other at the village entrance, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of the outside world. The arrival of the few seemed to stir not a ripple in this idyllic paradise. As Tang Hao turned to survey his surroundings, he noticed a fog enveloping the outskirts of the village. The mist appeared to be blocked by an invisible barrier 100 meters away from the village, unable to advance further. Seeing Tang Hao fixated on the mist, Mo Ran smiled and explained, the village is under the protection of our ancestral deity, who shields us from all dangers. By this time, the group had reached the center of the village. Noticing a crowd gathered ahead, Tang Hao curiously asked, what are they doing? Mo Ran smiled and replied, that is the village altar, where we worship our ancestral deity. This year, 3 children are coming of age, and they are undergoing their martial soul awakening. Praying for their soul rings. Praying for soul rings. Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback in his understanding. Children reaching the appropriate age on the continent would typically have soul masters dispatched by the martial soul hall for their awakening, while some secluded families could conduct the awakening internally. However, regardless of whether it was the martial soul hall or hidden families, the only way to obtain a soul ring after awakening was through hunting soul beasts. The concept of praying for soul rings left him perplexed. As he pondered, he looked up at the statue in the center of the altar and was struck by the fact that the statue had no face. Why is the statue faceless? He inquired. The deity has not descended to the mortal realm. Once the deity returns, the visage will reveal itself, came a sudden ancient voice from behind. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached leisurely. Grandfather, village chief. Mo Ran and the others greeted politely. The old man nodded kindly. Esteemed guests, please follow me. Subsequently, a group of individuals arrived at a wooden cabin, where through the window, they could discern an altar adorned with a faceless statue, as well as the individuals conducting the rites. Haha, I never imagined you, old fellow, would still be alive. Suddenly, old Jack burst into laughter. Old Jack, after all these years, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Upon our first meeting, you wish me dead, Mo Ran retorted with a chuckle. Who might this be? He inquired, gesturing towards Tang Hao. a young man lost in confusion who has resided in my village for several years. I thought I would take him out for a stroll. You rascal, look at you. Your grandson has grown so much, and he is quite impressive, old Jack continued. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. As Imo Xian prepared tea, he responded, I knew you would not come without a purpose. Speak. What is it you desire? Here, enjoy some tea. He poured a cup and presented it to Tang Hao. The latter graciously accepted it with both hands, then took a sip. Suddenly, Tang Hao felt a warm current coursing through his entire being, and he perceived that his mental acuity had become remarkably refined. His eyes widened in astonishment. This tea possesses such extraordinary effects. If only I could bring some back for Xiaosan. Meanwhile, the two elderly gentlemen conversed nearby. Two matters. Old Jack declared, holding up two fingers. First, retrieve the item I previously left with you. Ah, that is easily arranged. I shall have Ranner fetch it for you. Imo Xian replied readily. And what is the second matter? I wish to travel to the sacred domain. At this, Imo Xian's hand paused momentarily as he prepared the tea. Then he continued to pour more for old Jack and Tang Hao, remaining silent. What is it? This is not feasible. The path to the sacred domain is the only passage. They surely haven't closed it off entirely, old Jack observed, sensing something amiss in his old friend's demeanor, and inquired anxiously. Well, I may not be able to assist you with that. The route leading to the sacred domain has been closed for a year now. What? It has been closed for a year? Old Jack felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. Has something happened in the sacred domain? I cannot say. Old Lu did not inform me. After the 12 offerings emerged a year ago, the passage has remained sealed, and I am left in the dark regarding the current situation inside. Old Jack exclaimed in disbelief. What? All 12 offerings were mobilized this time? It seems a grave situation is at hand. Imo Xian shook his head and replied, Old Lu is tight-lipped about everything. The passage was sealed from within, and it cannot be opened from the outside. I am at a loss. As the two engaged in conversation, Tang Hao turned his gaze toward the window. Suddenly, the faceless statue at the center of the altar erupted with a burst of silvery light. Subsequently, the three children participating in the ceremony vanished, seemingly taken away by the radiant glow. Chapter 40. The Seed of Inheritance. Imo Xian followed Tang Hao's gaze outside. The soul summoning ritual was nearing its conclusion soon. The village would have 3 new soul masters. One day, Tang Hao exclaimed, a soul master is officially recognized only after awakening their martial soul and hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. However, typically, individuals lack the experience to confront soul beasts alone after awakening their martial souls, necessitating assistance from others. Those 3 children hardly appear capable of hunting soul beasts on their own. How can you be so certain they will become soul masters within a day? To his surprise, Imo Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. Young man, are you aware of the origins of our village? Tang Hao shook his head. I do not know. Then do you know why we worship our ancestral deity? Imo Xian continued to inquire. I do not know, Tang Hao replied, shaking his head once more. Imo Xian sipped his tea and began to explain slowly. Let us first discuss that statue. It is more aptly described as a door. A door? Tang Hao responded, astonished. Indeed, this door connects 2 realms, one being the sacred domain I mentioned earlier with old Jack. And what of the other realm? Tang Hao pressed for clarity. The other realm is where we awaken our martial souls and acquire soul rings. All children of the village who reach a certain age are sent to the land of inheritance to receive blessings from our ancestral deity. This blessing involves planting the seed of inheritance within them, a process that takes 1 day. Once the seed is sown, those who cultivate their soul power will see it take root and flourish, thus nurturing their soul rings. To plant the seed of inheritance within oneself and cultivate a soul ring? Tang Hao is utterly astounded by this method of cultivation. However, Imo Xian continued. When a villager passes away, the seed of inheritance within them returns to its original state, returning to the land of inheritance. Does this not, in a sense, transform a person into a soul beast? Tang Hao asked, bewildered. Imo Xian, undeterred, patiently elaborated. Indeed, it bears a resemblance to soul beasts in certain respects. But humans are living beings in this world, just as soul beasts are. The divine created both humanity and soul beasts, and the ideal relationship between the two is one of peaceful coexistence. The Stardow Forest and the Soul Hunting Forest are the consequences of rampant soul beast hunting. I fear that in a few hundred years, there will be no soul beasts left to hunt. With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a silver plant in his palm. Tang Hao fell into deep contemplation, slowly nodding in understanding. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your invaluable teachings. I am profoundly grateful, he expressed. Mo Shouyuan smiled benevolently. Such matters are of little consequence. You are recognized as one who guards the barrier, so it is only natural for you to be aware of these matters. Recognized as a guardian of the barrier? Tang Hao was once again taken aback. Indeed, it is the invisible barrier that protects the Mo family village from harm, left by the ancestral deity long ago. If you were not acknowledged by it, even if Ranner employed her soul technique on you, you would find yourself cast into the poisonous forest outside. By the time Tang Hao and old Jack departed from the Mo family village, it was already deep into the night. The poisonous forest at night is far more perilous than during the day, as countless nocturnal creatures have just begun their nightly hunt. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a pungent gas. After seeing off their esteemed guests, Mo Rant's left eye shimmered with silver light, and in the blink of an eye, the young boy vanished from sight. Senior, why do we not stay in the village for the night before departing? Tang Hao adjusted his hood. The sacred domain is closed. Let us proceed, old Jack replied slowly. Senior, what exactly is the sacred domain? Do you remember the ancestral deity mentioned by Mo Laogui? Tang Hao nodded. The so-called ancestral deity can be described as a singular god, or perhaps two. Tang Hao was momentarily perplexed. Do the elders always speak so cryptically? Do you recall the soul technique released by Mo Ran? Tang Hao nodded again. The boy's left eye merely flashed with silver light, and he instantaneously changed his position. A quintessential example of a spatial soul technique. Could it be a deity of space? Yes, you are correct, but that is only half of the truth. There is also a deity of time. Two deities. Tang Hao was even more astonished. The sacred domain was created by these dual deities, its history tracing back to the very birth of the continent. The sacred domain generally exists within a flowing, unique space, where the two deities employ their divine powers to create several anchors to stabilize the sacred domain's location. These anchors serve as vital conduits for travel between the sacred domain and the continent. The Mo family village is one of them, and indeed the most critical of all. Since the cataclysmic battle 90 years ago, all other anchors have been destroyed, leaving only the Mo family village remaining. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, could not help but inquire. If the sacred domain has existed for such a long time, why is there no record of it on the continent? Old Jack responded. The sacred domain has always operated discreetly, preferring to limit its interactions with the continent. It is known that they have been monitoring every move on the continent, seemingly wary of something. The sudden seclusion of the sacred domain is indeed peculiar. Although they act mysteriously, they have always maintained a connection with the continent. Senior, where are we headed next? Tang Hao caught up with old Jack, although old Jack appeared to be a frail elder. His nimbleness compelled even a robust man like Tang Hao to quicken his pace. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, old Jack paused and retrieved two weathered, yellowed envelopes from his pocket, presenting them to Tang Hao. These contain items I have left for Xiao San, and the other is for Xiao Yu. Both are admirable children. The path of a soul master is fraught with challenges. This is a small token of my regard for them. You must not keep Xiao San's portion for yourself. We shall part ways here. Please deliver these to them when next you encounter them. Without waiting for Tang Hao's response, he pressed the envelopes into the latter's hands. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, old Jack's figure vanished without a trace, leaving Tang Hao standing in a daze, clutching the two envelopes. His weathered face bore an expressionless mask, concealing the tumult of thoughts swirling within. Yet, deep inside, he began to surmise old Jack's true identity. Could it be that the village chief Jack was indeed the legendary master who had once shaken the continent decades ago? The mere thought startled him. It seemed implausible. At that time, all the major forces on the continent had united their elite warriors in an attempt to annihilate such a being, leaving little room for survival. Yet, as he held the envelopes, his hand trembled slightly. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Old Jack had not informed him how to leave this place. He had arrived here solely through the silver token in old Jack's possession, and now that Jack had departed, the means of transport was lost. The location to which he would be teleported next was not the same as before. It appeared he was lost. Abruptly, Tang Hao sensed something within his embrace. He reached down to investigate. It was the silver token that old Jack had previously wielded. Without hesitation, Tang Hao attempted to channel his soul power into the token. With a swift motion, accompanied by a flash of silver light, Tang Hao's figure vanished from the toxic forest. Chapter 41. Resurgence in the Dolua Empire. In the village of Holy Soul, within a modest wooden dwelling, Lu Yu slowly opened his eyes as the morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dance of light and shadow upon the floor, weaving a unique tapestry that belonged solely to the dawn. Lu Yu instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the glaring sunlight. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through his body, eliciting a painful moan from his lips. What in the world? Why does it hurt so much? Lu Yu immediately gasped, his teeth bared in surprise. Brother Yu, you are awake. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from beside him. Before Lu Yu had the chance to speak, Xiao Wu, upon noticing Lu Yu's awakening, dashed out. Third brother. Brother Yu is awake, she shouted as she ran. At that moment, Tang San, who was carrying a multitude of items, spotted her rushing towards him in a frenzy. Suddenly, a stone appeared beneath Xiao Wu's feet. Observing this, Tang San decisively halted, sidestepped, and evaded with seamless agility. Bang! As anticipated, Xiao Wu tripped over the stone and fell to the ground in an instant. Tang San, having skillfully dodged, remained cradling his belongings. Thank goodness, brother Yu is fine, Xiao Wu remarked with a mischievous grin. Third brother, she exclaimed, feeling aggrieved as she rubbed her head and rose from the ground. Her glances imbued with a hint of reproach reminiscent of a wronged spouse. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Is something the matter? Why the rush? Tang San inquired, puzzled. The words struck Xiao Wu, who had initially felt a surge of frustration over her fall due to someone's negligence, leaving her momentarily breathless. However, she suppressed her discontent and replied, Brother Yu has awakened, and I came to inform you. Tang San's face lit up with joy as he responded, Really? He quickened his pace towards the wooden house while calling back over his shoulder, Xiao Wu, hurry and fetch a bowl of water. Oh, Xiao Wu replied promptly. Brother Yu, are you all right? As Lu Yu was about to rise, he suddenly heard an urgent voice call out. Ahem, it's me. As soon as Lu Yu opened his mouth, a piercing pain tore through his throat. What is happening to me? Brother Yu, you have been unconscious for nearly 5 days. First, take a sip of water to soothe your throat. Xiao Wu extended a bowl of water towards Lu Yu. He reached out to take it but suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness. Fortunately, Tang San reacted swiftly and caught the bowl, thus sparing him from the misfortune of soaking his bedding. Lu Yu gazed into the water's surface and beheld his own reflection. It was a visage nearly devoid of color, with pale lips marred by numerous fissures and stained with streaks of blood. Brother Yu, what occupies your thoughts? Tang San inquired, unable to contain his curiosity at Lu Yu's momentary stupor. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely taken aback by my own appearance. Little San, what transpired during the days I lay unconscious? As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, a rush of sweetness surged in his throat, and blood suddenly gushed forth. Brother Yu. The two were instantly startled by this outburst. Tang San hurriedly stepped forward to gently pat Lu Yu's back. Brother Yu, after being unconscious for such a long time, your vitality is understandably depleted. You must rest more and refrain from unnecessary movements. He paused before continuing. 5 days ago, I heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I found you lying on the ground, covered in blood and unconscious. Indeed, it nearly terrified us to death, Xiao Wu interjected. Next to you, there was a bundle and a note, which contained a prescription for recuperating your health. Tang San gestured towards the large and small packages nearby. Those medicines were prepared according to the instructions on the note. Wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Yu abruptly interjected, that prescription is of unknown origin. And you dare to prepare it for me to consume? To be frank, we too were initially hesitant. The first few doses were personally verified by third brother, until... Upon hearing this, Lu Yu could not help but jest, Xiao San, you are quite impressive. You even possess knowledge of pharmacology. Tang San, flattered, felt a touch of embarrassment. Brother Yu, last night you nearly frightened both Tang San and me to death. Fortunately, a mysterious figure clad in black suddenly appeared and administered a golden elixir, allowing you to regain your vitality. Lu Yu was immediately intrigued. Are you suggesting that I suddenly died last night, only to be miraculously revived by a mysterious figure clad in black? Were you able to discern any features of the shadowy individual, or perhaps any distinguishing characteristics? Upon uttering these words, Lu Yu felt he had posed an exceedingly foolish question. Truth be told, he had already formed a few suspicions regarding the identity of the enigmatic figure. Xiao Wu shook her head thoughtfully, striving to recall the details. The individual wore a hood that obscured their face, making it impossible to see any features. Yet, there was no denying their formidable strength. Xiao Wu's tone was resolute with her final statement. Tang San nodded in agreement. Let us rewind to the previous night. Tang San was preparing medicine for Lu Yu when a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the room. Startled, Tang San sprang to his feet, employing his ghostly shadow technique to swiftly enter the chamber. What has happened? Xiaowei trembled as she pointed a quivering finger at Lu Yu, who lay lifeless on the bed. Brother Yu has no breath. While wiping Lu Yu's face, she had noticed his pallor was alarmingly unnatural. With a sense of dread, she approached to check for any signs of life. Tang San, upon hearing her words, rushed forward to take Lu Yu's pulse. As a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was not only skilled in hidden weapons and agile movements but also had a modest proficiency in medicinal arts. Taking a pulse was child's play for him. However, the moment he felt Lu Yu's wrist, a wave of unease washed over him. Just as Xiao Wu had indicated, Lu Yu's pulse had ceased. As both their minds went blank, the surrounding space suddenly warped. A figure cloaked in black materialized within the room. Upon appearing, the dark-robed individual swiftly approached and seized Lu Yu's other hand. This abrupt turn of events jolted Xiao Wu and Tang San back to reality. Seeing the newcomer preparing to act on Lu Yu, Tang San instinctively intended to intervene. However, in the next instant, the figure merely lifted 2 fingers and waved them gently. Instantly, an overwhelming force pinned them against the wall, rendering them immobile. Fortunately, the dark figure harbored no malice. The pressure was gentle, and they sustained no harm. After securing Xiao Wu and Tang San against the wall, the mysterious figure redirected their focus entirely to Lu Yu. They first checked Lu Yu's pulse, just as Tang San had done, and then proceeded to apply a series of precise taps on his body. Observing this, Tang San was suddenly struck with alarm. The individual's technique was unmistakably acupoint sealing, targeting only the lethal points. Yet at that moment, he was helplessly pinned against the wall, unable to move or even utter a word, forced to watch as the cloaked figure manipulated Lu Yu. To everyone's astonishment, the dark-robed person produced an ebony wooden box from seemingly nowhere. Upon opening it, a unique fragrance of medicine wafted throughout the room. After placing a golden pill into Lu Yu's mouth, the figure turned to address the 2 pressed against the wall. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. He shall awaken by tomorrow morning. Subsequently, she directed her gaze towards Tang San. Chapter 42, The Vanished Soul Ring. Although the figure's features were obscured, Tang San felt a prickling unease as the cloaked figure's scrutiny bore down upon him. Young man, do you possess knowledge of medicine? Tang San averted his gaze, replying coldly. What concern is that of yours? Ah, a stubborn one, aren't you? In the past, I would have enjoyed toying with you, but alas, I am pressed for time. The dark-clad individual remarked, their voice hoarse and rendered ambiguous through vocal modulation. If you wish to preserve the life of the young one in your bed, follow the instructions on this note. The figure then thrust a slip of paper into Tang San's embrace. I shall return in 3 days. Who are you? Tang San shouted. Without answering, the cloaked figure turned and departed, the space around them warping once more until their silhouette vanished entirely. Thud. Once the mysterious figure had left, the 2 individuals, unbound, crashed heavily to the ground, their foreheads glistening with perspiration. As a 10,000-year-soul beast, and with Tang San's 2 lifetimes of experience, including his past as a disciple of the Tang sect, their innate instincts for danger were finely honed. The force unleashed by the cloaked figure in that fleeting moment of spatial distortion was far beyond their capacity to withstand. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the thought of escape eluded them. However, disregarding their fears, they quickly forced themselves to regain composure, and Tang San hastened to check Lu Yu's pulse. Thankfully, his anxious heart finally found solace. Time reverted to the present. By the way, Brother Yu, the day before yesterday, while I was in Notting City procuring medicine, I unexpectedly discovered that the soul-hunting forest has been sealed off. The soul-hunting forest has been sealed? Lu Yu exclaimed, quickly realizing that such a significant commotion warranted such a measure. Indeed, all soul masters within the forest have been cleared out. Only the troops of the Heaven Do Empire and personnel from the Spirit Hall remain inside. Tang San continued. Brother Yu, could this matter possibly be linked to you? Lu Yu sat weakly on the bed, coughing softly. Xiao San. Before he could utter many words, he was seized by another fit of cough. Little Wu, who had taken a step forward, was gestured to step back by Lu Yu. Lu Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Xiao San, where is the package you mentioned earlier? Could you bring it to me for a moment? All right, Tang San responded, promptly rising and returning shortly with a black parcel in hand. Now, you may all leave. I wish to rest alone for a while. Lu Yu took the package and spoke. However, Xiao Wu, who was beside him, was about to say something but was abruptly pulled back by a hand. Brother Yu is severely injured and needs to rest. Let us step outside for now. All right, I will call for you if anything arises. Once the footsteps had faded, Lu Yu eagerly opened the package before him. Inside, there were only 2 items, a fist-sized, irregular dark red crystal and a book bound in ancient sheepskin with a cover. Old Imo. Old Imo. Regardless of how fervently Lu Yu called, the single eye on the sheepskin cover remained firmly shut, unresponsive. After realizing his calls bore no fruit, Lu Yu shifted his attention to the crystal. The crystal exhibited a hue reminiscent of dried blood, its irregular surface riddled with countless fissures. Through the sunlight, he could vaguely discern a dragon-like creature coiled within. Above it floated a purple circular ring. This is the Millennium Soul Ring of the Earth-Splitting Ape. According to common knowledge, soul beasts reveal their soul rings upon death, yet the duration of these rings is fleeting. Having been unconscious for so many days, Lu Yu assumed this artifact had long since vanished. To his astonishment, it now lay before him. However, he was uncertain how to extract the soul ring. Subsequently, Lu Yu began to channel his soul power, attempting to establish a connection with the soul ring within the crystal. Something feels amiss. Let me try again. With each attempt to channel his soul power, Lu Yu was alarmed to discover that his soul power had already run dry. He hurriedly plunged his consciousness into his sea of consciousness, only to find it utterly barren. The once vibrant vortex of soul power and the crystalline essence had vanished without a trace. Even his mental strength had dwindled to the brink, leaving only a few scattered wisps throughout the sea of consciousness. In the vast expanse of his consciousness, Lu Yu drifted aimlessly when suddenly, a burst of white caught his eye. June. Lu Yu was overwhelmed with joy. He hurried forward, only to find June curled up in a ball, her eyes tightly shut. No matter how much Lu Yu called out, there was no response from her. Eventually, he relinquished his efforts and exited the sea of consciousness, summoning the system. Host. Lu Yu, abnormal status. Martial soul, prayer star staff, time-space angel, mutation. Spirit power, 0 points, minus 25,000. Inventory, playing card blueprint, construction cement, silver guard. Note, 2 uses remaining. System bounty task gift pack X1, cultivation method, myriad manifestations meditation. Wait a moment. Lu Yu gazed at the system panel and suddenly sensed an unsettling anomaly. The system appeared to have a deficit of points, and when had he ever owed the system over 2,000 points? System, what is the meaning of this? He inquired. Yet, despite his fervent calls, there was no response. Only a triangular symbol materialized before him. What could this possibly signify? Lu Yu, filled with curiosity, gently tapped the point. Instantly, a virtual 3-dimensional screen materialized before him. Accompanied by the sound of electric currents, a familiar electronic voice resonated, announcing, System log initiated. Loading visuals. 1, 10, 50, 100. Loading complete. As the number reached 100, images gradually emerged upon the screen. Lu Yu was suddenly struck by the realization that he was witnessing the aftermath of his own powerful blow directed at the Earth-Splitting Ape. He found himself sprawled upon a desolate patch of ground, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, and his right arm had entirely vanished, indicating an irreversible demise. The massive form of the Earth-Splitting Ape had long since disappeared. Imo Holik and the little fox were affected by the residual shockwaves of the battle, rendered unconscious not far away. In that moment, a gentle blue light enveloped Lu Yu's body. Life signs of the host are rapidly declining. Warning, the host is deceased. A static crackle filled the air, followed by the familiar electronic voice once more. The host has lost vital signs. Consciousness is being detached, preparing to assume control of the host's body. Body control permissions successfully acquired. Warning, severe damage detected in the host's body. Points will soon be consumed for repairs. Points remaining, 0. Warning, insufficient points remaining. Activating backup plan. Points allocation completed. Host body is undergoing repair. Body repair completed. Basic functions restored. Martial soul is functional. Soul power depleted. Mental strength diminished. Time-space angel martial soul activation in progress. Activation complete. In an instant, a silver angelic martial soul materialized above Lu Yu. Subsequently, that ethereal figure merely raised its right hand and waved gently. A rift in space suddenly appeared. Chapter 43. System points loan. A rift in space gaped open, revealing a profound void beyond. Gradually, strands of energy traversed the abyss, converging into Lu Yu's body. Mechanical repair completed. This repair consumed a significant amount of points. Points, minus 25,000. System energy depleted. Entering standby mode. Basic functions retained. Store refresh function paused. Mission system shut down. Shut down countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the scene abruptly plunged into darkness. Liu now possesses a clearer understanding of the situation. In a bid for self-preservation, the system has gone entirely dormant. Jun has once again succumbed to slumber. And old Mo remains unresponsive. He finds himself alone once more. Tang Sen has indicated that the figure cloaked in black shall return in 3 days. If his conjecture proves accurate, this individual must be one of the 12 devotees who assaulted him that day. One must ponder the motivations behind those who proclaim themselves as the holy domain for seeking him out. However, the adversary has, for the time being, refrained from displaying any malevolence. Never mind. He shall set aside such thoughts for now and focus on opening the gift package. Ding! The reward task gift package has been successfully utilized. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Demon Blade of 1,000 Edges, Random Item Gift Package, Black God Armor. The rewards have been dispatched to the system warehouse. Please check promptly. Liu was taken aback. No. Opening a gift pack and receiving a card draw, even with the system offline, it still resorts to this luck-based mechanism. Well, I suppose I'll just store it away for now. At this moment, Liu suddenly recalled that the system had previously updated, seemingly introducing a commission task. By merely interacting with characters from the original Dolua continent, one could unlock related tasks. Given his prolonged interaction with Xiao Wu and Tang San, he should have related tasks available by now. Randomly, Liu brought up the system panel once more. To his surprise, he discovered a branch under the task section, distinctly labeled with the words commission task. However, it appeared in a grayed out state. Alas, the task could not be activated. And he still owed the system over 20,000 points. What a predicament. Waking up to such burdensome debt felt as if the sky had partially collapsed upon him. Fortunately, the system had yet to specify a deadline for repayment, leaving him some leeway. The most pressing concern at the moment was to swiftly devise a means to restore a portion of his strength. Staring at the panel displaying a bodily function rating of 1, Liu felt a wave of frustration. Was the side effect of a punch this severe? No one had mentioned this beforehand. The system lacked any sort of instruction manual as well. Shaking his head, Liu threw back the covers, donned his shoes, and strolled outside. At this moment, Tang San, who was preparing medicine outside, heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found Liu standing at the doorway, his complexion pale. The morning sunlight illuminated the youth's haggard face, and his frail body swayed in the breeze, as if it might collapse at any moment. Brother Yu, what are you doing out here? The wind is strong. Quickly return inside, Tang Sen urged, hastily setting down the fan in his hand and approaching to support Liu. The latter, however, waved his hand, signaling Tang San to take it easy. No need. I've nearly grown moldy from being cooped up indoors all day. I just wish to bask in the sunlight. Then, Brother Yu, I shall accompany you for a stroll, Tang San replied, calling out to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, could you keep an eye on the stove? I'll take Brother Yu out for a walk. Oh, a sweet voice responded, followed by the sight of a petite figure running from a distance. The morning woods exuded a refreshing fragrance, and the gentle rain from the previous night added a touch of mist to the leaves. Occasionally, the melodious calls of birds could be heard from the treetops. Liu slowly sat down in front of a stone. Xiao San, come sit with me for a moment and take a rest. All right, Tang San replied, moving to sit beside Liu. Brother Yu, Tang San suddenly spoke. The matter regarding the soul-hunting forest is connected to you, isn't it? Oh. How did you come to that conclusion? Upon hearing this, Liu's interest was piqued. 5 days prior, while ascending the mountain for my morning exercise, I fortuitously observed you, Brother Yu, departing the village in a horse-drawn carriage. That very evening, misfortune befell you, and the following day, the spirit-hunting forest was sealed off. Moreover, upon your awakening, you inquired about the significant events of the past few days, which must pertain to your investigation into the matters surrounding the spirit-hunting forest. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Liu could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, one who has traversed 2 lifetimes possesses a remarkable intellect, nearly matching his own. Indeed, the disturbances in the soul-hunting forest were orchestrated by me, and Liu did not shy away from admitting it openly. Is it truly you, Brother Yu? What exactly did you experience in the forest that even the soul-hunting forest was sealed? Although Tang San had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter, hearing Liu's candid acknowledgement still left him somewhat astounded. This is quite a lengthy tale. With that, Liu tilted his head towards the sky. Closing his eyes, do not inquire, for the light is blinding, and assumed the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. In my former days, I was a carefree celestial being. Yet who would have thought that I would be treacherously plotted against by a scoundrel, forced to forsake my divine form and descend into the mortal realm? Fortunate enough to be reborn as a human. Beside him, Tang San listened in bemusement as Lu Yu began to spin his fanciful tale once more. Brother Yu, are these truly not mere stories you concoct to deceive children? He laughed heartily. Lu Yu, upon being exposed by Tang San, chuckled a few times. However, upon seeing the expressionless visage of Tang San, he felt a sense of futility and quickly regained his composure. In truth, I had not engaged in anything particularly noteworthy. I merely assisted a friend who had lost an item in the soul-hunting forest. While searching for it, I fortuitously encountered a formidable soul beast. By sheer luck, I came across a powerful senior, and with their undeniable strength alongside my impeccable support, the soul beast was swiftly vanquished. Oh, but what does that expression of yours signify? Seeing that Tang San remained skeptical, Lu Yu feigned dissatisfaction. You still doubt your brother Yu, don't you? Tang San realized that he could extract no further information from Lu Yu and decided not to dwell on the topic. Of course I believe you, brother Yu. We should hurry back. Xiao Wu's potion needs to be ready soon. That medicine is quite precious, and if we don't drink it, it will all go to waste. So, are you worried about the expense of the medicine and the fear of waste, or are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu responded. Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, I am concerned about your health, brother Yu. After all, in terms of talent and wisdom, there is no one across the continent who can rival you. Therefore, your well-being is of utmost importance. Thus, brother Yu, for the sake of your swift recovery, let us return and take the medicine. Of course, Tang San deliberately paused before continuing. If you dread the bitterness and truly cannot bring yourself to drink it, then we need not consume it, regardless of its cost. Lu Yu remarked, indeed, what was stated earlier is commendable, yet what follows is utterly absurd. Me, afraid of hardship? Such an assertion is nothing short of alarmist. Come, let us return and take our medicine. With that, Lu Yu rose and began his journey back. Upon witnessing this, Tang San could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking to himself, ultimately, he is still a child, easily provoked by such a simplistic tactic. Hey, Xiao San, why are you still dawdling there? Hurry up, Lu Yu called back as he walked further away. Oh, coming, brother Yu. Please, take your time, Tang San replied. Chapter 44, The Moonlit Ruins as Night Fell. Lu Yu rose and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to attentively listen to the sounds outside. After a moment, he gently pushed the door open, and, upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu peacefully asleep, cautiously took his first step, noticing their continued lack of reaction. He exhaled softly in relief and stealthily made his way outside. In the days following Lu Yu's injury, Tang San, in a bid to provide better care for him, decided to move in with Xiao Wu at Lu Yu's residence. After all, Tang Hao and village chief Jack had been gone for quite some time, and their return remained uncertain. Since Tang Hao's departure, the blacksmith shop had closed, yet the three of them, receiving sufficient support from their status as soul masters, found themselves free from the necessity of work for daily expenses. Moreover, the ring left to Lu Yu by Grandpa Jack contained at least 200,000 gold coins, a mere preliminary estimate on Lu Yu's part. Thus he had no reason to fret over finances. The forest at night was enveloped in a profound silence. Although it was summer, the evening breeze caressed the youth's skin, invoking a slight chill. Achoo! Lu Yu shivered, his hands brushing against his shoulders. Goodness! Why is it so cold at night? The young man murmured to himself as he quickened his pace. Before long, Lu Yu arrived at his destination, the small grove behind the village. Lu Yu retrieved a crumpled ball of paper from his spatial ring. At that moment, he found himself in an open clearing within a small grove. Strangely, despite having visited this place numerous times before, he had no recollection of the scene before him. The towering boulders in the forest behind the village seemed to match the address inscribed on the paper. Lu Yu came to a halt, confronted by a colossal boulder. The stone was adorned with a thick layer of moss, its surface on one side remarkably smooth, resembling a blade's edge. Towering nearly 10 meters high, the boulder gleamed with a glossy sheen due to the moss covering it. This parchment was discovered by Lu Yu within the spatial ring left behind by Grandpa Jack. According to the inscription, this stone is purported to be the entrance to the Moonshadow Ruins. However, this entrance materializes only on the night of the full moon and requires a key for access. Lu Yu circled the colossal stone, yet discerned nothing extraordinary. Wait. The youth lifted his gaze towards the summit of the massive rock. Lu Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked two locations. As for why he did not dig deeper, the reason was quite simple. Ascending was far easier, although the boulder towered several dozen meters high. Such a trivial matter posed no challenge for him. In an instant, a flash of light emanated from the ancient ring adorning his finger, and a glove materialized in his hand. This glove was entirely black, interwoven with intricate golden patterns. Curiously, it was designed solely for the right hand. Lu Yu carefully examined the gloves, which were the coveted black divine armor rewarded by the system's bounty task. In the original work of Swallowing Stars, this armor is renowned as the strongest defensive battle suit on Earth, discovered within the 9th relic of the Amazon rainforest. This suit possesses the unique ability to form a protective attire in accordance with the user's will. He then donned it upon his right hand. To his astonishment, the once oversized gloves flowed like liquid, seamlessly adapting to the contours of his arm. Suddenly, Liu felt a sharp pain in his right hand, followed by a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were traversing over it. In the next moment, the black gloves melded into Lu Yu's body, revealing his fair arm beneath. Instantly, with a mere thought, a suit of armor enveloped his form. Golden red patterns twisted and intertwined, bestowing an air of majesty and enigma upon the attire. Liu raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, the armored arm extended like rubber, reaching the summit of a massive boulder. The young man explored the surface at the pinnacle, finally locating a suitable grip. With determination, Lu Yu exerted force, and in an instant, his body was drawn upward in the direction of his outstretched arm. Plop! As Lu Yu ascended, he suddenly lost his footing, finding himself sprawled awkwardly across a massive stone. In an instant, his gaze was drawn to a circular, dark red emblem embedded within a circular depression, a clear testament to exquisite craftsmanship. He retrieved a crumpled piece of paper once more, spreading it flat upon the stone's surface. Just then, a cool breeze swept through, parting the clouds to unveil the hidden full moon. The silvery moonlight cascaded onto the paper, and in the next moment, the characters inscribed began to fade away gradually. Subsequently, an identical circular moon emblem sprang to life upon the paper. He had found it. A radiant smile illuminated the young man's face. Without delay, Liu extracted a circular jade stone from his spatial ring and pressed it into the indentation. Instantly, a blinding red light surged through the jade, soaring towards the heavens. When Liu opened his eyes once more, he was abruptly aware that he had departed from the stone, now standing atop a floating fragment of rock, surrounded by an endless void, where even a fleeting glance might lead to oblivion. Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings and realized he seemed to be amidst an asteroid belt. At the heart of this celestial expanse stood an imposing palace. The edifice, resplendent in deep crimson hues, featured pointed arching domes that soared vertically, bearing little resemblance to the architectural styles found on the mainland. Rather, they appeared to belong to an entirely different realm. Liu raised his right hand, utilizing the unique properties of the Black God armor to extend it to its utmost length, seizing a slightly larger fragment of stone before pulling himself back. He then reached out with his other hand to grasp a more distant rock. Thus, he alternated between his left and right hands until he approached the palace. Soon, Lu Yu made a great leap, landing with a soft thud directly in front of the palace's grand entrance. Lu Yu approached the grand entrance of the palace, lifting his gaze to meticulously examine the magnificent structure that stood majestically in the void. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the palace gates. As he drew nearer, the noise intensified. "Who is it? Who resides within?" Lu Yu shouted loudly, yet the only response he received was a distant hum. Liu cautiously placed his hand upon the dark red door, intending to push it open. However, he abruptly discovered that no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, the door remained utterly immovable. Just as Lu Yu was preparing to abandon his efforts, a sudden and immense suction emanated from the door, slamming him against it with a resounding thud. Despite his frantic struggles, all was in vain. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted from behind the door. In the blink of an eye, without a moment to react, Liu was propelled backward, feeling as though his very insides were being irrevocably pulverized. Time lost its meaning as he lay there. When he finally regained his senses, the once majestic palace had been reduced to mere ruins. A terrifying creature, draped in writhing tentacles, loomed in the void. Strangely, each of its appendages was adorned with a multitude of eyes. In the next instant, Lu Yu sensed that he was being scrutinized by thousands of gazes, sending a chilling tingle across his scalp. He then witnessed countless tentacles reaching out towards him, leaving him powerless against the repugnant onslaught. Chapter 45. The Moonshadow Ruins. Part 2. Suddenly, a mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs loomed before Lu Yu, expanding infinitely in his vision. At this moment, Lu Yu was ensnared tightly by the tendrils, helplessly watching as he was consumed. He could even feel the viscous droplets falling upon his face. Suddenly, the youth was jolted awake. Tick, tick. Lu Yu reached out to touch his face, feeling a refreshing coolness at his fingertips, accompanied by a hint of moisture. Is it raining? Am I still outside? Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, still perched atop the massive boulder, his garments thoroughly drenched by the gentle drizzle. Countless droplets adorned his forehead, leaving him uncertain whether they were beads of sweat or rain. Lu Yu raised his right hand, and a flash of light revealed a black glove adorning his hand. The dark armor had yet to activate, indicating that everything he had just experienced was merely an illusion. However, Lu Yu slowly rose to his feet and gazed downward. Since the black god armor had not activated, how had he ascended? Suddenly, a shadow darted before Lu Yu's eyes. Who could it be? Lu Yu swiftly donned the gloves. After a brief sting, a familiar tingling sensation coursed through him once more. With each breath, a set of black and gold battle armor enveloped his entire being. His soul power had yet to be restored, leaving him devoid of any sense of security should danger arise. The only source of reliance was this set of dark divine armor. The young man clenched his fists. Suddenly, a shadow materialized unexpectedly beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Yu. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed. As Lu Yu turned around, he saw Tang Sen dashing towards him, holding an umbrella. Are you all right, Brother Yu? Tang Sen inquired with concern. At that moment, Lu Yu's expression, concealed beneath his mask, appeared somewhat amiss. Xiao San, why have you come out? Where is Xiao Wu? I came out, of course, to find you. Brother Yu. No sooner had he spoken than Tang San's countenance twisted into a grotesque grimace. Suddenly, a hand pierced through Lu Yu's chest. Blood trickled down from the fingertips, gradually merging with the rainwater at the boy's feet, forming a crimson puddle. At this moment, Lu Yu felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy, as a wave of icy cold suddenly enveloped his entire body. Tang San withdrew his hand, and Lu Yu's body helplessly toppled backward. He noticed that Tang San's right hand was stained with crimson blood. His lips moved slightly, yet Lu Yu could hear nothing at this moment. I, Xiao San. Holy Soul Village. Lu Yu suddenly rose, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Instinctively, he touched his chest, finding it unscathed. As he glanced around, he realized he was sitting on his bed. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the ground with a layer of white frost. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping through his fingertips. Lu Yu lowered his head, and only then did he notice a round piece of jade had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a flicker of thought, he plunged his consciousness into the system space. Ding! At that very moment his awareness entered the system space, a chilling electronic voice resonated. Warning! Warning! Unknown domain detected. Connection between system and host interrupted. Warning! Unknown force intervening. Warning! Host has been drawn into an unknown illusion. System consciousness isolation activated. The system space was now filled with alarm sounds, with the system panel dominated by warning. In the next instant, darkness enveloped Lu Yu's vision as his consciousness was forcibly returned to reality by the system. At this moment, Lu Yu could not afford to be flustered. He sat on the bed, forcing himself to regain his composure and organize his thoughts. Everything he had encountered seemed to have begun with his engagement with the so-called Moonshadow Ruins. Moonshadow Ruins? Suddenly, a term sprang to Lu Yu's mind. He promptly retrieved the note left by Grandpa Jack and placed it alongside the round jade stone. The note was still creased with numerous folds. Abruptly, Lu Yu noticed that the handwriting on the note seemed to have transformed. The original script now resembled a few lines of poetry. On a dark night with a strong wind, I shall ride the crane henceforth. Mistakenly entering the hall of reincarnation, I seek the path of death and life. Indeed, reality is akin to illusion, where right and wrong are inverted. Through the long, endless night, the moon goddess nurtures all beings. A dark night with a strong wind? Riding a crane? What cranes could possibly come from Holy Soul Village? The youth found himself somewhat bewildered by these lines. Wait, these creases seem strikingly familiar. Lu Yu seemed to have noticed something. He laid the note flat upon the jade stone and then attempted to fold it along the creases. In a short while, he managed to transform the note into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes. Gently placing the crane on the jade stone, he carefully cradled it in his hands and brought it into the moonlight. In the next moment, the crane appeared to come to life, slowly flapping its wings and taking flight. After circling around Lu Yu, it soared straight towards the door. The wooden door could not impede the crane's path, for it had the ability to pass through walls. Witnessing this, Lu Yu hastily tucked away the jade stone and followed closely after the crane. Upon stepping outside, he found the crane hovering at the entrance before it flew towards a small grove behind the village. Nothing peculiar occurred along the way. Eventually, the crane came to a halt before a massive stone. Unlike before, there was now a black hole-like formation above the stone, seemingly awaiting something. As Lu Yu approached, the crane's form suddenly enlarged under the moonlight until it was capable of bearing the weight of an adult. Gradually, it came to a stop before Lu Yu, as if inviting him to ascend. After Lu Yu ascended, the 1,000 paper cranes soared once more, heading straight towards the black hole above the colossal rock. At the moment of entering the abyss, Lu Yu instinctively closed his eyes. Moments later, he gradually opened them, finding himself surrounded by floating debris. Lu Yu found himself once again in the void where the Gothic edifice stood. However, the palace remained entirely intact. At this moment, the paper crane was carrying him towards it. After roughly the span of an incense stick, the paper crane finally descended before the grand entrance of the palace. Once Lu Yu alighted, it reverted to its original size. This palace was identical to the one Lu Yu had visited previously, characterized by its Gothic architectural style, dark crimson hues, and the imposing grandeur of its entrance. For added security, Lu Yu once more donned the black god armor, and the familiar sting and numbness washed over him. Once prepared, he cautiously approached the grand door. At that moment, the paper crane gently glided towards him. Just as Lu Yu was about to raise his hand to push the door, it suddenly swung open with a resounding boom, creating an aperture just wide enough for a single person to enter. Lu Yu turned around alertly, only to find the origami crane had mysteriously appeared behind him. However, in the next moment, the crane circumvented Lu Yu and continued to fly towards the palace, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Observing this scene, Lu Yu decided to follow it into the palace. Before entering, he ventured into the system space, where he was greeted by a barrage of warnings. Realizing he was still ensnared in the illusion, Lu Yu cautiously matched the pace of the paper crane. Boom! The instant Lu Yu stepped into the palace, the grand door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 46, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 3, Boom. Upon hearing a thunderous sound, Lu Yu turned around, only to discover that the once ajar door had been firmly shut. It appeared that escape through the door was no longer an option. For now, he decided to follow the paper crane, hoping to find an alternative route to freedom. Lu Yu pondered as he quickened his pace to catch up with the paper crane. Lu Yu discovered that the exterior of the palace appeared grand, yet he was astounded by the vastness within. Despite the absence of any illuminating fixtures, the palace emanated an aura of resplendent opulence. In this realm, one seemed to lose track of time. Although it was adorned with splendor, an eerie silence pervaded the atmosphere, rendering everything lifeless and still. Lu Yu followed the paper crane for an indeterminate duration, arriving at an elongated corridor. This corridor seemed to stretch infinitely, with no visible end in sight. On either side, a series of impeccably aligned, tightly shut doors stood in perfect order. At this moment, the paper crane paused before one particular door. As Lu Yu stepped forward, the wooden door creaked open slowly on its own. Outside, the lights shone brightly. Yet behind the door lay an abyss of darkness, as if the profound shadows were poised to engulf anyone who dared to enter. As Lu Yu gazed, a paper crane leisurely floated in beside him. At the moment the crane entered, it unexpectedly ignited with a whoosh, the flames casting a flickering light that illuminated a small area. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden actions of the paper crane. Is this an act of self-immolation to illuminate others? This fellow is quite remarkable. He truly sacrifices himself for the sake of others. Lu Yu wandered in the room, following the paper crane for an indeterminate length of time, only to discover that the room was unexpectedly vast. The paper crane, made of an unknown material, had burned for so long without turning to ash. Lu Yu gazed at the flickering flame ahead and could not help but murmur to himself. Of course, at this moment, he fervently wished that the paper crane would not turn to ash. Otherwise, he would truly become blind. At last, the paper crane came to a halt before a mirror. Lu Yu glanced ahead. The room was engulfed in darkness, with the sole source of illumination being the flickering paper crane. The reflection in the mirror was equally indistinct. Lu Yu stepped forward once more, his black armor enveloping his entire body in preparation for any unforeseen events. Strangely, the mirror reflected nothingness. Even Lu Yu, who stood before it, failed to cast a reflection. Suddenly, the surface of the mirror quivered, akin to the ripples formed when a stone is cast into a lake. Subsequently, an ethereal figure emerged from the mirror, seemingly appearing from thin air. As the silhouette drew nearer, Liu was taken aback to discover that the visage of the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. How many years had it been? At long last, this haunted place had welcomed another soul. The figure within the mirror spoke, its voice a perfect echo of Liu's own. Who are you? What is this place? Liu inquired cautiously. To his surprise, the figure in the mirror could not help but chuckle. Young one, you possess the guiding fire crane yet question my identity. How amusing indeed. Senior, I have inadvertently wandered into this place, and I humbly request your esteemed guidance to find a way out. The guiding fire crane? Liu could not help but glance at the burning paper crane nearby, then replied respectfully, Young one, do you truly not know where this is? The figure in the mirror was taken aback by this remark. The key to this palace had always been entrusted to the apostles, making it impossible for outsiders to have any contact, let alone be unaware of the existence of this relic. Those who managed to enter were invariably chosen with great care by the apostles. How could one possibly be uninformed about the circumstances here? Liu honestly shook his head in response, expressing his ignorance. He truly did not comprehend the nature of this place. He only knew a name that had suddenly emerged from the recesses of his mind. At that moment, his heart was awash with questions. What exactly was this place? And why did his grandfather possess a key to it? Suddenly, a bold conjecture sparked within the mind of the figure in the mirror. Could it be that something had transpired with this generation of apostles? Or perhaps the continent had undergone another upheaval? If so, would not the millennial plan of the Moon Temple be rendered futile, akin to drawing water with a basket? As this thought crossed his mind, the expression of the figure in the mirror shifted to one of sorrow. Yet, he promptly restrained his emotions. Young one, he began with an air of feigned tranquility. Allow me to first inform you that this is the Moon Temple, and the creature beside you is the guiding fire crane. If my assumptions are correct, you should still possess a circular jade stone, am I right? The figure in the mirror spoke, his insight remarkable. Even without seeing, he could discern that the youth concealed something of significance, evoking deep admiration from the younger man. A few flattering remarks from Liu were directed towards the figure in the mirror, who received them with great pleasure. Ahem, in truth, I am not as formidable as you might think, the figure in the mirror remarked. I am merely a spirit of the mirror, tasked with selecting the apostles to guard the Moon Temple. Spirit of the mirror? Apostles? Liu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. The apostles have traditionally been chosen from among the youth of the continent, their primary duty being to safeguard the Moon God Temple from external disturbances. The figure in the mirror paused for a moment before continuing. I was created by the esteemed Moon Goddess, tasked with the sacred duty of selecting the apostles in accordance with the temple's will. The circular jade stone you hold serves as the token for entry into the Moon God Temple, and the fire crane shall guide only those who have been chosen. Furthermore, each cohort of apostles establishes a covenant with the temple to prevent betrayal, and upon the retirement of the previous apostle, the token will return to the temple on its own, awaiting the arrival of the next apostle. Thus, my young friend, from whom did you acquire the jade stone you possess? It was bequeathed to me by my grandfather, who is now missing. Liu replied, Your grandfather? The figure in the mirror retorted, Is your grandfather named Jack? His martial spirit is a thundercloud? Let me think. The last time I encountered him was 20 years ago. He possessed the strength of a title de loi even then. Now, I presume he has not changed much. A thundercloud? A title de loi. Could it be that my grandfather is truly a formidable figure? Liu nodded and said, My grandfather is indeed named Jack, but I have never witnessed him manifest his martial soul. I always assumed he was an ordinary person. Moreover, he has been missing for several months, and I have been searching for him. Yes, it is quite apparent that he possesses formidable strength yet prefers to masquerade as an ordinary individual, likely playing the role of a cunning underdog. This is probably him. The figure in the mirror continued, Young man, since you have found your way here, guided by the fire crane, it indicates that you have garnered the temple's acknowledgement. Although your situation is unique, and the previous apostle has not formally stepped down, you have arrived with the token on your own. Nevertheless, this does not alter the circumstances. What do you say? Would you consider becoming an apostle? The figure in the mirror remarked with a playful tone. Esteemed elder, may I inquire about something? You mentioned that the next apostle typically assumes their role only after the previous one is retired. Since my grandfather has not come to relinquish his position, would my immediate ascension have any repercussions for him? Upon hearing this, the figure in the mirror pondered briefly before responding, you need not be concerned. Apostles generally choose to enjoy their twilight years within the temple after their retirement, and as you may have observed upon your arrival, each door outside connects to a small world. Chapter 47, The Moonshadow Ruins, Part 4, Small World? Liu murmured softly, indeed. This place is precisely the realm crafted by the moon goddess herself eons ago. As the sands of time flowed, this land became partitioned into countless realms within realms. The portal you observed from the outside serves as the very entrance to this domain. However, it is essential to note that this magnificent moon palace is meticulously divided into a total of 10 levels. At this very moment, we find ourselves in the lowest tier, specifically the first level, known as the Hall of Illusory Moons. The figure in the mirror spoke with a tone of satisfaction. All who first enter the Hall of Illusory Moons will undergo a vision, the nature of which varies from person to person. And this environment also serves as the initial trial for the apostles. Yet, the figure in the mirror suddenly paused. In that dreamlike, surreal, and seemingly real realm, it is astonishing to note that you have successfully achieved an absolute concealment and shielding of your own consciousness. This is truly a stroke of genius beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. One must understand that in such a world filled with illusion and ambiguity, maintaining clarity of thought is no small feat, let alone completely hiding one's most acute and vital consciousness. Yet, you have accomplished this seemingly impossible task in an unfathomable manner. It is as if you possess a mysterious and formidable power, enabling you to master your mental domain at will, rendering it impervious and impeccable. Such an extraordinary ability is truly awe-inspiring. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu was immediately struck by a realization. It was undoubtedly the effect of the system's consciousness isolation. What say you? Are you willing to embark on the path of becoming an apostle? Trust me, this will undoubtedly confer immeasurable advantages to your future cultivation. Just imagine. Once you become an apostle, you will possess extraordinary abilities and powers, enabling you to transcend conventional limitations and explore higher realms of cultivation. Such an opportunity is not one to be encountered lightly. Furthermore, as an apostle, you will gain access to mysterious and formidable knowledge and skills, which will become invaluable treasures on your journey of growth. Therefore, do not hesitate any longer. Seize this rare opportunity to become an apostle. It will irrevocably alter your destiny and lead you toward a splendid pinnacle of achievement. The figure in the mirror believed that the youthful individual before him would surely be stirred by his impassioned speech. However, when Liu finally spoke, he nearly caused the figure to doubt himself. I apologize, Senior, he said, taking a deep breath. Please allow me to decline the offer to become an apostle. While it is true that the path you describe holds immense promise and could bring renown across the continent, I feel that this path is not suited for me. Lu Yu's demeanor was unremarkable, as if he were merely dismissing a trivial matter. Young man, you must contemplate this carefully. What you are rejecting is not only the identity of an apostle, but also a shortcut to cultivation, an avenue that transcends the constraints of rules, leading to a higher realm of enlightenment. Are you truly willing to forego this? The voice from the mirror expressed a hint of surprise. To be candid, Lu Yu's ability to perfectly shield his mental prowess within the illusion had already sparked an admiration for his talent. Having spent countless years in the Moon God Palace, the last individual he encountered with such innate ability had been centuries ago, and that person was considerably older than Lu Yu at present. Senior, at that moment, Lu Yu spoke up. Regarding the position of apostle, I am truly unworthy to assume such a role, but I dare to recommend someone to you. Oh, the voice from the mirror immediately piqued with interest. Pray tell, who do you wish to endorse? Lu Yu continued. I beseech your forgiveness, esteemed senior. The entity I recommend is not a human. Not a human? Might it be a soul beast? The figure in the mirror expressed a flicker of interest upon hearing this. Throughout the illustrious history of our Moon God Palace, there have indeed been precedents of soul beasts serving as apostles, and in many instances, these soul beasts held their positions longer than their human counterparts. However, it is worth noting that the soul beasts capable of serving as apostles in our Moon God Palace are invariably those of at least 100,000 years of age, with some approaching the remarkable age of 1,000,000 years. The figure in the mirror suddenly shifted their tone, inquiring, pray tell, what is the rank of the soul beast you propose, and where might it currently reside? Responding to your esteemed self, Lu Yu replied. Lu Yu respectfully stated, not less than 10,000 years. Not less than 10,000 years. The figure in the mirror found Lu Yu's response amusing. Indeed, it is less than 10,000 years. And in a short span, the elder is unlikely to encounter my soul beast companion. Soul beasts that are under 10,000 years old often lack intelligence. Even if they possess a flicker of humanity, their innate instincts for slaughter and hunting prevail. How audacious for this little brat to jest with a 1,000-year soul beast. You have quite the nerve. The figure in the mirror suddenly changed countenance, shouting in fury, I recognized your exceptional talent, which is why I took a liking to you and kindly urged you to become an apostle of the Moon God Temple. Yet you not only failed to appreciate the honor and rejected my offer, but even if your aspirations lie elsewhere, it matters not. For I am not one to impose my will. However, to deceive me with a non-existent soul beast is utterly unacceptable. In an instant, the previously tranquil surroundings seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, causing the very air to tremble violently. That mysterious and formidable soul power surged forth like a tumultuous tide, emerging without warning and gathering at an astonishing speed, expanding rapidly. They resembled a herd of wild horses, galloping freely with an overwhelming aura and sense of oppression, rushing towards Lu Yu. This sudden turn of events left Lu Yu unprepared. He felt as if he were engulfed in a tempest, his body trembling involuntarily. The ferocious soul power pressed down on him like a colossal mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe, each inhalation a laborious endeavor. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet he had no time to concern himself with such matters, gritting his teeth to endure the strain. Under that suffocating pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg, Lu Yu felt as though he were being crushed by an imposing peak that pierced the clouds. So heavy that he could scarcely breathe. He clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of strength, finally managing to force out a few words through gritted teeth. Yet merely uttering this single syllable left him utterly drained, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothing. He understood that if he did not speak now, he might never have another opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he bore the dual agony of body and mind, and with great difficulty, he continued. I recommend the Celestial Whispering Fox. Each word seemed to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, imbued with resolve and determination. After delivering this proclamation, Lu Yu felt as if he had been completely depleted. Chapter 48, Moonshadow Ruins, Part 5, Under the immense pressure akin to a towering mountain. Lu Yu gritted his teeth and managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. I recommend the Celestial Whispering Fox. With mere words that seemed to drain all vitality from Lu Yu, the young man fell to the ground with a thud. As Lu Yu uttered the final phrases, the serene expression of the figure in the mirror underwent a dramatic transformation. It was as if an invisible force had instantaneously pierced through the mirror's surface, causing the entire space to tremble. Shortly thereafter, the overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain resting upon an egg, receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Lu Yu felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his being. Collapsing limply to the floor, he gasped for the thin air surrounding him, his chest heaving violently, each breath an arduous struggle. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his flimsy garments. What is that soul beast? The previously tranquil voice of the figure in the mirror now quivered slightly, stirred by an intense surge of emotions. It was as if an invisible force surged within him, causing every word that escaped his lips to tremble with uncontainable quaking and fluctuation. This subtle quiver resembled ripples on a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. Though faint, it was distinctly palpable, drawing attention. The Star Language Spirit Fox. Indeed, it is the Star Language Spirit Fox. The memories of yesteryears flooded back, recalling the moment the master first wielded his extraordinary powers. When a mysterious and captivating Star Language Spirit Fox stood by, its lithe form and fur, radiant like the stars, exuded an enchanting allure. From that time forth, whenever the figure in the mirror was fortunate enough to behold the master's visage, the Spirit Fox would be ever by his side, like a shimmering pearl complementing the master, creating a breathtaking tableau. Its luminous eyes seemed to harbor boundless wisdom and deep affection, occasionally gazing at the master, while at other times scanning the surroundings vigilantly, always safeguarding the master's safety and dignity. This Star Language Spirit Fox was not only striking in appearance, but also possessed extraordinary abilities. It could comprehend the master's thoughts, responding to his calls with a melodious and dulcet voice. It was also capable of sensing subtle changes in the environment, providing the master with advance warnings of potential dangers. Over the course of time, the figure in the mirror witnessed the profound bond of affection between the master and the Spirit Fox. They trusted one another, relied on each other, and weathered countless storms together. This extraordinary connection became an indelible memory etched in the heart of the figure in the mirror. Yet, all of this faded away in the torrent of time following that epic battle between gods and demons. The past transformed into memories preserved within the figure's mind. After that heart-stirring, earth-shattering conflict, the master expended his final strength and wisdom, ultimately crafting the magnificent Moon God Palace, a realm reminiscent of paradise. However, just as this magnificent palace was completed, its master, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, quietly perished, leaving all in profound lamentation. Simultaneously, the Starspeech Spirit Fox, an enigmatic and esteemed companion of the master, seemingly vanished without a trace following the master's departure, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. This abrupt turn of events plunged the entire continent into a state of sorrow. Once, the Starspeech Spirit Fox clan, as the master's most loyal allies and protectors, had weathered countless storms alongside their sovereign. Yet, with the disappearance of that singular spirit fox, the clan began its gradual decline. As time flowed inexorably onward, many began to speculate whether the Starspeech Spirit Fox had truly become extinct from this land. Nevertheless, fate is often replete with boundless surprises and miracles. The one gazing into the mirror could scarcely believe that remnants of the Spirit Fox's lineage still lingered in this world. Even more astonishing was the fact that it had appeared before him, alive and vibrant. This revelation struck him like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility that had long resided in his heart. Where might the Starspeech Spirit Fox now be? The tone of the one in the mirror suddenly grew urgent, as if the news of the Spirit Fox mattered more to him than his very own existence. Lu Yu, supporting his exhausted body, struggled to rise from the ground. At this moment, his sweat-drenched garments clung tightly to him, creating an unbearable stickiness. To speak candidly, the Star Language Spirit Fox had long since forged a contract with its junior. Unfortunately, during our recent battle, it sustained an injury and is currently recuperating outside. It is likely that a meeting with my esteemed predecessor will not be possible in the near future. Lu Yu cautiously responded. At this moment, his heart surged with joy, for he was fortunate to have made the right gamble. Indeed, June had a connection to this place. From the reaction of the figure in the mirror, it was highly probable that the celestial fox held a significant status within the Moon Goddess Temple. Lu Yu's audacity to make such conjectures stemmed from the sight of the fire crane beside him, which was currently ablaze, casting a warm glow. More precisely, it was the note that had been folded to create the fire crane that captured his attention. While examining the creases on the note, he unexpectedly discovered a fox emblem on its reverse side, which not only depicted 8 lengthy tails, but also bore a star mark engraved between its eyes. Upon the first glance at the mark, Lu Yu felt an unmistakable familiarity. Suddenly, he recalled that this was indeed a replica of the star scar mark upon June's forehead. Although the pattern on the note appeared somewhat blurred, Lu Yu was resolute that the emblem depicted was that of June. No, more specifically, the Star Language Spirit Fox of June's race. Moreover, considering the numerous markings of Star Language Spirit Foxes he had observed upon entering the Moon Temple, even the grand entrance bore the likeness of these ethereal beings. This place, known as the Moon Palace, with its relics referred to as the Moon Shadow Ruins, and the presence of Star Language Spirit Foxes, inevitably conjured associations with the moon and stars. Thus, Lu Yu decisively mentioned June before the figure in the mirror, proposing that June become an apostle. At this moment, the system had gone offline, and old Mo lay in a coma, leaving uncertainty about when he might awaken. June was also in a state of unconsciousness, while Grandpa Jack had vanished without a trace. According to the original narrative, Tang Hao would remain by Tang San's side. But that was a matter for later, and Tang San was the biological son. Currently, Lu Yu could only rely on himself. Coincidentally, the Moon Temple had appeared, allowing Lu Yu to leverage his connection with June to provide a safeguard for himself and his companions. Chapter 49, Moon Shadow Ruins, 6, Young Man. Do you truly stand by your words? In the midst of Lu Yu's contemplation, the figure in the mirror suddenly spoke, the tone shifting from its previous icy demeanor. Should there be even a hint of falsehood in what I have stated, I would willingly accept the wrath of the heavens, to be struck down and shattered, never to find peace in death. Seeing Lu Yu's resolute demeanor and unperturbed expression, the figure in the mirror waved his hand. Instantly, a burning paper crane emerged, resembling the one beside Lu Yu to an uncanny degree. Whether it was merely Lu Yu's illusion, the fiery crane seemed to slowly approach the mirror's surface. The next moment, as the fire crane made contact, the mirror rippled as if a pebble had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating concentric waves. Then, astonishingly, the fire crane flew forth from the mirror, gently drifting before Lu Yu. This fire crane can contact me at any time, and it is no ordinary paper crane. It bears a special mark that can carry my will. In critical moments, it can summon my presence. You possess the key to the Moon Temple, granting you unrestricted access. The first level of the temple is always open to you. Feel free to explore and make use of any valuable soul-guiding artifacts you may find. Though this is limited to the first level. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu pondered briefly and immediately detected an inconsistency. The rewards presented by the figure in the mirror appeared exceptionally generous. However, their limitation to the first layer and useful treasures was rather intriguing. The existence of useful treasures implies the existence of useless ones, and the quantity of each remains unknown to him, rendering the decision entirely at the mercy of the mirror's inhabitant. Furthermore, the option granted to him regarding the first layer, seemingly a privilege, was orchestrated by the guardian of the Moon Temple, who had undoubtedly spent countless years within its confines. The ability to dictate arrangements within the temple suggests considerable authority. And if there were indeed places beyond even its reach, he need not elaborate on his own prospects. Thus, the accessibility of the first layer, along with the treasures therein, was ultimately dictated by the figure in the mirror, who might very well be manipulating their positions unbeknownst to him. Moreover, the peculiar fire crane bestowed upon him, while he could summon the figure in the mirror at will, could conversely serve as a means of surveillance. Judging by the mirror's reaction when the June belonged to the Star Language Spirit Fox clan was mentioned, it was clear that the Star Language Spirit Fox held a significant status in the eyes of the mirror's inhabitant. Coupled with Lu Yu's observations of the decor within the Moon Temple, it was evident that the Star Language Spirit Fox occupied a substantial portion of its aesthetic. One could even venture to speculate that the enigmatic and alluring Star Language Spirit Fox might share a profound and intricate connection with the Moon Temple's master, an association that could be as tightly woven as the stars intertwined in the cosmos, or as tumultuous and elusive as the currents of the deep sea. Even more astonishing was the possibility that this spirited and sagacious fox's true identity and status far surpassed that of the formidable being trapped within the mirror, who claimed to be its guardian. How monumental it was that he inadvertently assisted the figure in locating the Star Language Spirit Fox, even delivering a living embodiment of it directly before them, in exchange for such a significant favor. The mirror's inhabitant merely granted him access to the first layer and the right to utilize treasures, rather than outright ownership. Setting aside these thoughts, he was still subject to the watchful gaze of the other. The realization left Lu Yu feeling profoundly unsettled. Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself, maintaining an air of utmost respect. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your generous bestowal. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, a sentiment so profound that words fail to capture the surging emotions within my heart. Your timely assistance today is akin to the nourishing rain of spring, revitalizing my parched spirit, akin to a beacon in the dark of night, illuminating the path ahead. The immense kindness you have shown will be forever etched in my memory. He bowed deeply, his eyes glimmering with unwavering resolve, and continued. The drop of kindness bestowed upon me today by you, esteemed senior, is akin to a seed of hope that has taken root within the depths of my heart. In the days to come, regardless of the storms and hardships I may encounter, I shall forever remember your benevolence and strive to cultivate my own growth and strength. When the time is ripe, I shall wholeheartedly repay your generosity with a torrent of gratitude. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, he respectfully bowed once more to the esteemed elder, affirming his determination and sincerity. The figure in the mirror, pleased with the young man's reaction, erupted into hearty laughter. You are quite astute, my lad, it remarked, but swiftly shifted its tone. However, the benefits I offer are not easily obtained. If you seek treasures, you dare to inquire if your words pertain to the Star Language Spirit Fox? Before the figure in the mirror could finish, Lu Yu interjected. Interestingly, the mirror figure showed no sign of anger at the interruption. Rather, it gazed at the silver-haired youth with keen interest. You are quite remarkable, indeed. No wonder you can perfectly shield your mental prowess. Yet, it is a pity, the mirror figure feigned regret, that such talent cannot be utilized for my Moon God Palace. Very well, since your aspirations lie elsewhere, I shall not insist. It continued, follow the fire crane to depart from the first layer of the Moon God Palace's illusion. Thank you, esteemed senior. Lu Yu replied, I take my leave. As soon as his words fell, the flames on the paper crane suddenly blazed fiercely. Lu Yu instinctively closed his eyes, yet was met with no sensation of pain. When he dared to open them once more, he found himself gazing at two imposing, closed doors, adorned with lifelike depictions of the Star Language Spirit Foxes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed fragments of stone floating around him, only then realizing he had arrived outside the Moon God Temple. However, the question of how to escape lingered in his mind. As he observed the area and found no apparent means of exit, Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming force pulling from above, and before the young man could react, he was swiftly engulfed by a black hole overhead. In the small grove behind the Holy Soul Village, a black spherical portal materialized unexpectedly. With a thud, a figure with silver hair tumbled forth from within. Lu Yu instinctively raised his hand to rub his rear, which had been painfully bruised, as he stood up. How absurd it was that he had been working like a beast of burden for others, yet treated himself with such disregard, without allowing for even a moment of respite. Chapter 50. The Wealth of Fortune in the Small Woods Behind Shahan Village. Lu Yu reached into his pocket and retrieved 2 slips of paper. At first glance, the 2 slips appeared identical. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the slip in Lu Yu's left hand bore more inscriptions than the other. These inscriptions were faintly etched, rendering them nearly invisible. The slip adorned with inscriptions was, in fact, the specially crafted paper crane from the mirror person in the Moon Goddess Temple. Yet, as they passed through the portal moments ago, both slips had unfurled to their original forms. Lu Yu placed both notes in the circular jade stone into the system's space. Given that the system could obscure his spiritual perception, it was reasonable to assume that the system's space could likewise shield him from the scrutiny of the mirror person. If Lu Yu's conjecture was correct, the mirror person required the specially crafted paper crane as a medium to monitor him. Otherwise, it would not have gone to such lengths to create an identical paper crane. After completing these actions, Lu Yu concentrated his thoughts, and a suit of black and gold armor instantaneously enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, a cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding, illusion detection lifted. Host is currently in a state of safety. Alarm deactivated. Assessing host's physical condition. Host's bodily functions have restored to 5. Lu Yu turned to look back, only to find that the massive stone was gradually becoming ethereal, eventually vanishing entirely as if it had never existed. Even the grass beneath him appeared indistinguishable from that in other places. His black armor and system were functioning normally. It seemed he had genuinely escaped the illusions of the Moon God Temple and returned to the realm of reality. A refreshing breeze swept by, causing Lu Yu to involuntarily shiver upon contact with his skin. The young man adjusted his clothing and set off towards the village. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a mirror within the ethereal Moon God Temple reflected a figure who softly uttered, The person in the mirror then raised their head and murmured, "Strange. The connection with the Eye of the Moon has been severed?" The face before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Yu's, as if it had been molded from the same likeness. Indeed, he was quite an intriguing lad. Harboring such peculiar abilities, it appeared he had been underestimated. As the moonlight faded, it remained uncertain whether it was observing the world in silence. With the dawn breaking, the unique warmth of morning once again embraced the earth. Lu Yu opened his eyes, sat up, and threw off the covers before rising from his bed to approach the window. As he basked in the warm sunlight pouring generously upon him, a profound sense of comfort enveloped his heart. Unable to resist, he stretched his arms wide and indulged in a leisurely yawn. "Brother, you up so early?" A figure with flowing black hair entered, pushing the door open while carrying a basin of water. Lu Yu closed his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, and without turning his head, remarked, "Ah, my dear Xiaosan, you truly have worked hard this early in the morning." "It's no trouble at all," she replied. "I rise early each day for my morning exercises, so I am quite accustomed to it." "Brother, you, do hurry and wash your face. Let us go out for breakfast. The wealthy brothers from next door just delivered breakfast, freshly prepared by Aunt Zhou, still warm and inviting." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu turned his head. "Zhou Fatsai and Zhou Fugui? What about them?" Tang Sen replied. "I recall that both of them awakened their martial souls and possessed soul power, didn't they?" "Indeed, but the circumstances of their family are known throughout the village. They simply cannot afford the costs of their education." Tang Sen seemed to anticipate what Lu Yu was about to say. "Xiao-san, after dinner, accompany me to Uncle Zhou's house." What shall we do there?" Tang Sen inquired with curiosity. Lu Yu dipped his hand into the basin and, taking advantage of Tang Sen's momentary distraction, playfully ruffled his hair with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "You will know once you go. Come, let us first have a meal." Tang Sen found himself at a loss for words, exasperated by Lu Yu's childish antics. "Get lost. If you ever gamble again, I will deny you as my brother." After their meal, Tang Sen and Xiao Wu, under Lu Yu's guidance, arrived at the village carpenter's shop. Just as they reached the entrance, a furious shout erupted, followed by a figure tumbling out of the shop in disarray. A brand new sign hung above the shop, its inscription of carpenter's shop intricately carved by Zhou Qingping himself. Renowned in the village for his exceptional craftsmanship, Zhou Qingping's skills were well regarded, earning him the admiration of the residents of Notting City. Under normal circumstances, with Zhou Qingping's talent, it would have been effortless for him to attain wealth in the village. Strangely, a few years prior, after Liu Yu had introduced several lucrative ideas, the living conditions of nearly every household had improved significantly. Yet, Zhou Qingping's family continued to live in abject poverty. His brothers, Zhou Fa Kai and Zhou Fu Gui, were often seen in tattered, patched clothing. The root of this predicament lay with Zhou Qingping's younger brother, Zhou Qingyan. Once a carpenter himself, Zhou Qingyan had learned the trade alongside his brother under their father's tutelage. However, during an outing to craft furniture, he was dragged to a gambling table, and thus began his descent into addiction. He squandered the family fortune, lost all the skills he had acquired, and ultimately, his elderly father succumbed to despair, passing away after enduring immense distress. Zhou Qingyan also accrued an overwhelming amount of debt. Fortunately, Zhou Qingyan had a caring brother. Were it not for Zhou Qingping's continued support, Zhou Qingyan would have long since perished from hunger. Over the years, Zhou Qingping had tried every method to reform his brother, from harsh punishments to withholding food. Yet Zhou Qingyan remained unable to break free from his gambling vice. His actions even dragged his brother's family into poverty, with Zhou Qingping bearing the burden of repaying the creditors. The figure that had just stumbled out was none other than Zhou Qingyan. At that moment, Zhou Qingping spotted the trio. Little Yu and Little San have arrived. Come in quickly. Wealth and fortune will be returning shortly. Please have a drink of water and wait a moment. Upon entering the modest wooden house, Liu took a seat on a bench. Zhou Qingping poured 3 cups of tea and placed them in front of his guests. At this juncture, Liu spoke up, Uncle Zhou. I actually came today to discuss matters of wealth and fortune with you. Zhou Qingping, smiling at the remark, replied, I am aware of that. They will return shortly. No. Uncle Zhou, there is something specific I wish to discuss with you today. Liu realized that Zhou Qingping had misunderstood his intentions. He waved his hand and spoke. Discuss with me? Zhou Qingping, taken aback, replied, What is there to discuss with me? We wish to talk about the schooling of the Fa family brothers, Liu said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingping's hand, which was holding the teacup, faltered momentarily before he set it down with a sigh. Xiaoyu, I do not fear your laughter. But everyone in the village knows our family's situation. With a brother like this and the mother's poor health, the family finances rely solely on me and this carpenter's shop. We have managed to avoid starvation, which is already a blessing, let alone affording an education. Even for a working student, we cannot bear the cost. Besides, those 2 children's martial souls and talents are far inferior to yours and Xiao San's. Rather than pursuing a path as soul masters, it would be wiser for them to learn a trade, like carpentry. Chapter 51. The Return of the Man in Black. After finishing his words, Zhou Qingping took a large gulp of tea. Uncle Zhou, what I mean is that I can assist with the tuition fees for Fa and Fu Gui. However, Zhou Qingping shook his head in response and said with a smile, Uncle Zhou knows you are a good child wanting to help, but there is truly no need. Uncle, I am not joking with you. Please have Fa and Fu Gui come to see me tomorrow. This pouch contains their tuition for the entire academic year. With that, Liu Yu placed a bag of money on the table, stood up, and left with the 2 others. As they exited, Liu Yu caught sight of the figure who had just been dismissed by Zhou Qingping, eavesdropping by the window. The person noticed Liu Yu as well, but said nothing and stealthily returned indoors. On the way, Tang San appeared to be hesitant, remaining silent until they arrived home. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Liu Yu looked up at Tang San. Tonight is the night when that mysterious person returns. Aren't you worried, Brother Yu? Upon hearing this, Liu Yu chuckled softly and remarked, It's best to wash up and retire for the night. Have you not witnessed the strength of your opponent? Preparation seems futile. It is better to let things unfold naturally. Tang San found himself at a loss for words. There was a modicum of truth in Brother Yu's words, leading him to consider simply surrendering to fate. He gazed up at the vast sun in the sky, its brilliance so intense that it rendered him unable to open his eyes. Yet, it was still far from noon, and it was not yet time for an afternoon nap. The youth walking ahead wore a faint smile, softly humming a cheerful tune, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. Oh, my dear, do not fret. My life is devoted to you, my beloved. Time always slips away swiftly, and before long, the night descended. At this moment, Liu lay upon his bed, his eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the doorway, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Though Liu Yu had previously asserted that resisting with their current strength would be futile, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. However, as time passed, The cloaked figures showed no sign of making their entrance. Soon, the night had reached its zenith, yet still, there was no indication of their arrival. Xiao Wu, already overcome by fatigue, stifled yawns and had succumbed to sleep, resting her head on the bedside. Meanwhile, Tang San's eyelids began to droop heavily, and before long, he too had leaned against the doorframe and drifted off. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room warped as a figure clad in black appeared. Strangely, upon materializing, the shadowy figure merely stood still, offering no further movement. "Well then, since you are awake, rise and cease your pretense," a voice, both masculine and feminine, resonated. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had been peacefully slumbering, opened his eyes, threw back the covers, and approached the cloaked figure, bowing respectfully. "I, Lu Yu, am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." The figure in black moved to a nearby chair and seated themselves, pouring a glass of water. Subsequently, they retrieved a small jade vial, dispensing a single drop of liquid, which they consumed. Finally, they presented a bowl of green liquid before Lu Yu. Lu Yu took the bowl without the slightest hesitation and drained it in one gulp. As he finished the bowl of green water, he smacked his lips. The liquid was refreshingly cool, and he felt nothing amiss. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the man in black suddenly spoke. "Boy, are you not afraid that what I offered you is poison?" Lu Yu spoke calmly. "If you, esteemed elder, sought my life, there would have been no need for such elaborate efforts to pull me back from the gates of the underworld." He continued, "With your formidable prowess, there is no requirement to resort to the insidious and laborious method of poisoning." The figure in black suddenly erupted into laughter. "Indeed, you are worthy of being chosen by the ancestral deity, daring to confront the anomalous, earth-splitting ape alone. Quite impressive." He then produced a jade vial. "Administer a drop of this elixir into cold water each day, and within 5 days, your injuries will heal completely. Your 2 companions are merely affected by a specially crafted fragrant powder and will awaken by morning. Worry not. For the next few days, refrain from any clandestine escapades and focus on your recovery." With that, the figure turned to leave. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what exactly is the holy domain?" At that moment, Liu suddenly interjected. "This is not a concern for you," the elder replied. "When the time is ripe, you shall come to know." With those words, the space around him warped, and the figure vanished without a trace. Lu Yu picked up the jade vial left behind by the man in black. Upon opening it, a delightful fragrance instantly filled the air. Just a single whiff invigorated Lu Yu, as if his mental faculties were being nourished. Lu Yu turned to gaze at the 2 slumbering figures, shaking his head in resignation. After carefully placing them on the bed, he sat cross-legged nearby, attempting to cultivate his soul energy. Suddenly, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if a warm flame had ignited in his dantian. This warmth spread rapidly, like a torrent breaking through a dam, enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. His eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured to himself, filled with confusion and shock. Could this be the miraculous effect of the elixir he had just consumed? This thought flickered through his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. As the warm current coursed through his body, he could distinctly feel every cell awakening, his once exhausted physique gradually regaining vitality. This unprecedented experience filled him with both excitement and apprehension, leaving him uncertain of what unexpected transformations might yet unfold. Lu Yu immediately entered a state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the soul energy present in the world. With a mere thought, he swiftly entered his own sea of consciousness. Lu Yu tightly closed his eyes, focusing his mind as he delved deep into the sea of consciousness. After a thorough exploration, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that at the center of that vast, boundless expanse of awareness, a vortex of soul energy was gradually taking shape. Although the current scale of this soul energy vortex appeared insignificant compared to its predecessors, it was undoubtedly exhilarating news for Lu Yu. Ever since he had suffered that grave injury, his path of cultivation had become extraordinarily arduous, nearly coming to a standstill. Now, the emergence of this soul energy vortex seemed like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, bestowing upon him renewed hope and courage to resume his cultivation. Lu Yu understood well that restoring his former glory would not be an easy task. However, as long as he could embark on the path of cultivation once more, anything was possible. At this moment, his heart was brimming with anticipation and resolve, silently vowing to seize this opportunity and diligently enhance his strength. As time passed, the vortex of soul energy gradually stabilized and began to rotate slowly. Each revolution seemed to embody a mysterious force, captivating Lu Yu's attention. He observed the soul energy vortex with unwavering focus, as it represented his hope of re-entering the path of a soul master. Despite the daunting challenges that lay ahead, Lu Yu firmly believed that with relentless perseverance and unwavering courage, he would one day break through the obstacles and return to the pinnacle of his power. Chapter 52. The Open Diary. As the sun ascended the treetops, the morning once again descended upon the world like a golden carpet. In the room, the silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. His silver irises sparkled with uncontainable excitement after consuming the potion given by the cloaked figure. He was finally able to coalesce the soul energy vortex once again. After a night of tireless effort, that diminutive vortex of soul energy had finally stabilized, albeit far smaller than its previous magnitude. Yet, Lu Yu believed with unwavering faith that in 5 days, he would undoubtedly return to his former glory and create new splendor. Lu Yu rose and slowly made his way to the window. The hour was still early. It seemed that Tang San and Xiao Wu would require some time before they awakened. Perhaps it would be wise for him to prepare breakfast first. After Lu Yu departed, a while passed. The youth on the bed stirred, his eyes fluttering open gradually. Before him lay a cherubic face, flushed with a rosy hue. Her lips, plump and glistening like cherries, were slightly parted, evoking an irresistible urge to taste them. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyelashes quivered, and her sparkling eyes slowly opened. At that moment, their gazes intertwined, reflecting each other's astonishment. Sangu? Xiao Wu rubbed her eyes, her voice drowsy and disoriented, as if still ensnared in the realm of dreams. Wait, where's you go? Why are we sharing the same bed? Tang San, rising alongside Xiao Wu, quickly sensed something amiss. It appeared that her restless slumber had left her hair in disarray and her clothing askew, revealing a glimpse of her delicate, fair shoulder. Last night, after Xiao Wu had fallen asleep, he had stood vigil at the door, attentive to the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. He distinctly recalled Lu Yu being in bed. Yet a sudden wave of fatigue had overtaken him. How was it that upon awakening, he found himself beside Xiao Wu? Where has Yuga gone? He pondered, bewildered. Sangu, where did Yuga go? Weren't we on watch last night? How did we end up sleeping? At this moment, Xiao Wu too realized the situation, absent-mindedly tousling her disheveled hair. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing a voice from outside. Xiao Wu, San, you're awake. Hurry and get up for breakfast, or it will be cold and unappetizing. Liu stood at the entrance, gazing at the two individuals who appeared utterly bewildered. Brother Yu, where's the man in black? Has he arrived? Tang Sen hurriedly approached to assess Lu Yu's condition. How are you? Did he do anything to you? Are you hurt? I am fine. So there is no need for concern, Liu reassured him. Liu was somewhat amused by Tang San's anxious demeanor. The man bore no ill intent, and in fact, had assisted me in healing my wounds, so rest assured, your brother Yu is quite well. That's good to hear, Tang San replied, visibly relieved. However, the next moment, upon seeing Xiao Wu's disheveled appearance, Lu Yu flashed a mischievous smile at Tang San and said, You rascal. Not only did you bring the young lady home during the holiday, but you also shared a bed with her last night, leaving her in this state. You must take responsibility for her. Tang San's face instantly turned crimson. He hurriedly defended himself, saying, No, brother Yu, you misunderstand. Nothing happened between us last night. Huh? What are you two discussing? Sharing a bed? I've been sharing a blanket with Brother San at school, Xiao Wu innocently chimed in, approaching with a naive expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu gave Tang San a knowing smile. Oh, so you shared a blanket, little San? Indeed, I didn't bring a blanket. And Brother San's was large enough, so we joined our beds together, Tang San explained, his voice slightly flustered. Ahem, enough of that. Let us go have a meal. Didn't you just say that cold food isn't enjoyable? We shouldn't waste time here. Eating is essential. Tang San interjected with a slight cough. After breakfast, Tang San and Xiao Wu stayed behind to wash the dishes. Lu Yu arrived alone at the small hillside in front of the village. Sitting cross-legged, the young man felt the gentle breeze caress his face. Lu Yu retrieved an ancient tome of magic from his bosom. Ever since he awoke, both Merhalik and the little fox, June, had remained in a deep slumber, showing no inclination to awaken. However, Lu Yu recently discerned a remarkable phenomenon. Since Merhalik had succumbed to sleep, the previously blank pages of the tome had become densely inscribed with characters. He recalled that upon their first meeting, Merhalik had mentioned being the diary of the greatest sorcerer on some continent. This piqued Lu Yu's interest. Of course, as a vanguard of a new era and a social worker imbued with progressive ideals, Lu Yu disapproved of such lowly acts as prying into another's private thoughts. Yet, his intent in opening the diary was not driven by mere curiosity, but rather by a desire to discover a means to facilitate Mirhalik's swift recovery. After all, the esteemed Archmage had not expressed any objection, which could be interpreted as tacit consent. Although the text within the tome was written in the language of a distant realm, Mirhalik had employed mental magic to enable Lu Yu to master all the languages of the Austin continent for the sake of his magical education. Thus, linguistic barriers posed no challenge for him. As the pages were gently turned, the script from another world unfolded before Lu Yu's eyes. Year of the Third Era, September 2nd. The weather is as splendid as my mood. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Merlin Clare, the most distinguished genius of my lineage, easily gained admission to the most prestigious magic academy on the continent. Indeed, this is but a small step towards becoming the foremost sorcerer of the realm. Today marks the day of enrollment, and the admission policy of the Klein Magic Academy, the finest institution on the continent, is nothing short of impeccable, admitting only the 10 most exceptional talents from each empire. Truly, only such an academy is worthy of my greatness. After reading, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim that he was indeed the greatest mage. Having been so audacious from a young age, he felt rather conservative in comparison. He continued to read on. In the first year of the Third Era, on October 10th, the first outdoor combat class finally arrived, a lesson that promised to be intriguing. The practice of confining students within the classroom and incessantly cramming theoretical knowledge into their minds was as foolish as attempting to converse with a red-haired baboon. Knowledge that could be acquired through reading did not necessitate formal teaching. Magic is an enigmatic discipline that can only be comprehended through personal experience. It baffled him why Lady Crow would delight in clutching a stack of books to study those theories devoid of practical significance. Observing those baboons who struggled to cast even a simple fourth-tier defensive spell during the practical class underscored the shortcomings of a purely theoretical education. If they were to step onto the battlefield, they would stand no chance of survival. This educational system must undergo reform. After perusing these 2 entries, Lu Yu realized that mundane records could be found everywhere. Chapter 53. Visitors from the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to him, the day swiftly passed. At night, Lu Yu lay in bed, closed his eyes, and once again entered the system space. Beep. System update complete. This update has refined the system shop, enhancing prices and adding new product categories. Host: Lu Yu Spirit. Wish Star Staff. Timespace Angel. Variant: Spirit Power. Level 30. Great Spirit Master. Points: minus 25,000. Check-in tasks. Check-in at Flanders General Store. 3,000 points. Check-in at Rose Hotel. 3,000 points. This was previously incorrect. Now amended. Physical function recovery. 30. Damn it. Lu Yu winced at the sight of the negative points displayed on the panel. What kind of system had a debt function? System: open the random item gift pack. Opening random item gift pack. Congratulations, the host has acquired the 8 gates of Duanjia technique. Suddenly, Lu Yu's attention was captured by a line of small text before him. 8 gates of Duanjia, the ultimate technique of Guy from Naruto, who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the series. This was a man acknowledged even by Uchiha Madara. He never anticipated that the system could produce such a remarkable item. His consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Lu Yu produced a scroll in his hand, which contained the cultivation method of the 8 doors of Duanjia he had just acquired. After stowing it away in his spatial ring, Lu Yu promptly fell into a deep slumber, intending to thoroughly study it the following day when he would be refreshed and invigorated. As dawn broke, Lu Yu sat cross-legged by the stream. After consuming a bowl of verdant medicinal liquid, a surge of warmth instantly spread throughout his entire being. Lu Yu closed his eyes, slowly guiding his soul power to flow through his limbs and bones. Observing the soul power vortex gradually taking shape in his sea of consciousness, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. After several days of recuperation, Lu Yu's bodily functions had restored to 60%, and his soul power had already returned to level 35. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated the youth's tightly shut eyes, as if he had become one with nature. Suddenly, the young man abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with determination and resolve. He stood up slowly, his legs slightly bent, gathering strength. Then, with a powerful push against the ground, his calf muscles tensed instantaneously, taut as a drawn bowstring. With this surge of explosive power, the youth soared into the air like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, his body was light and agile, resembling a graceful cheetah. Each leap was imbued with unparalleled speed and strength, evoking awe in all who beheld him. He swiftly navigated through the dense forest, his figure fleetingly visible among the branches and leaves. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any clumsiness. At times, he sidestepped stout tree trunks. At others, he gracefully vaulted over intertwined branches. His steps were light yet steadfast, as if the wind itself buoyed him, leaving only a whisper of a breeze in his wake. In this tranquil woodland, the youth resembled a free-spirited, ethereal bird. He showcased his remarkable agility and extraordinary courage, bravely advancing toward the unknown ahead. As wisps of smoke appeared in the distance, the young man leapt gracefully, using the branches to propel himself. Akin to a bird spreading its wings and dancing in the air, his body traced a perfect arc as he soared, landing softly on the ground. Liu rolled up his trousers and casually tossed several bags of sand onto the ground. Though seemingly inconspicuous, they struck the earth with a series of muffled thuds. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp round of applause echoed from behind. 3 figures gradually emerged from the forest. Truly, they are prodigies endowed with innate full soul power. Their diligent cultivation promises an illustrious future ahead. Liu turned his gaze back and was astonished to discover that 2 of the 3 individuals were acquaintances. Those 2 were none other than Su Yuntao and the Lord of Nodding City, Matthew Nuo. However, at this moment, they stood on either side, clearly indicating that the person in the middle was the prominent figure. Although Nodding City was a small border town, the presence of its lord as an escort suggested significant importance. Both Matthew Nuo and Su Yuntao were affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Thus it was evident that the individual before them must also be connected to the Spirit Hall. The man was clad in an orange outfit, and his dark eye makeup exuded a strikingly aggressive aura, though on a man it appeared somewhat incongruous. Su Yuntao, long time no see, Lord Matthew Nuo. May I inquire about this esteemed individual? Liu greeted. It has been a long time. Allow me to introduce. This is the envoy sent by the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, Elder Yu. Elder Yu has come specifically for you. Su Yuntao introduced. Chrysanthemum Pass. When Liu awakened his twin martial souls, he anticipated that the Spirit Hall would dispatch someone, particularly since his second martial soul was the Angel Soul. As a legacy martial soul of the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly not allow it to wander freely. However, Liu did not expect that the Spirit Hall would send an elder with the title of Dolua. Jiuhua Guan extended his palm, and an instantaneous force erupted from his hand, drawing the weight Liu Yu had just discarded into his grasp. He weighed it thoughtfully, revealing a look of appreciation. This weight would be somewhat strenuous for an adult, yet Jiuhua Guan had witnessed Liu Yu's agility in the forest, at such a tender age, possessing such awareness. Especially with his innate full soul power, he was certainly valued by the Spirit Hall. If he were to join, his future would undoubtedly be limitless. You are Liu Yu, correct? I presume Elder Su Yuntao has already conveyed the necessary information to you, and you must have guessed my purpose for coming here. Jiuhua Guan spoke in his uniquely soft voice. Elder Yu Guan, I have already registered as a Soul Master at the Nodding City branch. So how am I not considered a part of the Spirit Hall? Liu inquired. At this, Jiuhua Guan burst into laughter. You clever little rascal, despite your young age. You are quite astute. Registering as a Soul Master in the Spirit Hall and joining the Spirit Hall are 2 entirely different matters. The Spirit Hall has always been responsible for awakening martial souls for the great empires and registering Soul Masters. It is merely a procedure to ensure these Soul Masters receive the state as subsidies. If what you said were true, that becoming a registered Soul Master at a branch makes one a member of the Spirit Hall, then what need would there be for those empires? Pausing for a moment, Jiuhua Guan continued. To truly become a Soul Master of the Spirit Hall, one must make other commitments and participate in tasks to be considered an exclusive Soul Master. Of course, this is the standard for ordinary individuals. For a genius like you, the Spirit Hall offers exceptional treatment and benefits. You would be sent to a specialized academy for your studies. What say you, little one? Are you willing to accompany me to the Spirit Hall? Jiuhua Guan slightly bent forward, seemingly awaiting Liu Yu's response. Little Yu, the Spirit Hall is the most powerful and influential force on the continent, an elder remarked. Indeed, Elder Yu Guan is correct. The Spirit Hall is the most formidable and impactful Soul Master organization on the continent, and its legacy martial soul is the Angel Soul, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiuhua Guan raised his hand to silence him. Liu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then raised it and said, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Jiuhua Guan revealed a satisfied smile. Beside him, Ma Zayuno and Su Yuntao also breathed a sigh of relief. Young one, you have made a most prudent choice. However, I have a condition, Liu suddenly remarked. What conditions? As long as they fall within my purview, I shall comply. You mentioned earlier that joining the Spirit Hall would entail being sent to a specialized academy for training. Well, that sounds promising. What is it? Chrysanthemum Pass inquired. I wish to select the school I will attend in the future, Liu replied. Are you certain? Chrysanthemum Pass asked, somewhat bewildered. Youngster, have you truly considered this? The schools affiliated with the Spirit Hall include the esteemed Spirit Hall Academy. Over the years, the teams from Spirit Hall Academy have consistently ranked among the best in various competitions. With your talents, the cultivation resources you would receive there are incomparable to those available to the ordinary practitioner. Are you truly unwilling to go? Liu Yu shook his head resolutely and asserted. The resources of the Spirit Hall Academy may surpass those of other institutions, yet I wish to chart my own course for the future. However, Elder Yu, rest assured that since I have promised to join the Spirit Hall, I shall certainly uphold my word. The rationale behind Liu Yu's decision to forego the Spirit Hall Academy was quite straightforward. The system had issued a task that necessitated interaction with characters from the original narrative to unlock further potential, and he was currently burdened with considerable debts to the system. Engaging with the original Shrek 7 monsters made Shrek Academy the most advantageous choice at present, as it offered the swiftest means of accruing points. Moreover, he needed to visit Flinder's grocery store and the Rose Hotel to fulfill his obligations. Seeing Liu Yu's unwavering stance, Zhu Huawan realized that no further persuasion would be effective. At the very least, Liu had consented to join the Spirit Hall, which allowed him to return with a satisfactory report. He produced a golden token and presented it to Liu Yu, saying, "This is the exclusive token for Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may summon a Soul Master at the local branch." Liu respectfully replied after receiving it, "Thank you, Elder Yu Egwan." Zhu Huaguan waved his hand and said, "No need for thanks. We are all family now. Given your talents, your future standing in the Spirit Hall may very well surpass mine." With that, he turned and departed. At that moment, Su Yuntao and Ma Ziyuno stepped forward and clasped their hands, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Liu. The fact that the Spirit Hall has sent an elder on your behalf indicates just how highly they regard you. We shall rely on your guidance in the future." Liu Yu replied, "Steward Su Yuntao, Lord Ma Ziyunuo is jesting. It is thanks to both of you that I have attained my current state, particularly your invaluable assistance." Steward Su Yuntao, here, I must extend my sincerest apologies. My earlier impulsiveness nearly led to my demise and caused you undue worry, for which I am truly remorseful. Steward Su Yuntao quickly waved his hand and responded, No. If it were not for your determination back then, I would never have witnessed the miraculous occurrence of encountering my first spirit ring, a Millennium Spirit Ring. With that, the two bid farewell, and Liu Yu turned to follow in the footsteps of Juhua Pass. After Liu Yu bent down to reposition the weights on the ground, he slightly bent his legs and, with a sudden surge of power from his calves, propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, within a grand hall, the Hall of Spirits stood majestically at the core of the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. This ancient palace, seemingly transported from a bygone era, loomed like a slumbering behemoth, exuding an air of unsettling majesty. It resembled a resplendent jewel embedded at the heart of this vast continent. From a distance, the Hall of Spirits towered into the clouds, a sight both imposing and awe-inspiring. Its architectural style was distinctive, seamlessly merging various elements that conveyed both rustic elegance and solemn grandeur. Massive stone columns supported the entire hall, resembling colossal giants silently guarding this sacred space. Intricate patterns and runes were carved into the walls, remnants left by formidable figures of the past, bearing witness to the illustrious history of the Hall of Spirits. Upon entering the hall, one could feel a palpable surge of energy enveloping the atmosphere. Within this magnificent and imposing edifice, there stood a throne radiating an air of authority, as if it held dominion over the fates of all living beings. At that moment, seated upon the throne was a woman adorned in resplendent garments. Her graceful figure and poised demeanor exuded an aura of noble elegance. Yet, what drew the most attention was the scepter she held tightly in her grasp, a symbol of the Hall of Spirits' supreme power. This scepter shimmered with an enigmatic glow, encrusted with countless dazzling gemstones, each one a vessel of boundless strength and wisdom. Undoubtedly, this woman wielding the scepter was Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Hall of Spirits. Her stunning visage resembled a masterpiece sculpted by a master artist, captivating all who beheld her. However, her deep-set eyes conveyed an unfathomable coldness and authority, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon her directly. At this moment, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Suddenly, the space within the hall twisted, and a figure cloaked in black appeared. This person seemed to be the one Bibi Dong had been anticipating. You arrived promptly upon receiving the news. Your intelligence network is remarkably efficient. Bibi Dong remarked slowly from her throne, her voice solemn and devoid of emotion. He has already agreed to join the Hall of Spirits. Yet he does not wish to enter the Soul Master Academy. Bibi Dong paused before continuing. Who is this young man? Even if he possesses dual innate soul powers, it hardly warrants such attention from you. This matter lies beyond the scope of our collaboration. It is not your concern. Your Majesty, the Pope, need only manage your subordinates. Came the reply. Bibi Dong responded with a hint of amusement. How amusing. The individuals favored by your sacred domain expect the Hall of Spirits to play the role of a caretaker. She continued. This collaboration is crucial for the survival of the continent, and this young man is a pivotal element. There is no room for error. The figure cloaked in black let out a cold snort. I trust that His Holiness the Pope will take this matter seriously. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Holy Domain. He continued, rest assured, I have already presented the papal decree to him. On this continent, only a handful possess the authority of such a decree. In any location under the jurisdiction of my spirit hall, displaying this decree ensures that no one dares to take action against him. The cloaked man leaned slightly forward, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness. I take my leave. With that, the fabric of space warped once more, and the figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 55, The Far North After the Departure of the Man in Black. Bibi Dong sat in silence upon her throne, her eyes closed, delicately massaging her temples. The thoughts of this pope were as inscrutable as her cold exterior. None could discern her contemplations. Only 4 individuals were privy to the collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Holy Domain. She sensed an ominous shadow gradually spreading across the continent. 3 years later, in the far north, a frail figure struggled against the howling blizzard across an expanse of white snow. The boy's hair and brows were adorned with falling snowflakes, resembling a small snowman. This silver-haired figure was none other than Lu Yu. He had been traversing this snowy wasteland for nearly 2 months. Hey, old Mo. Are you certain this cursed place holds ice crystal essence? A voice echoed from the satchel at Lu Yu's waist. Ice crystal essence can only be found in regions of extreme cold. It is rare elsewhere, but here, it is not. I have consulted the records, and the far north is indeed the coldest region of the Doloa continent. Moreover, it is sparsely populated, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering ice crystal essence. Indeed, Lu Yu and Imo Holik embarked on this arduous journey to the far north specifically for the ice crystal essence. A year prior, Imo Holik had awakened from his coma. Yet the phantom star fox, Lu Yu, who had fallen unconscious alongside him, showed no signs of revival. After extensive verification, Lu Yu and Imo Holik have concluded that in June, during the fierce battle with the mutated Earth Rift Ape, she was infected by its tainted blood, which contained a potent venom. Due to the urgency of the situation at the time, no one noticed any abnormalities. Furthermore, as June belongs to the star language spirit fox lineage and is blessed by the cosmos, the venom remains suppressed, leaving her in a persistent state of unconsciousness. However, as time has passed, the toxin has spread throughout her body, necessitating immediate treatment. Fortunately, Lu Yu retained the crystal that was embedded in the head of the mutated Earth Rift Ape from that initial encounter. After fully recovering, Lu Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring of the cracked Earth Ape from within the crystal, officially attaining the rank of Soul Emperor. However, being a 10-year-old Soul Sect Master is an unprecedented feat on the continent, a distinction that no ordinary person can rival, not even Tang San, who possesses innate full soul power. Meanwhile, Imo Holik extracted a substance from the residual blood within the crystal that was identical to the toxin that had afflicted June, successfully developing an antidote. The ice crystal stone marrow was the final essential ingredient needed. This marrow is cold in nature and possesses gentle properties, capable of perfectly neutralizing the fiery poison within June while ensuring her safety. Coupled with a few other medicinal herbs, little June would soon awaken. Imo Holik's voice emerged from the satchel, trembling slightly due to the frigid air. Ahead lay an ice cavern. Venturing forth might yield fruitful discoveries. With a mere thought, Lu Yu activated the black gold mask, which swiftly enveloped his entire head. The defensive properties of the black god armor are remarkably adaptable to extreme environments. Thus he donned it throughout his journey. On one hand, it served to ward off the chill. On the other, It was a precaution against the soul beasts that might emerge unexpectedly. This vast expanse of white snow can be regarded as one of the most breathtaking sights on the continent, yet danger often accompanies beauty. Numerous formidable hunters inhabit this snowy domain, and those who endure in such a harsh environment are far from ordinary. The defensive capabilities of the Black God armor are beyond reproach. However, it possesses a critical flaw: the armor over the eyes. If the armor were to cover completely, vision would be obstructed. Conversely, to maintain visibility, the armor cannot fully envelop the area around the eyes, thereby exposing them and creating a vulnerability. Nonetheless, this posed no problem for Lu Yu. The howling wind swept swirling snow into the crevices of the armor, tormenting his eyes. Thus, he chose to cover the eye area as well, achieving a truly perfect and comprehensive coverage. Subsequently, he extended his mental energy outward, utilizing it as a substitute for sight, enabling him to detect hidden cracks beneath the snow and concealed hunters. The ice cavern lay at the base of a towering iceberg, fortuitously not far from Lu Yu's location. He reached it in merely half an hour. At this moment, Immoholik also emerged from the book pouch, surveying the surroundings. After confirming that there were no immediate threats, the pair ventured into the cave. The cavern's stone walls were encrusted with a layer of ice crystals, and as they proceeded deeper, the passage narrowed, transforming from one wide enough for three to walk side by side to a constricted space that barely accommodated one person sideways. Moreover, the temperature within the cave dropped significantly the further they ventured. Due to the cave entrance being perpetually cloaked in snow, the illumination inside was exceedingly poor, and the dim, narrow confines pressed down on Lu Yu, nearly suffocating him. However, retreat was not an option at this moment. For the safety of Jun's life was at stake. Lu Yu could only navigate through a shroud of darkness. Suddenly, he sensed that his mental strength had seemingly collided with an impenetrable barrier, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction further. Lu Yu attempted to lift the mask over his eyes, but soon found them unbearably dry and chose to close them instead. Laomo, it seems there is no path ahead. In reality, a stone wall obstructed the passage of both man and book. In an instant, a mysterious magic circle was drawn in the air, with runes intertwining and drifting toward Immoholik. The next moment, the metallic eye emitted a burst of blue light. "Please move back a little," Immoholik suddenly said, "and reinforce the stone wall above us." At this moment, Lu Yu found himself wedged tightly between the mountain walls, having nearly scraped along the stone surface throughout their journey. Were it not for the protection of the Dark God armor, he would have been grievously injured by now. Just as Lu Yu struggled to take a few steps back, he suddenly felt the temperature on the other side rising rapidly. He couldn't help but turn his head. To his astonishment, he discovered that Immoholik's single eye was now emanating a chilling red glow, while a magic circle slowly took shape before it. Suddenly, the magic circle unleashed a crimson beam as thick as an arm. To Lu Yu's shock, the stone wall blocking his path began to melt away gradually. As the temperature within the cave rose, the ice crystals on the walls also melted swiftly, cascading down continuously. Lu Yu swiftly summoned his martial soul, and a brown soul ring began to rotate beneath his feet, radiating brilliance. Second-tier earth magic, rock pillar. Instantly, a series of stone columns emerged from the cave walls, creating a secure area that ensured the falling ice crystals would not obstruct the path. This ability to manipulate earth elements was a gift Lu Yu had acquired after absorbing the soul ring of the earth-shattering ape. Under the meticulous guidance of Immoholik, Lu Yu mastered nearly all fourth-tier wind and earth element magic within a mere year. Furthermore, his mental prowess had already reached the level of a fifth-tier magician. As Immoholik's scorching rays continued to bombard the stone wall, it began to slowly melt away. In the next moment, a wide passage appeared before Lu Yu. "Let us proceed," Immoholik instructed, retracting the magic array and leading the way into the passage. Chapter 56. The enigmatic ice cavern. Immoholik took the lead into the passage. Lu Yu followed closely behind. Upon entering, he discovered that the cave walls were adorned with a type of vine that emitted a faint glow. This was the Arctic glimmer vine, a rare plant that does not yield soul rings and is scarcely known to most. Yet, Lu Yu recognized it at a glance. He devoted nearly all his spare time to reading in the library while honing his skills, and with his extraordinary mental acuity, he could be said to possess an almost photographic memory. Consequently, he advanced rapidly through the ranks at the academy, graduating 2 years early, a remarkable feat at the Notting City Academy. This achievement established him as a model student among the faculty and earned him the reputation of a tireless scholar in the eyes of his classmates. Indeed, It is no surprise that one capable of graduating 2 years early is impressive, even if it is merely a junior college, Mayor Holick remarked, casting a look of admiration. The Arctic glimmer vine thrives exclusively in the subterranean ice caverns of the far north, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns that emit light, allowing it to temporarily store soul energy. It takes 3 years for the vine to grow from seedling to maturity, and it similarly withers over the course of 3 years, without producing any soul rings. Liu continued, Indeed, you speak very accurately. Mo Holick replied, However, there is one crucial point you seem to have overlooked. What point is that? Liu pondered, contemplating the peculiarities of its growing environment. Indeed, this entity only thrives in the subterranean ice caverns of the far north, specifically in those that harbor the black ice worms. The secretions of these worms serve as nourishment for the Arctic luminous vines. While the vines possess the remarkable ability to temporarily store soul energy, thereby assisting the larvae of the black ice worms to survive in the frigid conditions. Furthermore, the black ice worms exhibit a penchant for constructing their nests adjacent to the ice crystal mother, which in turn has the capacity to nurture the ice crystal marrow. Liu continued, stating, In other words, we are not far from the essence of cryolite. Liu exclaimed with excitement. This was an exceptionally auspicious sign for him, indicating that his relentless efforts over the past days had not been in vain. Salvation was imminent in June. However, as he continued to traverse the cave, an unsettling feeling began to envelop him. The cavern was eerily silent, despite being situated in the remote northern region where life was scarce. It was reasonable to expect the presence of Arctic luminescent vines, which should be accompanied by signs of black ice insects in the vicinity. Yet, upon casually inspecting several tendrils, Liu found not a single insect egg, let alone any mature insects. This disheartening discovery thwarted his hopes of uncovering traces of the black ice insects to locate the mother lode of the ice crystal stone. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Liu turned back and was astonished to find that the narrow entrance through which he had come was now completely obstructed by a cascade of fallen stones and layers of ice. Thus, he had no choice but to venture deeper. Old Mo Liu softly inquired, Do you not find the silence of this cave rather unsettling? Mo Holick nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is generally understood that the presence of ice crystal stones is often associated with frigid locales. However, the deeper we venture into this cave, the warmer it becomes, which is quite peculiar. Could it be that we have erred in our journey, and that this place harbors no trace of the fabled ice crystal stones? Liu pondered, suggesting they venture further in, as unexpected discoveries might await them. He also proposed searching for any alternative exits. If they truly could not find what they sought, retracing their steps would be the course of action. Mo Holick concurred. Liu ceased his speech, meticulously loading the broken crossbow in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. The cavernous darkness flickered with ethereal light, its rays refracted by the crystalline stones below, casting a mesmerizing array of colors. Yet, beneath this captivating facade often lurked unseen dangers. This indeed represented the optimal course of action. Should he venture further without uncovering anything, he would have no choice but to retrace his steps. The dimly lit cavern seemed to obscure the very concept of time. Accompanied by a solitary book, he traversed the cave for an indeterminate duration until, at last, a glimmer of light burst forth from the tunnel ahead. Following the illumination, a grand stone hall unveiled itself before Liu. Below, houses were meticulously arranged in an orderly fashion, encircling a solemn and majestic altar at the center, akin to stars revolving around the moon. These structures were arranged in a unique and harmonious manner, resembling a colossal blossom in full bloom, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. Each narrow path meandered like a serpentine stream, deftly weaving between the closely knit houses, occasionally converging with other paths, and at times extending solo into the distance. These pathways varied in width and shape, yet collectively they formed an intricate and orderly web, tightly binding the entire area together. Liu found the arrangement of these houses somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered such a design before. Above the hall, bright crystals were embedded in the stone walls, casting illumination throughout the city, the light he beheld emanating from them. After exchanging a glance with Mo Holick, Liu leaped down from the heights simultaneously. At that moment, a surge of energy enveloped Liu, cushioning his descent. As he approached, he realized that these structures were not mere houses, but rather towering edifices. All the windows and doors were intricately carved, and each tower stood nearly 20 meters tall, hewn entirely from an unknown black stone. There were no signs of assembly. Each tower was carved from a single massive block of stone. Such a feat would undoubtedly require immense human and material resources on the Blue Star where Liu once resided. However, this was the Dolua continent, a realm teeming with spirit masters. It would suffice to gather a sufficiently large team of spirit masters to accomplish such a task. Yet it remains a formidable challenge for ordinary individuals to assemble a force of such magnitude. Thus, the power behind the construction of these towers must be extraordinarily formidable, particularly considering the opulent patterns carved upon them, which were far beyond the means of ordinary affluent families. In the literature that Liu Yu has perused over the years, it is noted that while the continent of Dolua has a custom of constructing tombs, these are typically reserved for noble families, erected within the confines of their familial domains. In contrast, ordinary folk merely seek out a suitable spot to excavate a pit. Yet, one must recognize that this locale is the formidable and inhospitable northern expanse. Who could fathom that someone would choose to establish their familial dominion upon this barren and desolate land, devoid of even a blade of grass? Moreover, this place has stood unchanged since the dawn of this continent, rendering it impossible for any illustrious family to have once thrived here only to be mercilessly consumed and buried by the unforgiving blizzards. After all, in such harsh conditions, mere survival is a luxury, let alone the establishment of a vast and prosperous familial power. Thus, the notion appears utterly preposterous, bordering on the unbelievable. Who, in this wretched place, has undertaken the construction of such a site? Chapter 57. The peculiar relief with a mind brimming with questions. Liu Yu summoned a whirlwind to lift him steadily, reaching an altitude level with the ominous black tower. Liu then discovered that the tops of some towers were entirely hollow, and without exception, each housed a block of uninscribed stone. As he continued to soar towards the heart of this architectural ensemble, the appearance of these unmarked stones varied unpredictably, lacking any discernible pattern, with each passing moment. As he drew nearer to the center of the complex, a towering altar base materialized before Liu Yu's eyes. This altar, constructed from an enigmatic black stone akin to the Dark Towers, exhibited a distinctive characteristic of tapering layers that diminished in size from bottom to top, reminiscent of the majestic pyramids of the Amazon on Blue Star. Each tier was adorned with peculiar designs, and the pyramid-shaped altar was astonishingly twice the height of those black stone towers. Yet, even at such an impressive elevation, it barely reached one-fifth the height of this cavernous hall. Old Mo, do you recognize these patterns? Liu gazed intently at the intricate patterns carved upon the altar and inquired. Mo Holik stepped forward to examine them closely. The designs appeared somewhat peculiar, their style not entirely reminiscent of the artifacts found in the Dolua continent. However, observe here, in the past 2 years, while Liu Yu has been diligently gathering allies, Mo Holik has not remained idle. Aside from instructing Liu Yu in the arcane arts, he has spent nearly all his time immersed in the library, fervently augmenting his knowledge of the Dolua continent. As Mo Holik's single eye emitted a crimson glow, it gradually coalesced upon a section of the stone carving that seemed to depict a figure. The circles floating beside this individual bore a striking resemblance to soul rings. If my judgment serves me correctly, this person is likely a soul master and one of considerable renown. Look at the expressions of those beneath him. Do they not appear to be in worship of him? Liu gazed at the area marked by Mo Holik, observing a figure seemingly dragging 2 flames. Upon inspecting the surrounding soul rings, Liu Yu noted precisely 18 of them. Could it be a manifestation of twin martial souls? Or perhaps a fire attribute soul master? Or was it that his martial soul consisted of 2 flames? Liu Yu pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom the existence of a soul master possessing twin martial souls of flame on the continent. As his gaze shifted, he suddenly noticed other figures worthy of reverence upon the stone carving. To the right of the flame-bearing figure stood a silhouette wielding a colossal hammer, surrounded by 9 floating soul rings. Further to the right, another figure emerged, adorned with 6 wings, clutching a weapon resembling a great sword in its right hand. On the left side of the flame figure, a figure extended its arms outward, above which was a tower-like emblem, encircled by 9 soul rings as well. Above these figures, there appeared an angelic presence. Liu Yu, do take a look at this. At that moment, Merhalik also directed his attention here, his single eye's crimson beam gradually shifting toward the vicinity of the angelic figure. This relief seems to resemble your second martial soul to a T. And given its peculiar location, could it possibly be your ancestral grave? Have you unearthed your family's tomb? Upon hearing this, Liu felt a wave of frustration. Go away. You are the one digging up your own ancestral grave. However, Maharik retorted, I am merely a creation of this book, devoid of ancestors. with only a creator. Thus, the notion of disturbing ancestral graves is entirely unfounded. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu chose to disregard him. However, Merholik's observations were indeed astute. This particular relief bore an uncanny resemblance to his second martial soul, featuring the same two small figures resembling boys and the identical half-wings. Beside them stood the silhouette of an angelic figure, albeit with only two wings extending from its back, positioned alongside the winged angel above on this level of the relief. Additionally, a scratch marked the uppermost part of the relief, which Merholik had been scrutinizing for quite some time without discerning its significance. "Enough, old mare." A voice suddenly resonated from behind as Merholik became engrossed in his examination. "Let us not forget our purpose. We must hasten to locate the ice crystal marrow and return swiftly." Merholik acknowledged with a murmured response and gradually distanced himself from the relief. Upon finding a suitable vantage point, the one-eyed figure discreetly emitted a beam of red light, reminiscent of the scanning devices often depicted in science fiction films. Subsequently, Merholik circumnavigated the immense pyramid-shaped altar before swiftly returning to Lu Yu's side. "Old mare, what have you discovered?" Lu Yu was somewhat bewildered by the maneuver executed by Merholik. He decided to use magic to record the images of this place, intending to study them thoroughly upon his return. Lu Yu was utterly astonished by the display of magic exhibited by Merholik, realizing that sorcery could be wielded in such an extraordinary manner. After completing his actions, Merholik soared directly towards a particular direction. "Let us proceed and investigate that area," he suggested. For it appeared that there had been signs of activity from the black ice insects in that vicinity during their earlier circling. "Ah, here we come." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu accelerated, swiftly catching up to the ahead Merholik. After flying for a while, the duo gradually reached a conspicuous corner of the stone hall. Then, under Lu Yu's curious gaze, Merholik led him to the entrance of a small crevice. It would be somewhat inaccurate to even refer to it as a hole, as it seemed improbable for Merholik, the book, to fit through it. It was, at best, merely a slightly larger fissure. Nonetheless, a flickering blue light emanated from within, and the temperature at this crack was significantly lower than that of the stone hall. Lu Yu stepped forward, meticulously examining the fissure with his mental prowess. He discovered a vast chamber beyond. Although not as grand as the stone hall they currently occupied, it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 5 or 6 black stone towers. Moreover, Lu Yu detected the presence of numerous black ice worms and Arctic luminescent vines within. The flickering blue light at the fissure emanated from the Arctic luminescent vines. The presence of these vines and black ice worms indicated a high probability of the existence of ice crystal mother within. Sure enough, as Lu Yu's mental energy gradually enveloped the interior space, he was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling cold. The source of this frigid sensation was a fist-sized, exquisitely translucent stone, an ice crystal mother. Lu Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with an uncontrollable fervor, his entire being trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. He silently marveled at the truth that diligence indeed bears fruit. Who could have imagined that in this desolate expanse, so barren that even birds would not linger, a veritable zone of death in the far north, he had managed to endure for over 2 months? During this period, Lu Yu had faced countless hardships, suffered the ravages of blizzards, endured the piercing cold, and on several occasions, nearly lost his way, teetering on the brink of despair. Yet, fueled by unwavering faith and indomitable will, he never relinquished his quest. At last, the heavens reward the diligent. All his efforts and perseverance have finally yielded results, and the coveted prize lies before him. In this moment, Lu Yu felt as though the entire world rejoiced alongside him, his heart brimming with boundless joy and a profound sense of accomplishment. June was now salvaged. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before Lu Yu: how to extract this ice crystal mother. As previously mentioned, the fissure was so narrow that even Merholik could not penetrate it, let alone Lu Yu. Chapter 58. The Peril of Stone Extraction and Insect Slaughter. Furthermore, during his mental probing, Lu Yu discovered that the stone wall was over 2 meters thick. Any forceful breach would undoubtedly alert the horde of black ice insects within, creatures that even the most seasoned soul emperors would prefer to avoid. Known as the northern locusts, while a single black ice insect poses little threat, they are gregarious soul beasts capable of swiftly assembling into a formidable swarm. More critically, the mandibles of these black ice insects are exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through steel. A swarm could easily devour an entire village in a short span. Earlier, as Lu Yu explored the cave within the fissure, The sight of countless black ice insects had sent shivers down his spine, though fortunately, they were currently in a dormant state. As long as there was no intense external stimulus, they would pose no danger, but should these insects be roused, both Lu Yu and Immoholik would find themselves in dire straits. What to do? The opening is too small for me to enter. Yet, any forceful destruction would surely provoke these insects. Immoholik inquired from the side. Lu Yu contemplated utilizing a spatial ring to directly retrieve the ice crystal mother within. Yet the limitation of the ring's storage range posed an issue, as the ice crystal mother resided beyond its reach. Surely, he could not tie a thread to the ring and cast it out, for such an action would undoubtedly alert the black ice worms. A thread? Lu Yu suddenly appeared to have a moment of clarity. He hastily removed the ring from his finger and held it up to the crevice for comparison. To his astonishment, he found that the size of the ring was perfectly suited to fit within. With unwavering focus, Lu Yu invoked a third-tier psychic magic, Mind's Grasp. The ring seemed to be tethered by an invisible thread, gradually drifting towards the chasm. Lu Yu meticulously maneuvered the spatial ring, gradually approaching the ice crystal stone marrow. The deeper he ventured, the more abundant the black ice worms became, their presence increasingly concentrated. Despite the majority of these worms being in a dormant state, a few persisted in sluggishly writhing, as if to exhibit their faint vitality to the outside world. The chilling, incessant sounds emitted by the densely packed black ice worms as they crawled resembled the piercing of myriad sharp blades, incessantly jabbing at Lu Yu's nerves. This auditory phenomenon seemed to possess an eerie enchantment, causing his heartbeat to quicken involuntarily, beads of perspiration gradually forming on his forehead. Nevertheless, Lu Yu successfully positioned the spatial ring precisely at the site closest to the fissure that housed the ice crystal stone mother. In an instant, the ring emitted a glimmer of light, and the central ice crystal stone mother, along with the scattered ice crystal stone marrow, vanished, absorbed by the spatial ring. With this accomplished, Lu Yu exhaled in relief, while Immoholik cast an appreciative glance in his direction. Subsequently, Lu Yu carefully manipulated the spatial ring to retrace his steps. Returning it to his hand, Lu Yu adjusted his spatial ring, ready to depart with the acquired items. However, just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them, the intensity of the quaking rapidly escalating. Immoholik sensed something amiss. "This is bad, run," he shouted urgently, promptly seizing Lu Yu and hastily fleeing the area. Yet, to their astonishment, an unforeseen event unfolded. At the very moment they turned to escape, a mysterious fissure erupted without warning, releasing a thick plume of black smoke. This dark haze surged forth like a torrential flood, swiftly enveloping the surroundings and casting the air into an abyss of darkness. Lu Yu felt a sudden tightening in his chest, as he keenly sensed that something was amiss with the swirling black smoke. He came to a halt and focused his gaze intently. As his vision gradually sharpened, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The so-called black smoke was not smoke in the traditional sense, but rather countless black ice insects. These insects resembled a dense, ominous cloud, clustering together in a thick mass. Their minuscule and tightly packed bodies writhed in the air, seemingly forming an impenetrable barrier of darkness. Lu Yu's eyes widened, his heart enveloped in shock and terror. The simultaneous emergence of such a multitude of black ice insects was exceedingly rare. Moreover, the aura emanating from them clearly suggested an overwhelming propensity for aggression and danger. Faced with such a terrifying spectacle, Lu Yu found himself at a loss as to how to respond. What had you done with the stone mother to provoke such agitation among the black ice insects? At that moment, the fleeing Immoholik glanced back, his scalp prickling at the sight of the dense swarm of insects before him. The sole exit from this cavernous hall was the path they had taken, now completely blocked, leaving them unable to find an alternative escape, especially while confronting such a colossal horde of insects. "Old Immo, look over there," Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the towering altar. Upon hearing this, Immoholik raised his gaze. In that instant, the group was horrified to witness a strange black mist swirling through the air like a gigantic black dragon, persistently encircling the altar and refusing to dissipate. What was even more chilling was the sight of the towering black stone spires around them, which had been thoroughly encrusted with countless insects. These creatures surged like a relentless tide, causing an involuntary shiver to run down their spines. Yet, in stark contrast, the mysterious altar remained eerily devoid of any insects. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to suggest that some unknown force was safeguarding the altar, instilling within the swarm a profound sense of reverence and fear. Lu Yu pondered quietly to himself, Could it be that this altar conceals a secret weapon capable of restraining the swarms of insects? Or perhaps it harbors some formidable restriction? The more he contemplated, the more he felt the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Old Mo, let us charge towards the altar together." No sooner had his words left his lips than Lu Yu unleashed the wind's swift step once more. A powerful whirlwind suddenly erupted, propelling him like an arrow released from a bow straight towards the altar. The others, witnessing this, summoned their courage and followed closely behind, hoping to swiftly reach a place that might offer a glimmer of hope. At that very moment, the ominous black dragon, which had been circling above, suddenly took notice of the two and dove down directly towards them. The black stone tower, shrouded in darkness, was instantly reduced to ruins. Witnessing this, Liu instinctively quickened his pace, while the black dragon behind him drew ever closer. Lu Yu seemed to perceive the sounds of insects colliding and the vibrations of their wings. The colossal dragon behind him drew ever closer, as if in the next moment it would engulf Lu Yu. Chapter 59, The Fire Spirit Pearl. The looming black dragon was nearing, and Lu Yu felt that he would be consumed in an instant. "Old Mo, can't you devise a way, perhaps utilizing some spatial magic, to transport us away?" Lu Yu exclaimed anxiously. "I wish I could. My strength has yet to fully recover, and at this moment, I can only use the teleportation stones to arrange the formation for spatial transmission." "Then go ahead and set it up. I will buy you some time," Lu Yu shouted loudly. Without the teleportation stone, it was impossible to escape. He decided to head to the altar first and contemplate a solution. At that moment, the black dragon opened its gaping maw. Just as Lu Yu was about to be devoured, a sudden eruption of crimson light burst forth from the altar, accompanied by an unbearable heat. The swarm of black ice insects emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the red light. Strangely, however, Lu Yu, who passed directly through the crimson barrier, felt no adverse effects. It seemed the red light harbored no malice towards him. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yu could not afford to ponder anything else. He was racing towards the pinnacle of the altar, driven by an instinct that told him it was the only safe haven. Lu Yu stood at the edge of the altar, turning back to behold the massive black dragon, which had long since transformed into a swirling cloud of black smoke amidst the terrifying heat. At that moment, it circled the altar incessantly. Lu Yu could perceive the overwhelming malice emanating from the swarm of black ice insects, as if they were poised to engulf him in the next heartbeat. Yet, the swarm seemed to regard the altar with trepidation, merely circling around it without daring to advance. Could it be that they feared the luminous barrier? But what force had manifested such a light? The summit of the altar was not particularly expansive. It was easily within sight, roughly the size of a classroom. "Lu Yu, look over there," came the voice of Mo Holik from beside him. Lu Yu noticed that at the very center of the altar's summit, there stood a stone platform, seemingly the source of the radiant curtain. "Let us proceed and take a closer look. Perhaps we shall discover a means of escape." Lu Yu responded and swiftly approached the stone platform. There, upon the obsidian surface, lay a fist-sized crimson orb, quietly resting and emanating a faint red glow. Radiating from the orb, intricate and mysterious runes adorned the entire altar in a captivating array. Lu Yu curiously extended his hand to touch it, and in the next moment, a wave of warmth surged through his fingertips and into his mind. At that instant, a clear and cold electronic voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness. "Ding! Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Fire Spirit Pearl energy fluctuations detected. Hidden task activated. Eternal flame." Task description: the unyielding flame that never wilts amidst the icy expanse, a spark of hope that has endured for millennia, awakened in the darkness. This task is divided into 4 stages. Completing each phase will yield rewards. Please proceed to the designated task checkpoint to obtain the token and complete the task. Completion reward: Divine Level Martial Soul 1, 40,000 points. Task progress: 14. Ding. Hidden task activated. Eternal Flame Stage 1 Fire Spirit Pearl Altar checkpoint successfully recorded. Obtained Random Teleportation Scroll 1 for 100 points. Random Teleportation Scroll, a one-time consumable item obtained by completing system hidden tasks or purchasing from the system store. Effect: can randomly teleport specified items or creatures to previously completed checkpoint locations. Note: the teleportation destination cannot be chosen. Please use with caution. Upon reading the system's introduction, Lu Yu's heart soared with joy. It seemed that whatever he wished for materialized. This teleportation scroll was indeed the most suitable tool for their current predicament. "Hey, why are you grinning like an idiot? Hurry up and think of a way to get out." Merholik, who was beside him, chided Lu Yu, who was lost in a silly smile. How could he still find joy in such a dire situation? The glow of the red pearl was waning, and one could only wonder how much longer that crimson barrier would hold. If they did not devise a means of escape soon, they would be left waiting to be devoured by those dark ice insects once the barrier vanished. Old Mo, don't panic. I have a plan. Suddenly, Lu Yu inquired. Have you found the teleportation stone? Merholik replied with delight. No. Then why are you so foolishly cheerful? Upon hearing Lu Yu's definitive response, Merholik's spirits were instantly dampened. However, I still possess this. Lu Yu brandished a black scroll before Merholik. What is this? Wait. Merholik's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the object in Lu Yu's hand. A teleportation scroll. You possess such a treasure. Where did you acquire it? It is well known that teleportation scrolls are exceedingly rare on the continent of Austin, due to their association with advanced spatial magic, the high demands for materials, and the challenges of preservation. Moreover, their near-instantaneous activation can be life-saving in critical moments, making the emergence of a single scroll a catalyst for fierce disputes. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply know that we can escape this wretched place, Lu Yu replied. He approached the stone platform, one hand unfurling the teleportation scroll while the other grasped the fire spirit pearl. Even in a state of energy depletion, the pearl could emit a formidable defensive barrier. Its power when fully charged would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Such a remarkable artifact was not one Lu Yu intended to overlook. Merholik, perceiving Lu Yu's intentions, swiftly darted into the satchel at his waist. The once resplendent glow of the fire spirit pearl began to fade, as if suppressed by an enigmatic force. Simultaneously, the shield-like red luminescence, once vibrant, now appeared drained of vitality, its color growing increasingly pale and the searing heat it radiated steadily diminishing. The horde of black ice worms, initially daunted by the overwhelming heat, seemed to sense a shift. Emboldened, they unfurled their wings and surged toward the weakening barrier like a tempest of darkness. The worms, sensing imminent victory, coalesced into a tumultuous wave, recklessly launching themselves at their target. Their incessant screeches assaulted Lu Yu's ears, while the relentless pounding against the barrier resonated ominously. Cracks beginning to form as if the black ice worms were on the verge of shattering it. In that critical moment, Lu Yu cautiously extended his hand toward the fire spirit pearl, its mysterious glow pulsing in his grasp. As he lifted the pearl, the enveloping red barrier was suddenly torn asunder by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Almost simultaneously, countless black ice worms surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing in from all directions. They swarmed, an overwhelming mass of claws and fangs, emitting piercing shrieks as if bent on consuming everything in their path. Lu Yu was taken aback by the unexpected scene before him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Just as he found himself in this critical juncture, the scroll in his hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light. Chapter 60. The general store at that very moment. The scroll in Lu Yu's grasp burst forth in a dazzling radiance. In the blink of an eye, the boy's figure vanished from its original place. At the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, the bell signaling the end of class rang, heralding the lunchtime hour. The students in the classroom surged forth like caged beasts, eagerly racing towards the dining hall. At this juncture, a young boy clad in blue attire slowly rose, his waistband adorned with 24 shimmering beads. His unhurried movements stood in stark contrast to the frenzy of students rushing to the cafeteria for their meals. "Sang-gu, aren't you going to eat?" A voice echoed from the doorway, surprisingly belonging to Wang Hu. Since Xiao Li's graduation, the students who once followed him began to rally around Lu Yu. Although there were dissenters, many were deeply moved by Lu Yu's philosophy of harmony and amicable coexistence, especially after witnessing his ability to win others over through virtue. Go on, go on. Do you think San is like you lot? With food is the only thing on your minds?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's voice emerged from the back of the classroom. Though Tang San had acknowledged Xiao Wu as his sister, she only addressed him as Sang-gu in private, while publicly, she still referred to him as San. On the surface, Xiao Wu remained the formidable leader of the academy, with Tang San as her second in command. Yet, it was an unspoken understanding among all that Tang San was the man standing behind the illustrious leader. Upon noticing Xiao Wu's arrival, Wang Hu greeted her and, sensing the moment, discreetly withdrew to allow the two some privacy. Just as Tang San was about to speak, a sudden burst of dazzling light erupted within the classroom. Soon after, he heard a thud. Gradually, he opened his eyes to find an unfamiliar figure had appeared in the classroom, slowly rising to their feet. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Brother Yu." Hearing that familiar voice from behind, Lu Yu turned around in confusion. only to find Tang San and Xiao Wu staring at him with bewildered expressions. San? Xiao Wu, how did you both end up here? Wait, where exactly am I? Lu Yu glanced around, taking in the familiar sight of the desk and podium. It dawned upon him that he had been transported to the academy. Relieved to ascertain that he had completely escaped danger, he promptly sank down onto the ground. Brother Yu. 2 years later. In the heart of a city situated on the Central Plains. This city, known as Soto City, was renowned as the Barak Granary and was part of the Barak Kingdom, holding a position subordinate only to the capital, Barak City, both of which were heavily fortified. The Martial Soul Hall within Soto City was classified as a tertiary Martial Soul Hall. The Barak Kingdom was a splinter of the Heaven Do Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms and one principality that had emerged from its dominion. Were it not for the Heaven Do royal family's firm grip on military power, the empire might have already faded into the annals of history. The neighboring Star Luo Empire was similarly afflicted, a testament to the internal turmoil within the empire. At this moment, a boy and a girl appeared at the gates of Soto City. They appeared to be around 11 or 12 years of age. The boy, dressed in simple attire, wore a blue outfit complemented by a jade belt adorned with 24 gemstones, presenting an impression of neatness and cleanliness. Although he bore a certain handsomeness, he overall exuded a rather ordinary aura. Conversely, the girl radiated brilliance. Her long, scorpion braid cascaded down to her calves, while her snug pink top perfectly accentuated her developing figure, her slender waist provoking envy among many. With her sparkling large eyes and delicate lashes paired with a rosy complexion, she embodied the very essence of cuteness. The girl raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, complaining, "Master is truly something else. There are several Soul Master Academies that would accept us unconditionally, yet he insists we report to this Shrek Academy, which doesn't even have an official ranking. And the journey is so far." The boy chuckled at her words. "It's Shrek Academy. Master only instructed me to report here, while it was your own insistence to accompany me. Fortunately, Soto City isn't too far. Otherwise, you might have turned into a little grumbler by now. Let us hurry along. Brother, you set out a week earlier than us, and is likely to arrive before we do. He mentioned we should meet at the Rose Hotel. He may already be waiting for us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu let out a long sigh. "You can accept Master's directive to come to this Shrek place. But I really don't understand why Brother Yu, who graduated so long ago, would also come here." The 2 figures that emerged were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had recently graduated. After their graduation, several Soul Master Academies offered them unconditional enrollment. However, Tang San resolutely heeded the master's advice and chose to report to Shrek Academy. To Tang San's surprise, Lu Yu, having graduated early, opted not to attend the Wuhuan Temple Soul Master Academy, but instead chose to cultivate in the soul hunting forest. Remarkably, 2 weeks ago, he suddenly sought out Tang San, expressing his intention to accompany him to Soto City and enroll in Shrek Academy, arranging to meet at the Rose Hotel. Meanwhile, before a dilapidated grocery store in Soto City, a cloaked figure stood at the entrance, gazing up at the weathered sign that read Flandre Grocery, a faint smile gracing his lips. The youth slowly removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a visage that seemed meticulously sculpted, clean, and handsome. His silken silver hair shimmered like the stars in the Milky Way, casting a soft and enchanting glow. The hair, unadorned and casually tied back into a lengthy ponytail, cascaded naturally down his broad back. This seemingly simple hairstyle perfectly showcased the youth's carefree and unrestrained spirit, imparting a unique blend of cleanliness and charm. The young man standing before the grocery store was indeed Lu Yu. 2 years prior, after he returned with the Ice Crystal Stone Essence, Healing June, he had remained in the soul hunting forest to master the 8 gates of Duanjia. Now, he could proficiently unlock the first 4 gates. Just a week ago, sensing the time was right, he bid farewell to Tang San and Xiao Wu, arriving in Soto City a week ahead of schedule. However, upon his arrival, Flandre Grocery had been closed, prompting him to first visit the Rose Hotel to complete his check-in task. At long last, today the grocery store had opened its doors. Lu Yu stepped into the grocery store, where the merchandise was haphazardly arranged, evoking a sense that the establishment might close its doors by tomorrow. Lu Yu waited for a long time, but saw not a single soul. Indeed, was the money-loving Flanders still asleep? Thus, he began to wander about the shop, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 61. Dai Mubai. Li wandered aimlessly through the grocery store. In the next moment, a crystal encased in a rough stone caught his eye. If he was not mistaken, this object should be a type of crystal, known as Fa Jing. In the original tale, Tang San seemingly crafted a dragonbeard needle from it, causing Zhao Wuji a bit of trouble. Suddenly, the voice of Imo Holik echoed in Liu Yu's mind. What is it? Did you see that iron lump in the corner? Yes, I see it. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu glanced over and indeed saw a dark, unremarkable iron block behind the crystal. It was a valuable item. It should be retrieved. The black, unassuming iron lump was covered in dust, tucked away in a corner, making it difficult to notice. Additionally, there was a bracelet on the adjacent shelf. It should be purchased as well. The voice of Imo Holik resounded once more. Old Imo, are you certain these two items are without issue? They appear to be mere ordinary bracelet and iron, lacking any distinctive features. Liu Yu expressed his confusion. Trust me, purchasing it will undoubtedly benefit you. Imo Holik asserted with unwavering conviction. Boss, Liu Yu called several times but received no response. This Flander is truly quite lazy. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed a silver-haired youth with a ponytail standing in front of a shelf. Dressed in simple attire and draped in a tattered cloak, he appeared far from affluent. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you desire? Flander approached, his greeting perfunctory. His hoarse and languid voice was barely audible. And had it not been for the small size of the shop and the presence of only the two of them, Liu Yu might have missed what he said entirely. Observing this scenario, a slight smile tugged at Liu Yu's lips, though it quickly faded. He gestured towards a piece of crystal on the table, asking, how much for this? Flander glanced at the crystal with an air of indolence, replying, 100 gold soul coins, no negotiation. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu hesitated momentarily. What? Is your money insufficient? Liu Yu retrieved a pouch of gold coins from his spatial ring and presented it before Flanders. Within it lay precisely 100 gold coins. The sight of such a rare soul guide artifact as a spatial ring startled Flanders, causing a ripple of astonishment within him. He couldn't help but speculate that this seemingly ordinary young man, possessing a fair countenance, might actually hail from an illustrious family. No, that is insufficient. Flanders languidly remarked once more. Insufficient? This pouch contains exactly 100 gold coins. How can it be deemed inadequate? I have no doubt about the 100 coins you possess. But regarding my crystal, 100 gold coins will not suffice. I require 200 gold coins. Although Liu Yu had mentally prepared himself in advance, he was still taken aback by Flanders' unabashed boldness. 100 gold coins. Liu Yu proclaimed, 300 gold coins. If you wish to purchase, then proceed. If not, do not waste my time here. Flanders' hoarse voice resounded once more, 200 gold coins. I shall take this crystal along with the two other items. At this, Flander chuckled with disdain. Do you conduct business in such a manner, young one? I am offering you a piece of information, the news of a master. Flanders' interest was immediately piqued, his previously dull eyes now shimmering with intrigue. How can I trust you? He inquired. The master's disciple will arrive in Soto City today, adorned with a soul guide device encrusted with 24 gemstones. Of course, you may choose not to believe me. Liu Yu spoke softly, master's disciple? Very well, I believe you. Take the items, 3 items for 100 gold coins. As Liu Yu's lips twitched, he felt a twinge of guilt, recalling that in the original story, Tang San had simply gifted without asking for payment. Exiting the general store, Liu Yu made his way directly to his next destination, the Rose Hotel. Considering the time, Tang San and Xiao Wu should be nearing their meeting with Dai Mubai at the hotel. Indeed, just as Liu Yu arrived at the entrance, he spotted 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in pink, entering the hotel. Upon stepping inside the Rose Hotel, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, instilling a sense of joy and tranquility. The hotel's decor was primarily composed of shades of rose red, white, and silver, creating a warm and elegant atmosphere that easily garnered affection. Approaching the front desk, Tang San greeted the attendant. Hello, we are here to find someone. The attendant promptly stood up, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, revealing a hint of envy in his gaze. However, upon hearing Tang San's words, his expression shifted slightly to one of awkwardness. Good day, sir. I regret to inform you that our guest registration information is confidential, and I cannot disclose any details, the attendant replied. However, if you are waiting for your friends, we do have a room available where you can rest while you wait. The attendant cast a suggestive glance at Tang San. Is there truly no way to assist in checking? That person is a very important friend of mine, Tang San pressed. I apologize, sir, but we have policies in place that prevent us from revealing guest information. I hope you understand, the attendant said, an apologetic note in his voice. Brother San, we've been traveling for days and I am utterly exhausted. Why don't we just stay here for a while and wait for Brother Yu? We might just run into him. Xiao Wu suggested, finding some logic in her words. Tang San considered this and replied, then please help us book 2 rooms. I'm afraid, sir, that we are fully booked and only have 1 room left. However, rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and can comfortably accommodate 2 people, the attendant informed. His tone laced with subtle implications. Very well, let us take the 1 room then. After all, we've shared a bed for 6 years, Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. As the attendant prepared the paperwork, a sudden laughter interrupted the proceedings. A man, accompanied by 2 scantily clad women, approached the front desk. The women, dressed in black kipeos with high slits reaching nearly to their thighs, revealed glimpses of their fair legs as they moved, their upper garments daringly minimal. Xiao Wu glanced at them and then at herself, a flicker of envy crossing her features. Remarkably, the 2 statuesque women bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. Indeed, they were twins. The man, standing at 6 feet tall, possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his handsome face marked by a hint of ruggedness. With tousled golden hair cascading behind him, a closer look revealed his striking heterochromia. He approached the counter and coldly remarked, "You're new here, aren't you? Unfamiliar with the rules?" The attendant, treading carefully, inquired, "May I ask who you are? Bring your manager out." The man scoffed, "My good sir, one must adhere to the principles of order." "It appears we arrived first," Tang San replied calmly. "And what of it? Do you know who I am?" The man turned, mockingly eyeing Tang San. "Brother, you brought your companion here, yet you are no saint yourself. What are you? Have the courage to repeat that." The man's words ignited a fierce anger within Xiao Wu. "What did you say? Have the audacity to say that again." Dai Mubai's words similarly provoked Xiao Wu, whose temper was far from mild, especially when this disrespectful fellow dared to insult Tang San in her presence. To her surprise, Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Wu. "I sense both of you possess soul power. How about we engage in a duel? You may both come at me. Should I lose, this room shall be yours. If I win, you shall leave. What say you? Are you brave enough to accept?" At that moment, Xiao Wu clenched her fists, unable to suppress her fury any longer. She was determined to teach this rogue a lesson today, or she would no longer be Xiao Wu. "All right," she began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from outside. "All right, I accept your challenge." Everyone turned towards the door, where a figure draped in a cloak approached. The newcomer wore a black outfit and appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, standing approximately 1.70 meters tall. A striking mane of silver hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, flowing freely behind. His silver eyes gleamed like sharp swords, piercing and resolute. His fair skin resembled that of fine mutton fat, eliciting envy even from the girls. "You go!" Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight upon recognizing the figure. It was none other than Lu Yu, who had been waiting outside the hotel for quite some time, finally entering just as a confrontation was about to erupt. To his joy, as he stepped inside, a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Detected key plot character, Dai Mubai. Unlocking related tasks. Task 1. First encounter with Blade Draw. Defeat Dai Mubai upon first meeting. Completion reward, 2,000 points. Task 2. Defeat Dai Mubai. Unlocked after completing Task 1. I accept your challenge. "And who might you be?" Dai Mubai scoffed, witnessing Dai Mubai's demeanor. Lu Yu, even without the system's task, felt an overwhelming urge to pin him down and give him a good thrashing. No. I meant just the 2 of us in a one-on-one duel." Lu Yu spoke. "One-on-one? Just the 2 of us?" Dai Mubai seemed to have heard an outrageous joke. "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you regret it now and decide to team up, my previous words still stand. Brother, you quickly teach this annoying brat a lesson, so he can never come out to wreak havoc again," Xiao Wu exclaimed with fury, only to be restrained by Tang San. "We must trust Brother Yu. Do you not know his strength?" Dai Mubai coldly gazed at Lu Yu. The twins beside him bore no trace of concern. Instead, they looked at Lu Yu with admiration, tactfully stepping aside. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. His right fist suddenly rose, charging forward directly towards Lu Yu's chest, a punch that was simple and devoid of any embellishments. Lu Yu felt the impact on his arm. Dai Mubai's punch was impeccable in both power and speed, an achievement unattainable without extensive combat experience. That is indeed the way it should be. Lu Yu propelled himself off the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He raised his right hand, delivering a simple yet powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed as Dai Mubai, who had charged forward, came to an abrupt halt, retreating 3 or 4 steps before he could regain his balance. The contempt and indifference in his eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. He had not anticipated that this seemingly diminutive youth possessed such formidable strength. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. "Very well, if you can withstand my punch, it signifies your worthiness to be my rival," Dai Mubai declared with a sharp tone. "If you cannot even endure a single blow from me, you still have much to learn before you can contend with me," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. This retort provoked Dai Mubai. In an instant, his demeanor shifted. No longer merely charging forward, he leaped into the air like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, closing the distance to Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. This technique was his signature move, appearing to expose vulnerabilities in his limbs. Yet each second was filled with nuanced movements, allowing him to react instantaneously to his opponent's next action. Few had ever managed to withstand this maneuver. Faced with the incoming onslaught, Lu Yu remained composed, firmly planting his legs, knees slightly bent, and raised his arms to shoulder width, pressing downwards. Observing Lu Yu's stance, Dai Mubai scoffed. He believed he could transform his limbs into lethal weapons at will, confident in his ability to counter any defense. However, just as he prepared to strike, he found himself ensnared by an invisible force emanating from below. The energy lacked overwhelming impact but was thick and resilient. With no means to leverage his body in midair, Dai Mubai felt as if he were being diverted from his original trajectory by the peculiar force generated by Lu Yu's strange movements. What kind of power is this? Even the battle-hardened Dai Mubai was taken aback by the scene before him. Yet, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he twisted his waist and executed a full rotation in midair, landing steadily on the ground. Is that the crane catching the dragon technique? Tang San, who was observing the match, was equally astonished by Lu Yu's maneuver. He considered that had he been in Lu Yu's position, he too would have employed the crane catching the dragon to counter the aerial assault. But no, upon closer inspection, Lu Yu's technique bore a resemblance to crane catching the dragon, yet the underlying principle was distinctly about using minimal effort to yield substantial results. Suddenly, Tang San recalled Lu Yu practicing in the small grove of Holy Soul Village, where Lu Yu had appeared to be honing a unique form of martial arts. Each punch he executed seemed languid and weightless, even less forceful than the casual strikes of Grandpa Joe, who would bask in the sun at the village entrance. Yet, beneath that seemingly feeble exterior lay immense strength. As Dai Mubai touched down, Lu Yu sprang into action. In an instant, he summoned the strength from his leg muscles. With a sudden burst of power from his calves, he closed the distance to Dai Mubai in a single step, followed by a powerful thrust of both palms. Taijiyang hand. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As Dai Mubai's feet barely touched the ground, he was caught off guard. Enduring the full force of Lu Yu's palm strike, a powerful impact surged through his chest, propelling his body backward. And he staggered for 4 or 5 steps before finally regaining his balance. In the next instant, a wicked glint flickered in his eyes, and his dual pupils seemed to gleam momentarily. With a low growl, he clenched his fists tightly and launched himself forward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball fired from its barrel, hurtling toward Lu Yu at an alarming speed. As he unleashed a punch, a series of explosive sounds erupted in the air, underscoring the immense power contained within that strike. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai's right foot shot up, executing a kick aimed directly at Lu Yu's chin from such close proximity, showcasing his astonishing flexibility. Confident in his ability to follow up his assault, he believed that both the punch and the kick would render his opponent incapable of resistance. However, reality had different plans for him. As Lu Yu faced the onslaught of punches and kicks, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, his hands moving with astonishing speed to intercept Dai Mubai's strikes. Simultaneously, he swept his hands downward, executing a deft maneuver. The sticky sensation that had previously enveloped Dai Mubai reemerged, causing his fists to veer off course and lose their target. As Dai Mubai launched a kick with his right foot, Lu Yu swiftly stepped forward, channeling force into his body as he crashed into Dai Mubai's chest, causing the latter's kick to miss its mark. At that moment, Dai Mubai found himself precariously balanced on one foot, his body teetering on the brink of imbalance. With no room left for evasion, all of Lu Yu's offensive efforts had been effortlessly countered, and he was quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu's shoulder collided with Dai Mubai's chest, and amidst the twins' astonished gasps, Dai Mubai was sent flying through the air. Remarkably, he managed to execute a backflip midair, demonstrating his impressive physical coordination. In this encounter, Lu Yu did not emerge unscathed. Upon impact, he felt as though he had struck a wall forged from steel. Brother Yu is incredible. I thought that golden-haired dog had some skill, but it seems he is merely average, thought Lu Yu. Witnessing Dai Mubai being propelled away by Lu Yu's force, Xiao Wu immediately clapped her hands in admiration. However, Tang Sen observed something amiss. On the surface, Dai Mubai appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet with a mere flip, he had effortlessly neutralized the force. In stark contrast, Lu Yu's right hand trembled slightly, signaling that the situation was far from favorable. Lu Yu gently shifted his numbed shoulder. At the moment he collided with Dai Mubai, he felt as if the latter's chest had transformed into steel, unyielding and solid. Although it appeared that he had the upper hand by propelling him away, the slight numbness in his shoulder indicated that he, too, was not entirely unscathed. Has he finally unleashed his soul power? Lu Yu pondered quietly. At this moment, Dai Mubai's expression was rather grim. He realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad possessed such formidable strength, compelling him to utilize his soul power. In the next instant, Lu Yu raised his right hand and chuckled disdainfully. Is this all the strength you possess? Dai Mubai, unable to endure such provocation, responded vehemently. Very well, if you can force me to employ my soul power, you are indeed remarkable. I may have lost the previous contest, but how can I easily let go of an opponent who so perfectly suits my taste, regardless of the outcome of this trial? The room shall be reserved for your companions. The malevolent glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes vanished, replaced by a unique radiance. That gaze was akin to a mischievous spirit entering a village of widows upon encountering women. In Lu Yu's gaze, a glimmer of excitement was evident. Finally, he was poised to put into practice the fundamental techniques he had just mastered, fortuitously encountering a fitting sparring partner. White Tiger. Possession. In an instant, Dai Mubai's form was enveloped in a pale radiance, his arms extended outward, his chest thrust forward, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as his muscles swelled dramatically, stretching his attire to its limits. His once golden hair transformed into a striking blend of black and white, adorned with a faint royal insignia upon his forehead. His hands doubled in size, becoming entirely covered in white fur, with sharp tiger claws replacing his nails, glinting with a chilling luminescence as he brandished them. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes shifted to an ethereal blue, evoking the impression that the being before Lu Yu was not merely a man, but a fearsome beast. 3 soul rings ascended beneath Dai Mubai's feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, 1,000-year soul rings. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in unison. The yellow rings represented a century, while the purple signified a millennium. The golden-haired individual appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years their junior, yet he possessed the strength of a soul sovereign, complete with a 1,000-year soul ring. However, there was no trace of astonishment in their eyes. Had they been the ones facing him, they might have felt trepidation. But standing before the golden-haired youth was Lu Yu. Brother Yu had acquired his 4th soul ring several years prior. Moreover, Lu Yu's 1st and 2nd soul rings were also 1,000-year rings, rendering Dai Mubai's prodigious talent a mere trifle in comparison. Dai Mubai, Wuhuan White Tiger. Level 37 Soul Sovereign, I humbly request your guidance. With an air of dominance, Dai Mubai declared his name, signifying the formal commencement of a challenge between soul masters. Lu Yu gazed at the 3 soul rings beneath his opponent's feet, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Was Dai Mubai really a soul sage at this moment? Wasn't the task assigned by the system merely a boon? He had intended to experiment with his new abilities, but it seemed prudent to hold back for now. He then raised his right hand, and a finely crafted staff materialized instantly, its top adorned with a lotus that gradually unfurled, while 7 gemstones upon the shaft sparkled brilliantly. Below him, 4 soul rings began to ascend slowly, 2 purple, 1 blue, and 1 brown. Lu Yu, Wuhuan Qixing Lianzhan, Level 41 Auxiliary Battle Soul Master, at your service. Dai Mubai regarded the 4 luminous soul rings at Lu Yu's feet with a mixture of astonishment, confusion, and a hint of bewilderment. 2 purple soul rings indicated that the 1st and 2nd rings were of a millennium grade, but what was the meaning of the blue and brown rings? Was this a standard configuration for a soul master? Even soul beasts would not possess such absurd attributes. This youth, appearing 3 to 4 years younger than himself, was actually a soul master, and what astonished Dai Mubai even more was that he was merely an auxiliary soul master. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu's soul rings and the staff in his hand vanished in an instant. To ensure fairness, I will refrain from using my martial soul abilities. Lu Yu raised his right hand and beckoned. You must think carefully, young man. Although your soul power surpasses mine, you are merely an auxiliary soul master, while I am an assault-type battle soul master known for formidable offensive capabilities. If your two companions were to join, I would stand no chance. However, you are alone, and I may not necessarily be defeated. Are you truly determined to persist in this confrontation? Besides, regardless of the outcome, the room belongs to you. There is no need for such obstinacy. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the spectators nearby. Noticing that Tang San and Xiao Wu remained rooted in place, showing no intent to assist, he then turned his attention back to Lu Yu. To his surprise, the latter merely shook his head, wearing an expression of indifference. Very well, you have asked for this, Dai Mubai shouted in anger. Despite Lu Yu possessing a soul power of level 41, Dai Mubai had participated in battles against opponents of higher levels before. Although defeating an auxiliary soul master would not be particularly impressive, Lu Yu's nonchalant demeanor had thoroughly incensed him, especially since Lu Yu claimed he would not employ soul techniques, which felt like a blatant disregard for him. Dai Mubai could not simply swallow this indignation. Chapter 64, Body Technique. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Dai Mubai let out a low roar, his legs surging with power as his arms spread wide, resembling a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey as he charged toward Lu Yu. His 10 claws, glimmering with a sinister light, seemed to slice through the air, tearing apart space itself, arriving before Lu Yu in the blink of an eye. Tang San, observing from the side, felt the purple glow in his eyes intensify as his purple extreme demon eyes quietly activated, allowing him to discern the movements of both combatants. Though he trusted that Lu Yu would be unharmed, the ferocity of the opponent's assault made him involuntarily wipe the sweat from his brow. To be honest, the strongest individuals Tang San had encountered thus far, aside from the two before him, were only the Lord of Nodding City, Matthew Nua. He had only witnessed the soul power of the 42-level weapon soul master by chance. However, Lord Matthew was already in his 40s or 50s, while the two in front of him were merely in their teens. Excluding Lu Yu, who was an extraordinary anomaly, Dai Mubai was only 16 years old. If Tang San were to join the fray, he knew he would not remain as calm as Lu Yu, and he might not last more than a few exchanges. Dai Mubai's claws lunged toward Lu Yu simultaneously, but the latter swiftly retreated without hesitation, narrowly evading the assault. At that critical moment, Lu Yu channeled his soul power in a peculiar manner, and a white aura enveloped his body in an instant. 8 Gates of Duanjia. First gate, open. With a low growl, Lu Yu instantaneously unlocked his body's full potential, feeling every pore come alive and every cell pulsating with excitement. Under Dai Mubai's astonished gaze, Lu Yu seized his wrist with an astonishing swiftness. This time, instead of the expected resilient grip, he felt as if his hands were ensnared by unyielding steel pincers, leaving him no room to struggle, while a fierce whistle echoed in his ears. Amidst the astonishment of onlookers, Lu Yu grasped Dai Mubai's arms and, with a sudden surge of strength, lifted the taller man effortlessly above his head. Dai Mubai's body arched through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a thunderous noise as dust erupted and a large crater formed beneath him. Lying at the bottom of the pit, Dai Mubai wore a look of bewilderment and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Lu Yu had flung him away as if he were a mere sack of grain. The surrounding crowd was left speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at Lu Yu, as if he were a creature from the depths of a nightmare. They could hardly believe their eyes. The seemingly frail Lu Yu possessed such terrifying strength. As Dai Mubai hit the ground, his formidable physical capabilities propelled him sideways, his wrist slightly reddening with a tingling sensation that made him question whether this was truly the extent of an auxiliary system Soul Master's power. His opponent seemed to have transformed entirely. As a powerful assault-type Soul Master renowned for his strength and speed, Dai Mubai felt an undeniable pressure in his confrontation with Lu Yu. The seemingly delicate frame of Lu Yu concealed an astonishing force, capable of not only withstanding his attacks, but also delivering a counterstrike. This extraordinary transformation piqued Dai Mubai's interest, leading him to realize that this striking young man might harbor hidden prowess. Could it be that the recent shift in Lu Yu's condition stemmed from soul power? However, upon closer inspection, he observed that Lu Yu's martial soul and soul rings were retracted, devoid of any indication of soul power's presence. Yet, curiously, a surge of overwhelming soul power swirled around him, as if boundless and unending. This formidable aura exuded an incredible pressure that rendered the atmosphere suffocating. Dai Mubai swiftly regained his composure. He had never been a patient individual, and his competitive spirit burned fiercely within him. A dazzling white light erupted as his dual pupils transformed into a brilliant white, while the radiance of his first soul ring blazed forth, enveloping him in a protective white halo that deterred any approach. Following this, the second soul ring radiated with brilliance, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed a sphere of white light from his mouth. This was Dai Mubai's first soul skill, the White Tiger Shield, and his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A slight smirk graced Lu Yu's lips. This was indeed intriguing, but with such meager power, harming Lu Yu remained an impossibility. In an instant, Lu Yu's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was no longer in his previous position. With a resounding explosion, the spot where Lu Yu had stood moments before was obliterated by a white orb of light. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Lu Yu had merely taken a step to the side, only to suddenly disappear and re-emerge several meters away. However, under the influence of the purple extreme demon eye, Tang San perceived an entirely different spectacle. After stepping aside, Lu Yu swiftly executed another step, alternating his movements with such speed that even the purple extreme demon eye could only capture a fleeting afterimage. This was a remarkable technique, the ghost step, which Lu Yu had painstakingly developed through countless trials in the soul-hunting forest, honing his unique insights and creativity in martial arts. The ghost step, elusive and ghostly, rendered him nearly impossible to track by his adversaries. It not only allowed Lu Yu to maneuver swiftly in battle and evade attacks, but also enabled him to launch unexpected counterattacks. Indeed, the ghost step was the culmination of Lu Yu's myriad life and death trials, serving as a crucial cornerstone of his burgeoning strength, particularly in the state of the Eight Gates Duanjia. Even those of equal or higher cultivation than Lu Yu found it exceedingly difficult to capture his elusive form. Having missed his strike, Dai Mubai's muscles tensed as he shot forward like a bullet from a gun. He created a series of explosive sounds in the air as 10 sharp claws sliced through, aimed at Lu Yu with a cunning angle. With a soft thud, Dai Mubai's tiger claw struck Lu Yu with tremendous force, piercing through his form. Yet, no blood flowed forth, leaving Dai Mubai astonished. Could it be that he had miscalculated? Such an error was implausible given his strength and experience. Just then, he noticed that Lu Yu's body began to slowly dissipate, resembling an ephemeral illusion. It dawned on him that he had merely struck an afterimage left by Lu Yu. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yu's speed was so extraordinary that he could leave an afterimage in an instant, evading his strike. A wave of relief washed over him. Had he not reacted swiftly and detected the anomaly, he might have fallen prey to Lu Yu's ambush. With this thought, Dai Mubai's gaze sharpened, his focus intensifying as he prepared for Lu Yu's next onslaught. "Brother Yu," Xiao Wu gasped in astonishment as she witnessed Dai Mubai's claw pierce Lu Yu's form. In that moment of shock, Lu Yu's figure began to dissipate into the very air. She gazed in astonishment at Tang San beside her, only to discover that his eyes had transformed into a faint shade of purple without her noticing. Yu Ji's steps were peculiar, ethereal, and elusive, reminiscent of a ghostly presence, yet distinctly different. The ghost shadow perplexing step of the Tang sect was an exclusive skill, aptly named for its lightness and agility, making it inscrutable like a specter. Typically, disciples of the Tang sect would employ it alongside hidden weapons to enhance the angles of their attacks, delivering a lethal blow to their adversaries. However, each step of the ghost shadow perplexing step contained profound truths, necessitating a solid foundation in the internal cultivation techniques of the Tang sect to unleash its full potential. Yet, Tang San observed that Lu Yu's every movement was primarily reliant on his formidable physical prowess. Moreover, the trajectory of his steps was increasingly enigmatic, with angles shifting unpredictably. Even with the enhancement of the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San could barely catch a glimpse of Lu Yu's figure. At that moment, Dai Mubai's patience had worn thin. Although each of his attacks was powerful, they fell just short of grazing Lu Yu's garments, as if the latter was toying with him all along. A fierce glint flickered in his wicked eyes. "Very well, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the skill of my third spirit ring." The third spirit ring at his feet suddenly shone brightly, and the soul power surrounding Dai Mubai surged violently, warping the very air around him. His ghostly double pupils morphed into a blood-red hue, and then, astonishingly, Dai Mubai underwent a second transformation. Tang San, sensing the tumultuous soul power in the vicinity, couldn't he help but gasp. Is this the effect of a Millennium Spirit skill? Under Lu Yu's mockery, Dai Mubai finally unleashed his third spirit skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. In that instant, his appearance metamorphosed yet again in the eyes of the onlookers. His muscles swelled dramatically, the once taut fabric of his clothing bursting apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. His exaggerated muscles were adorned with black stripes, resembling a true tiger, albeit with fewer fur. Dai Mubai was enveloped in a radiant glow interspersed with gold and pale hues. His once sharp claws transformed into silver blades, and a bloodthirsty ferocity gleamed in his heavy gaze, as if he embodied the king of all beasts. Nearby, Xiao Wu, sensing the overwhelming soul power, summoned her martial spirit. Her adorable rabbit ears perking up. In an instant, a blue grass sprouted from Tang San's palm. Each blade was slender, yet adorned with serpentine patterns, morphing from flat to cylindrical, with barbed thorns densely sprouting beneath. A surge of white light emanated from Tang San, and several thick blue-silver grasses abruptly sprouted from the ground, coiling around the two like living serpents. This was the mutation of the blue-silver grass, a result of Tang San absorbing the Mandala snake spirit ring under the master's guidance. At this moment, Liu finally revealed his form. What? Do you no longer intend to hide? Dai Mubai's lips curled slightly, as he disdainfully remarked, though your soul power far surpasses mine. I am about to employ my third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. The price I paid to acquire this skill was steep. I vanquished a 1,000-year-old Diamond Tiger. In this state, both my strength and defense have been significantly enhanced, and I can maintain it for half an hour. It was with this very technique that I achieved my first victory against a formidable opponent. Standing amidst the dilapidated hall, his eyes gleamed with a terrifying ferocity. I hope you will take this contest seriously. Suddenly, he let out a low, thunderous roar, resonating like the king of beasts from the depths of the jungle. Imbued with authority and power that left all in awe, his robust form shot forth like a cannonball, targeting the figure of Lu Yu standing across from him. Dai Mubai unleashed his 10 sharp claws in a swift motion, which produced a series of explosive sounds. The 8 gates of Duanjia opened the second gate, Rest Gate. At a glance, Lu Yu appeared motionless, yet the currents around him shifted dramatically. He clenched his right fist tightly and swiftly struck out. This punch, seemingly unremarkable, also created a resounding boom in the air. At that moment, Dai Mubai's white tiger claw was mere inches from his chest, and astonishingly, Liu opted to confront Dai Mubai's claws head-on. Bang! In an unexpected turn of events, as their bodies collided, one figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Dai Mubai himself. He now appeared quite disheveled, his upper garments having been torn to shreds, leaving only tattered remnants clinging to him. His lower attire was equally ragged, and the once bulging muscles had swiftly reverted to their original state. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the remnants of fabric to flutter, as if they might fall away at any moment. In stark contrast, Lu Yu's situation was entirely different. Clad in a black-fitted outfit, he bore only a thin layer of dust. His silver hair was casually tied back in a ponytail, dancing in the wind. One hand casually tucked into his pocket as he regarded Dai Mubai with a mild gaze. We are here to report to Shrek Academy. We shall meet again in the future. Wait, how do you know I am from Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai struggled to rise from the ground, realizing that although the collision had seemed fierce, his opponent had clearly held back. Otherwise, he would not be standing here to speak. However, at the tender age of 15 or 16, accompanied by 2 young ladies to a hotel, I can only say that young Master Dai is living rather lavishly. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Liu did not respond directly. Instead, he feigned nonchalance and made a few light-hearted jests before handing a bundle wrapped in black cloth to Tang San, then turned and departed, leaving Dai Mubai in a state of bewilderment, along with the disheveled front desk staff and the tardy hotel manager. The manager, at that moment, was overwhelmed with dread, having just received news of someone attempting to wrest a room from Dai Xiao at the Rose Hotel. The mere thought sent a jolt of panic through him. For Dai Xiao was their golden goose, a veritable cash cow. Offending him could jeopardize their business dealings. Thus, upon receiving the alarming news, he hastened to the hotel lobby, only to witness 2 figures embroiled in a fierce altercation, leaving him with no opportunity to intervene. Under his watch, the hotel had become a battleground. Chapter 66, Shrek Academy. What struck him even harder was the realization that one of the combatants was none other than their benefactor, Dai Xiao. Now left in such a state, it was clear that the hotel could not escape blame for this debacle. Manager Wang, a voice called, pulling him back to reality. Alas. Dai Xiao, are you all right? It was evident that Manager Wang was a seasoned veteran, having navigated the hotel industry for over a decade. He swiftly regained his composure. Dai Xiao, please, let me know how I can assist you. While he was diligent in his duties, he was still just an employee. Everything here belongs to me. Give them the room, Dai Mubai said, appearing rather disheveled yet nonchalantly tossing a considerable sum of money into the air, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Particularly in Manager Wang's eyes. Raising his hand, the twin sisters, who had been observing, promptly moved to support him, unfazed by the proximity of their pristine forms to Dai Mubai's arms. You two are also here to report to Shrek Academy, right? We shall meet again soon, he remarked, and before the echoes of his words faded, he had already departed. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Wu scoffed. This person is truly perplexing. Even after being pummeled by Brother Yu, he still dares to issue threats. A coward who bullies the weak. He appears to be only 3 or 4 years older than us, and brings a girl dressed like that to a hotel. He surely cannot be a good person. Third brother, we must avoid any dealings with him at Shrek Academy, she insisted. Tang San smiled faintly, gazing in the direction Dai Mubai had taken. I find him quite intriguing. Besides, we are the ones needing accommodation, and it was us who clashed with him. Moreover, you witnessed his strength. Had it been me instead of Brother Yu, I wouldn't have stood a chance. His combat skills and instincts are impeccable among his peers, indicating that he harbors other secrets. Intriguing? Xiao Wu retorted, at such a young age, bringing girls to a hotel, he certainly has ulterior motives. Regardless of his talent, his character is undoubtedly questionable. Before departing, Liu entrusted a black package to Tang San, which he had already received on the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges. Just moments ago. He had opened a corner of the package and was instantly astonished by its contents. He had never imagined such a thing could exist in this world, let alone that it would belong to Brother Yu. Observing the disarray in the hall, Tang San could not help but smile wryly, reflecting on Brother Yu's tendency to leave without a care after a fight. Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place? He inquired. Manager Wang quickly shook his head. No. Young Master Dai just mentioned that all expenses here will be charged to his account. He is our esteemed guest. It can simply be added to the bill. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to both of you. This was a mistake on our part, which not only wasted your time but also nearly placed you in danger. On behalf of the hotel, I will waive your accommodation fees for these 4 days. If you dine with us during your stay, that will also be complimentary. You need not worry about any payments. He then handed a golden key to Tang San and instructed a nearby waiter to promptly escort the esteemed guests to their room. Taken aback, Tang San recalled that the earlier conflict had involved Liu Yu and Dai Mubai, and that his side had incurred losses as well. Now that Liu Yu had left, he felt it was his responsibility to assist with the aftermath. However, Dai Mubai clearly appeared to be a man of wealth, and the waiver of their room charges suggested that Manager Wang harbored some trepidation towards Brother Yu. After this tumultuous episode, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt somewhat fatigued and decided to follow the waiter upstairs to rest. Watching the couple depart, Manager Wang sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. The antics of these young people had indeed frightened him. The current generation seemed to harbor too much anger, as evidenced by the earlier altercation. The sight of that silver-haired individual had left a significant impression on him, especially since he had just witnessed a hotel guest being assaulted. Remarkably, Dai Mubai exhibited no signs of anger and had even taken responsibility for all damages, which was highly unusual. This young couple clearly associated with the silver-haired individual and should not be provoked. They must be treated with the utmost care and respect. Upon entering the room, Xiao Wu was immediately captivated by the opulent decor. The air was infused with the fragrance of roses, uplifting her spirits. This is your room, the waiter said respectfully. If you require anything, feel free to call on me. After showing them to their room, the waiter departed with courtesy. As soon as they entered, Xiao Wu eagerly jumped onto the large bed, rolling about with glee. Tang San couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. After all, she was still a young girl at heart. He closed the door behind him and made his way to the living room, eagerly unwrapping the black parcel. Before him lay a golden crystal encased in a stubborn stone. However, he did not hasten to deal with the crystal. Instead, he sat cross-legged to cultivate his Shantian Gong. Days later, an important day arrived. At the break of dawn, Tang San and Xiao Wu packed their belongings and left the hotel, arriving at a quaint village. This village appeared to consist of merely a few hundred households, smaller in scale than Holy Soul Village. Encircled by a wooden fence, it seemed to serve as a barrier against wild beasts, though it was more ornamental, for such a fence would hardly deter soul beasts. Today, the village buzzed with unusual liveliness, with a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Brother San, look quickly. Have we arrived? There are so many people ahead. Xiao Wu exclaimed, a lollipop lodged in her mouth. As she spoke, drool trailed down the corner of her lips. Yet she deftly licked it back when she thought no one was watching. Hearing the slurping sound above him, Tang Xin chuckled helplessly. Xiao Wu, next time, remove what's in your mouth before you speak. Drool is nearly dripping on my head. Oh, it's nothing. Xiao Wu waved her hand dismissively and playfully squeezed Tang San, who was beneath her. Brother San, let us hurry over and take a look. Perhaps Shrek Academy is just ahead. Tang San sighed in resignation. When they first arrived, she had expressed disdain for Shrek Academy, yet on the day of enrollment, she was more eager than he was. She had dragged him out of bed early that morning, insisting they leave promptly, only to complain about her aching feet halfway through their journey, lamenting that she would perish from exhaustion. Reluctantly, Tang San had carried her all the way to Shrek Academy. Do you think he was lost? We haven't seen him yet. Should we wait for him? Xiao Wu mumbled, her lollipop still in her mouth. There are so many people ahead in line. It will take us a while to reach the front. Let us queue up. Perhaps you will arrive shortly, Tang San replied, gazing at the long queue stretching before them. As Tang San observed the line, he shook his head, uncertain when it would be their turn. U.S. whereabouts were also a mystery, and he wondered if he would miss the enrollment today. Time passed swiftly, yet for those in line, it felt like an eternity, especially under the scorching sun. Xiao Wu, having finished her lollipop, leaned against Tang San with a despondent expression, burying her face in his sturdy back. At long last, they were nearing the front. A wooden table was set up in the village, behind which sat an elderly man. Oddly, Tang San sensed no soul power emanating from this old man. Was he an ordinary person? Tang San pondered, perplexed. After all, Shrek Academy was a prestigious institution for soul masters. Why would they choose a person devoid of any soul power to conduct enrollment? Tang San surveyed his surroundings and found the reported place to be undeniably shabby and somewhat dilapidated. A worn wooden archway displayed a tattered sign inscribed with the 5 characters of Shrek Academy, accompanied by the visage of a green monster. The meager environment practically screamed the Academy's financial struggles. Tang San noticed a familiar figure seated beside the elderly man. With golden hair cascading down his back and clad in a white outfit, he was unmistakably Dai Mubai, who had been soundly beaten by Lu Yu just days prior. At that moment, he reclined in a chair, feet propped on the table, though appearing to be in a state of feigned slumber. Tang San sensed that his soul power remained vigilant, attentively monitoring the queue of people. Next, the elderly man called out loudly, "Senior, I implore you for another chance. Our child's martial soul is green, just like the monster on your sign, and undoubtedly meets Shrek Academy's standards." A middle-aged man pleaded, supporting a snot-nosed boy with a watermelon-shaped head. The elder shook his head, and without uttering a word, Dai Mubai suddenly opened his eyes and swiftly approached the father and son. "Sir, Shrek is a legendary institution. While it is true that both are green, there is a significant distinction between a frog and our academy. Please step aside and do not delay those behind you." Yet the father attempted to interject, only to be interrupted. "Dad, there are so many Soul Master academies on the main road. Why must we come all the way to this dilapidated school that lacks even a proper entrance? Besides, does one have to become a Soul Master to find a path forward?" "Be silent," the father suddenly shouted in anger. "What do you know? Being a Soul Master is the most esteemed profession on the continent. If there were other academies willing to accept you, would I have to drag you all this way?" He stormed off, pulling the boy along in frustration. "The registration fee is 10 gold coins, placed in the box beside you," the elder's voice echoed. "If you do not wish to register, do not impede those behind you." At that moment, Dai Mubai also spotted Tang San and Xiao Wu, offering a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. Tang San returned the gesture, a silent greeting exchanged. The next young boy stepped forward, depositing his gold coins into the box before revealing his martial soul, a longbow adorned with intricate golden patterns. A faint golden soul power emanated from him, and a yellow soul ring gradually rose from beneath his feet. "Unqualified. You may leave." The elder merely glanced at him, his tone exceedingly indifferent. "What did you say? Look closely. My child's first soul ring is a century-old one, and his martial soul is a top-tier weapon. How can he be deemed unqualified?" The boy's father protested in confusion. "Indeed, the first soul ring is a century-old one, but he is merely an ordinary person. While the quality of the martial soul is commendable, the title of a top-tier weapon is not one you can claim." "Ordinary person? What do you mean?" The youth's father, perplexed, questioned how his child's first soul ring, derived from a century-old azure feather eagle, could be deemed ordinary by this elderly man, especially when it far surpassed his peers. "At Shrek Academy, we only accept prodigies. Any applicant under the age of 12 with soul power below level 21 must return immediately. Do not waste our time here. The father intended to argue further, but was compelled to silence by an overwhelming surge of soul power emanating from the elder. Irritated, the old man rose from behind the table, revealing the formidable energy that had silenced the youth's father. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu, standing behind, could not suppress their shivers. Suddenly, a brilliant light radiated from the elder, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his grasp as 6 soul rings ascended beneath his feet: white, yellow, purple, purple, and black. Tang San was astonished to discover that this elder was a soul emperor. At this juncture, not only the father, but everyone in the queue was astounded. They believed that their visit to Shrek Academy was undoubtedly worthwhile, as having a 6-ring soul emperor overseeing the registration hinted at the extraordinary strength of the academy's other instructors. They envisioned a bright future for their children as powerful soul masters if they were accepted. However, recalling the elders' earlier words, they bowed their heads in resignation. They were acutely aware of their children's limitations regarding age and soul power, acknowledging that their offspring lacked the requisite fortune. With a resounding thud, the elder's staff struck the ground, causing all present to stagger momentarily. Following this display of power, a significant portion of the applicants vacated the line. And after a tumultuous internal struggle, the remaining individuals ultimately chose to withdraw. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a girl with long black hair remained, alongside a girl clad in a splendid blue gown. At the back of the line, Tang San suddenly recognized a familiar figure. "You go," he exclaimed, spotting the long-missing Lu Yu, who appeared somewhat disheveled, drenched, with strands of hair clinging to his forehead and dirt smudged across his face. Despite having hastily dried himself, Lu Yu had rushed to meet the registration deadline, resulting in his incomplete drying. Tang San wished to exchange a few words with Lu Yu, but was interrupted by the elder's voice, urging, "Hurry up, if you wish to register, the fee is 10 gold coins." Reluctantly, Tang San turned back and placed the registration fees for both himself and Lu Yu into the box. The elder first grasped Xiao Wu's wrist, assessing her age, then moved to Tang San, exclaiming in surprise. The elder, seemingly incredulous, squeezed Tang San's wrist and inquired, "Have you practiced any special soul skills before?" Tang San realized that the elder's method of grasping the wrist was a technique to ascertain the age of the applicants, a form of bone reading. However, due to years of forging and wielding a hammer, as well as the practice of the mystic jade hand, the bone examination should hold little significance for me. Chapter 68, Shrek Academy, Part 3. The elder let out a soft exclamation, then instructed Tang San to reveal his lower leg. The moment he laid hands upon it, a look of puzzlement returned to the elder's face. Tang San's calf muscles were remarkably developed. Even Dai Mubai at this age did not possess such an impressive musculature. "Very well, the bone age is appropriate," the elder nodded. "Reveal your martial souls." The two exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their soul power. A blue and a pink wave of energy erupted forth, and 400-year soul rings illuminated, slowly rotating around them. 2 long, adorable rabbit ears emerged, enveloping Xiao Wu in soft, white fur as the martial soul, gentle bone enchanting rabbit, manifested. Meanwhile, Tang San's palm sprouted a humble blue-silver grass. As soul power surged into it, the blue-silver grass grew rapidly, its cylindrical leaves adorned with intricate patterns. "Is this the blue-silver grass martial soul?" the elder exclaimed, astonished. "I have never encountered such an extraordinary variant. Can the blue-silver grass cultivate so swiftly?" "Qualified, you may enter," the elder said slowly. Next, the girl with long black hair stepped forward, placing 10 gold coins into the box. "The bone age is not an issue. Now, unleash your martial soul," the elder instructed after confirming her bone age. The girl nodded slightly, indicating her readiness. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, and then summoned the soul power within her. Instantly, an overwhelming force erupted from her, forming a shimmering silver shield of soul power that enveloped her, akin to an indomitable suit of armor. Simultaneously, a colossal silver figure manifested behind her, resembling a majestic mountain. Its form was constructed of radiant silver light, exuding a palpable pressure that sent shivers down the spine. Upon closer inspection, one could discern striking similarities between the figure and the girl. Its visage and stature mirrored hers, yet it possessed an air of solemnity and grandeur. This figure was her martial soul, one of her most formidable weapons. The left hand of the martial soul grasped a massive shield, intricately engraved with numerous runes that glimmered with brilliant silver light. At the center of the shield lay a translucent gem radiating a soft glow. In its right hand, it wielded an extraordinarily sharp spear, its blade shimmering with a chilling gleam that invoked dread. The entirety of the martial soul was enveloped in a thick layer of silver battle armor, adorned with exquisite designs that conveyed nobility and authority. The surface of the armor shimmered with a mysterious light, enhancing the martial soul's imposing stature. The elder, taken aback by the girl's martial soul, found himself momentarily speechless, as if contemplating some dire revelation. "May I pass?" The girl's voice pulled the elder back to reality, and his previously languid gaze transformed into one of clarity. "You have passed." Next came a young girl clad in a splendid blue gown, her neatly cropped hair grazing her ears. She was slightly shorter than Xiaowu. At that moment, Lu Yu, standing behind the girl, noticed an unusual expression on the elderly registrar's face, one of surprise and perplexity. As the old man hesitated to extend his hand, the girl retracted her outstretched arm and inquired, "May I proceed with the registration?" Her voice, though lacking the boldness of the previous girl, was melodious and enchanting, soothing to the ears. "Is your family aware of your presence here?" The elder seemed to waver. "Education knows no bounds. Given that I meet your esteemed institution's admission criteria, there should be no reason for my application to be declined," the girl asserted confidently. The old man ultimately nodded. "Very well, let her in." From his vantage point, Lu Yu listened intently to their exchange and, with certainty, identified the girl as Ning Rongrong, the esteemed young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It appeared she had some intriguing gossip concerning Tang San, though the specifics eluded Lu Yu's memory. Next, the elder's voice resonated once more, pulling Lu Yu back to reality. He stepped forward, placing 10 gold coins into the box. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Dai Mubai felt his lips twitch involuntarily, though the bandages obscured his expression from others. Noticing Lu Yu's amiable nod of acknowledgement, he could only respond with an awkward nod of his own. The elder resumed his examination of Lu Yu's wrist, only to discover that this child's hand was even more delicate and tender than that of the young boy with the blue-silver grass. "Please uncover your calves." Lu Yu, following the elder's instructions, rolled up his trouser legs, revealing his smooth and delicate calves. His calves were as pristine as ivory, with graceful and natural muscle lines that emanated a radiant glow of health. Not only were these calves a feast for the eyes, but they also concealed boundless strength and agility. They resembled flawless works of art, each detail meticulously crafted, showcasing Lu Yu's unique charm and demeanor. The elder, feeling the exquisite sensation at his fingertips, could not help but experience a surge of astonishment. He had initially assumed that Lu Yu's legs would be more robust and powerful, yet the actual sensation was entirely different from his expectations. Though seemingly slender, these legs possessed remarkable strength and resilience. The contours of Lu Yu's legs are fluid and natural, with skin that is taut and elastic. When the elder gently applies pressure, one can perceive the formidable muscle groups concealed within. These muscles are tightly arranged, resilient, and robust, as unyielding as steel. The elder is inwardly astonished. Such a density of leg muscles is indeed rare. Typically, such a high degree of muscle density is only found in physical soul masters who have undergone prolonged and rigorous training, and such individuals are exceedingly scarce on the continent. Moreover, given the youth of this child, even if he had been training since birth, achieving such a state would not be an easy feat. It is evident that Lu Yu is not one of these soul masters, leaving the elder perplexed about his true identity. Who is this enigmatic young man? How does he possess such exceptional physical prowess? The elder is filled with questions, and his interest in Lu Yu deepens. Perhaps within this young man lies a multitude of undisclosed secrets waiting to be uncovered. "Very well, showcase your martial soul," the elder commands. Demu Bai, standing nearby, is taken aback by the elder's words, for this elder is usually one to ignore everyone around him. It is indeed a rare occasion for him to offer such praise. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu began to channel his soul power, and in an instant, a myriad of starlight enveloped him. A staff inscribed with enigmatic runes materialized in his hand, adorned with 7 resplendent gemstones, atop which a green lotus rotated gently, exuding a vibrant essence of life. In the next moment, the onlookers appeared to witness something terrifying, their mouths agape in astonishment. Chapter 69, Shrek Academy, Part 4, at the enrollment office of Shrek Academy. The crowd was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Except for Tang San, Xiaowu, and Dai Mubai, everyone stood in wide-eyed disbelief. In the center of the arena, for soul rings flickered beneath Lu Yu's feet, ascending slowly in a dazzling display. Purple, blue, and brown. A Millennium Soul Ring. The crowd gasped in unison. The elder was astonished. Having lived many years and traversed much of the continent in his youth, he had never encountered such peculiar soul rings. Yet, What shocked him even more was that both Lu Yu's first and second soul rings were purple, signifying that both were Millennium Soul Rings. And he was merely a 4-ring Soul Master. It was noteworthy that even a genius like Dai Mubai had only just reached the level of a 3-ring Soul Venerable. And here stood a child, perhaps only 3 or 4 years his junior, appearing no older than 12 based on his physical examination. Senior, I have heard that your esteemed academy only admits prodigies. May I inquire if my situation qualifies me as one of them? Lu Yu inquired with a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it certainly qualifies. You, my boy, are the very epitome of a monster. The elder replied, a rare smile breaking across his face. To be candid, the elder began to suspect whether this young man was a prodigious talent released by some hidden noble family for training. However, even for a prestigious family, producing a first soul ring of a purple millennium caliber was no simple feat. It was not something easily achieved. The duration of the soul rings a soul master could absorb was directly proportional to their physical prowess. A newly minted 10th level soul master could only absorb soul rings up to a century in age at most. Reflecting on the muscle density he had just assessed in this young man, the elder shook his head in disbelief, pondering the sheer terror of such physical capabilities. Lu Yu approached Tang San and stood in a row with them, awaiting the completion of the admissions process for those behind. Just prior to Lu Yu was a girl clad in black, her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. With porcelain skin and dressed entirely in black, she appeared to be of a similar age to Xiao Wu, somewhat akin to the elegantly attired Ning Rongrong, yet she exuded an aura of chilling detachment. In stark contrast to her striking figure was the palpable coldness that enveloped her, as if it flowed from her very marrow, frigid and piercing. This indifference was not a result of nurture, but rather an innate characteristic, deeply ingrained in her essence, evoking an unmistakable sense of inner chill. Her gaze resembled a stagnant pool, devoid of ripples, lacking any semblance of vitality or emotional fluctuation. Those profound black eyes seemed to conceal boundless secrets, yet they remained inscrutable, denying any insight into their mysteries. At this moment, Liu had formed a tentative hypothesis regarding the girl's identity. Could she possibly be Zhu Zhuqing? Suddenly, Lu Yu sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him. Instinctively, he followed his intuition, only to discover that the source of the scrutiny was none other than the long-haired girl ahead. Strangely, he perceived a palpable warrior spirit emanating from her eyes. If memory served him correctly, she was indeed the Valkyrie. When had he encountered her? Lu Yu's mind raced, yet he could not unearth a single memory regarding the girl. Zhu Zhuqing was the last individual to complete her registration today. Once everything concluded, Lu Yu noticed that the number of successful candidates seemed somewhat excessive. Although the remaining individuals were but a fraction compared to the throngs of the morning, their numbers were notably higher than those depicted in the original narrative. Besides Lu Yu, there was an additional girl with the Valkyrie martial spirit. Judging by the elder's intriguing reaction upon witnessing her martial spirit, it was evident that she possessed a considerable background. Mubai, please lead them inside, the elder said as he slowly rose. Understood, Dai Mubai replied, stepping forward with a smile directed at Tang San. However, upon noticing Lu Yu, his smile faltered, becoming somewhat awkward. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the village. Upon entering, they beheld a uniform array of wooden structures, reminiscent in style to the Holy Spirit village, with a few villagers strolling along the rustic dirt path, engaged in conversation. However, the houses here appeared rather more modest compared to those in Holy Spirit village. Dai Mubai brought them to a clearing, approximately 500 to 600 meters in size, which served as the heart of Shrek Academy. Please wait here. Shortly, a teacher will arrive to conduct the second assessment, he instructed. Just then, a soft, melodious voice chimed from behind. Sausages for sale. Fragrant and large sausages, delicious, juicy, and if they're not tasty, you won't have to pay. Upon hearing the catchy call of the vendor, Lu Yu instantly recalled the identity of the newcomer and some amusing memories, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Tang Sen inquired, noticing Lu Yu's unusual expression. Xiao Wu, would you like a sausage? I'll go buy one for you. Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the cart at the back, and Dai Mubai, upon witnessing this, hastily followed suit. As they approached the cart, Tang San was astonished to discover that the vendor was a man with a full beard, quite difficult to reconcile with the soft, gentle voice emanating from such a slender figure. The vendor, noticing the approaching youth, warmly called out, "Young man, care for a sausage? Oscar's sausages, I assure you. Once you taste them, you'll crave a second." No deceit. The flavor is exquisite. Tang San smiled politely and replied, Sir, may I have 3 sausages, please? Upon hearing Tang San's address, Oscar's countenance abruptly stiffened, unable to believe his ears. What did you just call me? He stammered. Tang San, puzzled, responded, Sir. What's the matter? Taking a deep breath, Oscar replied, It's nothing, nothing. 3 sausages, is it? Just a moment. They'll be ready shortly. With that, he swiftly began to skewer 3 sausages on bamboo sticks and handed them to Tang San. Just as Tang San was about to accept them, a hand seized his outstretched right hand. Oscar, what are you doing? Your actions are tarnishing the Academy's reputation. I believe I have warned you more than once against selling sausages on campus. Turning around, Tang San was surprised to find that the person grasping his wrist was none other than Dai Mubai, followed by several others who had just passed the preliminary test. With Liu leisurely approaching from behind, Tang San, you cannot purchase these sausages. As Tang San was engulfed in confusion, Liu sauntered up to him and whispered a few words in his ear. Instantly, Tang San's expression shifted to one of discomfort, even tinged with anger, and his hand was swiftly withdrawn. Hey, what are you all doing? Brother San, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why have you changed your mind? Is it a matter of finances? At that moment, Xiao Wu and several girls approached, noticing Tang San retracting his hand, which struck them as odd. Brother San, weren't you here to buy sausages? Why have you changed your mind? Meanwhile, Dai Mubai continued to admonish Oscar. Oscar, prepare a fresh sausage. Oscar's expression changed upon hearing this. Dai, we've been classmates for several years. You wouldn't want to embarrass me in front of the younger students, would you? Younger students? Hearing Oscar's words left Tang San bewildered. If that were the case, then this bearded man before him must be his senior. How many years must one have spent to become like this? Indeed, the rather peculiar figure you see before you is your senior, Oscar. Dai Mubai remarked with a strange expression. That's right, I am Oscar, a student of Shrek Academy, just like Dai Mubai, your senior. But do not be deceived by my dashing appearance. My true age is merely 14. 14. Tang San and his companions were astounded. To possess such a dense growth of hair at the tender age of 14 truly attests to the Shrek Academy's reputation for admitting only extraordinary individuals. The students are all remarkably unique. Xiao even speculated that the admissions officer back in the day must have been captivated by Oscar's lush mane, which is why he was accepted. Big brother Dai, how about I treat you to some sausages? Please spare me the embarrassment in front of my juniors. Oscar pleaded with a sorrowful expression towards Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai remained unmoved, responding coldly, hurry up, or I might just have to fix you on the spot. Hearing this, Oscar instantly deflated. After all, facing Dai Mubai left him with no capacity for resistance. With a resigned expression, he extended his right hand and, in his soft, feeble voice, declared, I have a big sausage. At that moment, 2 yellow soul rings flickered beneath his feet, gradually ascending. Simultaneously, he produced a sausage identical to the one he had previously handed to Tang San. As Tang San witnessed this spectacle, his face flushed with anger, particularly after hearing that ambiguous phrase. The thought of nearly purchasing a sausage to present to Xiao Wu filled him with a desire to devour Oscar whole. Sensing Tang San's fury, Oscar hastily explained, this junior, I am a food-type auxiliary soul master. Activating my soul power requires me to recite a special incantation. Although my incantation may sound peculiar, I assure you, the quality of this sausage is beyond reproach. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was left in a haze, utterly perplexed by the exchange. Why did Tang San become angry upon hearing Oscar's incantation? It was well known that Tang San had a gentle temperament. What could have transpired to provoke such a fierce reaction from him? Third brother, what's wrong? Why are you upset? Is there something wrong with the sausage? Tang San suppressed his anger, turning away from Oscar's lecherous visage, and leaned closer to Xiao Wu to softly recount what Liu had told him. Oh, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Tang San's words. You boys are so annoying, always thinking about strange things. Oscar. Dai Mubai shot a fierce glare at Oscar, causing him to retreat behind the counter, afraid to meet Dai Mubai's gaze. It was no joke. Daring to make eye contact with Dai Mubai was tantamount to courting disaster. At that moment, Liu Yu suddenly approached. Hello, senior. Could you please hand me a sausage? Brother Yu. Tang San was instantly bewildered. Did Liu not clearly understand the origins of that sausage? Furthermore, Oscar had just demonstrated its peculiarities. What was Liu Yu intending to do? As Dai Mubai was about to interject and prevent this, Liu Yu raised his hand to stop him. At this moment, Oscar cautiously peeked out from behind the counter, What did you just say? He could scarcely believe his ears. In the past, whenever others discovered the origins of his sausages, regardless of age or gender, they would invariably retch in disgust. Even the local children, who were reluctant to eat, would be threatened by their parents with the words, "If you don't eat well, we'll buy you sausages from Shrek Academy." Consequently, Oscar's business had struggled to gain any traction in the village. Yet now, someone was boldly approaching him. Oscar slowly rose to his feet, casting a timid glance at Dai Mubai, who was still attempting to persuade Lu Yu. "Did you really intend to buy Oscar's sausages?" Lu Yu waved his hand, signaling Oscar to fetch him a sausage, while extending a gold coin towards him. In a flash, Oscar handed a perfectly prepared sausage to Lu Yu, saying, "You don't need to pay for it. Consider it a gift." After speaking, Oscar swiftly retreated beneath the counter, peeking out with his beady eyes. Then, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Lu Yu gradually brought the sausage to his lips and took a delicate bite. At that moment, as his teeth met the sausage, juices erupted with a burst of flavor. "How is it, brother Yu?" inquired Tang San cautiously from the side. "It's quite good, better than the average sausage," Lu Yu mumbled, somewhat indistinctly as he savored the taste. The instant the sausage touched his palate, Lu Yu felt his soul power and physical strength surge, awakening him significantly. At that moment, a cool voice interrupted, "Could you please get me a sausage as well?" Lu Yu turned to find the speaker was the black-haired girl, a Valkyrie with a martial spirit. After glancing at Lu Yu, she awaited her sausage. What was this? When had he ever provoked her? This left Lu Yu utterly perplexed. Since their first encounter, she had exhibited a considerable animosity towards him, though it felt more like a rivalry than true enmity. Noticing Dai Mubai looking away, Oscar, emboldened, stood up to serve the girl a sausage without charging her. He then stood proudly, no longer hiding beneath the counter, though he kept a watchful eye on Dai Mubai. After taking a bite, the girl found the taste unremarkable but palatable, and she ate with a relaxed expression. Oscar, witnessing this, cast a smug glance towards Dai Mubai, seemingly flaunting his business acumen. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others regarded Lu Yu and the girl with expressions akin to those reserved for monsters, as if they were the true aberrations. Dai Mubai then shot a fierce glare at Oscar and admonished him, "If you're going to sell sausages, take it outside. Don't tarnish the school's reputation." He turned to the group, declaring, "Let's go. I will lead you to the next examination site." Chapter 71, Shrek Academy, Part 6. Let us proceed. I shall guide you to the next evaluation location. With that, Dai Mubai turned and led the group in a different direction. As they walked, he explained to the crowd that although Xiao Ao's martial spirit was peculiar and rather unseemly, he was nonetheless a decent person, likely due to his food-type martial spirit. His hair was somewhat unruly, a result of neglecting grooming for several days. Dai Mubai led everyone to a table where a crystal was displayed, utilized for testing soul power. Naturally, it could only measure soul power levels below 30. Exceeding that threshold would cause the crystal to shatter. This was the soul power crystal. And before proceeding to the next stage, they needed to measure their soul power. If one soul power surpassed 25, they could directly enroll, otherwise, they would have to partake in additional tests. Who wishes to go first? You need not participate, he said, glancing at Lu Yu. This device is only effective for soul masters below level 30. Any level beyond that would result in the crystal's destruction. Meanwhile, Oscar, upon hearing this, appeared utterly astonished. What level are you?" He gazed at Lu Yu with disbelief. The boy seemed merely 11 or 12 years old. And yet his soul power could be above 30. "He is at level 41, Dai Mubai interjected, having had the privilege of experiencing it firsthand. He certainly could not disclose to Oscar that he had been soundly defeated by Lu Yu and had left in a state of disgrace. If word of this got out, how would he ever maintain his reputation at the academy? 41. Oscar was immediately taken aback, never having anticipated such prowess from this youth. Moreover, it seemed from Dai Mubai's tone that he had suffered at Lu Yu's hands. The prospect of someone capable of besting Dai Mubai intrigued him immensely, and his eyes sparkled with excitement, enhancing his already dubious appearance. "I say, Junior, once you enter the academy, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. And rest assured, Senior Oscar will ensure you are well supplied with sausages." Oscar, Dai Mubai, upon hearing Oscar's exuberant voice, was acutely aware that the boy was certainly up to no good. In response to Dai Mubai's indifferent tone, Oscar puffed out his chest and positioned himself proudly behind Lu Yu, adopting an air of superiority as he regarded Dai Mubai. The latter, seeing Oscar's triumphant demeanor, chose to ignore him and redirected his attention to those currently being tested for their soul power. Lu Yu found Oscar's antics rather amusing. Was Oscar truly this comical? Since arriving in this world, he had noticed that everything diverged significantly from his understanding of Dolua continent. The enigmatic village elder, the ruins behind the village, and the mysterious figures cloaked in black. Had his arrival altered this place? Lu Yu pondered aloud. What are you saying, Junior? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, your senior. Don't be fooled by Dai Mubai's usual authoritative demeanor. In this academy, I am the one who truly holds sway. Lu Yu could no longer tolerate Oscar's demeanor. Senior, the soul power test is about to commence over there. Let us proceed and take a look. With that, he strode directly to Tang San and his companions. Dai Mubai handed a crystal to Tang San, instructing him to infuse it with his soul power. Tang San nodded, accepting the crystal and promptly channeling his internal energy into it. Instantly, the milky white crystal shimmered brilliantly, radiating light that illuminated every corner of the crystal. This was a manifestation of his soul power nearing level 30. He then passed the crystal to Xiaowu, harboring complete confidence in her abilities. Xiaowu infused the crystal with her soul power, and once again, a dazzling light erupted, marking her at 29 levels. The onlookers fell silent in astonishment. At merely 12 years of age, achieving such a terrifying level of talent was beyond anything they could compare to. Subsequently, Xiaowu handed the crystal to Ning Rongrong, who, upon receiving it, produced a similar burst of light, albeit less brilliant than that of Tang San and Xiaowu, indicating her soul power was around level 26. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt the crystal grow lighter in her hand. As a figure clad in black appeared beside her, it was the strikingly beautiful girl. The crystal had somehow found its way into her possession. As she infused it with her soul power, a white light burst forth once more. Though not as intense as that of Tang San or Xiaowu, it surpassed Ning Rongrong's glow, suggesting her soul power was approximately level 27. The spectators were once again left speechless. Where were these remarkable individuals emerging from? Each displayed talent more formidable than the last, leaving the ordinary onlookers feeling utterly overshadowed. Soon, the crystal vanished again, and in the next moment, another girl with long black hair clad in a silver gown appeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong remarked, "This scene seems oddly familiar." Following the same procedure, as she infused the crystal with her soul power, the milky white crystal erupted once more with a radiant white light, enveloping its surface in brilliance. This indicated that the girl's soul power had reached level 30. The crowd was nearly numbed by the spectacle. Was Shrek Academy a place of such extraordinary fortune? How was it that such monsters were summoned here? At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. If these individuals were to participate in the subsequent tests, especially in competitive events, what misfortune would befall them if they crossed paths? They would have no recourse for lamentation. All right, follow me, he instructed. Dai Mubai took the lead, but suddenly a voice of dissent emerged from the crowd. Several individuals who had been assessed and found to possess soul power exceeding the 25th level were permitted to participate in the subsequent tests, and while we accepted this, one individual pointed directly at Lu Yu, who stood beside Tang San. But what qualification does he possess to participate? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, he has not even measured his soul power. What if he is merely a charlatan? As these words echoed, the crowd murmured in agreement, casting further doubt. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. Of all the individuals you could have chosen to challenge, you select the strongest. Are you not inviting a confrontation? With a resigned smile and a shake of his head, he added, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Dai Mubai hastened toward a wooden cabin, and upon his return, he held a crystal in his hand. This crystal bore a resemblance to the white ones previously used by Tang San and his companions. Though its hue was distinctly different, the crystal in Dai Mubai's possession was red, indicating that it could measure soul power up to approximately 60 levels. Surpassing this threshold would cause it to shatter, much like the 30-level crystal. The individual who had instigated the challenge felt an unsettling premonition upon seeing the red crystal. Realizing he had committed an egregiously foolish act, Dai Mubai extended the red crystal to Lu Yu, a hint of apology in his tone. "I apologize for the inconvenience. But could you kindly demonstrate your abilities? Let us enlighten those who dwell in ignorance." Lu Yu and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance before taking hold of the crystal, recognizing the young man's adeptness at handling the situation. Subsequently, he slightly urged the vortex of soul power, allowing a steady stream of energy to infuse the crystal. As the soul power permeated the crystal, it suddenly shimmered with a red glow. This radiance, though not as dazzling as that produced by Tang San and his companions, enveloped a significant portion of the crystal. Not a soul dared to laugh. Instead, their mouths fell agape. It was crucial to note that this was not a mere crystal with a 30-level limit, but one with a 60-level cap. The illumination covering most of the crystal signified that the silver-haired youth's soul power had reached at least level 40. The gazes directed at Lu Yu were akin to those reserved for a marvel. It was as if he had awakened his martial soul from birth. He seemed almost inhuman, extraordinarily terrifying. Dai Mu Bai, observing the expressions of those around him, felt a wave of derision wash over him. He mused to himself, what does this signify? A gathering of individuals who have never witnessed true prowess, mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Lu Yu's flamboyant soul rings had even been revealed yet. This was merely the beginning. He then pondered how Xiao Ao would react upon discovering that Lu Yu was an auxiliary battle soul master. Ahem, you all have witnessed it. The soul power crystal cannot deceive. Who among you still dares to speak? Dai Mu Bai regarded the onlookers with a cold gaze, challenging anyone who doubted the young man's capabilities to step forward and test him. He scanned the crowd, particularly the individual who had previously voiced skepticism, who now wished fervently to hide his face in shame. With no one daring to respond, Dai Mu Bai led Lu Yu and their companions away. Oscar hurried to catch up, positioning himself beside Lu Yu. Lu Yu recalled that the assessment at Shrek Academy consisted of 4 stages. The first stage was an age test, which they undoubtedly passed. The second stage involved determining the quality of one's martial soul. Only those with a martial soul of substantial developmental potential and the correct cultivation direction could be selected, or, as in the case of Oscar, those with exceptionally unique martial souls could also qualify. There was, of course, a third scenario, wherein individuals like Lu Yu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the girl in the silver dress could directly bypass the second and third stages due to their age, merely 13 years, while possessing soul power exceeding 25 levels. This exemplified the adage of overwhelming strength transcending all obstacles, as they were selected based on their formidable soul power. The third stage tested the soul master's control over their martial soul. Passing the first 2 stages indicated sufficient strength and outstanding developmental potential. However, a lack of mastery over one's martial soul would result in elimination. This stage was designed to filter out those who were unstable and could potentially become erratic at any moment. Lu Yu was particularly intrigued by the 4th stage, as it assessed practical combat experience, aiming to eliminate those pampered noble science who had grown up in sheltered environments. The candidates who emerged from this selection process would indeed be extraordinary. The selection criteria were exceedingly rigorous. I would like to inquire about the total number of enrolled students at Shrek Academy. The girl in the silver dress suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with both vigor and gentleness. Dai Mu Bai, walking ahead, turned around and replied with a smile. I can assuredly tell you that Shrek Academy possesses an unparalleled advantage over other institutions. Our number of teachers exceeds that of our students. Upon hearing this, an unexpected silence enveloped the air for a moment. Was it truly a legitimate academy where the number of teachers surpassed that of students? Was this even an advantage? Noticing their astonishment, Dai Mu Bai could only manage a wry smile. There's no other way. The selection standards proposed by the dean are exceedingly high, far beyond what ordinary individuals can achieve. Let me put it this way. This year marks the highest number of students we have ever enrolled since the academy's establishment, and that is no exaggeration. Over the past 20 years, we have only admitted around 20 students, and for the 2 years prior to your arrival, we had none. Enrolling all 6 of you this year is truly unprecedented. Currently, counting myself, there are only 3 students enrolled. 3 students. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Yu also felt a twinge of surprise. Although the number of students at Shrek Academy was limited, the graduation requirements were indeed stringent. So, how does the academy survive with such a meager student body? An institution without funds is on the brink of closure, is it not? Tang San inquired, astonished that Shrek Academy had persevered despite such a scarcity of students. Dai Mu Bai sighed wryly. Indeed, Tang San makes a valid point. This is precisely why Shrek Academy is situated in a village. It incurs lower expenses. This could also be considered another notable characteristic of Shrek Academy, a lack of financial resources. I imagine you must wonder why we maintain such high admission standards despite the difficulty in attracting students. The crowd nodded in agreement. Dai Mu Bai continued. I previously inquired about this matter with the dean, who stated that it is better to have no students at all than to admit mediocre individuals. He firmly believes that it is preferable for no one to graduate than to allow any subpar candidate to tarnish the reputation of the academy. He further expressed that he would rather see students fail to graduate than to let any unworthy individual exit and bring disgrace to the institution. As a result, the academy's graduates have consistently achieved remarkable success, with one even attaining the esteemed position of an elder in the Spirit Hall. This is primarily because those of mediocre strength do not graduate. What, then, are the graduation standards of the academy? Tang Xin posed another question. Students must surpass level 40 in spirit power before the age of 20 and must possess the strength of at least a spirit master, along with the ability to independently hunt for spirit rings, replied Dai Mubai. This is why, over the past 2 decades, only a small fraction of students have successfully graduated. The requirement to reach level 40 before the age of 20, as well as the necessity to independently hunt spirit beasts for spirit rings, left everyone astonished. Typically, the graduation criteria for advanced spirit master academies on the continent only demand a spirit power of level 30 and 3 spirit rings. However, Shrek Academy has elevated these standards significantly. The latter requirement, which involves independently hunting spirit beasts to acquire spirit rings, is particularly daunting. The entire process is fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to death. Suddenly, the collective gaze of the group turned towards Lu Yu, who seemed to be an extraordinary being among them. Given that Shrek Academy's graduation standard requires a spirit power of level 40 before the age of 20, and considering that Lu Yu is merely 12 years old yet appears to have already met this criterion, the situation seemed remarkable. At that moment, Lu Yu also realized that he had, in fact, achieved the graduation standard set by Shrek Academy. Chapter 73, Shrek Academy, Part 8, Inside. Lu Yu felt a sense of curiosity. His situation could indeed be deemed exceptionally unique, enrolling only to graduate immediately. Soon, Dai Mubai led everyone to a wooden cabin, where an expanse of open ground lay before it. At that moment, a middle-aged man was reclining on a lounge chair, indulging in a deep slumber. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the new students for their assessment. Dai Mubai respectfully addressed the man in the chair. The middle-aged man opened his eyes, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Oh, this year we have new candidates reaching the 4th trial. 6 of them, no less. This could break the academy's record. Dai Mubai added. Not just that. These 6 have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials to directly participate in the 4th. Zhao Wujie rose from the chair. Though his stature was not imposing, his solid build exuded an aura akin to that of a mighty mountain. Liu couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Wujie's physique. If he were on Blue Star, one could only imagine how much weight he could boast of lifting, as even one of his arms was thicker than Xiao Wu's waist. His robust form stood like an unyielding wall, with a genial smile directed at the group. His seemingly ordinary demeanor inadvertently instilled a sense of pressure. To have bypassed the 2nd and 3rd trials to arrive here indicates that this year's candidates are quite remarkable. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Zhao, and I am Zhao Wujie, the instructor responsible for the 4th trial. The preceding 3 trials assess your martial soul talents and potential for cultivation, but the 4th trial tests your practical combat experience. I can assure you, many students have stumbled at this stage in previous years. With a gentle gaze sweeping over Lu Yu and the others, he continued, since you all came together, you may as well face this together. You now have the time of a burning incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and discuss your tactics. While individual strength is undeniably important for soul masters, teamwork often proves to be the decisive factor, especially in critical moments. Of course, the assessment itself is quite straightforward. You must jointly withstand my assault for the duration of an incense stick's burn. Even if only one of you remains by the end, you will still pass. However, any underhanded tricks are unnecessary. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are futile. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint and go easy on you. Of course, you are also welcome to flee in cowardice. Shrek does not accept cowards. Dai Mubai, slightly perplexed, remarked, Teacher Zhao, isn't that a bit unfair? Fear not. The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority here. Follow my lead, Zhao Wujie interjected, not allowing Dai Mubai to finish his thought. He then produced a stick of incense, ignited it, and casually placed it upright in the ground. The assessment begins, Zhao Wujie proclaimed with his resonant voice, then reclined back into his chair. Whoever devised this is truly a genius. It's incredibly comfortable. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached the group with a resigned expression. Alas, you've drawn the short straw this time. What is the matter? Is Teacher Zhao perhaps akin to that old man at the village entrance, a Soul Emperor? Xiao Wu gazed at Dai Mubai, whose expression was one of helplessness, perplexed by his demeanor. No, Dai Mubai shook his head. What is there to worry about? Hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a slight relief. Is Teacher Zhao a soul sage? Lu Yu observed Dai Mubai's still serious countenance and speculated, recalling only vaguely the events of the original narrative at this juncture. He remembered that Tang San had once made Zhao Wujin suffer through some experience with the Dragonbeard Needle, followed by a late-night visit from Tang Hao, who had given him a thorough reprimand. With a grave nod, Dai Mubai continued, Originally, you were all supposed to face me as your opponent, but today, for reasons unknown, Teacher Zhao has decided to take the initiative. The group felt a sudden chill at Dai Mubai's response. Facing a soul sage at level 70 was daunting. If things escalated, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed and eliminated sooner or later. Xiao Dai, I've taken note of your disparaging remarks about me. Dai Mubai heard Zhao Wujin's robust voice from a distance, causing him to feel a wave of frustration. He chose to ignore it and pressed on. Now, let us take turns sharing our martial spirits and strengths for mutual understanding. Tang San, you start. Tang San nodded. I am Tang San. My martial spirit is Blue Silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Next was Xiao Wu. I am Xiao Wu. My martial spirit is the Softbone Charm Rabbit, and I am a level 29 assault system soul master. Following her was the girl in the blue dress. I am Ning Rongrong. My martial spirit is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, and I am a level 26 support system soul master. Then came the aloof Zhu Zhuqing. I am Zhu Zhuqing. My martial spirit is the Nethercat, and I am a level 27 agility attack system soul master. Next was the black-haired girl. I am Qi Qi. My martial spirit is the Valkyrie, and I am a level 30 assault system soul master, with only 2 soul rings. Finally, it was Lu Yu's turn. I am Lu Yu. My martial spirit is the Star-Wishing Lotus Staff, and I am a level 41 support system soul master. As soon as Lu Yu finished speaking, apart from Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Xiao Wu, the others regarded him with expressions of astonishment. What? Especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who momentarily suspected they had misheard. Could you repeat that? What did you say you are? Oscar asked incredulously. Lu Yu. Martial Spirit Star-Wishing Lotus Staff, level 41 support system soul master. Lu Yu, feeling bemused, reiterated his previous statement. Oscar was left even more bewildered. Despite being a support system soul master himself, he found it astonishing that someone younger than him had already reached the rank of Soul Zone. This was truly a monster among monsters. Ning Rongrong was equally astonished, having witnessed Lu Yu's display of 4 rings of Soul Zone strength at the village entrance. She had assumed he must be a formidable assault system soul master. Now, to hear him claim to be a support system soul master was perplexing, especially considering her own martial spirit. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile was one of the finest of its kind. How had he trained to achieve such prowess? Beside them, Zhang Qiqi was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. He was indeed an auxiliary-type battle soul master. Ahem, Dai Mubai noticed that several individuals had drifted off in thought, and he cleared his throat to draw their attention back to the present. Now, allow me to introduce you to the essential details regarding Teacher Zhao, so that you may contemplate a strategy, he said, pausing momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing. Teacher Zhao is a formidable level 76 assault-type battle soul sage, wielding the beast martial soul known as the Mighty Diamond Bear. This martial soul is characterized by its formidable defensive capabilities, complemented by respectable offensive strength, making it quite a challenge to contend with. Even soul masters of the same rank find it exceedingly difficult to breach Teacher Zhao's defenses, owing to his unparalleled resilience. Teacher Zhao has earned the title of the Immutable King. In the past, Teacher Zhao had a conflict with the bishops of the Martial Soul Palace and was subsequently hunted down. He managed to escape from their relentless pursuit solely due to his exceptional defensive prowess. The title of Immutable King? The pursuit by the Martial Soul Palace bishops evoked a sense of awe among the listeners. If their adversaries did not exert their full strength, perhaps they could endure. After all, as long as one person remained standing, the entire group could be deemed successful. However, if Zhao Wujing were to lose his composure and unleash his full potential, the situation could turn dire. At present, among them were 2 auxiliary-type soul masters, Lu Yuning and Ning Rongrong, alongside Tang San, a control-type soul master, and the agile assault-type soul masters, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, with Zhang Qiqi as a strong assault-type battle soul master. My Seven Treasures Glazed Tower Martial Soul can currently provide a 30% enhancement, but I lack any attacking capabilities, Ning Rongrong stated. My first soul ring can offer a 50% enhancement and possesses offensive capabilities, Lu Yu interjected. Tang Xin had no doubts regarding Lu Yu's combat effectiveness. He was both resilient and capable of dealing damage while also providing group healing. Given this, Ning Rongrong, you shall focus on supporting us. Xiao Wu and Zhang Qiqi will take the lead in the offense, while Zhu Qing, I ask you to use your speed advantage to engage from the flanks. I will take responsibility for controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, disrupting his rhythm. Brother Yu, you will remain in the rear, assisting Ning Rongrong, and act according to the circumstances. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yu nodded. His unique and comprehensive abilities positioned him well for support from the rear, and given the limited time, no better alternative could be devised. Moreover, they were about to confront a genuinely formidable soul sage of level 76. In the face of overwhelming power, any scheme or stratagem would prove futile. However, it was still preferable to awaiting a certain demise and surrender. Have you reached a consensus? Zhao Wujia's resonant voice boomed from behind. The group turned to see that the incense had nearly burned down. Dai Mubai nodded to Zhao Wujia, indicating that they were ready to commence. Observing this, Zhao Wujia rose from his reclined position, stretching his arms overhead in a languid manner. His robust physique, embodying the aesthetics of raw power, seemed to harbor boundless strength. This was a battle of stark imbalance, as the strengths of both sides were not on the same scale. Even with the prodigious Lu Yu, the outcome remained unchanged. Subsequently, Zhao Wujia produced another stick of incense, pinching it between his fingers before igniting it. In the next moment, before Zhao Wujia could make the following move, Ning Rongrong took the initiative. The Seven Treasures glazed tile emerged, and she twirled gracefully in her azure gown, radiating a resplendent spectrum of colors. Suddenly, brilliant multicolored light enveloped her, and in her outstretched hands, a magnificent Seven Treasures pagoda began to coalesce, slowly rotating before them. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, ascending gradually. The Seven Treasures are renowned for their potency. The first yellow soul ring immediately emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the Seven Treasures pagoda. With a delicate gesture of her slender fingers, 5 beams of light cascaded down upon Lu Yu and his companions. Instantly, Lu Yu felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his limbs and bones, his soul power boiling forth like a torrent. Truly, this was the pinnacle of auxiliary martial souls on the continent. This was merely 30% of the enhancement from a 2-ringed soul master. How terrifying would it be if it were a high-ranking soul master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile? However, such information belonged to their sect secrets. If an opportunity arose, perhaps a visit to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect could yield some small fortune. Goodness, Zhao Wujia exclaimed in surprise, realizing there was a member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect among this cohort of students. He casually planted the incense stick into the ground. The Seven Treasures are also famed for their swiftness. At that moment, Ning Rongrong parted her lips, and the multicolored light burst forth once more, enveloping the group anew. Unlike the previous glow, Lu Yu felt as though his body had become significantly lighter. Just then, Zhao Wujia sprang into action, slightly bending his legs and crouching low before striking the ground with tremendous force. Not good, Tang Xin exclaimed in astonishment. As the soul masters of the Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda are typically prioritized as primary targets due to their remarkable auxiliary amplification abilities, coupled with their negligible combat prowess. Zhao Wujia's strike was evidently not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. His intention was to disrupt everyone and interrupt Ning Rongrong's spell casting. Alas, the inherent flaw of the Seven Treasure glazed tile pagoda's martial soul lies in the necessity of incantation prior to casting, and any interruption of the incantation would consequently halt the spell. A black vine swiftly lashed out, ensnaring Ning Rongrong's waist and lifting her into the air in an instant. Simultaneously, Liu summoned his martial soul, and a resplendent staff materialized in his grasp, with 4 soul rings gradually rising from beneath him. The third azure soul ring suddenly burst forth with a dazzling radiance. Employing wind magic, wind control, and gale steps in unison, the silver-haired figure soared into the sky, drifting beside Ning Rongrong. Subsequently, Li waved his staff, unleashing a powerful wind magic, causing a tempest to roar around them. The onlookers soon realized they were enveloped by a cerulean circular aura, and their bodies were unexpectedly lifted into the air by the howling winds. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled violently, and a wave of yellow energy surged outward in all directions. After delivering a punch, Zhao Wujia sensed something amiss. Why had the wind suddenly picked up? Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to see all 6 newcomers airborne. His attention was immediately drawn to the 4 peculiar soul rings surrounding Lu Yu, a 4-ring soul master. This batch of newcomers harbored such an extraordinary talent. And what was the nature of his soul rings? As Zhao Wujie stood in bewilderment, Lu Yu's soul rings shimmered anew. The first soul ring ignited with brilliance, and the azure lotus petals atop the Qixing Lianzhu unfurled gradually, enveloping the 6 individuals in a layer of starlight. The first soul skill of the Qixing Lianzhu, Starry Blessing, enveloped everyone in a comforting warmth, while their soul power surged forth once more. Simultaneously, their mental acuity felt as though it had been rejuvenated, rendering the surrounding environment vividly clear and their sensitivity to changes heightened. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Wujie was once again astonished. The silver-haired youth was indeed an auxiliary battle soul master. A 12-year-old with 4 soul rings, this was equivalent to meeting the graduation criteria of the academy. Fran would surely be overjoyed to have such a prodigious talent amongst this year's intake. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were observing the battle from a distance, were equally astonished by the unfolding scene. Is it a speed-oriented amplification? Dai Mubai pondered silently. Meanwhile, the airborne individuals, experiencing the transformation within their bodies, were astonished to discover that Lu Yu's soul ring provided an all-encompassing amplification. Be it soul power, mental acuity, or physical capabilities, all were enhanced by at least 50%. Chapter 75, Confrontation. Zhao Wujie. The 30% increase from Ning Rongrong, combined with Lu Yu's 50% enhancement, instantly bolstered the confidence of the group. Even if they could not withstand a single strike from Zhao Wujie, they could at least rely on the flight capabilities provided by Lu Yu to evade for a brief moment. Once everyone swiftly adapted to their current state, they promptly adjusted their positions. Xiao Wu, Tang Xin called out sharply. Responding to his command, Xiao Wu quickly repositioned herself, leveraging the tacit understanding cultivated over many years between them. Her feet landed precisely on Tang San's hands, and with a powerful push from him, she propelled herself towards Zhao Wujie below like an arrow released from a bow. At this moment, the group unhesitatingly opted for an offensive approach. Allowing Zhao Wujie to gain the upper hand would be far more detrimental to them. Thus, taking the initiative might afford them a bit more time. Upon witnessing the group of youngsters evade his attack, a smile crept across Zhao Wujie's face. Their reaction speed was commendable, if barely adequate. As Xiao Wu charged towards him, he calmly tucked his hands behind his back, feigning surrender. Seeing this, Xiao Wu swiftly adjusted her posture, bending her legs and curling her body as she rolled forward. Just as she neared Zhao Wujie, she unleashed her martial spirit, landing both feet on his neck with a dull thud. Yet, Zhao Wujie stood unfazed, not even swaying. Instead, he grinned, for such an attack was merely a tickle to him. Little girl, have you not eaten? You lack strength, Zhao Wujie mocked with a broad grin. You have more than just me to contend with, Xiao Wu retorted with a cold snort. Her feet seemed to cling to Zhao Wujie's sides, her toes deftly pressing against his neck. With a forceful twist of her body, she began to spin in midair. Alone, her strength could never hope to budge Zhao Wujie's robust form, but she was not alone. Suddenly, numerous tendrils erupted around Zhao Wujie, each adorned with countless tiny barbs. In an instant, he felt a tightening around his entire body as the ghost vines, directed by Tang San, constricted to their utmost. The densely packed venomous thorns unleashed their toxic sting. To his surprise, these tiny barbs penetrated his defenses, and Zhao Wujie was momentarily astonished. This batch of students possessed remarkable skills. In the next moment, he felt his feet lift off the ground, and upon realizing it, he was taken aback to find himself suspended in the air, tightly ensnared by the ghost vines, resembling a human-shaped rice dumpling. Then, under Xiao Wu's influence, his body began to spin in the air. Just as Xiao Wu prepared to deliver a backflip on a Zhao Wujie, she suddenly felt her body stiffen, rendering her immobile. Little rabbit, you seem to enjoy spinning, Zhao Wujie remarked. Suddenly, the voice of Zhao Wujie resonated, and at that moment, Xiao Wu felt her ankle ensnared by a pair of iron pincers. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not budge an inch. With a resounding crash, Zhao Wujie merely exerted a slight force to shatter the vines that bound her, and then he deftly grasped the 2 feet that were planted on his shoulder. Xiao Wu felt a wave of dizziness as Zhao Wujie spun her around with ease. Seeing this, Liu summoned his soul power and waved his staff, conjuring a tempest that swept up a whirlwind of sand and stone, launching it directly at Zhao Wujie's face. Taken by surprise, Zhao Wujie was caught off guard and ended up with a mouthful of sand. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu exerted herself to break free from Zhao Wujia's iron grip and, aided by the wind ring adorning her, swiftly returned to Tang San's side. How amusing, young lad. So you enjoy playing in the sand. Zhao Wujia wiped the dust from his face, looking quite disheveled from the earlier encounter. As he appeared in such a state, Dai Mubai and Oscar stifled their laughter at Zhao Wujia's dusty visage, their attempts to suppress their smiles turning their faces crimson. For it was only Lu Yu who could bring such embarrassment to teacher Zhao. Ah, so you can fly, do you? You fancy playing with sand, do you? Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically, his body swelling like a balloon. His already robust physique seemed to double in size, and his height increased by nearly a meter. This is not good, Dai Mubai and Oscar thought simultaneously, recognizing the impending danger as Zhao Wujia prepared to unleash his martial spirit. Oscar's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. At that moment, 7 resplendent soul rings slowly ascended beneath Zhao Wujia, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. Encircling him, the onlookers felt an overwhelming surge of violent soul power wash over them. What an immense sense of pressure. Tang San crossed his arms before his chest, desperately attempting to resist the terrifying weight, yet all efforts proved futile. Have you had your fill of flying? Come down and engage me in a proper battle. Zhao Wujia bellowed, the 3rd purple soul ring suddenly igniting. With a thunderous boom, the gravity around them intensified, and everyone felt as though they were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Oscar swiftly retreated. Not wishing to be caught in the wake of Zhao Wujia's soul technique, the experience was not something any ordinary soul master could endure. What is the matter? Is this all you can manage? Already down on the ground, Zhao Wujia stood with his arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. This was undeniably the effect of his 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement, which could simultaneously impose pressure on multiple adversaries. However, in the next moment, his gaze was drawn to a figure with silver hair. It was none other than Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Yu's feet were deeply embedded in the ground, his right hand firmly grasping his staff. The instant Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul skill, Lu Yu activated the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia with utmost speed. Frustratingly, Lu Yu's thoughts were filled with expletives. While it appeared that everyone was subjected to Zhao Wujia's soul skill, as the strongest among the 6, Lu Yu was evidently receiving special treatment from Zhao Wujia. The gravitational enhancement experienced by the others was approximately double, whereas Lu Yu bore a weight of nearly 3 to 4 times that amount. Lu Yu now felt as if his soul power had solidified, making it nearly impossible to utilize his soul skills. In the next moment, he mustered all his strength to swing his staff once more, and the purple soul ring beneath him suddenly radiated with brilliance. Oh, this lad is impressive. Even under quadruple gravity, he still has the energy to exert his soul power, Zhao Wujia remarked, casting a slightly appreciative glance at Lu Yu. From the very beginning, Lu Yu had left a profound impression on him, not just because of his striking silver hair, but also due to the flamboyant soul rings that adorned him. Chapter 76, Confrontation. Zhao Wujia. 3. What? He is still able to use soul skills? Dai Mubai and Oscar, who stood at the edge of the arena, were taken aback as they witnessed Lu Yu swing his staff again. Previously, they had experienced Zhao Wujia's gravity enhancement and knew how extraordinarily formidable it was. It was common knowledge that under such conditions, even moving a single step while channeling soul power was exceedingly challenging, let alone employing a soul skill. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Yu had received special consideration from Zhao Wujia, as the air around him appeared distorted, as if compressed by the augmented gravity. As Lu Yu waved his staff, the purple soul ring beneath him shone brightly, and a torrent of soul power surged forth. First soul skill, Starlight Tribute. This time, Lu Yu maximized the amplification to a full 100%. The individuals who had been lying on the ground suddenly felt a wave of relief, and the flow of soul power became increasingly smooth. Ning Rongrong, sensing the diminishing weight of gravity pressing down on her body and the unimpeded flow of soul power within, could hardly contain her astonishment. Lu Yu's physical prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary support soul master. A series of sharp sounds erupted behind Zhao Wujia. Just as Lu Yu helped everyone to their feet, Zhu Qing, leveraging her speed advantage, swiftly closed in on Zhao Wujia, taking advantage of his momentary unawareness. She launched her attack with a silent grace, her presence unnoticed as she vanished from sight. At this moment, Zhu Qing had already entered her martial spirit state. Her long, lustrous black hair clung to her back, and her eyes, one blue and one green, left a trail of afterimages as she moved. dazzling the onlookers and making it nearly impossible to pinpoint her exact location. Zhu Zhuqing's assault was rapid and ferocious, aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's vital points. The angle of her attack was so cunning, combined with her inherent speed, that it was quite difficult to detect. However, Zhao Wujie was already in his martial spirit state. Her claws, when they struck him, felt as though they were scraping against steel, leaving only a few scratch marks on his clothing. Beside her was a silver figure, wielding a spear that carved perfect arcs through the air, gathering strength before it came crashing down upon Zhao Wujie. At the same time, Liu sprang into action. Enveloped in a swirling green mist, with his legs slightly bent for power, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Bam! In that instant, a visibly deep crater formed beneath his feet. With his left hand clenched into a fist, Lu Yu exerted his strength, launching a powerful strike towards Zhao Wujie's face. Reacting instinctively, Zhao Wujie raised his hand to meet the blow. The moment their fists collided, a wave of energy erupted, surging outward like a torrent of floodwaters. Nearby, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were momentarily stunned by the spectacle, recalling Lu Yu's self-introduction as an auxiliary soul master. Not only they, but the surrounding crowd. And even Zhao Wujie, standing before Lu Yu, began to question whether such power truly belonged to an auxiliary soul master. Although Zhao Wujie had not used all his strength in that punch, he believed it should suffice against a level 40 soul master. Yet, this young man had managed to withstand it. Meanwhile, Tang San exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu. In an instant, she understood, using her legs for propulsion. Xiao Wu leaped onto Tang San's shoulders, and with a swift push-off, launched herself once more, this time with her feet aimed directly at Zhao Wujie's head. At the same time, Tang San summoned dozens of blue-silver grass vines that surged toward Zhao Wujie. Faced with this scenario, Zhao Wujie exerted force with his right hand, pushing Liu back, then raised his massive palm to strike at Xiao Wu. However, just as the hand was about to make contact, Xiao Wu abruptly altered her form, changing the trajectory of her attack, causing Zhao Wujie's hand to swipe through empty air. Yet, this time, Zhao Wujie's head indeed bore the brunt of her kick. In that moment, Zhao Wujie noticed a blue-silver grass vine tied around Xiao Wu's waist, realizing that Tang San had utilized it to control her movements. The principle was akin to that of a meteor hammer, though instead of a hammer, it was Xiao Wu herself who was being wielded. Xiao Wu's kick rendered Zhao Wujie momentarily dazed, and he reflected on the absurdity of being outmaneuvered by a group of young students still in their formative years. If this reached the ears of Flender, that old night owl, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Moreover, he pondered how he could possibly teach these young rascals if he did not assert some authority now. After being struck back by Zhao Wujie's powerful punch, Liu flipped twice before regaining his footing. He shook his numb left hand, acknowledging the formidable strength behind that blow. With no time to recuperate, the brown soul ring beneath his feet radiated a brilliant light. Third-rank earth magic, rock-piercing spear. In an instant, the surrounding debris seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly converging to form dozens of sharp, elongated spears. These spears surged forth like a dense volley of arrows, propelled by an impressive momentum, racing towards Zhao Wujie's back with astonishing speed. As they flew through the air, they emitted a whistling sound, as if they sought to penetrate all obstacles. Simultaneously, a beam of cold light shot towards Zhao Wujie like a flash of lightning, the source being the battle-ready Qi, now infused with her martial spirit. At that moment, she was clad in a form-fitting silver battle armor that hugged her graceful figure, accentuating her curves exquisitely. The armor shimmered with mysterious runes and radiance, seemingly imbued with boundless power. In her right hand, she fiercely grasped a silver spear, its shaft glimmering with brilliance and its tip sharp and glinting with an unsettling cold light. She exuded an aura of icy majesty, akin to a goddess of war descending upon the world. A fierce roar erupted, and Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as his first soul ring suddenly blazed with brilliant radiance, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, an overwhelming golden light erupted from his body, dazzling and blinding, rendering it impossible to behold. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, with Zhu Zhuqing and Qi being the most affected. They felt an immense force wash over them, propelling their bodies backward involuntarily. However, in this critical moment, Lu Yu displayed his agility and decisiveness. He activated the Gale Step to its fullest, moving like lightning to appear behind Zhu Zhuqing and Qi in an instant. He extended his arms and securely caught them, preventing them from crashing to the ground. Though Lu Yu successfully caught Zhu Zhuqing and Qi, The force of the shockwave was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving both women shaken. Zhu Zhuqing, being the weaker of the two, succumbed to the immense impact and fainted in Lu Yu's embrace, her eyes tightly shut and her complexion pale, clearly suffering significant harm. In contrast, Qi managed to withstand some of the damage thanks to her martial spirit's defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, she could not suppress a muffled groan. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, indicating that she too had endured a severe shock. Chapter 77, Confrontation. Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Xiao Wu found herself in a precarious situation. She had just delivered a kick to Zhao Wuji, being the closest among everyone to him. Although her waist was entwined with Tang San's blue silvergrass, Zhao Wuji's assault was too swift for anyone to react. The blue silvergrass was completely shattered, and Xiao Wu was sent flying, landing in Tang San's embrace. The blood trickling from her lips indicated that her injuries were severe. Presently, only Lu Yu, Tang San, and Zhang Qiqi remained standing on the battlefield. However, Zhang Qiqi was gravely injured, barely conscious. The only ones capable of continuing the fight were Lu Yu and Tang San. Due to the intrinsic connection between martial souls and soul masters, the complete destruction of the blue silvergrass left Tang San in an unfavorable state, especially upon witnessing Xiao Wu's grievous wounds. His heart felt as if it were being scorched by searing flames. Lu Yu had just observed that this was merely the first soul technique unleashed by his opponent. Though it was merely a century-old soul skill, it was executed by a genuine soul sage. Relying on his formidable strength and impeccable timing in releasing the soul technique, Zhao Wuji's move effortlessly shattered the encirclement of several individuals. Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance at the incense burning, noting that it had only burned halfway through while two-thirds of the participants had already succumbed. On the sidelines, Ning Rongrong grew anxious. As a support soul master with no offensive capabilities, her contributions were limited to amplifying power, lacking even the slightest healing abilities. In the next moment, a cascade of starlight suddenly illuminated the arena. Everyone cast their eyes around, only to discover that Lu Yu stood at the center of the most radiant starlight. The first purple soul ring beside him glimmered brightly, slowly rotating. This starlight was none other than Lu Yu's first soul skill, Starry Sky Tribute. Soon, the celestial brilliance transformed into tiny meteors, trailing long tails as they plunged into the bodies of the onlookers, artfully avoiding Zhao Wuji's massive frame. As the starlight continuously streamed into his body, Tang San felt a warm current coursing through his limbs and bones. Gradually, this warmth converged at his wounds, astonishingly healing his injuries. What? Zhao Wuji gazed at the starlight enveloping everyone, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had initially presumed Lu Yu to be merely a standard assault-type soul master, but it was now evident that his physical constitution was remarkably robust, capable of withstanding Zhao Wuji's attacks without sustaining injury. Moreover, his first soul skill not only possessed healing properties, but also enhanced the strength of others, a remarkable versatility that left onlookers in awe. This lad's abilities are rather too comprehensive. Zhao Wuji mused inwardly, realizing that this year he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. It was worth noting that even the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's inherited martial spirits excelled primarily in support and amplification. A soul master like Lu Yu, who could both engage in combat and mitigate damage while also facilitating recovery, was an unprecedented phenomenon. What is this fellow's background? Zhao Wuji found himself increasingly intrigued by Lu Yu. He resolved to closely observe this youth, eager to uncover any hidden abilities and potential he might possess. After all, such a prodigy is a rare find. With proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a source of pride for the academy in the future. Yet, despite his impressive prowess, the assessment had not yet concluded. Zhao Wuji glanced at the incense, now burned halfway, and a slight smile graced his lips. With a low growl, he summoned his second soul ring, which erupted in brilliant light. Zhao Wuji moved with an agility that belied his massive stature, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal hand loomed before Tang San. With a swift phantom-like motion, he struck. Bang! Given the speed of that enormous hand, Tang San, cradling Xiao Wu, could not evade the blow and braced himself with his back. Puff! Blood spilled from his lips as his complexion turned ashen, barely managing to stand upright. He glanced at Xiao Wu in his arms, relieved to see she was relatively unscathed. However, he realized he had irrevocably lost the capacity to continue fighting. Zhao Wuji turned to Lu Yu and Ning Rongrong, his smile still lingering. Well, do you two still require my assistance? Ning Rongrong lowered her head, realizing that her 7 treasure glazed tile could only provide enhancement, rendering her combat capabilities nearly non-existent. She could not withstand a single strike from Zhao Wuji. Teacher Zhao, I wish to challenge you to a duel. At that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated, causing Ning Rongrong to gaze incredulously at Lu Yu. After receiving treatment from Lu Yu, Zhang Qiqi began to regain consciousness, and Lu Yu entrusted Zhu Zhuqing to Zhang Qiqi. She looked at the silver-haired youth with astonishment. Subsequently, a figure approached Ning Rongrong. Would you kindly look after her for a moment? Tang San softly requested as he handed the petite figure of Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong. He then moved to stand beside Lu Yu, affirming, and I shall join as well. Zhao Wujin, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe his eyes. You two youngsters must think carefully. Just a moment ago, the six of you could barely withstand my attack. Now, relying solely on the two of you, do you truly believe you can endure for half a stick of incense? To be frank, even if these children could not last a full stick of incense, he would still accept them into Shrek Academy. Especially with Lu Yu, this peculiar prodigy, it would be sheer folly to overlook such talent. Historically, few new students managed to endure under his prowess for a full stick of incense. The best performer, Dai Mubai, barely managed to last half a stick. And Oscar's entrance was solely due to the uniqueness of his martial spirit. Any one of these six could easily surpass the current students of the three academies, particularly Lu Yu, who seemed almost inhuman. We shall forego the half stick of incense, Lu Yu stated with a shake of his head. What? Are you conceding? Zhao Wujin expressed his disappointment, initially believing he had encountered promising talents, only to discover they were mere timid children who surrendered so swiftly. No. Please light another stick of incense. We wish to fight for another half stick, Lu Yu replied, shaking his head, yet his tone was resolute. Exuding confidence in the impending battle, Tang Xin nodded in agreement at his side. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin's earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. Are you certain? Young man, although your innate talent is formidable, having reached the soul master level at merely 12 years of age, the disparity between us is not something that talent alone can bridge. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the duel, sustaining hidden injuries could significantly impact your future development. I am certain, but I have a condition. If we can endure for a stick of incense, it must be acknowledged that all six of us have passed the assessment. Lu Yu declared, then turned to glance back at the four standing behind him, seemingly seeking their consensus. Chapter 78, A Duel. Zhao Wujin. Lu Yu turned to look at the four individuals standing behind him, seemingly seeking their opinions. After all, he could represent Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yet those three were unfamiliar to him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already regained consciousness under Lu Yu's treatment, though her complexion was pale, and she leaned against Yan Qiqi for support. Subsequently, the four exchanged slight nods with Lu Yu. Zhao Wujia gazed at Lu Yu with unwavering determination in his eyes and nodded. Very well, I accept your conditions. As long as you both endure for the duration of an incense stick, you shall all enter the academy. Before that, I will grant you some time to recuperate properly. I will not show any mercy later. Without delay, Lu Yu and Tang San sat cross-legged on the ground. Lu Yu unleashed his first soul skill, and in an instant, starlight shimmered into existence. Tang San closed his eyes, focusing his mind as he activated the Xiantian skill to regulate his internal energy and smooth his meridians. After a brief moment, Tang San finally adjusted his state to its peak. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose to his feet. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Lu Yu had also stood up and appeared to be fully prepared. Thus, Tang Xin stepped forward toward Lu Yu's position. The two exchanged a smile. But in the next moment, Tang San was abruptly enveloped in darkness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Why did Lu Yu strike at Tang San? Dai Mubai wore a confused expression, while Oscar directly inquired, what is happening? Aren't Tang San and Lu Yu from the same village? Do they have enmity? How would I know? Dai Mubai replied, equally bewildered. In the midst of the perplexed gazes of those around him, Lu Yu calmly withdrew his hand, unnoticed by anyone as he concealed a short black staff within his sleeve, remarkably. It was the shortened version of the black gold dragon pattern staff. The force with which he had struck Tang San moments ago could have rendered him unconscious until the following morning. Just then, a familiar, chilling electronic voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Detecting character Zhao Wujie. Unlocking character-specific task. Entrance examination. Task completion conditions. Defeat Zhao Wujie single-handedly and endure for the duration of a jaw stick. Task reward. 2,000 points. Alchemist news. It was promised to be a one-on-one duel, and Lu Yu declared, I alone am sufficient. Good lad. You possess some courage, Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. Let's see just how much you can handle. No sooner had he spoken than, With a resounding crash, he casually cast down the third jaw stick. The battle commenced in earnest. The black gold armor enveloped Lu Yu's form in an instant, and at this moment, he resolved to no longer conceal his strength. His arm, equipped with the broken song bow, was prepped and ready. Zhao Wujie could distinctly sense a profound shift in the aura of the silver-haired youth before him. If Lu Yu had previously resembled a little soul beast, all claws and fangs, now he appeared as a predator, retracting its fangs to deliver a lethal blow to its prey. He was bewildered by the drastic transformation of the boy before him. Activating his first soul ring, Zhao Wujie unleashed his first soul skill, the unmoving king body, striding purposefully towards Lu Yu. Though his speed was unremarkable, each step sent tremors through the ground beneath them. Suddenly, a glimmering cold light darted through the air like lightning, startling Zhao Wujie into an instinctive retreat. Just as he regained his footing, a chill ran down his spine as a strand of his hair gently floated to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a lock of his own hair severed by that fleeting cold light. At that moment, Zhao Wujie noticed that Lu Yu had, unbeknownst to him, grasped a knife, its blade marred by a multitude of fine cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest impact. Such a swift blade, Zhao Wujie breathed instinctively. Meanwhile, bystanders like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing exhibited expressions of astonishment, their mouths agape, as brimming with disbelief. However, their surprise was short-lived, as they quickly regained their composure. After all, Lu Yu had delivered an abundance of surprises throughout the day, allowing them to gradually acclimatize to such unexpected occurrences. Just moments ago, as all eyes were fixed upon Zhao Wujie's determined advance, a blinding white light suddenly flashed, capturing everyone's attention instantaneously. Following this, Zhao Wujie swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Lu Yu. In the meantime, an intriguingly designed knife had appeared in Lu Yu's hand, its blade shimmering with a cold gleam, and the hilt adorned with enigmatic runes. Its emergence sparked curiosity among the onlookers about what kind of weapon could so effortlessly counter Zhao Wujie's assault, even forcing him back. However, the attention of Dai Mubai and Oscar, who were also spectating, was entirely captivated by the top of Zhao Wujie's head. Their gazes were fixated on it, and an uncontrollable smile crept across their faces. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's head was adorned with normal hair on the sides, yet the center and front were completely bald, resembling a classic Mediterranean hairstyle, akin to a monk with the middle shaved. This sight elicited an irrepressible urge to laugh from Dai Mubai and Oscar. Yet they dared not be too boisterous, suppressing their laughter until their faces flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie was wholly immersed in battle, oblivious to their peculiar reactions. It was only when he felt a slight chill atop his head that he finally sensed something amiss. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head and then abruptly lifted it, only to meet the flushed faces of Dai Mubai and Oscar, stifling their laughter. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and embarrassment and anger washed over his expression. Oscar, Dai Mubai, come to my place for extra training tomorrow evening. I shall personally guide you. Zhao Wujie exclaimed angrily at the two. Upon hearing this, the smiles vanished from their faces. Oscar was somewhat fortunate, as his thick beard concealed his countenance, rendering it less apparent how distressed he was. However, Dai Mubai's face resembled one who had just consumed Oscar's sausage, displaying a look of severe discomfort. The two were now like mute individuals suffering in silence, unable to express their grievances. After all, it was Lu Yu who had trimmed Zhao Wujie's hair, not them. Why, then, were they to endure the extra training? Yet, they dared not voice their frustrations, for who could say how Zhao Wujie would react if he heard such words? Perhaps adding another layer to their training regimen? Subsequently, Zhao Wujie cast his gaze toward the instigator of it all, Lu Yu, who was also wearing a bemused expression as he looked back at him. So, this is how you wish to play it, my good lad. Just remember, you shall not escape my wrath. Lu Yu couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon seeing Zhao Wujie's hairstyle. Moments earlier, he had aimed to strike at Zhao's neck, expecting him to raise his hand in defense. To Lu Yu's astonishment, Zhao chose to retreat instead. Chapter 79, One-on-One. Zhao Wujie. Part 2, with a sharp exclamation. Zhao Wujie bent his legs slightly and, with a sudden surge of power, leaped into the air. His fist clenched tightly, he descended upon Lu Yu with tremendous force. The ground erupted beneath him, creating a deep pit that only housed Zhao's imposing figure, leaving no trace of Lu Yu. Suddenly, 3 piercing sounds cut through the air from behind Zhao Wujie, followed by the swift flight of 3 arrows aimed directly at him. Despite Zhao's lack of agility, his formidable martial spirit, the great strength Diamond Bear, boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering such trivial tactics ineffective against him. With a fierce shout, Zhao Wuji summoned all his strength to activate his immutable king body, causing a radiant golden light to envelop him. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he still could not detect Lu Yu's presence. A sly smile crept across his lips as he clenched his fists and struck the ground with immense force. Activating his second spirit ring, the great strength diamond palm transformed his fist into a devastating weapon. The ground could no longer withstand the impact of Zhao Wuji's punch, as numerous fissures radiated outward from his position like a spider's web, causing the spectators to lose their balance and sway unsteadily. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged around them, revealing Lu Yu's silhouette as he emerged from the gust. His silver hair billowed majestically in the breeze, and in his right hand, he wielded a staff, while his left gripped a long blade emanating a violet glow. The blade was riddled with countless fine cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. In the next moment, Lu Yu began to swing the seemingly fragile blade in midair, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Though he stood several paces away from Zhao Wuji, his actions appeared utterly futile. If Tang San were conscious at that moment, he would have utilized his purple extreme demon eye to discern that with each swing of Lu Yu's blade, tiny fragments were dislodging and swirling into the whirlwind along with the dust. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji let out a powerful roar, channeling all his soul power to activate his immutable king body once more. His second spirit ring flared to life, and he unleashed his second soul skill, the great strength diamond palm. With his legs bent and a massive surge of energy, he propelled himself toward Lu Yu like a colossal cannonball. As Lu Yu sensed the impending danger, an unsettling realization gripped him. Nevertheless, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He swiftly shifted his body to evade Zhao Wuji's impending assault. However, at that moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Zhao Wuji's seemingly clumsy yet colossal form executed a graceful spin midair, and simultaneously, his right palm surged towards Lu Yu with the ferocity of a tempest. Lu Yu barely had time to react further. In a hurried motion, he raised the 1,000 blades in his hand, positioning it defensively across his chest in a desperate attempt to withstand the blow. With a thunderous crash, the formidable 1,000 blades shattered into countless fragments under the weight of Zhao Wuji's strike, sending Lu Yu crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Zhao Wuji's massive frame landed with a resounding thud, and as he observed the dust cloud rising from the impact, a smile crept onto his lips. "Young man, that broken blade of yours couldn't withstand a single strike of mine. Is there any point in continuing this? If you persist, it won't just be your little blade that shatters. Is that so, Teacher Zhao? Then why do I feel no pain? Have you perhaps skipped a meal?" Lu Yu's voice emerged from the dust, laced with a hint of perplexity and mockery. His tone remained calm and composed, as if the recent turmoil was merely a trivial interlude. As the dust gradually settled, the eyes of the onlookers were drawn to the large crater created by Lu Yu's fall. They stared in disbelief at the sight within. Lu Yu stood there, unharmed. His body bore no marks. Not even a speck of dust clung to him. His expression was impassive, and his gaze exuded an unspoken authority. The surrounding students were left speechless, unable to fathom how Lu Yu could effortlessly withstand Teacher Zhao's onslaught. Even Zhao Wuji himself was taken aback, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and delight. He had not anticipated that Lu Yu could endure his full-force strike unscathed. "This lad is intriguing," he mused. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, Dai Mubai and Oscar stood frozen, struck by Lu Yu's audacious remark about Teacher Zhao's meal. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they observed Lu Yu, perceiving him as a creature from another realm. Throughout their time at the academy, they had experienced Zhao Wuji's terrifying prowess firsthand. The memories of his grueling training sessions lingered vividly in their minds, evoking a sense of dread. Now, this uninitiated youth dared to mock Zhao Wuji with such boldness, a feat unparalleled in the academy's history. They exchanged glances, a mutual respect welling up within them. This Lu Yu was undeniably extraordinary. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also possessed remarkable courage, daring to challenge authority. Such fearless audacity was something they could never emulate. "All right, young man, prepare to witness the true extent of your teacher's strength." Zhao Wuji let out a low growl as his first soul ring suddenly illuminated, activating the immovable body of the King of Wisdom. Following this, his second soul ring flared to life, and Zhao Wuji, with his colossal frame, charged powerfully towards Lu Yu. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Yu merely took a step forward, instantly invoking his ghostly stride, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Was this invisibility? Dai Mubai's eyes widened as he attempted to track Lu Yu's whereabouts, but he could discern no flaw. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiqi appeared to sense something. Her eyes glimmered with golden light as a yellow, century-old soul ring slowly revolved beneath her feet. This was, unmistakably, her second soul skill, insight, derived from a 600-year-old Tianmu eagle. Such soul beasts typically inhabit treacherous cliffs, possessing formidable perceptive abilities and exceptional dynamic vision, enabling them to pinpoint prey the size of a mung bean from great heights. Moreover, they are acutely sensitive to fluctuations in soul power, capable of locking onto targets even when visibility is completely obstructed, and their speed rivals that of the swiftest eagle-type soul beasts, like the purple-winged thunder eagle. In the state of Tianmu insight, Zhang Qiqi's pupils transformed into yellow vertical slits. Gradually, she unraveled the mystery of Lu Yu's disappearance. She realized that Lu Yu had not vanished. Rather, he was continuously shifting his form at an extraordinary speed, too rapid for the dynamic vision of an ordinary soul master to keep pace. Even Zhang Qiqi, exerting her full efforts to activate insight, could only barely perceive Lu Yu's movements. Furthermore, Lu Yu's landing points appeared utterly random, making it impossible to predict his next move during combat. What is this? Zhang Qiqi suddenly noted something peculiar, exclaiming softly. Chapter 80. One-on-one. Zhao Wujie. Part 3. Zhang Qiqi's exclamation indicated her realization of something significant. She observed a glimmering object beside Zhao Wujie, seemingly the blade fragments shattered by his palm moments ago. However, these shards did not scatter across the ground. Instead, they shifted positions with every transformation Lu Yu made, suggesting that someone was deliberately manipulating these fragments. Could he be attempting to breach Zhao Wujie's defenses in this manner? Zhang Qiqi pondered, but quickly shook her head. Her second soul skill not only allowed her to discern details, but also to detect an opponent's weaknesses. Although Zhao Wujie's movements appeared grand and sweeping, his immovable body was enshrouded in a golden light, rendering him impervious. Not a single needle could penetrate his defenses. Compounded by the formidable protective qualities of his bear spirit, the great power diamond bear. Thus, Lu Yu's best strategy appeared to rely on his speed advantage until time ran out. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yu's actions took her by surprise. As Lu Yu deftly maneuvered, the hilt of his knife danced in his grasp, while shards flew chaotically, drawing ever closer to Zhao Wujie. In that moment, a glint of icy resolve flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. He gripped the hilt firmly, and, with a sudden flourish, the fragmented blade emitted a dazzling cold light, hurtling towards Zhao Wujie like a shooting star. The latter, witnessing this, allowed a smirk of disdain to grace his lips. Thinking these trivial shards were nothing more than a mere tickle, incapable of inflicting any harm. Yet, as he beheld the glimmering shards, an unsettling sensation crept into his heart. This prompted him to once again activate his immovable body technique, ensuring his safety. After all, he was a formidable soul sage. How could he allow a mere upstart to corner him in such a manner? It was a lamentable predicament indeed. The speed of this youth was truly astonishing, and regrettably, Zhao Wujie's own shortcoming lay in his lack of swiftness. Cursed be this battle. It was exceedingly frustrating. At that moment, Lu Yu observed the increasingly serious expression on Zhao Wujie's face, illuminated by a growing golden glow, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Clearly, his mental infiltration had begun to yield results. Given his current prowess, managing to penetrate the mind of a level 70 soul sage without backlash was undoubtedly an optimal outcome. However, had the specialized mentalist Mo Holik preemptively cast a mental shield for him, the situation would have been markedly different. Though mental infiltration lacked the formidable offensive power of mental piercing, its advantage lay in the subtle disruption of the opponent's thoughts. At this juncture, Zhao Wujie remained oblivious to the predicament he found himself in. His inner turmoil only intensified. On one hand, Lu Yu darted about like a nimble monkey, evading capture. On the other, the incessant shards, buzzing around like bothersome flies, stirred his ire. In an instant, time seemed to freeze as Lu Yu abruptly halted. As if suspended in place, his figure emerged before Zhao Wujie like a specter, devoid of any forewarning or sound. At this moment, the world around them fell silent, leaving only the two of them in existence. They locked eyes, revealing a tapestry of complex emotions, surprise, vigilance, and confusion among them. The atmosphere thickened, as if heralding an impending fierce confrontation. Zhao Wujie, startled by Lu Yu's sudden appearance, quickly donned a smile. "Little brat, what is the matter? Planning to continue hiding?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Wujie lunged at Lu Yu with the ferocity of a cannonball, offering no time for the latter to react. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Yu swiftly brandished his staff, and in an instant, numerous stone walls erupted from the ground. forming a formidable barrier to obstruct Zhao Wuji's path. The fourth-tier earth magic, rock barrier. Yet, to Zhao Wuji, these were but futile struggles. He let out a low growl as radiant light surged from his palms, shattering the solid rock walls before him as if they were mere glass. However, just as Zhao Wuji's mighty diamond palm was about to strike Lu Yu, a blinding light suddenly erupted before him. This intense illumination instilled a profound sense of unease within him, yet it was too late to halt his advance. Lu Yu's staff now floated beside him, his hands clasped before his chest, as a resplendent golden lotus began to rotate gracefully. As the lotus spun ever faster, beams of golden light erupted from it, illuminating the entire space. These golden rays, as fervent as the sun, conveyed the emergence of an immense power. At that moment, Lu Yu was enveloped in intertwining golden and green lights, creating a strange yet beautiful spectacle. It was the first time he had so intensely activated the soul power vortex while in the 8 gates of Duanjia state. A torrent of soul power surged through his meridians like a raging river, bringing with it excruciating pain that caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. The second purple soul ring at his feet radiated a dazzling brilliance. Second soul skill, domain of light. As the infusion of soul power concluded, Liu extended the golden lotus towards Zhao Wuji. While this appeared to unfold at a leisurely pace, in truth, it transpired in the blink of an eye, as if time itself had been slowed to an extraordinary degree, allowing every movement and detail to be vividly discerned. Yet, in the realm of reality, these events occurred with such rapidity that their transformations were nearly imperceptible. Zhao Wuji widened his eyes, intently sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from the lotus. A mixture of confusion and astonishment filled his heart, for he distinctly perceived that this seemingly ordinary lotus contained an astonishingly vast and pure reservoir of soul power. How could this be possible? Zhao Wuji murmured, incredulity dripping from his tone. Logically speaking, a 41st-level soul master, while possessing commendable strength, should not have such an immense store of soul power. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Could it be that Lu Yu harbored some hidden secret? Or perhaps his cultivation method or martial soul possessed unique attributes? These questions swirled in Zhao Wuji's mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He recalled their previous encounter. Although he seemed to have sustained considerable damage, he had immediately employed soul techniques to heal others as soon as the battle concluded. It appeared that Lu Yu held many undisclosed secrets. Zhao Wuji mused to himself, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Perhaps, in the days to come, he will have more opportunities to comprehend the enigmatic youth. Yet, at this moment, Zhao Wuji is too preoccupied to consider such matters. Mere moments ago, the shards of the Devil's Blade had breached his defenses. Chapter 81. A moonless night with howling winds. As Zhao Wuji attempted to evade the golden lotus, he suddenly felt a sharp impact on his left foot, followed by a surge of numbness that coursed through him, rendering his leg as if pierced by 1,000 needles. He lost his balance in an instant. Evading was no longer a possibility, given his speed. Thus, he activated his first soul skill, the immovable King's body. However, at that moment, he sensed something amiss. He was astonished to discover that his defenses had developed several minute cracks. The culprit behind this was none other than countless gleaming blades. Cursed be fate, he had fallen into a trap. This was the singular thought racing through Zhao Wuji's mind. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden lotus, unleashed from Lu Yu's hands, erupted violently before Zhao Wuji. A colossal shockwave engulfed the arena instantaneously, catching everyone off guard. They reacted swiftly. Daimu Bai unleashed the White Tiger barrier, quickly pulling Oscar back, while Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu, with Ning Rongrong and herself, were shielded by a massive barrier summoned by Qi Qi. With the shockwave came a terrifying heat. In an instant, the grass on the battlefield was reduced to scorched earth. The most unfortunate was Zhao Wuji, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, absorbing a substantial portion of the energy head-on. His once healthy complexion was charred to a deep black, and even the last strands of hair on the sides of his head were swept away by the wind. Second in misfortune was Tang San, who had been lulled to sleep by Lu Yu's gentle coaxing from the outset and had not awakened. Those around him were engrossed in the unfolding battle, neglecting to assist him. Fortunately, Tang San was situated a distance from the explosion's center and was merely sent flying by the shockwave, landing precariously on a nearby tree branch. "Their brother," Xiao Wu exclaimed, disregarding her still recovering body, and hurried to the tree beneath which Tang San was precariously suspended. With a bend of her legs, she executed a small leap to rescue him from his entanglement. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Lu Yu, had utilized the moment of releasing the Golden Lotus to employ ghost steps, swiftly retreating to a safe area. Although he was ultimately affected by the explosion, he had donned his black god armor beforehand, sustaining minimal injuries. However, his internal organs felt as if they had been jolted from their positions. Standing in the center of the arena, Zhao Wujie, now cloaked in darkness, mused, "What a clever move. It suits my taste. But to think you could defeat me so easily is rather naive." As his words faded, the third soul ring around him ignited with brilliance. Third soul ring. Gravity enhancement. The purple soul ring began to rotate slowly upward before suddenly plunging into the ground. Lu Yu suddenly felt a wave of heaviness, as if ensnared in a quagmire, rendering even the act of breathing somewhat laborious. It was as if his body had doubled in weight. At that moment, Zhao Wujie moved once more, striding purposefully towards Lu Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, taunting, "Watch as I shatter your shell, little one." Under the influence of gravity, Lu Yu's speed diminished significantly, rendering him incapable of vanishing as he had before. He could barely leave behind a series of afterimages. Yet that was sufficient for Zhao Wujie to lock onto his form. The onlookers observed the distorted air affected by the gravity, and it was evident that this was on an entirely different level compared to the gravity enhancement Zhao Wujie had unleashed during his earlier confrontation with 6 opponents. He had been holding back then, hardly regarding them as worthy adversaries. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujie's punch created a sonic boom in the air. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu chose not to evade this time, opting instead to absorb the blow head-on. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, radiating outward like ripples on a pond. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming force emanating from Zhao Wujie's fist, akin to a mountain crashing down upon him. His arm trembled slightly, his bones and muscles straining under the immense pressure. Zhao Wujie's fist, as solid as a wall of steel, proved insurmountable despite Lu Yu's efforts to break through this formidable barrier. A solemn expression crossed Lu Yu's face as he marveled internally at the formidable strength of his opponent. After a brief stalemate, Lu Yu resolved to alter his strategy. He swiftly retracted his fist and leaped backward, evading Zhao Wujie's reach. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. Third-tier earth magic, rock spikes. With a resounding rumble, several sharp rock spikes surged forth from the ground like lightning, propelled by an intimidating force directly towards Zhao Wujie. These spikes gleamed with a cold light, seemingly intent on piercing through everything in their path. They approached swiftly, leaving Zhao Wujie no time to react. As the sharp rock spikes neared him, they produced a series of crisp impacts, akin to striking an impenetrable wall. The tips of the spikes became lodged, unable to advance even a fraction further. What had once been a fierce and formidable attack now appeared utterly feeble and weak, as if stripped of all its might. Simultaneously, a radiant golden glow emanated from Zhao Wujie, enveloping him in a mysterious light akin to a sturdy shield, providing him with impeccable protection. Despite the ferocity of the rock spike assault, the golden glow rendered it incapable of inflicting any substantial harm upon Zhao Wujie. This spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. Zhao Wujie's immense strength and defensive prowess were laid bare. He stood resolutely like an unyielding mountain, impervious to the incessant assaults of his foes, his defenses providing him with an overwhelming advantage in battle. Upon witnessing such a scene, Lu Yu felt no surprise, for he understood that the offensive power of these rock spikes could never penetrate Zhao Wujie's formidable defenses. Thus, this maneuver was not intended to slay Zhao Wujie, but rather to ensnare him, rendering him immobile for a brief period. This would afford Lu Yu ample time to execute his subsequent plan. With this thought, a faint smile of triumph graced Lu Yu's lips. He swiftly formed hand seals, and as the vast soul energy coursed through him, the azure lotus atop his staff began to unfurl, revealing a resplendent golden lotus within. The golden petals seemed to encapsulate an immense reservoir of soul power, while Lu Yu held his hands aloft in a gesture of supplication. Upon witnessing this familiar tableau, Zhao Wujie's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Goodness, not again. He cursed inwardly, astonished by the seemingly inexhaustible soul power of this young prodigy. He had presumed that after the previous manifestation of the Golden Lotus, Lu Yu's reserves would be nearly depleted. Zhao Wujie could sense that the soul power contained within this Golden Lotus far exceeded that of the last one, at least double in magnitude. As he contemplated evasion, an all-too-familiar tingling sensation coursed through his legs, not just one, but both were now numb. A careful observation would reveal a long, obsidian staff adorned with dragon patterns positioned between his legs. This sinister implement was the culprit behind his debilitating paralysis. although the black gold dragon staff could not induce direct dizziness in someone of Zhao Wuji's caliber. Infusing it with soul power and striking other areas could effectively induce a state of numbness, thereby hindering Zhao Wuji's movements. Helplessly, Zhao Wuji watched as the Golden Lotus drew ever closer. This battle had become painfully vexing. Lu Yu's array of cunning tactics left him feeling utterly beleaguered. And as a dignified soul saint, he was being outmaneuvered by a mere 12-year-old child. Should word of this humiliation spread, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Boom. The familiar blinding radiance and explosive roar erupted once more. Zhao Wuji deftly activated his immovable body technique, while Liu instantly executed his ghostly step, rapidly distancing himself from the epicenter of the explosion. He had no desire to be caught in the fallout of his own attack. The thought of perishing due to his own scheme was utterly unacceptable. In an instant, the entire clearing was enveloped in the dazzling light and thundering sound of the explosion, with searing heat rapidly descending upon the onlookers. Once the explosion subsided, an eerie silence fell. The ground bore a large crater, within which lay a figure clad in darkness. Sprawled in a star-like position at the bottom, Lu Yu, having deftly used his ghostly step, arrived at the edge of the crater. "Teacher Zhao, shall we continue?" he inquired, holding a burnt incense stick with an infuriatingly casual tone. At this moment, Zhao Wuji, hearing Lu Yu's cheeky tone, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Yet all he could muster was a deep sense of exhaustion. "Continue, you little rascal." Zhao Wuji sprang forth from the depths of the pit, like a carp leaping into the air, his massive form creating an illusion for Lu Yu that he was confronting a wall, albeit one charred black by flames. "This assessment is deemed successful for you all," Zhao Wuji began, but suddenly paused, his expression turning grave. "Teacher Zhao, you wouldn't reconsider, would you? You promised that if I alone endured the duration of a joss stick, all of us would be deemed successful. Surely, you wouldn't renege on your word?" Liu intentionally raised the pitch of his final syllable. "What nonsense is this? I, Zhao Wuji, am a man of my word. I am not here to play games with a child," he retorted, his face darkened with displeasure. Suddenly, he felt something trickle down his face. Extending his large, dark hand, he touched it, only to find a sticky sensation. He was bleeding. In that moment, Zhao Wuji realized with astonishment that he had been injured by this young boy. Dai Mubai, upon seeing Zhao Wuji's bloodied visage, struggled to suppress his laughter and called out to Oscar, "Hurry up. Teacher Zhao is in need of your sausages." "Coming," Oscar replied with a prolonged drawl, gazing at Dai Mubai with exasperation. "I'm right behind you. I can't hear you." He was truly bewildered by Dai Mubai's antics. However, upon catching sight of Dai Mubai's icy gaze, he quickly donned a smile and scurried over to Zhao Wuji. "Teacher Zhao, I heard you need me. Your most attentive student has come to bring you warmth." The softness of his tone coupled with Oscar's scruffy appearance sent shivers down the spines of those present. If Lu Yu's Golden Lotus technique inflicted an 8 out of 10 in damage, then Oscar's presence surely inflicted a psychic trauma of 9 or even 10. "Hurry up and prepare 2 sausages. Can't you see Teacher Zhao is injured?" Dai Mubai urged. Zhao Wuji, overhearing Dai Mubai's comment about his injury, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was rather humiliating for a genuine soul sage to suffer defeat at the hands of a mere soul scholar, especially one so young. Although he could easily dispatch Lu Yu using his 5th soul skill within the time it took for a joss stick to burn, a loss was still a loss. Zhao Wuji maintained a sense of pride about this matter. Winning would necessarily bring him glory, but losing was undeniably disgraceful. "Excuse me. Esteemed teacher, which monastery do you hail from? You seem rather familiar." Oscar feigned ignorance, gazing at Zhao Wuji. "Oscar, are you intentionally seeking your demise?" Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "If you dare to cause further trouble, believe me, I shall personally see to your extra training." His eyes, like copper bells, bore into Oscar as if he intended to devour him whole. Oscar observed Zhao Wuji's countenance, stifling a chuckle within, yet he feigned innocence, attempting to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. "Oh dear, Teacher Zhao, I did not realize it was you. I thought you had renounced the world and achieved tranquility." With that, he could not resist flashing a sly grin. "Oscar!" Zhao Wuji suddenly shouted in anger. The students present, upon witnessing this, dared not act recklessly any longer, fearing that Zhao Huipi might impose additional training upon them. "Bring me a sausage and a salami," Zhao Wuji said, suppressing his fury. "How infuriating it is to be beaten by my future student and then have to seek treatment from them. It is utterly humiliating." A large sausage appeared in his hand after Oscar recited a rather nauseating incantation. Teacher Zhao, 5 copper coins. Don't forget to pay me, Oscar said, glancing toward Lu Yu, whom he considered a future ally. If he could forge a connection with Lu Yu, he would be able to navigate the academy with ease. Even Dai Mubai would think twice before attempting to bully him. This fine gentleman, would you care for an Oscar brand special sausage? Exclusively crafted, free from pollutants, and absolutely complimentary. Oscar exclaimed with an overly enthusiastic demeanor. No, thank you, Lu Yu replied, his appetite instantly vanishing upon witnessing Oscar's peculiar behavior. Oscar's sausage had been enhanced with the first soul skill, yielding rapid recovery effects for physical injuries. Setting aside Oscar's demeanor, the taste was quite acceptable and worth trying. Just after Dai Mubai had spoken, he noticed Oscar gazing at him with an odd look. This was the first time Big Brother Dai had spoken to him. Oscar felt a surge of emotion. However, the others could only shake their heads as they observed Zhao Wujie biting into a greasy sausage while Oscar wore an oddly lecherous expression. No, thank you. They echoed in unison. Chapter 83, A Dark and Windy Night, Part 3, I Have a Small Salami. With a rather bizarre incantation, Oscar summoned a small salami, presenting it to Zhao Wujie. Teacher Zhao, I'll sell you the large sausage and this small one for 10 copper soul coins. Don't forget to settle the bill. Oscar chuckled. With a resounding thud, Zhao Wujie's iron fist struck Oscar's head, after which he turned and walked away without a glance back. Dai Mubai looked at the fresh red bump on Oscar's head with pity, shaking his head in resignation. Can't you see that Teacher Zhao is in a foul mood? Why provoke him? Are you courting death? Oscar's expression shifted to a slight frown. Why did he hit me? It was he who was bested by Lu Yu. Just as Oscar began to voice his complaint, he was silenced by a chilling glare from Zhao Wujie, which caused him to swallow the remainder of his words. Mubai, you are responsible for settling these new students in and preparing for the official start of school tomorrow. Ensure that Lu Yu fills in these holes in the ground by morning, and they must match the original exactly, Zhao Wujie declared as he walked away. Ugh. Do you think Teacher Zhao has lost his mind today? Why is he always at odds with the new students? Oscar remarked once he confirmed that Zhao Wujie had truly walked far away. Lost his mind. I think it's you who has gone a bit mad, came Dai Mubai's retort. Are you not afraid of being overheard by Teacher Zhao while you sneak in some extra practice? Do you no longer value your life? Hurry and assist Tang San. Dai Mubai and Oscar exchanged glances, sighing as they observed the girls supporting one another. Dai Mubai, accompanied by Lu Yu, pondered why it was solely his responsibility to lend a hand, especially to a male. As night fell, Lu Yu sat cross-legged on his modest bed, a mere dozen square meters in size. On the opposite bed lay the unconscious Tang San, while across from him sat the rather unsavory Uncle Oscar. When will this handsome fellow awaken? Oscar finally broke the oppressive silence, unable to contain himself any longer. The moment Lu Yu entered, he had assumed a meditative posture. Astonishing Oscar. Isn't this a bit excessive? We haven't even started school yet, and he's already training. Yet, it makes sense. He reached Soul Master status at the tender age of 12, while I am still a mere 30-level Soul Master. Despite both being support type, why does his support seem so distinctly different from mine? After a brief silence, Oscar took the initiative to disrupt the tranquility of the room. Let us wait until morning. Lu Yu replied with his eyes closed, his tone remarkably calm and devoid of emotion. Very well, let us not dwell on him for now. From this point forward, we shall be roommates. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Oscar, a level 29 auxiliary soul master, with the martial spirit of a sausage. Others refer to me as the sausage vendor, but you may simply call me Oscar. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is it not the sausage-loving peculiar uncle? How has he transformed into a purveyor of sausages? What sort of peculiar uncle is this? Surely, it must be Dai Mubai speaking ill of me behind my back, tarnishing my reputation. Just wait until tomorrow. Once I shave my beard, I shall undoubtedly astonish you. The moment Aoc heard the phrase sausage-loving peculiar uncle, he instantly sprang from his bed. By the way, have you no fear of incurring the wrath of this handsome fellow on the bed after what you did to him today? Lu Yu spoke solemnly, expressing his concerns about the formidable strength of Teacher Zhao. He feared that if both of them entered the fray, the casualties would be significantly higher. However, if he were to face the challenge alone, then Xiao San might evade unnecessary losses. Yet, he knew that Xiao San's character would compel him to insist on joining the battle, leaving Lu Yu with no choice but to resort to some extreme measures. Oscar, upon hearing this, immediately gave Lu Yu a thumbs up, astonished by his concern for his classmate. The truth behind Lu Yu's reasoning was straightforward. The system had mandated a solitary confrontation with Zhao Wujing. Thus, Lu Yu had voluntarily proposed a one-on-one duel. However, according to the original storyline, Xiao San would undoubtedly wish to participate, which left Lu Yu feeling somewhat ungrateful as Xiao San stood in the way of his points. As for the subsequent matters, he would explain when Xiao San awoke the next morning. Lu Yu believed that Xiao San, being so understanding, would surely forgive him. Turning his gaze toward the window, Lu Yu beheld the resplendent moon hanging in the nocturnal sky, surrounded by a constellation of twinkling stars. The Shrek Academy had settled into an absolute silence after nightfall. Even though it was situated in a village, the night was unusually tranquil. Zhao Wujing walked alone along the path. Returning to his residence where he poured himself a glass of wine, intending to indulge in solitary reflection. The events of the day had left him feeling both elated and troubled. As the vice principal of Shrek Academy, he was delighted to welcome new students after 2 years and was particularly pleased to have 6 of them, including the extraordinarily talented Lu Yu, alongside the noble scions Ning Rongrong and Zhang Qiqi. This year's harvest was indeed bountiful. Yet, his troubles stemmed from the fact that he, a dignified soul sage, had nearly faltered at the hands of a mere 12-year-old child. The thought of being so thoroughly bested by Lu Yu left Zhao Wujing wishing he could find a crevice to hide in. Today, he had certainly lost face in front of both new and old students. Regardless, he held a favorable view of Lu Yu and the other youngsters, particularly Lu Yu, whom he regarded as a prodigy. However, aside from Lu Yu, Tang San was also an exceptionally remarkable child. Although his martial spirit was merely an ordinary blue-silver grass, his ability to cultivate it to such an advanced level was truly astounding. With his current capabilities and innate talent, he might one day become a top-tier soul master, possibly even surpassing Oscar and Dai Mubai. Oh well, Zhao Wujing mused, there will be ample time to guide these young talents. After all, jade must be polished to become a gem, and they would remain at the academy for quite some time. A faint smile crept across Zhao Wujing's lips, but in the dim candlelight, it took on a somewhat eerie quality. Immersed in his own world, Zhao Wujie was suddenly jolted by a voice from outside, calling his name. Although he was not particularly adept at the delicate art of soul force detection, as a soul sage of level 76, he possessed the fundamental ability to perceive soul energy. Yet, at this moment, he could not sense any fluctuations of soul power from the person outside the window. He could barely catch even a whisper of breath. This scenario could imply one of 3 possibilities. Either the individual was an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation, hence lacking soul energy, or they were equipped with a soul-guiding device capable of perfectly concealing their soul power, or, perhaps, their strength vastly exceeded his own, enabling them to evade his perception. This last possibility suggested that the individual might be a formidable soul Delaw, or even a titled Delaw. Chapter 84. A Dark and Windy Night, Part 4. The voice outside called again, incessantly. Zhao Wujie, fueled by indignation, swiftly leaped out of the window. Casting aside his previous analyses, frustration bubbled within him as he dealt with the antics of the new recruits. It was late at night, and he refused to tolerate such disruptions. Upon his exit, he spotted a shadowy figure in the darkness. However, the moment the figure saw Zhao Wujie, they turned and fled, offering him no chance to speak. What audacity! To disturb someone at this hour and then run off. Zhao Wujie cursed as he pursued. The figure maintained a speed that allowed Zhao Wujie to chase, yet kept a clever distance, a blatant mockery of his abilities. At that moment, Zhao Wujie found himself in a vexing dilemma. His speed was undeniably his greatest weakness. Frustration gnawed him as he recalled his identity as the Unmoved King, a title earned by vanquishing countless foes. Now, he was being toyed with by someone who merely knocked on his window, with pent-up anger boiling within him from the day. He inadvertently chased the cloaked figure beyond the boundaries of Shrek Academy into a grove just outside the village. It was here that the shadowy figure abruptly vanished, leaving no trace of movement. The forest at night was eerily silent, the evening breeze whispering through the trees, yet Zhao Wujie felt none of it. Come out. I see you, he bellowed, as he instantly activated his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulsated around him, strikingly prominent against the night. The soul power of a soul sage surged outward, filling the grove with an overwhelming sense of pressure that was unique to his rank. Just then, a figure materialized before Zhao Wujie, clad in a flowing black robe that concealed even their face, allowing only the vague impression of a tall, muscular man to be discerned. Who are you? What do you want with me? Zhao Wujie cautiously inquired, sensing not a trace of soul power emanating from the other party. Yet, this very fact rendered him hesitant to act rashly, as the opponent's strength could very well surpass his own. "Who I am is of little consequence," came the raspy, deep voice of the figure in the black robe, heavy and commanding. "I was merely out for a stroll on this fine night when I unexpectedly encountered the illustrious immovable king, and I thought to witness your prowess." The tone of the cloaked man was remarkably nonchalant, though his words implied a dismissive attitude towards Zhao Wuji. Before Zhao Wuji could utter a single word in response, the black-robed individual slowly raised his right hand, revealing a pitch-black weapon spirit that materialized in his grasp. Instantly, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, manifested around him. The 5th ring faintly glowing red, undulating rhythmically. An overwhelming pressure radiated from the title de law, so potent that it seemed to freeze the very air within the forest, leaving Zhao Wuji gasping for breath under the weight of such formidable energy. Title de law. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the 9 soul rings, his entire body trembling as he uttered those words. The title de law represented the pinnacle of combat strength on this continent, and any one of them could provoke significant upheaval. He hastily bowed, his demeanor shifting dramatically from arrogance to profound respect. "May I inquire which esteemed elder you are? I beg you, do not jest with your junior." "Jest? Were you not jesting when you tormented those children earlier today?" The black-robed man scoffed coldly. "Earlier today? Those children?" Zhao Wuji felt a flicker of insight. Yet despite racking his brain, he could not recall any connection between this elder and the title de law. "I observed you enjoying yourself at the expense of those children. Why not engage in a little jest of our own?" The black-robed figure suggested icily, advancing towards Zhao Wuji while brandishing the massive hammer in his hand. "You may certainly regard my actions as the strong preying upon the weak, as your earlier conduct was not dissimilar." Zhao Wuji fixed his gaze on the approaching figure, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Each step taken by the black-robed man felt like a weight pressing upon his heartstrings, intensifying his anxiety. As the figure drew nearer, he could almost hear the wind generated by the swinging hammer, a sound resonating in his ears like distant thunder, tightening his nerves even further. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's back was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging to him with a damp chill, and beads of perspiration began to trickle down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and falling to the ground. His eyes remained fixated on the cloaked figure and the hammer he wielded, his heart brimming with trepidation and unease. Thoughts raced through his mind, desperately attempting to discern the identity of the figure before him. Yet at that moment, his mind was a blank slate, devoid of recollection. Suddenly, the cloaked man halted a few paces away from Zhao Wuji. Noticing the cessation of movement, Zhao Wuji lifted his gaze in confusion, only to witness the imposing hammer being placed upon the ground, seemingly signaling a lack of intent to strike. As Zhao Wuji turned back, puzzled, he spotted 2 figures approaching from a distance. "Boss!" Zhao Wuji exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomers, who were none other than the esteemed principal of Shrek Academy. Even in the face of the overwhelming pressure exerted by the cloaked man, Flinder was unable to maintain his composure and, like Zhao Wuji, summoned his martial soul. Instantly, a layer of feathers enveloped his body, while 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings danced vibrantly around him. "Your Excellency, the Haotian crown." Flinder respectfully bowed upon reaching Zhao Wuji, discreetly nudging him in the process. The moment Zhao Wuji heard Flinder utter the words Haotian crown, he immediately grasped the identity of the cloaked figure. On the entire continent, only an extraordinarily mysterious and powerful sect possessed the right to carry the title of Haotian's second son. Moreover, this individual had long ago made a name for himself across the land, revered as the foremost powerhouse soul master. How had he managed to provoke such a being? "Boss, what is the situation? Why has the Haotian crown also arrived?" Zhao Wuji whispered, deliberately lowering his voice as he implored Flinder for assistance. To his dismay, Flinder slowly shook his head. "I fear this time you may be disappointed. Are you not aware of the events of the day? You cannot escape the jest of His Excellency, the Haotian crown." Upon seeing Flinder's expression of helplessness, Zhao Wuji's heart sank. "Our martial soul, one of the golden iron triangle's wings. If you are here to plead for this black egg, you needn't bother. I have come to seek trouble," the cloaked figure stated. Addressing Zhao Wuji, "As long as you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my presence, I shall take my leave. Should you fail to do so..." The cloaked man's tone faltered momentarily, causing Zhao Wuji's heart to leap into his throat. "If you cannot manage that, you will be required to fulfill a task for me. It is as simple as that," the cloaked man remarked, his seemingly weightless words piercing Zhao Wuji's heart like steel. It appeared that he was inescapably ensnared in this predicament. Your Excellency, the Haotian crown, could you please enlighten me on how I have offended you? Zhao Wujie implored, seeking clarity amidst the shadows of uncertainty. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had relinquished all hope. His sole desire was to comprehend the cause of his demise. Flander, exhibiting a keen sense of awareness, had discreetly retreated to the side, granting space to Lord Haotian and Zhao Wujie. Yet, to the latter, this seemed exceedingly disloyal. When his brother was being assaulted, it was one thing for the elder to refrain from intervening, but to voluntarily make way was quite another. The familiar sound of wind rushing past once again echoed in Zhao Wujie's ears, followed by a resounding thud. This was succeeded by the brutal collision of a hammer against human flesh, accompanied by the anguished wails emanating from the depths of the soul as one endured immense suffering. Flander chose to avert his gaze from the unfolding horror. The relentless cries of Zhao Wujie filled his ears, yet he shielded them with his hands. Adhering to the mantra that if he could not see or hear, then his brother was not being beaten. Thud, thud, thud. What was merely a moment in time felt like an eternity. In truth, it took Zhao Wujie only a few breaths to compel Lord Haotian to cease his assault. The figure in the black robe stood with a demeanor so composed, the fabric billowing smoothly in the wind, devoid of even a single crease. His breath steady as if the tumultuous events of the last few moments were no more than a casual postprandial stroll, wielding the immense hammer without a hint of exhaustion. In stark contrast, Zhao Wujie lay pitifully on the ground, utterly spent. His once darkened head, blasted by Lu Yu's golden lotus, had now swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Despite the massive hammer, it had merely disfigured his face while leaving his body with only minor injuries, a testament to the impeccable control wielded by the martial spirit. Flander cast a glance at the prostrate Zhao Wujie, inwardly marveling at Lord Haotian's prowess. Zhao Wujie, do you comprehend now? Lord Haotian spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, the fallen figure swiftly rose to his feet. Thank you, Lord Haotian, for your guidance. The figure in the black robe nodded in satisfaction. I hope you will pay heed to the matter I entrusted you with earlier. I shall take my leave now. With that, the black-robed man turned to depart. We bid farewell to Lord Haotian, Flander and Zhao Wujie said respectfully in unison as they watched him go. Lord Immovable King. Just as Zhao Wujie thought he could finally exhale in relief, an aged voice resonated from behind. Startled, Zhao Wujie froze. What was happening tonight? It seemed relentless. One after another, as if he had unwittingly disturbed a nest of hornets. Upon hearing the elderly voice, both Zhao Wujie and Flander swiftly turned, only to behold another figure in black robes standing quietly at a distance. Much like Lord Haotian, this individual was shrouded in darkness, his face concealed, leaving only vague features discernible by silhouette. This figure appeared significantly frilier than the previous Lord Haotian, almost fragile in appearance. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wujie dared not categorize this newcomer among the easily vanquished. Today, he had learned to be cautious. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. Regardless of the tactics at his disposal, he would face them head-on. Better to face an early demise than to linger in fear. After all, even if he were to perish, he would still be a valiant man in 80 years. Nevertheless, he lowered his voice to inquire of the elder beside him. Pray tell, who is that esteemed individual? He had observed the elder arriving alongside the foreboding figure, and hoped he might intercede on his behalf. Zhao Wujie's words were cautious, yet his mouth, bruised from a recent strike, hindered his speech. To his dismay, Flandre shook his head in bewilderment, indicating that he was equally unaware of the elder's background. This gesture nearly incited Zhao Wujie's ire. How could Flandre, who had witnessed the encounter, refrain from advocating for him? Was this the conduct of a true comrade? Once more, Zhao Wujie voiced his indignation, struggling to articulate his frustration. In truth, Zhao Wujie had unjustly accused Flandre. The elder was a stranger to him. Upon sensing movement in the woods beyond the village, he had rushed to the scene, only to find Zhao Wujie engaged in conversation with the robust figure clad in black. The presence of the black-robed individual had eluded him entirely, which was the most alarming aspect. It was worth noting that Flandre was a genuine soul sage of level 70, though not specialized in reconnaissance. He possessed a heightened awareness of his surroundings compared to Zhao Wujie, whose strength overshadowed his cunning. If the black-robed figure had harbored malicious intent, Flandre would have been caught unawares. Amusingly, the black-robed figure let out a hearty laugh, one that, while benevolent in tone, sent chills down the spines of Zhao Wujie and Flandre. The sudden appearance of such a formidable entity, capable of extinguishing their lives in an instant, was enough to evoke fear. "Your Excellency, the unmoved king," the black-robed figure spoke with an air of gentle warmth, akin to a kindly elder basking in the sun at the village's edge. "You need not lay blame upon your companion here, the esteemed principal. I apologize. My old age has dulled my memory, and I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive any discourtesies." Chapter 86. A Dark and Windy Night. Part 6. My advanced years have left me with a faltering memory. The figure cloaked in black spoke gently. Yet the more he did so, the greater the trepidation in Zhao Wujie's heart grew. The earlier encounter with the esteemed Lord Haoyan had been similarly disarming. What seemed to just on the surface belied a ruthless nature beneath. Flender, standing nearby, shared a similar state of mind, with the sole distinction that he need not fear physical retribution. His mind, however, raced fervently, striving to unearth any scrap of information about this venerable elder before him, even the slightest insight into the type of soul master he represented, his methods of attack, and to speculate on the extent of potential harm Zhao Wujie might endure. After all, Zhao Wujie was one of the few instructors of practical combat at the academy. Should he sustain serious injuries and be unable to teach, the burden on Flender as the principal would be considerable. For hiring an experienced combat instructor from outside would not come cheaply. "I am but an old man from decades past. You need not ponder my identity too deeply. You were likely mere children in your early years back then," the cloaked figure remarked, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "To be brief, I am here today primarily to secure a venue for my grandson. Lord Wudong-Ming, that slap you delivered earlier was truly resounding." The elder's tone grew increasingly indifferent, particularly in the final words, causing Zhao Wujie to shudder involuntarily. "May I inquire who your grandson is, esteemed elder?" Zhao Wujie finally found himself confronting the information he had dreaded the most. So it had come to pass. "Heaven help me, let my end be swift," he despaired internally, filled with uncertainty about the night ahead. "Which one, you ask? I shall require your assistance with a matter shortly, at which point you will naturally discern my grandson's identity. But for now, let us first discuss the matter of securing a venue." Following this declaration, the black-clad man maintained a tone devoid of any emotion. To Zhao Wujie, it felt akin to a merciless reaper pronouncing his own death sentence. "I am too old to engage like the young, who battle without soul power and rely on weapons. Moreover, with my frail limbs, I cannot wield a hammer of such magnitude." The cloaked man paused momentarily, leaving Zhao Wujie in a state of alarm. "Is it not customary for those of your caliber, the title de law, to converse in half measures? This manner of dialogue is perilous, esteemed elder," Zhao Wujie exclaimed. "Come now." The black-robed figure slowly extended his right hand, arcs of electricity flickering and coiling around it. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie felt a jolt of anxiety, while Flender, exhibiting his perceptive nature, discreetly retreated, leaving the arena to Zhao Wujie once more. "Lord Wudong-Ming, as you are renowned for your defensive prowess, I trust you can endure these few sparks of electricity for the duration of an incense stick without difficulty?" In a moment of jest, the figure cloaked in black suddenly teleported before Zhao Wujie, then raised his right hand and effortlessly delivered a strike. The sound was thunderous, a mere flick of the wrist containing such terrifying force that Zhao Wujie's massive form was sent flying, colliding with an innocent tree that was instantly cleaved in two. Zhao Wujie was momentarily bewildered, and so was Flanders. The angle of that slap was perfection itself, especially in terms of the control over the force, which was masterful. Managing to propel the opponent without inflicting injury. Enduring excruciating pain, Zhao Wujie struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth against the tearing sensations coursing through his body. What kind of situation was this? At that moment, he was no longer inclined to ponder. He simply wished to bring this torment to an end, for it was a far worse ordeal than death itself. Suddenly, a flash of light intruded upon Zhao Wujie's vision, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He looked up to find the black-cloaked figure once again raising his right hand, arcs of electricity crackling at his fingertips, the very source of the brilliance Zhao Wujie had seen. The withered fingers twitched slightly, pointing downward. With a deafening roar, a pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, unleashing immense energy that swept through the entire forest, reducing countless trees to mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Flanders stood in shock at the scene unfolding before him. To unleash such a terrifying bolt of lightning without summoning a martial spirit was unfathomable. It seemed that Zhao Wujie's chances of survival were grim. Moreover, this elder had mentioned that he had attained the rank of title Daw decades ago and had a 12-year-old grandson. Individuals meeting all three criteria were exceedingly rare, significantly narrowing the search. Decades ago, Flanders muttered those words to himself, only to be struck by a chilling realization. If what this elder claimed were true, it could spell dire consequences. However, he quickly shook his head. The individual he had just thought of had long ago been hunted down and killed by the Marshal Solhal in conjunction with several powerful factions on the continent. Their remains obliterated. How could he possibly be here now, clamoring to find a venue for his grandson? Historical records had never mentioned any descendants of that individual. How could there be a grandson? Boom, boom. The air was thick with tension as Zhao Wujia faced the relentless onslaught of lightning. His skin, already darkened from previous explosions, was now hardened and glossy after enduring several strikes, the thunder under the black-cloaked figure's expert manipulation striking with perfect precision, delivering a lesson without causing harm. Such power was simply terrifying. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside, startling Oscar, who had been speaking incessantly. What was happening? Just a moment ago, everything had been fine. Why was it suddenly thundering? He curiously approached the window, only to see the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on him, making it difficult to breathe. Just as Oscar was about to close the window, a shadow suddenly appeared at the edge of the frame. Lu Yu furrowed his brows at the oppressive weather outside. Tonight was supposed to be the time when Tang Hao sought out Zhao Waoqi for a late-night discussion on cultivation techniques. Moreover, Tang Hao possessed only the Haotian hammer as his martial soul. The ominous dark clouds that loomed overhead were clearly not a natural occurrence, after all. Such a vast expanse of clouds covered only a small area of the grove outside the village, rendering it rather illogical. It was certainly unlikely that Tang Hao was responsible for this, unless, at his age, he had suddenly awakened a second martial soul with a lightning attribute. Lu Yu gazed intently at the distant dark clouds, a strange sensation creeping into his heart. Chapter 87. A Moonless Night with High Winds, Part 7. Lu Yu? Lu Yu? Oscar, noticing that Lu Yu was staring blankly out the window, called out, concerned that something might be amiss. What's wrong? Are you lost in thought? Or perhaps you're feeling homesick? No, Lu Yu replied, jolted back to reality by Oscar's voice. He turned and walked towards the bed. You should rest early. Today has been exhausting, he feigned weariness. Oscar paused briefly, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, your match with Teacher Zhao was nothing short of spectacular. As he reminisced about the day's battle, he approached the bed. Though merely a food-type auxiliary soul master, he could not help but ponder the innate desire within every boy for a thrilling clash. Lying on the bed, Lu Yu tightly closed his eyes but found it difficult to drift into slumber. He had arrived in Soto City a week early, searching tirelessly for Shrek Academy. Despite his extensive efforts, he had yet to find a trace of the item left by his grandfather. According to the letter his grandfather had written, it should resemble a gem, shimmering with lightning. However, despite overturning Shrek and even the surrounding village, he had not encountered anything that matched that description. Hey, Lu Yu, which of the new girls do you think is the most beautiful? Oscar suddenly inquired. Lu Yu hesitated momentarily before sharing his thoughts. Thus, on this moonless, windy night, a debate exclusive to the boys' dormitory commenced. Such debates often began with seemingly casual remarks, like commenting on a pretty girl encountered that day or a child wearing an unusual outfit. Regardless of the whimsical beginnings, the discussions inevitably veered towards matters of national importance and historical disputes, concluding with a succinct phrase steeped in cultural essence. Let us now shift our focus to a small grove outside the village. At this moment, Zhao Wujing, after enduring a baptism of heavenly thunder for the duration of a stick of incense, had undergone a transformation that rendered him nearly unrecognizable. His skin had taken on a deep, charred hue, reminiscent of goods prized during the maritime trade of the 15th and 16th centuries. Beneath the terrifying thunder, his garments had turned to ash, revealing his scorched flesh. His face was marred by numerous wounds, and his eyes were tightly shut, seemingly burdened by immense suffering. Despite his grievous injuries, Zhao Wujing remained resolute. Though his body was battered, his spirit grew ever more steadfast. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Striving to maintain consciousness, he understood that only by persevering could he witness the dawn of tomorrow. Even Flander, who had observed the entire ordeal, was rendered speechless by Zhao Wujia's final appearance. Had he not been a silent spectator, he might not have recognized the current Zhao Wujia standing before him. The figure in the black robe slowly approached, one hand probing within his cloak as if searching for something. Zhao Wujia lay helplessly on the ground, unable to resist as the robed figure drew nearer, resigned to his inability to act. Suddenly, the emaciated hand of the black-robed man produced a vial of green liquid and a pitch-black box. Drink this, and by tomorrow morning, your injuries should be considerably healed. He then extended the dark box towards Zhao Wujie. This is the task I require of you. Zhao Wujie's gaze was fixed on the box before him, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The box, entirely black as ink, emanated an air of profundity and mystery. It was evidently crafted from some type of wood. Yet its exact nature eluded Zhao Wujie's knowledge. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns that intertwined to form a singular, unique design. These engravings seemed to harbor some deeper significance, yet Zhao Wujie could not fathom their mysteries. They resembled ancient script or symbols, but he was unable to comprehend their meaning. Please, noble King Ming, deliver this box and its contents to my unworthy grandson. However, do not let him know that it is I who have requested this of you. The elderly man's voice echoed once more, devoid of the previous coldness, and his aura of spiritual power receded. At that moment, the black-robed figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the village elder, yet Zhao Wujie and Flander dared not let their guard down. They had just experienced the weight of the elder's formidable strength. May I inquire, esteemed elder, who is your grandson? Zhao Wujie managed to rise, albeit with great effort, and asked cautiously, though he had already formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. The old man leaned down, whispering a few words into Zhao Wujie's ear, and the latter's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. Of course, if you feel aggrieved by tonight's events, you are welcome to seek vengeance against that insolent boy. Rest assured, I shall not interfere. With those words, the black-robed figure began to walk away into the distance. Strangely enough, despite the elder's leisurely pace, which resembled that of a man in his 70s or 80s, Zhao Wujie and Flander found that in the blink of an eye, the elder's figure had vanished without a trace. After his departure, the dark clouds that had hung ominously in the sky also dissipated, as if erased by an unseen hand, revealing a clear night sky once more. Zhao Wujie uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. Who, I wonder, is this venerable elder? How is it that I have never heard of a lightning-type soul master of such age and formidable strength on the mainland? Lightning-type soul masters are indeed a rather unique class among elemental soul masters, as they belong to the elemental category. They share all the inherent flaws associated with elemental soul masters, such as the necessity of specific environments to fully unleash their potential. For instance, the dark clouds the elderly man conjured while striking Zhao Wujie illustrate this point. Hence, the clouds vanished upon his departure, serving merely as a domain to better control the might of the thunder. Additionally, lightning-type soul masters carry a deficiency that is absent in other elemental soul masters. Chapter 88. The beginning of school. The destructive power of lightning-type soul masters is unparalleled within the realm of elemental soul masters. Yet this comes with a significant burden on their bodies, particularly for the elderly among them, who have accumulated countless old injuries over the years. Consequently, while powerful lightning-type soul masters are not uncommon on the continent, few manage to sustain their strength for so long. Although Flanders held some suspicions regarding the identity of this elderly man, he dared not assert them. I entertain a bold conjecture. Do you recall the assassination order issued by the Spirit Hall in collaboration with various sects against the titled Dolua 50 years ago? The mention of the assassination order from 50 years ago caused Zhao Wujie to furrow his brow. He had some understanding of this order, which was a tale both shocking and steeped in legend. Back then, that formidable individual faced a multitude of powerful adversaries from across the continent, unflinchingly engaging in a fierce battle. Throughout this grueling conflict, he displayed unparalleled strength and valor, contending against his foes for a full 3 days and nights. Ultimately, he succeeded in slaying 3 elders of the Spirit Hall, along with dozens of other powerful sect members. Despite confronting such formidable opponents, this elder managed to retreat unscathed, suffering only minor injuries. Such accomplishments are truly awe-inspiring. Yet remarkably few have heard of this event on the continent, and even fewer know of the elder's legacy. Are you referring to the Thundercloud Dolua from 50 years ago? A look of astonishment flickered across Zhao Wujie's dark visage, for this was a secret from decades past, one he had even learned from Flanders. Wasn't the Thundercloud Dolua said to have remained unmarried throughout his life? How could he suddenly have a 12-year-old grandson? I can only speculate without absolute certainty. After all, previous rumors suggested that this elder had long since passed away. However, there are very few lightning-type soul masters who have lived for such an extended period. Flanders shook his head and reached for the black box handed to Zhao Wujie by the cloaked figure. Gently opening the box, he revealed a purple orb the size of a fist. It lay quietly within the box, emitting a mysterious and alluring glow. Upon closer inspection, one could observe faint arcs of electricity dancing across its surface, as if narrating tales of its extraordinary and potent nature. This orb seemed to harbor boundless energy, evoking an irresistible desire to uncover its secrets. What is this? Upon seeing the orb, Zhao Wujie appeared as though he had glimpsed something truly terrifying. His mouth agape in shock. Flander, taking a deep breath, gravely remarked, "My earlier conjectures were indeed correct. It is worth noting that the esteemed Thundercloud Dalois always carried a mysterious purple orb, rumored to harbor immeasurable power. He wielded this orb to claim the lives of numerous formidable opponents, instilling fear in many a mighty warrior. Naturally, such a priceless and potent treasure ignites the flames of greed in many hearts, prompting attempts to seize it for themselves. However, the fates of these individuals were invariably tragic. None escaped the wrath of the Thundercloud Dalois, becoming mere specters under his command. Now, you ought to return and compose yourself. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the new student's term. Given your current appearance, you might become the subject of their ridicule." Flander took a deep breath, closed the box, and returned it to Zhao Wujie. The latter, glancing down at his own disheveled state, noted the inky darkness that enveloped him. Fortunately, it was night, and there were few around. Nevertheless, the thought of facing the incoming cohort of new students filled him with dread, particularly when he recalled the faces of Lu Yu and Tang San, which sent a chill down his spine. Do not be so disheartened. Encountering tidal Doloa-level beings is an experience that most can only dream of, and you, in one night, you have met two and received their personal guidance. How many would envy such fortune? Flander observed Zhao Wujie's wretched expression and could not help but tease him, finding his current demeanor utterly amusing, devoid of the former grandeur and authority. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He would have preferred to forego the guidance of these two esteemed figures, as the ordeal had nearly cost him his life. In the stillness of the night, with the moon shrouded and the winds howling, the newly arrived students of Shrek Academy held a flicker of anticipation for the morrow's scholarly pursuits. Except for Lu Yu. None could fathom the extraordinary events that had transpired in the woods that night. Not even Lu Yu could conceive the absurdity of the situation. As for Zhao Wujie's appearance, reminiscent of a relic from the 15th or 16th century, it would take more than a day or two to restore to its former glory. At dawn, Lu Yu opened his eyes, feeling refreshed after a whole night of slumber. As Lu Yu rose from his slumber, he discovered that Tang San had already awakened. It was not surprising, for in the original tale, Tang San was accustomed to rising early for his training. However, at this moment, he seemed disinclined to engage in any practice, instead patiently awaiting Lu Yu's arrival. Could it be that he was still preoccupied with the incident from the previous day when Lu Yu had rendered him unconscious? A subtle intuition nudged at Lu Yu as he approached Tang San's side. "Little San, up so early?" Lu Yu casually greeted. "Brother Yu," Tang San replied, confirming Lu Yu's suspicions. His early presence was indeed a consequence of the prior day's events. "Little San, Lu Yu began to explain, but was swiftly interrupted by Tang San. "Brother Yu, I understand your concerns for our safety and your desire to protect us, yet I hope that next time, you will allow us to stand alongside you in battle. After all, we are akin to family." Tang San's eyes, clear and earnest, met Lu Yu's gaze, revealing a profound determination and sincerity. He slightly inclined his head and puffed out his chest, as if to convey his resolute spirit to Lu Yu. Tang San's words flowed into Lu Yu's heart like a warm current. He comprehended the essence of Tang San's sentiment and felt the trust and reliance bestowed upon him. Nevertheless, a deeper consideration lingered within Lu Yu. He yearned to shield them from peril and wished to avert any harm befalling them. Lu Yu took a deep breath and looked at Tang San, saying, "Little San, I comprehend your sentiments, yet at times, combat is not the sole means to resolve conflicts. I shall exert every effort to safeguard you. But concurrently, I hope you can heed my guidance and refrain from taking unnecessary risks." Tang San nodded, acknowledging Lu Yu's concerns. He was acutely aware of Lu Yu's formidable strength and trusted in his ability to protect everyone. However, he also yearned for growth, wishing to hone his skills through battle and enhance his prowess. He firmly believed that only by experiencing genuine combat could one become a competent warrior. "Brother Yu, I appreciate your good intentions, but we cannot perpetually remain behind you. We must confront challenges and push our limits. Only then can we continue to progress." Tang San's voice resonated with conviction and determination. Lu Yu gazed at Tang San, a wave of emotion surging within him. He realized that these children had matured. each harboring their own thoughts and aspirations. Perhaps it was time to grant them more opportunities to explore and evolve. All right, Xiao San, should we encounter danger again, I will allow you to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. However, you must first ensure your own safety, Lu Yu stated earnestly. Lu Yu found himself momentarily taken aback by Tang San's unexpected self-justification. He had anticipated needing to defend himself at length, yet Tang San had absolved himself so readily. Chapter 89. New classmates, old acquaintances. Xiao San, you make a valid point. From now on, we shall share both joys and hardships, Lu Yu affirmed. His gaze resolute as he patted Tang San's shoulder. Lu Yu rose early for a purpose. Soon, he arrived at the small clearing where he had fought Zhao Wuji the previous day. Observing the devastation around him, Lu Yu summoned his staff, and the brown soul ring suddenly illuminated. As he infused it with soul power, the ground began to tremble, and, in the blink of an eye, the scarred earth was restored to its former glory. As he watched the ground gradually rejuvenate, the scenes of yesterday's battle replayed incessantly in his mind. The technique of infusing soul power into the golden lotus before casting it was an idea he had stumbled upon, yielding surprisingly effective results, reducing Zhao Wuji to a charred state. However, the soul power consumption was alarmingly high. Each release nearly depleted an entire vortex of soul power. Given Lu Yu's current physical condition, he could only condense 4 soul power vortices, meaning this technique could be employed only 4 times. And replenishing a vortex would take half a day, not accounting for the use of other soul skills. Tang Sen observed Lu Yu at the center of the clearing, his mind swirling with thoughts. The battle between Lu Yu and Zhao Wuji had made the disparity between them painfully clear. He realized that the most effective way to assist Lu Yu was to enhance his own strength. Now at level 29, he was just a step away from breaking through to level 30. He needed merely an opportunity to reach that milestone and hunt soul beasts to acquire his 3rd soul ring. Furthermore, he intended to rely on the Tang sect's hidden weapons. However, with his current materials, he could only craft rudimentary hidden weapons like sleeve arrows. Additionally, the dragon whisker needle that Lu Yu had previously made for him was a bit of a reserve. Next, he would need to figure out a way to obtain some poison, as the combination of Tang's sect hidden weapons and poison would unleash their fullest potential. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yu finished tidying up the battlefield and turned to approach Tang San. Come, Xiao San, I need you to accompany me on this trip, Lu Yu said. I plan to stroll through the village and find a place for breakfast. Would you like to join me? Tang San nodded in agreement. That sounds good. I can bring something for Xiao Wu as well. Oscar should still be asleep. He likely knows where to find breakfast. He suggested waking Oscar to lead the way. Although Lu Yu found something slightly off in Tang San's last statement, he acquiesced to his friend's suggestion. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays upon the land, Lu Yu and Tang San soon returned to their dormitory. As anticipated, Oscar was still sound asleep, drooling at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Ao, wake up, Tang San urged, giving Oscar a gentle nudge. Oscar lazily rolled over, unwilling even to open his eyes. Tang San, don't poke me. I want to sleep. I'm so tired, he mumbled, licking his lips. Get up. There's a place in the village that sells breakfast.